some pretty incredible results. But the thing with Talon is that this is very close to the same Talon roster that got top 3, was it?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It was not only it was top 3 at.
I mean, to be honest, it should have been more, maybe.
It could have been more, but like it was top 3. But then 23 Savage had one of the craziest moments in esports history with the pop off into getting throned, and then recovering and still going forward in the tournament mentally after that. It's like we're talking about a team that he feels like he can make mistakes on. Well, no shit, he feels like he can make mistakes with this team. He maybe made one of the biggest blunders of all time, and then recovered with this team.
With the squad,
With basically the same squad. What is going to make you feel more like solidarity than that? Where they're like, dude, it's all right. It's genuinely okay. Like, let's focus, let's win. And then they do. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah, the only other time that I can think of that a team made a blunder that was that big was when Insania misclicked a hero that instead of banning it, he picked it at TI.
The gyro. And
gyro.
And then they ended up winning TI at some point
exactly. And the team stayed together, and them figuring it out together was very, very strong.
There was the Holy Lockets scenario as well for Insania. They lost the grand finals. He dropped the Holy Locket.
He did.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then he wins a TI.
I mean, you know, you got to be able to recover, and it is very important to have unity, of course, with the squad, as they are here also in unity on the stage. And guess who's also on the stage? It's Burge.
Hello, Shiver. Yes, I'm here on the stage, and I just wanted to give you a quick heads up what this building is like, because right now we're preparing for this match, but this is actually an identical stage. Last year in this room, what we had was kind of a circle cut into quadrants, like 4 different spaces. One of them was the casting station, but now we have 3 identical stages. So we've got Talon here, about to play against Team Spirit. On the match over there, we have Extreme Gaming versus Navi. And way over there, we got some Valorant. There's so many different games happening at the Esports World Cup, basically at all points in time. And we're very excited to show you all of these great games that we can catalog. So very much looking forward to this match specifically, but the other one is very good too. So lots of really good stuff to watch here at the Esports World Cup.
Thanks, Burge.
Thanks, Burge. Very important to note that if you want anybody to blame for the yelling in the back, it's the shooting games guys.
I will give them an excuse. An FPS game is just way different in terms of bursts of energy.
It's intense.
It's a lot more short bursts of energy, while Dota is like you got to be focused and in that mode for an hour, so you can't let go of that energy because you have to hold on to it to continue playing. In shooter games, that's maybe not as much. Although if there's one team that's loud, it's gonna be that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the culture that comes with those games too. Like if the Esports World Cup were a high school, right?
Yes.
The shooter guys, they're the jocks,
sure.
right? And then the Dota guys,
they're the chess club.
They're the chess club. Okay, that's why.
I'm gonna move my pawn to A5.
Look at these beautiful chess players, you know. So we don't hear the screaming and the yelling and the chest bumps. But
wait, actually, there's gonna be chess
but you know
players
what,
here.
I'll say they're both true. True.
I feel like the chess players are the chess players.
Well, then we're like the D&D group.
That's good.
Okay.
Yes. Or the band. The music kids are also quite nerdy, no?
I'm gonna cast a level 5 fireball. You don't have spell slots for that.
Who's the cheerleaders? Is that us? The cheerleader club? So what are we?
Cheerleaders, probably some is there some anime game here?
No, we're the drama kids. We're theater. Are
yeah,
we not?
I'll take that.
All the talent are theater.
Because we're all weirdos, but then we perform and stuff. No, is that not the most?
I'll take
apt?
that. I'll take that. Yeah.
Is that not the most apt comparison?
Oh, yeah, or we can be the teachers because those who cannot teach. So
that's.
Okay.
And we're older than all of them as well.
Let's stop roasting ourselves and talk about the people on our screen right now.
Yeah.
What I did want to comment on going into this matchup is when I looked at the game schedule yesterday, I was very excited to start the day with this one. Like personally, this would have been my series of the day, simply because we're looking at like Talon and we haven't seen them play in a long time, but people forget that they are a very immense comeback team as well, and they are experts of the late game.
Ooh, they are.
They are like very much a late game team.
Yeah.
Like once you get past that like minute 50 mark, they change, they transform.
For some reason, they make no mistakes past 50 minutes.
And another team that is renowned for their late game is Team Spirit. The difference now being is I think Team Spirit over the years have refined their early game as well, where it's looking very strong. Whereas with Talon, when I watched their series yesterday, their first one was a potential comeback. Like their first game that they played versus Navi, it really could have been a win at some point, but that was in the late game. Their second game was a stomp, but it feels like they're still retaining that energy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is like classic SEA vibes. I feel like, at least for me, watching this iteration of Talon play, it really brings me back to the old days where SEA was like a very dominant region, where it was about like the scrappy gameplay, maybe making a lot of mistakes early game. People were saying like they lack a strong captain, right? This was like the rhetoric everybody was saying. But then late game, these guys just turn it on. And the whole idea was that like every SEA pub just goes to late game. So these guys are experts. But I do think just in general, like that camaraderie, the brotherhood, that vibe, that attitude is something that in the late game helps you out, because late game is pure instinct.
Yeah, I will also say that the rhetoric of SCA lacking captains, in particular Talon, I feel like Cuckoo has been stepping up.
Yeah, he's definitely filling that role. Any team in SEA where Cuckoo would join, I would think, okay, this team has potential, like no matter who the other players are. And Talon has so many amazing players around a good captain. That is Cuckoo. But anyway, the draft has started. We have something that we saw a decent amount yesterday. Darkseer versus TA. In fact, Team Spirit picks Darkseer, anticipating that TA is going to be picked up because teams are still valuing TA very highly.
TA was first pick.
TA was first pick. Okay, well, Darkseer as a counter. We did see this yesterday where there was the Darkseer into TA, because I think people are a little like 50-50 on the matchup. Before the letter patch, the most recent letter patch, Darkseer was considered like the hardest counter to TA in the game. You beat her in lane, you peel off the refraction charges, you get an illusion of her, slow the heck out of her in team fights with the Darkseer wall. But now you have less slow from the Surge shard, which was a big deal for kiting TA. You have less slow from the wall, which was a big deal for like having kill threat on TA. So I have seen this go both ways now. It's not as like clear cut as like, oh, Darkseer is the greatest TA counter in Dota. It's much more balanced.
I still think Darkseer crushes her, like in lane in particular, which is really why you pick it, right? Like a double Ion Shell lane diving her, like there is really not that much she can do. We did see this lane go poorly yesterday for Extreme Gaming, but based on what Jinkyu said, he thinks that the Earthshaker 4 was a mistake because it does poorly against TA, so they couldn't really take advantage of their ability to dive her, and they think that had they chosen a different hero, they should have won that lane.
Yeah, like maybe Tusk, Marcy, these sorts of heroes. I mean, Marcy seems to be like the S tier pick with Darkseer right now.
But I do wonder if they're willing to flex Darkseer mid in case, I know it sounds funny, but it's something that Nigma Galaxy used to do, is that they would pick Darkseer and then they would run it mid to counter the TA, because if you're talking about Talon, this is arguably the best TA team in this tournament, because not only do you have two experts, but you have two experts who, when they both get this hero, they play it in different ways, but they still crush. Like I've seen Mikoto at Dream League go mid with this TA and just handle the best mid players in the tournament. Like, you have to have a solution for this hero from the mid lane as well.
Yeah, in fact, like I almost feel like when I see Talon pick TA, I think Mikoto is going to play it. Like he's going to find some reason to be able to be given this hero, especially because 23 Savage has been like opting to play a lot more of the supporting his team type carries, like he's playing a lot of Kunkas.
Is there then a safe laner that they can abuse the fact that Spirit had to pick the Darkseer as an answer?
So Ursa got banned, so Spirit's also thinking like we are, which is that TA can go mid. That would be a really good one. And I like the Marcy snipe here, by the way, because I do think that Spirit would have simply Shadow Shaman Marcy to have the Marcy Darkseer combo, and then I could even see Miposhka playing Shaman 5. Like he will typically play 4 positions as a 5, or he just plays Marcy and they pair up the Darkseer with the Marcy like eventually later on into the game.
That's a Miposhka thing too, like being a 4 hero on 5 and somehow having more farm than like some of his other core
he
players.
sometimes just plays a pretend 5 and his team is fine with it.
My favorite Miposhka flavor is when Hoodwink used to be a good hero and he would run at 5 and like put the game on his back.
Maelstrom.
In the late game, that was really fun. I still think that they should look for that Darkseer lane pairing though, like the Shaman should be 5, unless, of course, the lane gets swapped around. So maybe they don't want to reveal their support to or
that's good. That's good.
It's a good Ion Shell carrier.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot, because I was thinking about some of the other position 4s that you would play with Darkseer, and a lot of them don't really like playing into Silencer. Like, sure, Tusk can kill a Silencer in the laning stage, but he really does not like to be global silenced. Like that basically nullifies the snowball save for the whole game. So Bounty Hunter just doesn't care if he gets globaled. And oh my god, he can absolutely destroy, I think, every hero, honestly, on Talon. Maybe Marcy cares the least about a Darkseer with an Ion Shell, but Silencer's out of position just a little bit, and he will melt.
Also, when you play against Silencer lineups and you want to be the team that's getting the jump, you usually need to find Silencer, or you need vision of Silencer so he doesn't turn the fight with global. And Bounty Hunter is one of the better heroes at doing that. Like, you're looking for it in the backline. You're tracking and you're getting on top of the key targets. What I like about this Ember Spirit follow-up is that this is a hero that will instantly get on top of who you find as Bounty Hunter, but also be able to dive the TA early on if it is thrown on the safe lane. Like, this is a hero that can follow her to the lane and pressure her with the Bounty Hunter. Also, Rue loves this hero. Like, there was a patch where he was only playing Bounty Hunter and Riki and was doing exceptionally well, so I'm happy to see him on a comfort.
Yeah, we got the Pango picked up, and that is that's their 18th pick. It's unusual to have Pango picked up then, but I guess, would it do well against the Ember mid, or do you still want the TA mid? Like, what are we thinking about right now with that?
I mean, it looks like a good Pango game to me if he wants to go mid. Maybe it's an offlane Pango as well. You always have to keep in mind that the flex is there. But what's really nice about Pango here is that, like, the free magic immunity he gets is going to be a really nice way to take fights. If you're fighting versus Wall and you're fighting versus Shaman early on, like, he's not threatened whatsoever by these things. Like, he's going to lead the fight. He's going to be able to get on top of supports like Shadow Shaman, lock them down, make sure they're not shackling anybody. So it looks like a very strong pick.
Yeah, I agree. Starting the fight with rolling in is definitely the play here. And yeah, WS played this offlane yesterday. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure on the current patch how Ember versus Pango goes, because the Ember builds have been like wildly different.
Yeah.
I mean, the item build is generally like Blade Mail, Sanjin Kaya, like this sort of build. You're playing around the Aghanim Scepter, just Remnant in the late game fights. But early game, it's like we've seen all sorts of skill builds. But I know when people were maxing Sleight of Fist, which is the least common build these days, Ember is considered like good against Pango. So I could honestly see Laurel going for like a max Q and W build, like we saw yesterday. BZM did it.
But then aren't you throwing your TA into the Bounty Hunter Darkseer lane? Like, I feel like they should still potentially account for a TA going mid, like if they ban out some favorable carries.
And I'm not sure how that matchup goes either, with Ember being able to go like max Flame Guard as well, because I think that's the preferable build, is to max Flame Guard. And I feel like if you're Ember versus TA and you max Flame Guard, you win that lane. Or at least you farm. Like, you'll both farm.
I think this matchup has been like very player dependent over the years, but I would still just give this to TA because of how much Meld messes with Ember Spirit online, especially if it's a TA expert like Mikoto. But you are right, like max Flame Guard is really good at killing.
Yeah, it's just so many things have changed with like Meld does less armor reduction.
She has been nerfed, yeah.
Ember builds are completely different. It's so hard to say.
I would imagine that Laurel would be okay and comfortable dealing with a Templar Assassin in mid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have picked it up when they did. Otherwise, they might have needed to wait a little bit longer to find out where the TA would go.
I feel like Ember is just in that category of like Puck, where he does not lose any mid matchup. Like, I think because you can do all three builds and it's viable to like max any skill, there's probably a way to play every lane that it's viable.
You could also keep your flex open, like a hero that could go anywhere. I mean, this to me looks like a safe lane Bristleback, but we've seen it be run mid as well. So technically the flex is open.
I think it would destroy Ember mid. It's just, this is a very like BZM style thing to do, you know? I'm not sure how much Mikoto is wanting to play Bristle mid, and Savage did play Bristle yesterday, so.
I still think the best thing you can do is just move TA away from that Darkseer Bounty Hunter lane. Like, if you can choose to not do it, you should absolutely choose to not do it.
I agree. And I think Bristle does not care much about a Darkseer or Bounty Hunter. He'll just stand there and tank.
And you are picking Bristleback into a solution, though. Like, there is Shadow Shaman in this game. The second he gets level 15, you have a means to always kill it. But, I mean, you still have to get level 15 to counter him. There's going to be this whole period of the game where you have to deal with his tempo before then.
That's a Chaos Knight coming out as the final pick.
He's going to go for the break facet. That's interesting. Irrationality. There it is. Yeah. Okay.
That is really cool. I mean, when you think about it, it's good versus TA as well. Like, Chaos Knight with his illusions will shred her if he gets on top of her.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you have a pretty free lane against Pangolier, as well, like Pango Marcy. That's That's an easy lane. Utoro's going to have a very good time this game.
If we're actually looking at the lanes, I mean, the CK Shaman should be fine then, as you say. How does the Darkseer Bounty Hunter do against the Bristle Silencer?
I think that at some point you either kill the Silencer a few times or you just start cutting waves. Like you get level 2 Ion Shell and then you just farm.
So also slightly favorable for Spirit, with that in mind.
I mean, I think Bristleback does fine, but I would say that they're always going to find a play to make on that lane, whether it's wave cutting or just diving the Silencer.
Yeah, they don't really have a way to stop the wave cut. That's one really nice thing that Spirit has going for them. And I think Cuckoo can 100% be caught out and die in that lane.
So what are the good things for Talon for this game? As I think we highlighted how Spirit has a pretty comfortable lineup.
I think Makoto will pretty much freefarm. I mean, I don't see what's gonna stop him. I think Laurel will as well, because like I said, I do believe Ember just does not have bad matchups anymore.
I think that is a very strong Pango game. Like his lane's going to be really hard playing into all the disables coming out of Team Spirit's safe lane, but like the Rolling Thunder will do a lot in that early game. It's a hero that can itemize quite well versus Chaos Knight too.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's like a lot of plays and counter plays to be made by either side. Honestly, I don't really see weaknesses in both drafts.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like if they can get WS out of the laning stage, like, and I also think they can do some wave cutting shenanigans to do that, as people often do with Pango. Like Rolling Thunder is one of the best options against CK. Let's say like CK has like $1 million net worth, right? He's got all Heart of Trash, Sanjin Yasha, whatever. He can be super tanky, and you're still stunning all the illusions. You're still slowing all the illusions, right? So it's like any hero that has AoE control is just naturally good against CK, even with no items.
Speaking of million net worth, I do have to ask a question. Ultra late game, both these teams we talked about it, very, very good at it, very entertaining on it. Who is the upper hand?
I think Spirit, just because I have Shaman, Hex Breaks versus Bristle, and that's their carry. And I feel like CK versus TA, that should be CK favored if he gets a lot of items.
Darkseer late game is that's a pretty good late game hero.
Yeah.
I mean, you just get enemy carry, illusion, sometimes 2 of them if you have the punch.
Okay, well, we're going to find out what's going to happen. Game number 1, Spirit and Talon, Cap and SVG.
Talon, they got their first victory against Na'Vi off the back of a 23 Savage Bristleback, and they returned to it in the second series of the Esports World Cup. Avery, seems like the panel is a little bit scared for Talon's fate here in this game 1, and I'm inclined to agree with them. I think this Chaos Knight pick was really nice.
Why are they so afraid, man? Nobody has faith in these Southeast Asian teams. I have faith. I think they are
Sure you do.
a lot better than people are giving them credit for.
Okay.
Say that. And yeah, that's kind of
Therefore, you are backing them for game 1, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
You can't just say, oh, the people are underestimating this team, but then also they're going to lose. So you have to be backing them. You actually think they're going to win. You think they have the better draft?
I think they have some nice core matchups, but I also think Spirit have a bit more overall punch with the 5 heroes combining. And I think this Bounty Hunter can pose some big problems. It's a tough hero for Silencer to play against, and then this Silencer could become a big liability for Talon, and there's not a lot in the lineup that helps bail him out of that situation, unless this Pango wants to go auras, which we haven't really seen a lot in terms of recent offlane Pango. I kind of feel like Team Spirit's lineup is just easier to execute here, unless the Makoto TA, which is his signature hero. I mean, this is a deadly player-hero combination. He could go absolutely ham here if he owns mid lane, gets off to a fast start. Could just take the game over. That said, he is up against some tough matchups. That's the issue for me. Like, I think the TA going ham kind of pulls the Talon lineup together, but at the same time, he has to play into Ember, Darkseer, Chaos Knight, potential Bounty Hunter roam. Just not the easiest TA game. So a lot of weight on Makoto's shoulders here to play the lane really well, have some stacks waiting for him, get really fat, and control the team fights.
Yeah, that sounds really difficult considering the fact that it isn't part of Talon's setup here. I feel like their side lanes are going to perhaps suffer, though we'll see. Maposhka gets pulled out of position. Nice body blocking. A little bit of extra damage being done there. But I feel like the side lanes are favorable for Team Spirit. It's the TA matchup against the Ember that is where Talon can pull ahead in the laning phase. Am I wrong about that?
To me, it's Yoakum. I think I always look to Yoakum. Like, what is he roaming with? What is this 4 position going to do in the laning phase? I think we've seen Marcy dominate some of these laning phases, particularly on some of the Western European 4 players. If he can replicate some of that, he's very comfortable on this hero. He's very comfortable with the 4 melee support in general. He can impact this lane phase. Maybe you get that cheap kill on the Ember mid with a quick TP into a pick-me-up, rebound in, just kill the Ember, snowball this TA. If I am Talon, I want my Marcy going mid at least once or twice here. To me, that is way more important than whatever you're going to do for this Pango, which is probably not much, to be honest, because I don't think you're playing this lane into Shaman Chaos Knight too aggressively anyway.
Yeah. And especially if Makoto can get a lead on the mid lane, which he already seems to be doing so, 11-5 compared to 7-2 on Laurel. Maybe this is just going to be a snowball game. Maybe this is one of those TA games where you get ahead in the laning phase, and even though it seems to be a bit of a rough TA game as the game goes on, maybe he just is so far ahead it doesn't matter. The Marcy could help him out with that. But we'll see if the rotations do manage to come through.
Pretty quiet early laning phase though. Spirit maybe not too sad about this. You first phase that Darkseer into the TA. The Darkseer's getting levels and free farming. It usually works out for you. And this is the biggest liability in this game for me. The Cuckoo Silencer. There's just not a lot to stop him feeding to this Bounty Hunter role.
Nice pick me up right on top of the Shadow Shaman. Maposhka is definitely going to die here. And it's just a question of Yutaro, whether or not he can get anything done in return. Fighting for the Lotus here, but it's a 2-on-1. Yoka blocks him out, and Yutaro now is at a big disadvantage. It's a 2-on-1, plus they have the extra regen in the Lotus. So Talon taking advantage here. They're off lane, doing pretty well. I thought Chaos Knight Shadow Shaman would be able to battle this lane a bit better, but seems like I've been proven wrong.
Power of the Marcy, I guess. Hero continues to surprise people and prove its worth. I still think the Spirit lane is incredibly strong with the CK.
I do think part of it, though, is actually Maposhka went for big ward.
Definitely hurts a little.
Yeah.
It hurts your lane phase. There's a courier death as well. That really stings here as you were looking to, well, skew this lane back into your favor. It's going to come down to what Collapse gets.
To be an anchor around this top lane.
Not a fun lane for him, and especially he cannot get caught out in these random jungle areas.
No.
It's just an absolute death sentence. You have to play this lane super defensive, play around your Bristleback on the front line, try and abuse pulls if you can get him. So far, he's just been taken advantage of. And this is giving a lot of early XP to Rue, the one guy in this game you don't want snowballing.
No, certainly not. Shackle's only going to heal Maposhka up so much here. He does have stick charges. Maybe he can get it off, but is going to be killed in his foul play duration.
Man, Talon overperforming in this double melee offlane. They have just straight taken to the Chaos Knight. Absolutely no problem. Won the Lotus trade. Regen still available for WS. He's in a very good spot. And this will alleviate some pressure from Makoto having to have a perfect game here, because this Pango can definitely do some work. I mean, no Rolling Thunder counter in this game. Not a lot to even put damage into him in the middle of the team fight.
Yeah.
Very good matchup versus the Chaos Knight. Can absolutely control Yutaro, even if he gets really farmed here. This is looking, honestly, pretty decent for Talon. If you didn't have a couple of those bad silencer deaths boosting up the Darkseer's net worth here, Vanguard already done for collapses. Pretty terrifying. This Darkseer's out.
The Marcy rotation is coming through, but Rue also rotates to the mid lane. So we're going to have a bit of a standoff here. And I assume they're going to stick around until 6-minute Power Rune spawns, since you know Team Spirit want to get it for their Ember Spirit. Templar Assassin is fine without the Power Rune, really.
Almost level 6 as well. Get the traps up, look for that 6-minute rune. You're going to be super confident taking that fight. Kind of a forced trade here. Maybe they get the kill?
Yeah, they go for it. They have the dust for the kills. So taking out that bounty hunter kind of ensures, especially with the Ember Spirit, kicked out of lane, not level 6, guaranteeing the Power Rune here for Talon.
Super nice sequence for them. I felt a little forced, but they saw where the Shaman was. Guarantee it here, and now easiest rune of Makoto's life. Well, not easy. He still missed it, and it's an invis, so probably not the best 6-minute rune he could have hoped for, but he'll take the kill. More important to just get the Marcy snowballing as well, considering how much the bounty hunter got here.
There we go. They go for the punish onto the Pango. I was going to say, if you have the 4 position showing in the other lane, oh, he got it, the shield crash, all that extra shield, he's actually going to live here.
That's a lot of bonus HP.
I can't believe that a Shadow Shaman lane 1v2, they weren't able to punish the Pango harder.
Not enough damage coming out from this duo. I will say that the synergy with this lane is not the greatest Chaos Knight synergy lane that has existed in the history of this hero. Like, usually you're looking for a support that benefits from the stun to set up something like an AA or...
Oh, this is not going to be good for Spirit. Outnumbered in the fight for the Wisdom Shrine. I can't believe they went for this, frankly.
That was extremely bold with supports off the map. Well, App's going to have to fight for the other one here. And he's not
winning that fight. 23, he's stacking up the quills, and he will secure it.
Ah, big win for him.
Yutoro's going to come over, though. Might be able to punish. Does not get the break. Gets the silence, but I think they've still got him. You think that's worth it? Trading your carry's life for the Wisdom Shrine?
Probably not. I think you'd rather have 23 Savage free farming and staying alive. But it does create a level disparity amongst the supports.
Yeah,
helps the silencer at least.
Yoakum, he's going to go down. Maposhka, he will also fall. So 1-for-1 trade-off in the mid lane. Laurel continuing to be pressured by Talon nonstop. Makoto even takes the extra space, chipping away at this mid tower. It's almost dead already.
It's not a lane Laurel can stand in if you're not going to bring the help. And Talon have done a decent job rotating there first, abusing the fact that Marcy's mobile around the map. Creates a constant threat. Traps are already online. Hard for supports to get in here without Makoto seeing them unless you're going to smoke. You're just not going to do that this early in the game, and he'll get a DD while the fight breaks out bottom.
Yutaro trying to juke him out here. He's going to turn back around, go for the kill onto the Marcy. WS does manage to get out the Rolling Thunder and will roll away from Laurel. He will live. But back to the mid lane. The Ember Spirit gone. Maposhka, I don't think... I mean, Collapse is here, I guess. Maybe they can hold this. Ember Spirit's coming back, so they'll be able to hold this mid tower. If they can want, they can go for the deny, which Maposhka does take that. But yeah, you see the level disparity. Level 3 Shadow Shaman.
Very rough start for Maposhka overall. I mean, this is usually a guy who has a very stable early game and usually plays to the hero's strengths. If he needs to farm more, he'll do that. If he needs to play the lane more, he'll do that. This time, lane just did not work out. And again, I go back to the CK Shaman synergy.
What's wrong with this synergy?
It's just,
it's
not my
you
favorite
pull
lane.
the person back, then you shackles that person, then you chaos bolt them after the shackle.
I'm not saying this lane's weak or bad. It's just Shaman doesn't benefit from the CK stun plus Rift outside of getting the high base damage right clicks in, which can be nice.
Okay.
But in this case, it's pretty hard to out-trade that Pango, and then you're just clumping for the rebound. I think they still could have played it better, and I think they would agree with that.
I mean, well, I guess we'll see what comes from the big ward, because you would have had a better chance at contesting that lane if you went for the other facet. And I feel like most of the time, my decision tree is like, are they going to fight me in lane? Okay, I go for the Hex on hit facet. If they're not going to fight me, then I'll go the Giga Ward.
I think in most situations, people rather just have the stronger laning. At this level, at least.
Yeah. One thing the ward does give you, though, is early Roshan. We'll see if Team Spirit ever take advantage of that. Cuckoo. On the run here. He is level 6, and Makoto's sitting on the high ground with an amp damage. Still not popping that global. They're just going to know that Maposhka is going to be left for dead. The Ember Spirit does not stick around.
Well, Laurel says, see you later. Best of luck. Not a fight I'm going to take. This TA is definitely out of control. Like, you dodge this Darkseer lane. Spirit did not get the early shutdown on this hero they were looking for, and now Makoto's just off to the races. He's going to be massive this game. And this is the linchpin of the lineup. Like, you can play around this hero always, no matter what your lineup looks like. And it is a hero that can just drag everybody else to the finish line.
And especially since the Pango, ooh, maybe I spoke too soon. I was going to say the Pango's having a good game. Oh, global silence. It's going to let him get off the Rolling Thunder and get out of here. Again, WS is going to escape death. He's going to try and help Maposhka. Throw it on him, half HP on Yutoro, but Makoto, he kind of braved this a little bit too much. He was having such a great game, and all for naught now.
That's a tough lane to fight into. Spirit are going to bring reinforcements. Maybe they get a turnaround here. Spirit, are you overextending?
Doesn't go for the pick-me-up, just lands on it too. Puts himself on the front lines. Unfortunately, the disables are a problem for Talon. Jokum just not able to do what he wants to with that ultimate. And WS He will live, but it's a lot of gold, a lot of experience, and also track gold on top of that for Team Spirit. That was a massive swing. Talon were looking really pretty on this laning phase, and it's all been thrown away.
I don't really understand why they felt to force the issue so hard there, especially Makoto, who's having a free game. You didn't really have a good vision advantage or rune advantage going into that fight, which is kind of a weird rotation to try and bail out a skirmish that maybe never should have happened. Your lineup is a little slower in this early game. Like, you do not want to give Spirit easy combinations with their heroes around towers, because there could be a TP in with a shell on the back of it. You don't know where this bounty hunter is to start off some of those fights. They can have an information advantage. They can have an initiation advantage. Now they have an aura advantage with early Crimson on this Darkseer. This is where this early game becomes pretty terrifying. You're going to fight into a very farm Darkseer in a carry in the CK that can join anything in this early game. Bounty's going to scout out all the plays. And these types of kills are...
Through there on the other side, 23 Savage is not getting any TP help, so he's just dead.
Track gold.
5 heroes from Team Spirit brought to one lane, and it's worth it because they kill the enemy carry, and all 5 of them get track gold.
Holy Locket Ember?
Really?
What does this do? What?
I don't know.
My gut read of it, like, we're seeing more of this item because the way the heal amp works now is better for certain heroes who have other sources of heal, but this hero has none.
He has his bottle.
I'm not counting that. This seems really weird to me. You get 9 attributes, but the build-up's kind of slow. It's expensive. It doesn't help you fight that much.
I mean, this tells me that this item must be overpowered. If you're building on a hero that has almost 0 synergy with it, then it must be too good of an item.
This is as little synergy as it gets, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't help you farm. I don't know. This is bizarre. I would like someone to ask about it, because I do not see the idea at all. Particularly this game. Like, why do you need extra heal this game? Extra heal is not that good against Bristle, who just builds stacks. It's not good against that TA who just minuses your armor and bursts you. This is a strange one for me. I'm going to be the first to admit this is beyond beyond my exact understanding. Unless, like you said, people just feel Locket is that busted. And we have seen more of it. This item can be very powerful.
But we've seen it because, like, Dazzle has been in the meta. And, oh, sure, of course, Holy Locket works really good with this hero. Yeah. Weird stuff. Well, learning something new every day. A little bit of new meta. Collapse, going to be jumped upon. And quickly, maybe not so quickly, dealt with, but he will be dealt with eventually.
That's a really nice kill for Talon.
And they are going to still fight this one, despite not having a Darkseer in this fight anymore. At half HP on Yotaro, already off the Rolling Thunder. He still goes for the kill and does manage to get it, but he's going to die for it. Even though you've got track on your side, this exchange was not worth it for Team Spirit. 2 cores for a support and a little bit of track gold. Not worth at all.
Way better fight for Talon. They get the start on somebody. They have heroes that can join really quickly. You had that Ags timing on 23 Savage as well. That fight makes a lot more sense. That's a power point in which you want to push into the CK, and Yotaro just caught off guard.
On the other side, yeah, it feels like it was similar to Talon in that that was simply a fight that didn't make sense to take from Team Spirit's side. You already lost your Darkseer. Why do you need to force this if you're Yotaro?
He's still looking for a quick cleanup and get out. I don't know if he can get out there.
Fighting into Rolling Thunder,
he
right?
Just overextends. Didn't have the information to make the play. Maybe banking on the Locket to bail him out, but
it's true.
There's no heal there.
Where's the Locket, man?
Where was the Locket? Well, they'll use the Giga Ward to Roche. This is absolutely what you can do with this. You can do it a lot earlier than this, but they'll take it at the 50-minute mark. However, they do get scanned out. And Blink arriving for the Pango Rolling Thunder.
23 Savage, he wants to fight, so
they absolutely can fight this. They have the ability, they have the items. Just a matter of getting into the pit.
And Ward is almost dead too. Oh, pick me
what
up,
a shot.
beautiful landing on the 2. This Marcy continues to impress, but at the same time, 23 Savage inside of this vacuum, it's a little awkward. Just brought back into the wall. Laurel, though, he'll die to Roshan. Roshan's almost dead. This Rolling Thunder, it's going to be a pickup. You fight between Yotaro, and Yotaro does manage to get the Aegis.
Very
He picks it
clutch.
up just in the nick of time. Now Makoto's got to head for the hills as Yotaro takes advantage of the extra life. He runs down WS and fights for more. Chases after Makoto on a sliver of HP, but he blinks away. Not able to turn on Yotaro thanks to that Aegis. Yotaro just cleans up on a Roshan fight.
I'm surprised that went as well as it did for Spirit. I think that fight could have gone a lot worse considering you're going up against Blink, Diffusal, Pango around the pit. The fact that they bring the Bristleback down early, he's not able to continue to put goo and stacks on people, counts for a huge amount here. Yeah. And of course, I mean, the Aegis snatches is everything. If that goes to Makoto or WS, is a very different exchange.
Yeah, WS was also not able to get his ball inside the pit.
Awkward angle.
Yeah, he was kind of bouncing between the two walls on the edge there.
I still agree with that fight for Talon. I think they should take that fight. They're just a little slow there with the other heroes. They don't get the max value out of Bristle tanking spells on the front line. Otherwise, I think that fight goes a lot better for them. But I think the idea is correct. Like, you should not be afraid of taking these head-on team fights, even though Spirit's lineup is pretty scary with the Ion Shell synergy and the early cores on the Darkseer. You have cores that can get in there and cause a big problem.
Now, the question is, they were right to take that fight, but it doesn't work out for them. Should they continue to take fights now that you're going to be fighting into an Aegis?
Aegis makes it more difficult for sure. You definitely want to hit some sort of item timing that gives you the confidence to go in there. You need another item on the Bristleback for sure. You need another item on Makoto, probably this Desolator coming out. You need that bonus damage. You just need to take fights on your timings and areas where you have vision, where you can get a good Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is the key in this game if you're Talon.
Yeah, it's what stops the strength of the Chaos Knight in the fight and allows Makoto to flourish. Trying to pick off the Pango here solo.
Yeah, this is not going to do it.
Maposhka is not going to be able to do it by himself, especially with 23 Savage joining.
An ambitious attempt from Team Spirit's captain, but
a little bit.
Space created. You get the power rune for Laurel. Bush continues mid, taking advantage of this Aegis on the CK. They know Talon likely want to dodge him right now. I'll start thinking about that 20-minute Tormentor as well. Something that Talon can easily take if Spirit are not prepared to extract that shard first. See Rue moving top.
Getting some good information.
Oh yeah, this is some really nice scouting if you can set up and abuse this.
His team is a little far away though, so no immediate advantage going to be taken of this.
C wants to stay up here in this area. It's kind of a big question mark. You just got the Deso. Big timing here for Talon. You combine that with the hairball and the bristle, you can easily melt some of these heroes with the armor synergy. Not his finest blink, but Tumbler Toy, he was already prepared for it.
That's true. Wonder what his options were that he chose Tumbler Toy.
Probably not great.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like a TA item to me. Smoke Up. They don't have 23 Savage here, though. He's teleporting in late.
He's really low mana, too. This Bristle's sitting on 250 mana. Not really in a position to take a long fight.
Yeah, and you're just going to run into Yotaro first? That's not really what you want. 23 Savage puts himself on the front lines here.
Got to remember, that Axe costs 125 mana. That's half his mana pool right now. This is a little dubious. Someone's got to boost this guy up. You have Arcane Boots in a little bit.
Team Spirit, they just back it up, plant vision, fight around that vision. Jokum is trying so hard to make this fight happen. They may get cut off almost immediately as Rolling Thunder's trying to spare him right now. Jokum with the Essence Ring might be able to survive. There goes a wall vacuum going out. Makoto, he's trying to run away from Yotaro. He does not want to be caught inside of this Phantasm. They're chasing after him with the Refraction. There goes the Silencer, quick and clean. A fast kill. WS trying to deal with the backline while Makoto gets overwhelmed by the Chaos Knight. They still go for the supports. They still manage to get it, but now it's feast or famine, and it looks like all feasting here for Team Spirit. They're going to just get so many track kills off of this. They're going to finish off the last member of Talon. That's going to be WS, a roll up. It's only going to bail him out for so long. In the end, got 1 kill on a Shadow Shaman. They gave up 5 at Talon. They tried really hard to take a fight and forced it far too hard.
You can't force the fight like that. You're going straight into Team Spirit's control, their vision. The AoE and the auras from the Darkseer are going to Omega punish you here, and you just can't get a good enough Rolling Thunder in this area. Like, they have too much spacing to work with. The supports are in the back. You're just tracking everybody up, slowly engage, and there's too much mess on the field for Makoto to stand there without a BKB. That's the biggest problem here for Talon. So many illusions, they're just running gunk at the TA. Yeah, does not like dealing with this. There's no clear target to go on here, and the second your Rolling Thunder is gone, that fight's no chance to take it after WS's control is off the table.
Taking bad fights is just so terrible when you're matched up against a bounty. I mean, Team Spirit got like 4,500 gold off of that fight, because I imagine they had at least 3 track kills, maybe 4.
They got everything they wanted there, and continuing to try and feast.
Oh, he didn't actually pick up Cuckoo. The movement speed certainly isn't going to save him.
Cuckoo too heavy to be lifted to safety.
Apparently. Yotoro's just not getting the breaks, man. He's getting the silences, getting the disarms. Doesn't matter. There goes the break, and now he gets the kill.
Not a good sign for Talon. Yotoro just taking down your carry solo. That is a huge threat on the map right now. No one can really run into him and deal with him outside of the Pangolier, who is starting to fall behind. Too much sustain in the bank right now for Team Spirit, and it's pulling this lineup through the mid game, and they're just continuing to build up the auras.
I mean, that's the power of the Holy Locket.
I guess so. Unkillable. What do you do against Holy Locket, Blade Mail, poor man shield, tough Marl out here? Man, it's too tanky. I guess in some ways it is a sustain item for this hero. Like, he's just been popping it sometimes on 6, 7, 8 charges or whatever.
Yeah.
Like a mini bottle for the Ember. I like that aspect of it, just keeping you out on the map.
And again, if he's refilling his bottle off of power runes and bounty runes.
Yeah, it ends up being a lot of extra resources.
Yeah. And
resources, it translates to map control pretty directly.
Goes for the kill on the Pango. Global Silence going to be popped, but WS might. Okay, he rolls up, and he gets a Rolling Thunder off, stunning up Yotoro, but he still ends up dying. A Shuriken came out of nowhere. Rue, he bounces one off of him, gets that kill, and it's just a massacre. Hey, it's massacre after massacre. I don't think Talon have another fight in them in this game.
This is just, it feels like it's over all of a sudden. You just can't get out on the map. You can't take the fight. How are you ever going to get the more survivability on this TA? This is the big problem in this game. The team fight synergy for Spirit is insane, and they are just going to run you over in this 20 to 30 minute period, and there's no one who can stand their ground. The case like gives you a little mini break, at least even if you don't get the break, it's a hero that can just go on the bristleback, make his life impossible. I mean, 23 is trying to get to a Lotus Orb here, basically second item after that Ag Shard. He's struggling to get there. And even in that situation, you don't feel good when you have to go this early of a Lotus on a one position bristleback.
Yeah.
It's just not what you want to be doing. On top of that, Yotoro, he's got the Lothars, the Shadow Blade already online.
And friendly Shadow from the Bounty Hunter as well. Lots of invisibility options, lots of stunning options.
Oh yeah.
That when somebody pops their head outside of the base, they just instantly die. And that's what happens to WS here. 25-11, 17,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit.
This is how Yotoro loves to play these mid games. Make a threat out of himself, be off the map through some invisibility mechanism. I think he's the carry who purchases Silver Edge the most of anybody. And he just runs around and solo kills people. And when the carry is creating this much chaos around the map shrinks so fast because everybody else can just play together. They can hold positions, they can hold the wards. You can't run into them. You're worried about where the CK is. 22 Savage
out, not going to make it. Gets hexed up first.
Yeah, you're just dead. There's so little space to work with here because of where Yotoro is hiding. Brutal stuff. And that Silver Edge can always be built later on for another break. His life is not getting much easier here on the bristleback. It's the Bounty Hunter effect, man. This hero just speeds up games so much with the extra gold, the extra vision.
Just stop leaving the base, guys. I don't
mean,
know what to tell you.
Stop leaving the base. You may as well just call it. You're not doing anything else in this game if you can't get out on the map.
I mean, they're just getting picked apart here. More and more track kills. That's a good one. Vacuum to pull him out of his rebound attempts. And WS is still being spotted by Rue. Blinks away, teleports out. One who got away.
Maybe you get a clutch fight on a choke point. That's the one situation I could see Talon kind of turn this around, because there still aren't any BKBs on Spirit and they're not building them.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to get one on the CK eventually, but even then, if you control his illusions, it's a lot of his damage. So this Rolling Thunder can still do a lot of work with Global Silence on top of it if you can force Spirit to clump into it. That's going to be the tough part here, is how do you get Spirit to bite off more than they can chew?
Laurel, Shield Rune, finds the easy target. And that is going to be Cuckoo. Will tick out.
Way too easy. Rolling Thunder's already been expended, so you got to get something out of this.
Yeah, and it really hasn't hit anything. And it's certainly not saving 23 Savages. Bristleback, who will die again. The backlines, and GG is called. I mean, that, I think we're waiting for that one for the last 6 or 7 minutes.
You're not coming back.
Just too many bad fights for this squad.
And this is not a game, draft-wise, where you can afford to throw away 1 or 2 bad team fights, because Spirit just get the auras online with the Darkseer, already had the best laning phase out of everybody. Your silencer liability is even more problematic because Bounty Hunter's ahead. He can go in more aggressively. The Ember can run at you. Everybody's just feeding off the backline in this game. The Bristle cannot stand on his own. He's basically just getting shackled most of the fights, sitting there and saying, somebody bail me out of this situation. And then Darkseer just makes everybody invincible. A very well-rounded draft from Spirit. All the synergies there. Makes the team fighting easy. And I mean, that is why Darkseer is a scary hero to give away. It's an easy hero to build around. You always have a clear direction, and you need to be on point to counteract this hero in the laning phase and in the team fights.
The stakes are high for these groups. We went all 1-1 yesterday within this group, and it's only that first place slot that gets out of the elimination phase. Anybody who gets a 2-0 from here on out is going to be at a pretty hefty advantage, and Spirit already have one game up on Talon. See what the panel has to say breaking down that game one.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. That was quite the strong game coming out of Team Spirit. They had some solid lanes and had a little bit of an advantage going out of them, put them in such a good spot, Jenkins, that they could just build on that lead continuously.
Yeah, Shaver, I'm just going to get this out of the way quickly, because otherwise it's just going to sit in my conscience.
Okay.
Holy Lock and Ember Spirit. I have no... That was awesome. This is a really cool build. I want to break it down with you guys fully. I want to get your thoughts. My initial thoughts, I was talking to Purge about it backstage. It builds out of a item, so it's a stat efficient item. He's playing against TA. He wants to get in there, but he's going to get shredded by the global, by the TA. So it's like gives him a little bit of extra oomph to get in there. And now it amps healing restore rather than whatever the other one it was. So it works with like regen and other things. So it's giving him extra regen from his bottle. And he was getting lotuses pooled to him from his team. His team was giving him lotuses. So he was just getting in there, like acting as a tank, locketing himself. He went Sanjin Kaya, which is a very normal build. It's just that the Holy Locket into Blade Mail into Sanjin Kaya is really interesting. I imagine if we talked to Laurel, he'd probably say, Blade Mail Rush feels a little weird. It feels like you need a little bit more net worth before you go for the Blade Mail, like something to make you tanky. This might be the item. Like, I'm super interested. What do you guys think about the Holy Locket? What was your breakdown of this?
I mean, I thought it looked really cool, but I also thought that, like, in general, the 5-man of Spirit was so hard to play against. And you have this Ember who can kind of sustain himself now, but he's like backed by this Darkseer with all of these auras, and like their ability to just overwhelm Talon if they position themselves correctly on the map was really hard for Talon to play around.
It was very difficult for Talon to play around. They put out good effort to try. For me, I think the fact that we did have that Ember that was sustainable basically by himself, you know, he obviously had the lotuses and the locket and the blade mill then as well. It kind of alleviated collapse a little bit, because I always think of Darkseer, you never want Darkseer to be the first one in. You want Darkseer to be the one that when everybody's fighting is like, oh, that's a good wall vacuum, let me go in now. So he wants to be the second one in or third one in even. And Laurel going for that build basically allowed them to have a different initiator, and that allowed them to get those fights.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And against TA, you want to get an illusion of her, but she needs to reveal herself first before you can do that. He was quite tanky though on Collapse. Like I love the first item Crimson Guard that made it so that all the TAs minus armor, the Pangos minus armor. Like Crimson Guard is very effective against that because it's before reductions. So that was a very good pickup. I know it's typical in Darkseer, but I agree with what Avery was saying. Is like there hits a certain point in this game where it kind of feels like Darkseer makes heroes unkillable. You need some sort of dispel mechanic against the Crimson, against the Surge, Ion Shell, that sort of thing. Like it's very difficult to counter on this patch.
It is, and we did see that at some point Talon they felt like they needed to fight, and the first big one I felt like, well, there were little skirmishes before that, but first big one was definitely, of course, when Roshan is on the line. And Jake, is that something you want to take a look at again?
Yeah, if we could go ahead and roll the clip, clip number 1 computer, roll clip.png. This clip is from the Roche fight, which the game was actually going very well for Talon up until this point. They felt like they could maybe contest this Roche. They've got good minus armor. They jump in with the Marcy, but we can see the Pavis plus Crimson Guard combo, like how effective this is at dealing with all of the damage. All 3 cores on Talon are minus armor based. They're physical damage cores. So this basically gave them immunity. Yutoro goes in, he clutches Prime Yutoro, snatches the Aegis, technically. And for me, this was like the beginning of the end because Avery talked about it. There's the bounty hunter factor. So all of these kills are like worth 150% as much. And then also you have the snowball effect of a bunch of heroes that can run around and get kills. They've CK with the break against Bristle, CK illusions against TA.
Hex breaks against Bristle.
The Hex break, right. They give the Shaman a few extra levels and all of a sudden he's got the break as well. So they just had a very good snowball lineup and it all kind of started from this Roshan.
I also think in that highlight we watched, they made a really fatal flaw, which I was surprised happened. But when they got the rebound in on Team Spirit, they broke Shaman's shackles, but they also hit the Darkseer. And the key target there is the Darkseer, but they instead killed the Shaman. Like when they rebounded in, they focused on Shadow Shaman. He had already dropped the Serpent Ward in the pit, and he had already used shackles. What they really needed to do was to kill Darkseer, because what happened afterwards? He lived, he pressed his auras, he pressed Vakwall, and they couldn't take the fight anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, imagine how they had different target priority there.
And then from that fight, you basically have this snowball effect from Team Spirit, where this is, you know, a couple of minutes after the Roshan, but they're still using the Aegis, and you can see the effect of CK versus TA. She can't do anything against the illusions. Nice armor target from Yutoro. Not even necessary to keep the Aegis, because it's like, it's about to despawn, and they're just kiting and waiting for their breaks to come online, or their potential breaks, I guess if you're talking about the CK, to kill 23 Savage last. They ignored him. WS as well. Like we talked about him rolling into the fights and being super effective in the team fights, and he was, but they kind of just killed everyone else, waited until Rolling Thunder was over. WS is like, well, what am I supposed to do now? And 2v5, then he finally goes down.
Yeah, I think that at some point after this fight, I mean, minute 20, 21 something, or 22, Spirit has a 7k gold lead, which is obviously great. I look away for a second. There's one more fight. After the fight, 14k.
Yeah,
like, it was like, it's done.
You lose 5 heroes to Bounty Hunter, and
it's just over.
It's over. Like, it's probably the best snowball hero in Dota. The trade-off is that his team fighting, his farming, it's not very good. You can kind of beat him by 5-manning, but this is very much so made up for by the fact that he has a Darkseer. Like, name a better 5-man hero than Darkseer. He's got auras, he's got team fight, so excellent drafting from Spirit.
Yeah, we're going to find out if Talon can make a punch back against Spirit in game number 2.
Calling.
Welcome back. We are preparing for our second game here for Group 18, Spirit taking on Talon. We've talked earlier about how important this series is for this group because yesterday, both series in the group tied. And that means there's just a little bit of extra room for performance today. As you do want to get into the top of that group. Now, I know nobody gets eliminated in the group stage, and that's wonderful. But the road to victory is very long if you don't come very high in the group. So let's see if Talon can make another tie happen in this series. Game 1 didn't go their way. But I did feel, Effie, that we were, like, the later stages of the game, at that point, they're just playing from behind. So it seems like we can't really take too much away from the later stages. And we have to focus on, for Talon, fixing those early stages of the game so they can come out of the lanes a little bit stronger, maybe, so that that first team fight, that they can take that.
I thought they came out of the lanes decently because TA won her lane. Bristleback got farmed, but it's really hard to stop that Darkseer plus Bounty Hunter lane from just getting farmed too. But I do think that would be a better approach for them to like maybe not take the team fights from an even net worth state because it was an even net worth state.
Yeah.
Like for me, honestly, the mistake that I want to focus on is like they didn't kill Darkseer. Like killing Shadow Shaman instead of Darkseer lost them the Roche fight, which then lost them the game. But do you want to be in a position where if you lose one fight, you have no counterplay?
Yeah.
After that stage, probably not.
No, probably not. I mean, Bounty Hunter's a factor there, where you have the snowball effect, and that's one of the most annoying things about Shadow Shaman as a hero. I will say is that you, in part, like want to focus him because, okay, yes, he has the big Serpent Ward, and yes, once he presses it, you kind of can leave him alone, but also, if he gets multiple rounds of like Hex and Shackles off, that feels pretty bad because those are low cooldown, really good disables. Like we saw 23 Savage getting constantly kited by Shadow Shaman. So it's like you feel like you want to focus him because he's squishy support, and then he just turns into a chicken and runs away. And then you've wasted so much time going for him. Like, in my opinion, this is why the hero is so strong, is because you want to focus him, but you also don't want to focus him. And I feel like Shadow Shaman is one of those. He's obviously rated very well, but every single time we're talking about these OP picks, they all get banned, and then it's just Shaman first picked. You know, it's like it's the one hero that's really overpowered that's getting through. And I'm not saying ban it, but there's some solution that must exist for Shaman if you're letting it through.
Maybe this time around, Talon will be able to get their hands on it themselves, right? And this time, this first game we had, they had overall first pick. They went for the TA first. Is that something that we want to see them do again? Because I don't know how much of this game we can actually put on the TA at all.
Yeah, I still think that they're happy to get TA. They're a very good TA team. I don't think the issue was Shaman. Like, they didn't have to kill him there. Their issue was Darkseer. So maybe if you want to play TA, you have to either first phase ban Darkseer, or you need to have some kind of solution for Darkseer. The cool thing was Team Sierra did end up banning Doom, and Doom is like the solution for Darkseer. You Doom him in team fights. Enemies don't really have a means to fight without his vac wall.
Yeah.
Like, anything to kill that Darkseer would have given them a clearer way to take fights.
Or something like Oracle, where the Darkseer doesn't have to be killed because he doesn't matter. You know, like Oracle can purge the Crimson Guard, which every Darkseer is going, and every Darkseer is going to go against TA because it's so good against minus armor. You're purging the Surge, you're winning the lane as well. Like maybe Oracle TA is a little bit weird, but I'm throwing out suggestions here. You know, it's like it's something teams have tried. Like Liquid would probably have done it because they have Insania. He's a huge Oracle player.
Yeah. Oh, also, I just want to give a quick shout out to the Yatoro carry Chaos Knight. Like, we haven't really seen carry CK yet, but it looked awesome. Like, they had so much means of. So they had this bounty hunter tracking and giving vision in the back, and then they had Ember who could close the distance from a map away. They had Chaos Knight who could pull people in, lock them down. There were so many means for them to capitalize on that track vision, and CK as a solution for the need of break is interesting. Yesterday we saw Visage with the Conda as a solution to heroes that you need to break. Today we see Chaos Knight with the Facet, so maybe there's more potential for carry CK in this tournament.
I totally agree. I was thinking about a very similar thing with the Conda purchase yesterday, in that I think that by the end of this tournament, most passive-based heroes are going to be considered bad, and I think it's because there are a lot of good sources of break in the game. Conda is now like a spellcaster break, and 33 said it, that like he thinks it's an underrated item and people need to figure out when it's viable. I think Silver Edge is a perfectly good item. We've seen tons of people go for Silver Edge. Satanic had it on Doom yesterday and he had like 21 kills, something like that. And then we see this. BB Team theorized this ages ago with CK, right? Pure talked about it in interviews. If there's something breakable on the enemy team, you can just throw in a CK and break it. And I think this is often how like overpowered concepts in Dota are overpowered. You know, like Bristle is a really OP hero because there aren't enough sources of break in the game. But I think when people start figuring out these sources of break, genuinely, like passive-based heroes are going to start to feel unpickable because every team is going to have one answer, right? Maybe for one team it's CK, maybe for another team it's Conda on Visage, maybe it's Conda on another hero, maybe it's some Silver Edge hero, or maybe it's Doom, you know? But I feel like when you start listing off these really good options and all of a sudden I have 10 of them, things are going to slowly become unpicked because they're going to be the answers will be shown.
Yeah, I also think it's like two-pronged in the sense that a lot of the heroes that you needed to break last patch are countered also. Not countered, but like it really helps to buy Spirit Vessel against them, and that's
It's a
a very strong
it's a
item this patch, right? Like you think about heroes like DK and Timbersaw that need to be broken, like they also suffer versus an item that's cheap that most supports are looking to buy anyway. So I do think the reign of terror of these types of heroes has finally come to an end in this patch.
There's also one thing that that I noticed in this upcoming game is that Team Spirit had priority and they went for Radiant. And generally, when a team has priority, normally they have a pick order preference.
Yeah.
And even if they do pick sides, it's not always Radiant. And I would say maybe more people even pick Dire. Why would a team prioritize Radiant over anything else at this point? What are the upsides of getting that Radiant?
I think on Radiant, I mean, I can tell you some advantages. I don't know if it's exactly what makes up for like the win rate differential.
Sure.
For some teams, it's legitimately they just see the win rate is higher and or they look at their win rate and they just feel better on Radiant. But
Okay.
for me, a big part is you can Quelling Blade a tree in the hard camp when you're Radiant safe lane, and you can Quelling Blade a tree when you're Radiant off lane in the easy camp for better sentry coverage, where there's like a hole where they have to actually like go around to kill your sentry. And I think in terms of like the support 1v1, that makes laning a lot easier on Radiant. There used to be the argument that creep dragging on Radiant, where you go behind the tower and then drag the creeps behind your tier 2 was easier.
Yeah.
Because you had more distance between the tier 1 and the tier 2.
But that got fixed, I believe. That
No,
changed.
you could
They still
they
it's still,
still
the
do
case?
that every game. Yeah, it's like
Okay.
if you're a Pango team, for example, which Talon is, then you want to do this because Pango's a bad offlaner. You don't win lanes, so you do the lane cutting shenanigans, and that is still true. You can do it on Dire a little easier now, but there's weird trees that they added where some of your creeps will run into the tower. So like there are these small advantages to Radiant that I think certain players with certain playstyles think are overpowered. Like if you've one of these like sentry support nerds, they'll be like, oh, Radiant's so good. Like you've these like sentries you can put in these weird spots. Or if you have these like creep dragging offlaners like WS, then you will. Are these? Did you say Talon chose Radiant?
No, Spirit chose Radiant.
Oh, Spirit chose Radiant. Okay, I thought Talon chose Radiant.
First, Spirit chose Radiant, and then Talon chose first pick.
For Spirit, I would guess they're more likely to have the nerdy like sentry support players.
Yes.
I don't think Collapse really cares that much.
No, I think
About
it's just
creep
but
dragging.
Parshka is like, guys, let's go Radiant.
Doesn't so for me it's like doesn't Tormentor spawn Dire side because it's 20 minutes now?
Yes, it
Mhm.
does.
So before they fixed Tormentor to spawning at minute 20, when it spawned at minute 15, it would spawn Radiant side.
Yes.
So you had to change the way that you played Radiant. You had to always defend your safe lane.
Yep.
You had to play around that area. And now that it's back to Dire for Radiant, that's a very comfortable gameplay because like before all of this, Radiant naturally plays Dire side at that state of the game.
Because
That's where you ward.
you take the tier 1. Yeah.
That's where you ward. That's the jungle that you take. Those are the objectives. Like you look to play around early on, and a lot of big team fights happen in that area. Like particularly if you're the aggressive team and you're Radiant side, and then after that you can just walk into the Dire Tormentor and take it. I think it could also simply be that because when Tormentor was spawning Radiant side, it really changed Dota and it changed the way that people played the game.
It did. There were a lot of like ancient farming, like carry Kunkas and Magnuses, like heroes that could legit just sit in the safe lane for 15 minutes and be strong at 15 minutes. But now, yeah, like you said, especially with the outpost being removed from the where the Tormentor spawned, it's like the closest tower in a normal game of Dota to where the Tormentor spawns will be the
Tier 2.
the Dire or the Radiant.
Radiant tier 1, Dire tier 2, because normally the tower is dead, no?
Actually, I think I would prefer to be Dire in that case.
Why?
Because
your
Dire-
tower is probably dead.
Because Dire's naturally going to be playing on Radiant.
Yeah, on the bot side.
on the bot side. I'm
Yeah.
getting the map flipped up.
Yes,
I'm
you
getting
are.
the map flipped up.
It's all
I'm so
good.
confused.
You would prefer to be Radiant. You would prefer
Yes,
to be
yes,
Radiant because
that's
it's on
what I
Dire.
mean.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
on Dire.
yes.
Yeah. But it was on Radiant. Yeah,
Alright.
yeah.
Maybe that is why Spirit chose Radiant. Maybe we can ask them about it at some point. But first, we're going to focus ourselves on the draft for this game. Number 2, we got Talon first picking the Lina. The Templar Assassin was removed from the pool this time around, so Spirit did respect that in the end. They go for the Magnus as their opening.
I respect this from both teams. Like Talon is just like, yeah, we're really good at Lina. Like we have Makoto Lina. He'll 1v5 carry the game, and then Spirit says, well, okay, we have the best Magnus player in the world, so we're gonna reposition your Lina. Like the thing that Lina hates the most to play against is any hero that can just take her out of position, because she just stands there and does infinite damage. You literally do not need to pick another damage dealer if you pick Lina, but she really struggles against any sort of repositioning. So Mag is like the pick against it.
So, like, basically what happened is that Talon, they have first pick, they wanted to run back the Templar Assassin if it was given to them. They first banned the Darkseer. They're like, we don't want that
Yeah.
smoke. And then so you're like, okay, if our Darkseer is gone, what do we have versus TA? Never mind. Like, let's take her out. And then the other flex between Mikoto and 23 that was really strong, especially during Dream League, was the Lina. Like Jenkins talked about, Mikoto had some really explosive games on it. But my issue with Lina is that I feel that the hero is quite solved inside of Dota. Like, it is strong in the correct hands, but there have been so many patches that were Lina patches that you have to deal with. So every team already has their Lina strategies from like 3 years ago that they're happy to play again, like the Magnus, like
Yeah.
any kind of jump hero, any kind of repositioning, any kind of vision.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think one of the more annoying mid laners at running around and like finding you in the jungle as you're trying to farm is Monkey King. In my opinion, like a big reason why teams can pick Monkey early despite not knowing what he's up against is that, like, I can't name a hero in Dota that has more matchups that they just don't want to be sitting in lane versus a Monkey. And I think what people have gotten really good at over the years, especially Team Spirit, you actually mentioned this in the pregame, Mira, that Team Spirit's really good at playing the early game now, and they've improved that a lot over the years. Monkey King, like economically speaking, is one of the most annoying heroes to deal with, because even if he's not super strong in lane against something, like you counter it, he can just jump across the map and literally go sit in the lane against your offlaner, or sit in the lane against your carry, get a kill there, maybe rotate towards some other lane and farm there. But like, Dota is just, it's not just about laning anymore. Like you can just not lane mid on Monkey King. But then also a lot of the time, he will do fine in most matchups. Like he's just a good mid laner. It's really hard to like completely devastate him. Like Bat Rider, Phoenix, I mean, these are heroes that dump on Monkey King mid, but Bat's already banned.
Ooh,
Phoenix
Dazzle?
mid is weird. Dazzle destroys Monkey mid or Monkey carry as well.
I like Dazzle as a like attention soaking type of hero too, because like if you're playing against Lina, typically that's the hero you look to initiate on, or like skewer back or use the vision to kill. When there's like a Dazzle in the game, you can't really hyperfixate on any other hero. You have to always go on Dazzle or the Grave will turn the fight.
Yeah.
So this gives Lina a lot more play outside of the save, of course. Like she could get graved and all of that, but just in terms of how they're going to take the fights, Lina has a lot of pressure off of her now.
I completely agree with that. And I'm trying to think, like, with that in mind, do you then prefer it to be a Dazzle support? Because then you have a frontliner to like also run in and set up for Lina, and then there's like less value on the Dazzle, but you still have to go on him. Or do you prefer him to be a core so that you're more pressured to jump Dazzle instead of the Lina?
I think you're just waiting to see what Spirit are picking, because the cool thing is like this Tusk, if you want to run this Dazzle offlane, he's got a great partner. If you want to run the Lina safe lane, she's got a great partner.
Yeah,
Like-
Tusk 5 is also really good with Lina.
So they're just going to wait and see.
Tusk rotating to Lina mid, it's good as well. Tusk rotating to a Dazzle mid is really good. Like, you can get kills. Yeah, very solid drafting from Talon right now. I do think the one thing that they lack is like a hero to just go in and make space, you know? Some like Centaur or Undying that just tanks and maybe dies, but it's okay because you set up for your team to have some vision, you know?
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, WS, that's what he loves to play, right?
Yeah, I actually really love Centaur here.
Yeah.
What could Spirit be thinking about right now? Because they have got to pick something basically blind. They go for the profit in the end.
So I think for Spirit, they're in a comfortable position. Like, we did talk about the strengths of Talon's draft, but I think picking this Dark Willow gives them a lot of means to like get on top of these enemy heroes as well. Outside of Bramble Maze denying the ground for heroes like Tusk that need to snowball, she can get on top of Dazzle. Like, that Blink Dagger Dark Willow is so much damage, especially with the level 10 and the level 15 talents in Dark Willow. She can even, like, if she gets on top of Lina, do enough damage to kill her in time. So they have kill threat, they have team fight, they have repositioning. All they needed was a strong laner, and that's what they go for in Furion.
They do. Does Yatoro play Nature Prophet often? Or are we
He's-
just thinking as a 5?
This could be a 5, but this could also be something they flex to safe lane.
He has done it. He has done it. I feel like with the current iteration of Spirit, they prefer it on support.
Yeah, and I also think when you have overall last pick and Yatoro is your carry, you have such a wide pool of heroes to choose from.
Yeah,
Like, the sky's the limit.
this is
right?
this is like you always go back to TI10 vibes when you see Team Spirit with last pick.
Mhm.
It's like you always think that it's going to be Yatoro. Although I will say, Monkey King is a pretty good matchup in lane against Dawnbreaker. It's he's fairly happy to play that, but I also think the idea of picking Monkey King as a safe lane and like, oh yeah, we're gonna destroy your offlaner, it just never happens. Like, the offlaner always just does fine. You can just drag the creeps. Like, yeah, you're gonna get every range creep denied. You don't really care that much. Dawn can press W on the range creep. You can drag waves. It's really not that bad. So I really feel like it will be Yatoro last pick.
I think it's as simple as if they see Lina mid, they're going to throw the Monkey King there because he does well against her because he can just mischief dodge her Dragon Slave damage and then hunt her later on. And then if they see the carry Lina, they might be willing to play Monkey King offlane and pick something else for Laurel. That's the beauty of second pick if you have a wide hero pool. Like,
Yeah.
you can take a lot of approaches. But I do like the Dawn pick. We didn't
So do
talk
I,
about it
yeah.
very much. This Dawn pick kind of solves if it is a Nature's Prophet carry because she gets on top of him on lane very well, kills him quite easily, and she also responds to his global presence. If you're TPing to a lane, she follows with her ulti, and she's also really excellent counter initiation versus RP, especially with the Ags build that is so popular.
100%. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is it feels pretty bad to be mag against Dawn, and I also think I know pros have not been doing this. This is the build in pubs, but just blade mail Dawnbreaker and getting in there, you function as a frontliner for Lina. So I could see WS going for that build rather than like the Ace, Vlad's build. I mean, if you have Vlad's, you can probably get in there too. It just depends on how the game is going for you.
I think you have to pick. You have to buy Blade Mail versus Dark Willow. If you're a Blade Mail hero, that stops a lot of her early game damage because she can't really bedlam you.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I mean, I think in general, like, you want to play the most frontlining build with Lina anyway. So especially like you said, if you're playing into Dark Willow too, like it really feels like that's going to be the build.
All right, they remove the Lifestealer from the pool. One more ban before Talon picks. By the way, yesterday we said when you play a Dawnbreaker, the thing you want to play against it is something that can really benefit from the fact that there is an extra person and you know exactly where it's going to be in the terms of team fight. And surely Magnus then also, in return, does also counter Dawnbreaker, as in it works both ways.
Yeah, that's true. Like, Dawn jumps in, you got 2-3 heroes grouped up, big RP skewer. It can work both ways. But then if you're Spirit, you need a hero that's like running in and making some space, which is particularly why Talon bans Sven and Lifestealer. Like, these are good heroes for just running in.
Who's going where? Is Lina now the mid?
Ursa is banned. There's
Yes, Lina mid.
a lot of,
My question for you guys is, what's the likelihood Yatoro calls for PL? Because these, EEU carries are waiting for their PL last
that
picks.
is actually
And
true.
it looks pretty good in this game. maybe they don't believe in the hero the same way that BB team does.
Oh, Winter Wyvern! Why? Why is a Winter Wyvern on my screen?
So it's a carry natures? then?
Wyvern mid? It could be. Wyvern mid and then Monkey King safe lane.
We
It is a Monkey King mid,
Okay.
Yatoro Nature's Prophet.
and it will be a Miposhka Winter
All right,
Wyvern.
let's think about this one for a second. I mean, you have the Cheever, you mentioned RP as like some sort of counter initiation to
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker, like multiple heroes grouping up because of Dawn. Wyvern also enjoys the same thing. That's an really easy curse. It's a Dawn counter for that reason. People used to consider it a Dawn counter.
Yeah.
You also have Tusk, who's going to jump in, snowball somebody. That's a really easy Winter's Curse as well. You just wait until he snowballs and curse on top of it.
I think it's as simple as like they see this Tusk lane and he's like, I'm gonna fly over the ice shards and I will not feed, and then I'm gonna do nice amounts of poke on lane, do the counter initiation you talked about. But maybe they were just comfortable with the picks that they had. They just needed a support that wouldn't feed.
This was a Miposhka round out the draft. What do you want to play, buddy? Sort of situation. I agree. I don't think it's like some perfect gotcha pick by any means, but it's good. It's really good, and I think the hero's also pretty underrated. Recursive has some pretty insane potential if you know that there's going to be heroes grouped up. If you can get a second curse, it's pretty devastating. I mean, unless there's something that we don't see. I mean, Lina is doing a lot of right-click damage. You curse anybody next to a Lina, they're dead.
I think you just counter Tusk Dawn with this hero, though. Like, it doesn't die to the ice shards, and then you can just cold embrace the tag team.
Is the Wyvern Curse one of the few things that stops Dazzle from having his spirit out, or does it not do that?
That's a great question.
I Wyvern doesn't get
I
picked
have
in
no
my
idea.
games.
I don't play against Wyvern, and I don't play Dazzle.
Even if you curse the original Dazzle?
Yes.
I think so. It's a stun in that sense, no?
Yeah, but normal stuns don't
It doesn't
really
matter
stop
if he
him.
gets stunned. You can
That's-
chrono him in
Then it
Dazzle.
doesn't. Then it doesn't cheaper.
Okay.
It's Dota. It's really hard to say with this game. It could work
I'm
differently
gonna go.
because it's a taunt.
I'm gonna go ahead and say no, it doesn't.
Okay, we're gonna maybe find out during this game. Overall, do we feel like Talon has the tools to force out a tie in this one?
Yeah, definitely. I think they have. This is a very talent style draft, right?
Okay.
2 semi carries and Makoto mid Lina.
I think they do. The issue for me is like, are they going to play those mid-game fights a little bit better? Because they had an issue with target priority, and Doom is the one hero you can't mess up target priority with, or you lose a fight. They might do it. I mean, it's a good draft.
We're gonna find out. Spirit Talon Game 2 with Cap and SPG.
Well, Avery, I don't really know about the winter Wyvern, but I can't stop thinking about what if you curse the Dazzle while his spirit is out, and that his spirit is taunted onto his own body. Why are you hitting yourself?
Why are you hitting yourself?
I don't know. I just dropped my phone.
Why are you doing that?
Because I'm clumsy.
You got
really.
Wyvern cursed in real life.
I actually did.
Cursed yourself.
I kind of see the cold embrace value here. Okay, you've got a Tusk, you've got a Dazzle, decent amount of physical damage. It's really good there. But then you're also kind of sitting duck for Alina, so it doesn't feel like cold embrace is like a save in team fights. Maybe it's a save for the lane, but I don't feel like it's going to be a save all the time.
Thanks for that
Curious,
analysis, Austin. On point as usual.
Okay, well, did you have something better than what the panel gave us?
I am a Wyvern expert.
Yes,
Okay.
I know.
It is
And
my most played hero of all time.
Okay, time to put up or shut up.
I know this hero through and through. I know every match of this hero. I know every itemization pathway. I know every laning combination. I know every counter lane matchup, Austin. I know everything about this hero.
Okay.
That's it. That was my only point.
And do you know why they picked it?
Yes, because Miposhka is gangster. That's why. That's why you
Okay,
picked
all
this
right.
hero, because you're just
better?
Yeah, you're just a bad man. You're a 2-time TI winner. You're like, I'm gonna own on these kids. I'm gonna show them how a real 5 plays Dota 2. And you pick one of the most difficult heroes to execute in the current meta, and one of the highest skill potential heroes of all time that was ever introduced to the game. Because if you mess up your spells, not only do you not get value out of your spells, you can grief the whole team.
Oh yeah, this is the probably the griefiest 5 position in the game.
He did not take that recursive, by the way. Which
He did not.
now my experience with that facet is it definitely has the higher potential, but it's pretty rare you actually get to use it for its full worth.
Agreed. Agreed.
This is the more stable one. The thing about this hero, we're looking at this game, extremely good versus Tusk. It's just a straight lane counter this hero. You can never aggressively go in with tag team versus early embrace. That embrace value point got buffed a lot, so there's some lane security here. Pretty good versus Dawnbreaker, especially 3 Dawn. Not as good versus the 1 and 2 Dawn that has been played in the past, but it's good versus the 3 Dawn because you just counter his utility. You can hold your ult versus his. The bad matchups here are definitely the Lina and the Dazzle Doom are mixed bags. Like Dazzle with the Grave can offset a good curse and give you sustain versus the Wyvern. It's kind of annoying. Lina spreads the fight out really well. And the Doom is a hero where, yeah, you can ult to disengage a fight versus Doom, but more often than not, the Doom is just running people down. He's an early BKB Radiance buyer, not items the Wyvern likes to play against a lot because you just BKB in, even if you have to curse him. And if you don't curse him, he ignores your curse in general. So it's kind of a mixed Wyvern game. I think they just really like the hero. And if they feel like there's enough lane value to promote it, then Maposhka's always going to make something good happen in the fight with it. You just have to be careful of the overlap here, because the Wyvern Magnus is can be really good, can be really bad if you throw out both ults at once, which can happen a lot because you're throwing these ults when the enemy clumps. And if you both see it at the same time, you're like, I'm going to curse them all, I'm going to RP them all. And then you overlap it and it's useless.
Sure.
One more piece of the puzzle, Austin.
Okay.
Wyvern Monkey King is a really good combination.
Okay.
And we used to run this combination on some of my past teams a lot. I remember at some point talking to Quinn about how he felt this combo was just, you could just first phase it. It was strong enough. The heroes have really good synergy. Almost everything in their kit lines up really well. You can...
Would you like to give some examples here?
Like, for example, Monkey King is one of the heroes where he can throw out the Wukong, you can embrace him in the Wukong, and it doesn't really hurt him that much because the Wukong's still going.
Sure.
You can curse any sort of fight. If you ever catch 2, 3+ heroes, you throw the Wukong. Monkey has an AoE stun that can go through everybody. They're stuck in the Wukong. They're getting slowed. The lane that used to be a lot viable, like Wyvern plus the Monkey 1, is super strong.
Oh, nice Sprout. Well played.
So I like that synergy that Spirit have going on as well.
Yeah, especially with the new change to the Splinter Blast, right? Where you can put it on allies.
Yep,
Monkey King can jump into a fight, and you can put that Splinter Blast on him. You can throw it at him and as he's jumping out, and that projectile will follow and help him out with the slow.
Generally, Wyvern wants a 1 that can kind of carry him through the laning phase a little bit.
Yep.
Monkey used to be one of those. Troll used to be one of those. CK can be one. And Furion here, in the case of what Yatoro has, is another in the sense that the lane synergy isn't the best. Like, the Furion isn't necessarily going to carry this Wyvern through the phase, but Yatoro is independent regardless, right?
Sure.
Even if this lane goes terribly, Furion's Furion, man. Like, he's always going to do something. So,
And it really can't go terribly because you have Cold Embrace against a double physical damage duo.
exactly.
So you can't really lose this lane.
So all of that conversation is to go into that Spirit were really confident in their picks just winning this laning phase, and they're showing why here is they have the top 3 CS on the board. It's very difficult for Talon to play aggressive into these support matchups. And generally when you win lanes with Magnus, you should feel pretty good.
The neutral creeps apparently playing for Team Spirit. Tossing Cuckoo in with the Tornado. WS looks like he's going to die in the bottom lane. That's going to be your first blood. TP out from the Magnus is Cuckoo and 23 Savage. Turn and fought Team Spirit. Shadow Realm still up for Rue, so he will survive there.
Big first blood for Team Spirit to get here, as again, this is not a normal Magnus. This is a collapsed Magnus. You gave it to the man, he picks it up, and now you're in his world. And you give them a start like this with that hero, it can turn real spooky real fast, especially with the amount of team fight they have backing it up. So I do favor Spirit here draft-wise. I think they're off to a really good start, and Talon are going to have to pick it up from that game 1. They're going to have to execute really well here. Definitely have some cool tools against the Magnus.
Do you favor them more than you did in game 1? Because you felt it was relatively even, but you did seem to be siding with Spirit.
I think this game will look closer, but I actually don't think their win percentage is higher.
Okay.
I think they're more unfavored in this game too, but I think it'll not be as one-sided as game 1. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the game 1 snowballed really quickly.
Yes, and this Spirit draft can snowball, but I think it's... Well, maybe it is equally as fast. Like, you have Furion Monkey King here. The Magnus is generally a little slower for them, but honestly, they could snowball this game pretty fast too.
We'll get a sense of that at 7-minute Wisdom Shrine, right? Because you've got Monkey King mid, who always rotates for that Wisdom Shrine, and you've got a Furion teleport. Like, I anticipate Team Spirit is going to play aggro for their shrines.
Also, if they ever get some cheeky kill on this Lina, like if there's 1 or 2 kills on Lina in the first 10 or 15 minutes, this game will turn real bad for Talon real fast. They need to protect Makoto.
Chasing after Cuckoo, will be able to finish him off. Getting the 4 stacks up, hit him with the big boundless strike.
Yeah, this Monkey King is scary, man. It's a hard hero for Talon to skirmish early when you have the Furion support threat backing him up. That's the problem. Like, normally you'd say, okay, we can just go in with Lina, we can fight this guy, but you're always worried about Yatoro TPing on top of you, and then you just get boundless struck into potential Wrath of Nature down the road here, extra hits coming through. That's what makes this Monkey King so scary around the map right now. And you don't have the same global response until Solar Guardian's online.
Laurel going to be caught inside, but here comes Yatoro. To help him out with the change in the guard, Laurel was able to get out of danger. Joachim, he'll just run away and be fine ultimately. Maposhka not there in time to slow him down. And here comes that Wisdom Shrine, but the action came to the mid lane first, so everyone's really going to be kind of out of position. Probably just going to be a 1-1 trade-off.
Honestly, Talon probably okay with that.
Yeah.
Forced the reaction out of Spirit, got the Furion TP. Nothing really happened, but that means you're going to trade out Wisdom Shrines here against Monkey Furion. Should be happy with that exchange. Gonna have to find a Doom kill at some point. That's kind of your one point of threat on Spirit, is what 23 Savage can bring to the table.
WS out of mana. Well, he's got stick charges, he's got a Soul Ring, and he's got Lotus, so he actually has tons of mana if he really needs it, but doesn't need it in this situation.
Pretty even across the board. Little advantage going Spirit's way. We'll have RP available soon as well. Just a blink rush for Collapse. Try and help play the same pace as his other two cores. There's going to be some aggression coming into Talon this game. And they're going to have to weather the storm. Just get levels up on supports. Again, protect Makoto at all costs. You know there's going to be some aggression going in this Lina as this game picks up.
Poposhka trying to play for the power rune here. But Laurel actually gets to close range with Makoto. Dawnbreaker coming in, though, with the Solar Guardian. Now Laurel's in trouble. Bailed out for a second by the Cold Embrace, still going for the kill, but the Jingu, it's healing him up, and Laurel might just be okay. WS is going to be gifted the Shallow Grave. Cuckoo trying to keep him alive, still chasing after Laurel, who's got the poison on him. He'll take out eventually, but it's a deny. Rue managed to get it, and now Talon, the one upside of this was they were supposed to be able to kill, or at least get the kill for the Monkey King, get that gold, and instead they lose 4 and a deny on the Monkey King.
I told you the fight was coming to this Lina, and they get baited into it. The really quick reactions from Spirit pay off. You're getting everybody involved. You know you want to fight around this Monkey King. And there's that early embrace causing Talon problems. This Monkey King goes down way faster if they can just all in him, but instead you're stuck waiting for the spell to expire, and everybody else is just clobbering on you the whole time. Funny thing here is Laurel still had 12 wand charges, so I don't know if
he might have lived.
Yeah, I don't know if he really wanted to be denied there, but of course getting denied is completely fine.
Sure.
So it doesn't change anything for him. He's just going to come back, and 4 for 1, 4 for 0 technically. Huge win for Spirit in this mid lane, exactly what they want. And you look at this Furion's network now. He is just completely out of control.
Yeah. And the Monkey King's going to be leading the charge when it comes to the tempo of the game. Put 2 supports behind him. They invade triangle. They don't find any heroes, but they'll find a stack to take.
It's just so scary to skirmish in this Monkey because, especially once these ults are up on the supports, you can get cursed or you can get terrorized into the control. Laurel has a lot of protection behind him.
Caught Rue inside of the shards here. Laurel thinking about dropping the Wukong span. Does drop it to try and help out Rue. Cold Embrace goes out once again. Physical damage from Talon being prevented means they can't get the kill, at least not away. Curse is going to be used. Gets a grab onto the Dazzle. The Dazzle's damage is going to be enough. They hit the Terrorize only onto the Dawnbreaker. Full commitment to get the kill. Lots of heroes being thrown out here from Team Spirit, but they do get the kill in the end. And maybe a little bit more. Collapse not shy about dropping the ultimate here. RP on a Cuckoo secures the second one. So Team Spirit, they threw around a lot of spells. Just full aggression from Team Spirit.
Maybe this game will be as one-sided as that game one. It's looking rough right now. I'm surprised Talon tried to fight into this position for Spirit around this mid lane as much as they have. Like, it's one thing to protect Makoto defensively. It's another to try and make plays on Laurel. Even though he's taking your camps, it's just not doable if the supports are there.
Yeah.
There's way too much protection, and you have nothing that can jump the back line. Big problem for Talon right now is, how do you get on these supports first? I mean, Yatoro he's out of control, man. 4-0-5. He's so far ahead, and he's going to have Empower to back him up.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have scale, too, right? Because they have this Empower for a Monkey King and a Nature's Prophet. He's a ranged hero, but he's got great stats.
I mean, they have Collapse Magnus. Like, that's all the scale you need.
True.
If I'm in a game with Collapse Magnus, I think I can win it at any point. I'm not even looking at the heroes. Early diffusal for the Monkey is going to add some more kill threat, a lot more early damage here. I like the itemization from the Spirit. Just go for the kill right now. You don't have to get greedy. Just go for early fighting items. Ramp up the map pressure. Force Talon to respond to you. If they are not ready with that response, if they are not pre-set up around these towers, taking good defensive fights, they're going to get crumpled in these early exchanges. So Talon need to be on point. They really need to read where Spirit are going to make the next move and just pre-set up for the Furion coming in, be ready for this Magnus Blink. You can counterplay Spirit's moves here. You have pretty good counterplay with your lineup, but you have to be ready for it. Tier 1's up as long as possible if you're Talon.
You're gonna have to commit some more cores to defend it, though. Laurel, he'll seize on the opportunity here.
Lena's just too weak to stand there.
And is about to get weaker if he gets ganked. Now the RP, it does not hit the Dazzle, so there is a save available here. Makoto might just be able to live through this one. The Shallow Great, the heals that's gonna come out. Snowball goes out, Terrorize pushes the Lina outside the Wukong's command. Laurel, unable to collect on a core kill here yet. Will maybe chase after WS or Cuckoo. Nah, thinks better of it. Right next to the tier 2, not worth it. A play move from Spirit that goes wrong this time as they lose the Magnus, only catching the Tusk.
Nice defensive play from Talon. Exactly what you're looking for. Counter initiation with the Solar Guardian. They positioned it well enough to not get Dazzle caught in that RP, and that's huge because then you have that grave save waiting. So the fact that Collapse did not catch both there was instrumental for Talon to turn that play around and at least get something going in this game. I mean, they're not that far behind, but we can definitely feel how little map control they have to work with. And Monkey King is a hero that takes it away from you very quickly if you start to lose those fights worse. So you just got to keep going even in these.
Yeah, you get the heroes start getting picked off, the towers are going to fall, and the map just gets real shrunk after that. Threatening the Doom, gets it. Onto the Monkey King. 23 Savage, not long for this world, is picked up by a Snowball. Maybe they can at least get the kill. There's that Winner's Curse. The Tusk doesn't do much damage, but it is enough in the end with the Splinter Blast. Nice Cold Embrace. That's going to bail him out from the Dawn. Not doing enough damage, nor is the Laguna Blade. That's not enough either. Oh my god. Little shining moment there for Talon.
The Torrent might tick out.
He tries to get him with a blood grenade. He's dead. He's denied by Collapse. Once again, Talon will not get much out of the fight.
Denies are brutal. You want to get at least something out of these fights. And now you missed that big Furion kill. He had the streak. He's such a large bounty in this game.
A 1 for 5, essentially, thanks to the deny.
And these fights were really seeing the synergy of the supports behind this monkey. Like, you can't get on the back line, but Poshka's just waiting here the whole time. It's so much stall action for Talon trying to all in this Monkey King between the Curse, the Embrace. You got to bring Makoto. He gets wanded up. You got to commit another Laguna on him. You're just dying to kill Laurel every time. There's just no way to win the long fight. Beautiful support play from Spirit in this game too.
Yeah, and that's really not going to change ever, right? Like,
no,
the best you could say is the Tusk can get a Blink Dagger and try and offensively blink on the supports, and then the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardians in, if they ever are the ones to start a fight. But right now, Team Spirit, they are just smothering Talon with their presence nonstop on the dire side of the map.
Taking advantage of the extra map mobility of their cores. 23 Savage going to get forced off
with an amp damage. He almost can kill 23 Savage solo. Going after Collapse. Blink away before the Snowball lands. Gets him on the punch. Laguna Blade throwing everything they have. Okay, the RP.
Wow.
It almost caught the two of them. They both would have died for it, but instead they can walk away from Yatoro's presence. Now there is still the Dark Will that's cutting up, but Rue's going to be here a bit too late. Dodging the Infernal Blade for now. LSA doesn't land, and it looks like he may just tick out 23 Savage. 23 Savage got to be careful, though. The TP's coming down. Oh, he got the kill instantly off the Sprout, and now that Solar Guardian, it's looking a little foolish, but maybe Yatoro's the one looking foolish as he teleported into the middle of 4 heroes.
WS gets the streak 8x monster kill. That's a 1,500 gold kill. That evens out this lead a lot. Spirit overstepping, a little too confident here. If that RP goes off, it is a terrible situation for Talon, but they have just enough damage. And honestly, I kind of like that play. Like, it's a risky play. Could have gone really wrong, but you're in the hole. You're losing map control. You got to get something here.
Sure, you got to take some risks.
And it paid off. Like, they get some big kills here, free up some space. Another little play that isn't getting converted here for Spirit as the momentum falters slightly. Obviously still in a very comfortable position. They always have Magnus to fall back on. But you got to inch out some minor wins here.
Wrath of Nature going out. See if there's any kills available around the map. 3-man smoke from Team Spirit. Laurel, Maposhka, and Collapse. So a 2-core duo aided by a support hunting around the map.
A lot of ults to work with here if the fight breaks out. And of course, there's Doom available.
It is pretty much a guaranteed kill unless Cuckoo can come up clutch. And RP Wukong's command on this Doom could secure it. Shockwave skewer him back in. And he's just dead with no ultimates used.
Too easy. I don't even know. I don't think Yatoro even had to come in for that, but he probably just wants the kill to add to his KDA here.
9-2 and 9. That's what he's currently sitting at. And he continues for some combative pickups. Actually buys himself the shard pretty early on.
Interesting. Not an item we see this early on a lot of the one positions, but can definitely do some extra damage in these early fights.
Snowball is only going to put Yoakum in a worse and worse spot here. Trying to run up river, will not be able to outrun the Monkey King.
Another kill to the one position of Spirit. Adds to the notches on his belt. Got to be a stand somewhere here for Talon eventually. Like, you can bend in this game, but you can't break. You only bend so much before that happens. TP Makoto up top. Not a lot of space to farm up here, so it signals you want to fight.
Oh, no!
Okay.
Blinks away as Laguna Blade now. The boundless strike. Wukong's man hits on it too. Cuckoo gets the Shell Grave off, but the Lena's stuck in hell.
Completely done. I mean, the second these big ults go out and you catch 2+ heroes, it feels like the fight's over. There's no way you can turn that. Maybe later on you have BKBs on a couple of core heroes. You can run out of some of these spells. Even then, there could be a curse that comes through. The RP is going to pierce that as well. Not a lot of easy ways to scale into the massive team fight here outside of just overwhelming net worth. So you have to dodge these fights. You have to get more farm. Abuse the fact you have a Doom. Bring 23 Savage Bottom looking to use this big ult. I think they would happily just Doom Maposhka even. Get something on the map right now. But instead they are rebuked again.
Yeah, with only 5 kills to Talon's name and 21 on Spirit, you could probably throw around that Doom on any hero and you're probably getting a killing spree of some sort.
Question is, do you get out? Because the response is going to be swift.
Sure.
You need this blink on Yoakum as well. I mean, it's not that far away, but you have no other initiation in this game. It is all in the Tusk. And you got to feel for him. He's initiating into basically counter initiation from 2 of the 3 big ults, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. Like, who do you want to jump in this game as Tusk? Jump the Mag, you get cursed. Jump the Wyvern, you're getting RP or terrorized. I mean, there's just no easy target for him.
Yeah.
Best bet is you find Yatoro and you burst him down. Does get triple bounty.
For Rue. 3 heroes are going to go through the gate.
Amp damage for Makoto is pretty nice if you can get a fight around that.
Yeah. 4 heroes did end up going through the gate. Yatoro teleports mid to push that in. So all the lanes are in pretty decent position for Team Spirit to make a smoke play here. And they show Laurel. They are baiting Laurel. And Talon, they seem to be on the hook right now.
Do you have a ward down here? If the smoke breaks, could just find the Wyvern at the start.
Breaks on Maposhka. Yoakum immediately tries to go for it, and they doom him. They want this Winter Wyvern out of this fight, and they will manage to get him. Now can they escape? Certainly not all of them. Terrorize being threatened, managed to get the side, but oh, it's a 3-man skewer. RP locked down the shoulder guard. He's going to help him out, but there's the Terrorize to follow it up. All the AoE in the world from Spirit. They do manage to get the Monkey King at least, and they're fighting back pretty decently. Yoakum, they almost got the kill into Rue. Not too bad for Talon. Sure, they got wiped, but hell, a 4 for 5 is way better than the 1 for 5 they did last time around.
That looked over. Let's be honest. I think Spirit thought that team fight was over. But a surprising amount of return damage. The Blade is doing some work there, and Spirit just commit in. And of course, you don't have the curse to bail you out once that damage starts flying. Absolutely The sick bramble here from Rue just sets up easiest RP of Collapse his life. And man, where did all this damage come from? Just blade mail on the Dawnbreaker plus spells from the Lina flying through, even though he goes down.
Yeah.
Significant amount. Of course, Yatoro was out of control, is now completely past control. It is. He's already farming next game on top of this one.
And he's currently challenging Roshan for supremacy of the map.
He is just so massive. He's got almost almost 3,000 HP with this build-up. 19 armor, counter initiation behind him, and power on top of it. Looking cosmetic between the Mag and the Furion. That's
Oh, yeah.
it's really flexing your TI winnings here.
Yeah, a bit.
Come on, chill.
I mean, gotta remember these are Dota 2 players, Avery. It's not like they're going out partying, buying mansions. Gotta flex where they can, and that's gonna be the digital goods department.
Didn't Collapse buy like a Lambo or something, or am I?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Only trapped himself. Can't buy your way out of the trees, can't you, son?
In the end, nature claims us all, Collapse. He could blink or skewer anytime he wants, but he really wanted to use his tumbler toy.
I mean, he already has the horn toss online. This guy, he loves his horn toss. I feel like no matter how much they nerf it, he's always going to buy it.
Yeah.
The horn toss demon, as Talon have no answers right now for the team fight. They're falling a little bit behind in terms of farming around the map. Not as much as I would have thought, honestly. I guess that team fight salvaged a little bit of the momentum. They'll find another Doom on the Wyvern, but it will cost you your
Maybe
life.
Laurel dies for this. Oh, changing the guard. It gets him away. Laurel out of sight and stuck in the middle of the Wukong's command is WS.
Not enough backup for that play to work out. You're even going to get caught on the retreat.
Of course.
Easy pickings for the Magnus as he delivers the food straight to Yatoro.
Has Yatoro died to Talon since he's gotten all these kills? Can't remember, because one of his deaths was a deny in the middle of that one fight. When did his other death happen?
It was top Dire Jungle.
Pretty early on to the game?
TP'd into 4 of them, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember now.
Been some time. And he'll clean up another freebie here. Do get
Nice
collapsed.
pick off.
Yeah, Makoto finding a little opening here. I mean, honestly, if you took this Furion out of the equation, this game doesn't look too bad for Talon.
Oh, it looks very even, yeah. Teleport behind him.
Right in.
Makoto. Oh, okay. LSA Hurricane Pike him away.
Yeah, did not get the dodge on that one.
It was close. It was close. He dodged that LSA.
The healing is up for Talon, though. You have the Ags on the Dawn, you have the Locket on the Dazzle. Bit more sustain, bit more save for Spirit to go into. Like, this game is not closed out yet. You can easily throw another team fight if you get caught off guard by some of the EHP coming out from Talon. And if they can protect Makoto, we saw how much damage he can deal.
Yeah. Which means Cuckoo is going to be so important for this fight. I mean, the one fight, that last one that they did pretty decent, it was because Cuckoo managed to get off his Spirit and got off a couple of heals, got off the Shallow Grave on the Doom when he was at like 5 HP.
Dazzle can absolutely do some work in this game. Positioning has to be on point. You have to take a fight probably under a good ward where you can at least see where the Magnus is. Like, that's the big question mark if you're Talon. You just don't see Collapse on the map. It's real scary to
Mass
push lanes.
rotations to bottom lane. WS was just about to show up on the creep wave. They saw him because they've got that deep ward on the side of the map, so
Yeah,
they saw him running down lane.
These deep lane wards are going to be super valuable for Spirit, just trying to close this map out. make Collapse's life a lot easier in terms of the catch. Laurel can preemptively set up all these kills.
I just love because they have a Furion carry. They go for a one hero pickoff, 5-man rotate for it.
Yeah,
they don't
why
have
not?
to worry about you know, trying to play the map when you've got this Furion cleaning up every single creep wave with Wrath of Nature.
Global carries are broken, man.
Agreed.
Anytime they're good, they are more than good. One day Spectre will come back and everybody will cry about Spectre for the 2 weeks that she's viable.
Cuckoo, just to play it safe. He knows that if he tries to deward that, there's a good chance he gets skewered out of the base.
Daedalus already done for Yatoro, though. You might not get skewered out of your base, but you might not have a base left.
15 seconds left on the Aegis. Team Spirit back away.
I'm kind of surprised they backed like that. I think they could have just kept going with the Whirl on that high ground. I mean, how do you approach there if you're Talon? I don't think Talon were too interested in fighting regardless of this Aegis. Nonetheless, I don't think they're in too much of a rush here. This team is never pressured when they have the mag. See how much they got out of this Aegis. Not too shabby. Continuing to consistently build the lead here. Anytime you can do that against Doom Lina, you're pretty happy.
Rue got the Whisper of the Dread. That's a nasty neutral item for Dark Willow, who already does so much damage. Ooh, Laurel almost spotted the tusk there. Trying to get BKB on the Doom. Still won't ensure that he has a free fight. There is a lot of BKB piercing disables out here. RP, Curse, and a heavy amount of physical damage.
That said, if you have to Curse or RP the Doom solo, it's technically a win for Talon. Like, you're opening up the fight for the other two cores here immensely. Allows the Lina and especially WS to go in with the ult. I mean, somebody's going to have to tank spells because you only have one jump with the Tusk. So
yeah,
these spells are going out in the fight. You just have to get better trade-offs damage-wise while that's happening. Banana into top lane.
Don't slip.
Interesting smoke timing here. This is too early for the next Roche.
Yeah, did they get some... I assume the BKB is done for the Doom? Is that why
Yeah,
they're smoking?
it is done, but again, just running into Spirit is... It's tough here when you don't have vision.
Yeah, I mean, Doom, 23 Savage went for the Watcher and the Ward that they have in this top lane. But sadly for them, Team Spirit have also smoked and are sweeping down. Though spotting the Lina is an excellent pickup. Almost managed to get the 100-0 real quick. Shalgrave does go off. Makoto does what damage he can. Gets Yatoro to about half. And he gets doomed. Call the Brace does go out, though. And now the Solar Guardian are all in on this Nature's Prophet. And by God, they've got him. It'll cost them 2 cores, but that is 2,000 gold netted for that kill.
Worth it in terms of the entire trade.
Yeah.
Which doesn't say much good about your position, but you finally found that Doom onto the Furion connection. He's also so high level. He's off the map for a long time. I mean,
that's true.
It's a subtle win there.
Yeah, your other death timers, he's 30 seconds longer death timer than all these other cores from Talon.
Just got to sit there and think about what he did. Wouldn't be surprised to see Yatoro just go Lincoln's here because he probably thinks the only way I can die is if I get doomed. And may as well just stop the Doom. And yeah, there it is.
Yeah. You're going to catch the Monkey King here. Ooh. It's hard to do it without Doom.
I mean, you got to go here. This is on your ward.
But you got to try.
Completely alone.
Oh, man.
Again, you have to take some risks in this game. This is one of them I think you have to take.
Oh, I mean, they
Oh, come on. That is...
The Lina was on his way, too. Instead, it's the Dazzle to be picked off. He will manage to get off his astral projection here. They catch the Monkey King still.
Oh,
okay, not bad. Wait, Cuckoo's not dead yet. They curse him up.
It's not the greatest one, though.
No, especially with the Brambles holding WS back. He doesn't even touch Cuckoo. What a pick from Talon, and what a move from Cuckoo. We saw all those heals coming into play. Shalgraves himself, he gets the extra heal thanks to his ultimate after the Shalgrave expires. Then he heals himself. Then he Holy Lockets himself. He gets up to 100%.
You really have to respect what this hero can do healing-wise. I mean, that's one of the big problems with Wyvern. This curse has just been nerfed a bit. Like, the duration doesn't work the same as it used to. If you don't catch heroes initially, it always ends up being incredibly short. So you have to make sure this curse goes out on multiple heroes at the start. This is going to give an opening to Talon straight into the pit. Bringing this game back, down 13K, but doesn't feel like it as this heal lineup is starting to come alive.
Rue, he can stall this. He's got the Terrorize.
This is a scary place to fight.
Threatening to use it. Yatoro, he's going to get vision inside the pit. 23 Savage instantly jumps him. Got off the Doom.
Oh,
and with
done.
the Makoto laying out the damage, he's gone. No healing coming his way due to the Doom. WS keeps back of the rest of the hero, and he's protected by the Dazzle. It's not much of a rebuttal initially from Spirit. Laurel's going to try. Shalgrave goes out, a little bit of heal. Can he hammer himself out of all these brambles in the Wukong's command? He's stuck. Any more heals? Another nullifier could be used. Meanwhile, LSA from the pit. Snowball goes up. Cold Embrace the bell to help out the Magnus. Collapse in half HP. Gets hit by the Infernal Blade. Bound the strike over the top. Finish off the Tusk. And they got the curse out.
There's the Grave.
Shallow Grave, though. Bailing him out, perhaps. Another nullifier put to
Still
use.
alive.
But it looks like RP puts him down. Now it's going to be Collapse's turn, though, as he jumps in for the Doom and he dies for it. LSA turned back around. Laurel's in trouble. He's got another Cold Embrace. Maposhka keeps on trying to save these
bashed by
heroes. He
Roche.
gets bashed up by Roshan. Bound the strike onto Lena. But now, another Shallow Grave. He gets healed up. He's trying to put the damage on Laurel. Finish him up before the Shallow Grave. It's not good enough. He can't do the damage. Laurel is too strong for now. Another Cold Embrace laid into place. The Tuscan WS holding on
nice
to him,
blink.
but they only have physical damage. He blinks away after the Cold Embrace. Now the Dazzle with another projection. Can he save himself? He can. He dies. Laurel still fighting it out. Has the Jingu stacks to teleport away, but denied by the Yules. In the end, they may not need Yatoro. Laurel will carry Spirit through the fight.
Dude, how do Spirit come out on top of this? They lose their carry right off the bat. This Dazzle got off at least 30 Shadow Waves over the course of this exchange. Brutal amount of healing for Spirit to fight through. They end up being able to prevail. That Roche is still up, by the way, and Yatoro's going to spawn. He's straight into the pit. He's like, good job, team. I carried that fight, but I'll give credit to you.
Is he going to do something desperate here? He's spotted by the Wrath of Nature. He knows he's spotted.
And there's no way to steal this, so another freebie into Yatoro's bank. I'm gonna waste some time at least, but yeah, man, what a crazy team fight. That did not feel good for Spirit. I mean, they pull out the win there, but that was not clean, and they really felt the power of this Dazzle doing so much work in that fight. Multiple graves, so many heals.
Yatoro, you ready to teleport in? He is on the other side of the Doom. Doom, 23 Savage is stuck. He just does what damage he can to the Monkey King. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, though.
Rough game for 23. He has to be the front line. He has to find big Doom connections. At the same time, this game was hard from pretty much minute 10. And he's got two other cores who are trying to take a lot of farm off the map as well. Talon continue to fight. Still down a lot of gold. Their base is being sieged. This is now Aegis plus that Lincoln's on Yatoro. He's a much harder target to all in.
Yeah, and with the Doom dead, Niba, when he comes back, Doom wouldn't be up yet. Yatoro knows it's a free lane of barracks, if not more.
Time to do some damage. Only real way for Talon to fight back here is you get a really good flank with some heroes, find the back line, get a numbers advantage. You see Makoto behind the play, but I don't think he can do much on his own here. And we just saw Butterfly arrive as well, so you're gonna have to deal with some evasion. You just don't have the gold to do right now. A lot of extra damage on the field. All these stat items boosted up by the Empower. I mean, this is a lot of damage to deal with in the fight.
More and more Lincolns. 23 Savage's game becomes harder and harder.
You have double Lincolns plus Lotus on that Wyvern. Not easy to go in anymore.
No. Yatoro teleports straight in. putting Talon under the gun.
Got to wait for Doom to come back up. And ideally, you start the fight on the back line if you can wrap. I think taking this straight up is...
The Monkey King, he's sneaking up the side here. Got to be careful that one. He's going to throw out the Wukong's command from the side, catching the Tusk. There goes your initiator, though the Shalgrave might be able to bail him out for now. It's WS who's going to die from the skewer instead.
Oh, beautiful concept there. Just start on 2 heroes. Gugu can only grave 1. Almost a distraction technique going on this Tusk. They get the way bigger prize with the Horn Toss Skewer. And there's really nothing to interrupt the collapse anymore. I mean, he's got Lincolns to defend against
23
anything.
Savage, he saw that coming. But teleport on the other side, Yotaro said, remember me, 23
damage.
Savage. Look at the damage he's racking up. The Shalgrave goes out, 23 Savage. He's making a run for it. He turns around and throws out the Doom. He knows he's dead. He does what he can, but it's simply not enough. Another Doom that will be wasted. No kill to be claimed here, and GG is called. Spirit will get their first 2-0 of the Esports World Cup.
Very convincing series for them overall. I mean, they controlled both games pretty much throughout. They had massive gold leads. Yotaro showing us why he's still perhaps the best carry in the world, as outside of that one Roche fight where his team had to carry him, he was doing some work these games, especially with that the Chaos Knight in the game 1 looked really good. Here he's on a more meta carry, making it shine. And this is a lineup that just doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. You have massive team fight between the 2 supports, the Magnus and the Wukong. You have really good pace between the Furion and Monkey King, who can play fast, win lanes, take towers. You have Magnus to give you the scale backup. I honestly think Talon played pretty well, to be honest. I just think that once you hit that 15-minute mark and you're behind like that, it just becomes so hard to get out on the map, so hard to find plays. I think they fought valiantly. If they win that Roche fight that was very close, they might turn that game with like an Aegis on the Lina and be able to frontline a lot more. There's just too much pressure on the Tusk as your sole initiator and too much pressure on this Doom to be the front line, a counter hero to the Furion, somehow find farm on the map with 2 other greedy cores. Like, I got a feel for 23 Savage's game. His job was very difficult.
We saw in the C qualifier, Talon, it seems like one of their weaknesses is momentum, and losing that momentum, losing too much ground when the enemy team gets a little bit. And as a result, Team Spirit will get their 2-0, putting them top of the group, and it might come down between them and Na'Vi.
That could be the case indeed, as so far, I mean, the game's still going on between Na'Vi and Extreme, but they did take game 1 for Na'Vi, so who knows what's going to happen there. That, of course, is a match that should be taking place tomorrow. Team Spirit taking this one 2-0, though. I will say this Winter Wyvern. Obviously, Nature's Prophet did great, but I will focus on the reason why the Nature's Prophet did great. This Winter Wyvern, Effie, did great.
It was such a good pick. I mean, we were like theory crafting so many reasons, but for me, like the standout reason, and we'll see highlights of it later, was just a lot of Talon's early game impact was going to come out of physical damage, and Miposhka just negated that. It was such a perfect pick. Hats off to them. Both of their drafts today were creative. I love the CK in game 1. I love the Darkseer response to the TA, and this time around, like bringing out overall last pick Winter Wyvern, just awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of these really good teams, when it comes to drafting, is that like they can pick these niche underpicked heroes, not in situations where it's like you're countering Nepo with Winter Wyvern, you know, it's this like big obvious thing. It's this like subtle detail that's really, really important, right? It's like Dawn Tusk in lane. The reason you pick this is to dumpster the lane. Like, you're sacrificing, you don't have a ranged support with the melee offlaner because you have kill threat, and completely negating the kill threat while also just getting like a decent hero. It's not like Wyvern's completely terrible by any means. I think that's the little bit of spice that you need to be a good team. You know, they didn't ruin the draft to get a good hero. They picked something that was already good and has this little niche.
Yeah, and that helps, of course, that the Nature's Prophet was a flex pick, so they could put that in the hands of Yotaro. Because I will say, I will give credit where credit's due as well. Yes, Miposhka played phenomenally, and we did have him having a fantastic lane, and therefore Nature's Prophet having a fantastic lane. And that kind of set Yotaro up to be this absolute beast that he turned out to be.
Yeah, that's 2 games in a row. He had some like insane stats. 49k hero damage both games. He had the most hero damage in the game. I would take a wild guess and say that if we look at all the stats after the like few group stage days, Yotaro will be like top three for a lot of them, probably GPM, XPM, like kills, because like this looks like Prime Yatoro. That's what this looks
I will
like.
actually tell you what looks like Prime Yatoro. That looks like Prime Yatoro, isn't that right, Purge?
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, I'm standing right next to Prime Yatoro here. You had 2 amazing games. You played CK Game 1, Nature's Prophet Game 2. Were you expecting the games to be so decisive?
No, actually no. It's just first game I was last picked, and they picked CK in free game, and game was free. Like I don't know, they have no cores, no subs against CK, no damage. They have only physical, and we just took good fight around Roshan, a bit 50-50 fight, but we won it, and then super free game because enemies has no magic damage at all, only silencer, and Collapse has Crimson, and they never can kill us, and we're just trying to map and farm KDA.
What do you like with that CK talent? Because you're hoping for the break, obviously, against the Bristleback. Do you get excited when you hit the right one? Because when I play, I'm like, oh, I silenced him. I always say it because it's too fun.
Yeah, it was like super imba talent actually, because you have level 20 super imba face, because you have talent 20 level. It's about through BKB, and you can silence or disarm or break through BKB, and there is nothing you can do at some range core like TA. If you disarmed in BKB, you just want to delete Dota. Yeah.
That's amazing. In game number 2, you guys played a Winter Wyvern support. It's not a very popular hero, but it felt like Cold Embrace was extremely useful, even like when you're doomed or whatever. Was that what you guys were playing around when you picked the hero?
Yeah, it was like we have last pick +5 or +1, and we just decided to pick Wyvern because it's good sub into Lina, into Doom, into lane Dawnbreaker Tusker, because they have only physical damage again. And we just decided that with Wyvern gonna be much easier to play, and it's good like combination with Magnus, with Monkey King, and yeah, we just picked it.
Okay, and my last question is, what's it like now preparing for teams without Dota 2 Pro Tracker? Because in the past, you could very easily see what they're practicing in pubs. Do you have to grab knowledge from scrims? Are you just trying to do a general overview of the meta, or how do you guys prepare?
I think we're just looking at meta. They're anyways playing the tournament like us. We understand what they're rating, and it's not too matter about who they're gonna pick, like which heroes they're preparing in pubs, because anyways we got Pro Tracker, but then we got Smurfs accounts anyway, so when was Pro Tracker, it doesn't give you 100% to understand everything about the player, so it's okay.
All right, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Birds and Yatoro, of course, fantastic Nature's Prophet in that game number 2, which is winners. And with that, we also still wanted to straight up jump into Jenkins, a highlight for him, basically, because that's what it felt like. A lot of these fights were highlight reels for him.
We'll go ahead and give Yatoro his flowers here, and with this 20-minute highlight. We talked about flowers. He's playing Nature's Prophet, of course, so this makes sense. I mean, this was an insane fight. It was actually quite well played by Talon, of course. You start with Collapse with this absolutely beautiful RP skewer into RP on so many heroes. And Yatoro, the entire time, he's just sitting there clicking away. We can't see the net worth at this point, but he is the highest. And after this, like, he gets an entire item from that fight. And there was one fight where he did end up dying near the Roche pit, but that was like Doom and used literally everything on Yatoro because he's about to 1v5 the game. So, I mean,
they still won that fight.
And they still won the fight because there's a Monkey King mid. This is another carry. Like, people play this hero literally as a carry hero.
Yeah, I mean, it was 10k net worth above Doom for most of the game. And Doom is a hero that prints money.
Yes.
So that is an impressive feat. Like, I also just want to shout out Rue, because I thought his Dark Willow was beautiful. There were so many like layered terrorizes. Like, he had excellent target priority, was dishing out so much damage too. It really felt like their lineup was so whole, especially in how they played around Laurel in the mid lane as well.
It was, and speaking of that mid lane, we had some very early aggression already. I felt like maybe that's the result of having this Nature's Prophet being so far ahead, Effie, because he could be everywhere, and he was everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing aggressively and your carry is a Nature's Prophet, you know that your carry will be able to join you while also keeping a pace for himself. And that's why this hero has been strong for so long now in terms of a flex pick. Like, as a support, the Sprout does so much heal in lane. His global presence allows him to deny runes, ward in cool areas, gank lanes early on. When he's a carry, he just keeps up a net worth, can build any item that he wants to. He's the most flexible carry in terms of itemization. Whatever you need for the game, you can do with him.
Yep.
It's just overall such a good pick, and I'm surprised it's still this strong.
Yeah, it's incredibly strong. And I believe you also have something to show us that also makes him look even extra good.
Yes, I would like to, take a step back, and I just want to show how effective the Wyvern was versus these picks. Like, this is such a good pick. As you can see here, this is the kill combo of Tusk plus Dawn. You press tag team into Starbreaker, and most 5 heroes do not survive that burst. But Miposhka on that Wyvern was able to position himself so aggressively. And again, here, we see Wyvern going for the Rune Secure. They're tag teaming. Laurel is going very deep. Usually this Dawn follow-up would destroy a play like this. But you see the Cold Embrace on Laurel buys him so much time to be alive. Yatoro with the Nature's Prophet joins. They're taking this fight. And sure, there's graves of your own and stuff, but really the cherry on top was the deny at the very end too that Rue gets for Laurel. Like, this is just pure and utter devastation this early on in the game. But again, that play was only made possible because of the Cold Embrace by Winter Wyvern. Like, again, so much impact and so much value they got out of this spell. Here at minute 9:45, again, they're playing aggressively like we talked about. They drop the Wukong. Rue positions himself so that he can Bedlam, be very strong, saved again by Miposhka on that Wyvern with Cold Embrace. Because of this, they're able to take a longer fight, wait for Yatoro to TP in when he feels like it. Beautiful Terrorize from Rue here. Yatoro stacking the teleport on top of the Terrorize. And this is really how they cemented their lead in the early game.
I was pretty sure after watching the early game it was going to be devastation to the highest degree. Perhaps a game in top hat level shellacking.
Sure.
So I got to say, like, kudos to Talon for not just getting completely devastated. They did have some, play options going into the late game. But, yeah, maybe they want to look at these replays for how to improve their early game. I mean, Spirit's a very good team to play against to get this information, right? If any team is going to abuse you,
expose your
you.
Yeah,
it's going to be them. So definitely good information for Talon going forward at the very least.
Yeah, and I don't feel maybe the story for both games for Talon is that their power spike felt like it should be around, I don't know, minute 20 to 30, 25 maybe. And at that point, the game was already kind of in the hands of Spirits.
10k gold lead Spirit, yeah, exactly.
What can you do? The only thing you can do is look towards not getting into that position in the first place by just having a stronger start.
And I do think that's where the Wyvern pick comes in.
That's where the Wyvern pick came in.
Because it's like we were listening to 33 talk yesterday about Doom or Axe going for pipe against Abaddon in the timing that Abaddon wants to fight. Axe can get the pipe and the pipe negates the Radiance, and Abaddon's timing is the Radiance timing. So it's this weird, like, you have a hero whose spike is here, and normally the build that you would go is bad at that point, but you can go for another item to counter that exact spike. And I think that's exactly what Wyvern did, is like, okay, here's where Talon's going to win the game. We can pick this one very niche support hero to stop their timing for when they would win the game. And then maybe late game, Wyvern's just, okay, it's just fine. But it doesn't matter, because that was the point Talon had to win, right?
That caught them completely off guard too, because as we saw from those highlights, a lot of those plays looked like they could be good for Talon had that clutch save not come out that early on.
Yeah.
And once Nature's Prophet builds such a strong lead, like 10k net worth ahead, personally, like he was 10k above the Doom the entire game. Like, even if Doom is an anti-carry and that he will doom you and you will die, if you've got that many items, you just kill people while you're doomed anyway.
Yeah, you kill them while you're doomed, kill 2 other heroes, and then die. And then you're like, I did my job.
Well, Team Spirit, with this victory, they get a 2-0, which is obviously very good for them. And it does also mean, because I was slightly distracted. I was spying on the other side, and I saw a winner's interview being set up for Na'Vi, and that means that they won game 2. And that means they also have a 2-0 that was against Extreme. And that means Spirit versus Na'Vi, which is tomorrow. I know, you got to wait for that a little bit. It's going to be very exciting, because that's going to be one of the deciding series of where these teams are going to go. Again, first in your group is incredibly important for basically being allowed to spend an entire phase of the EWC here for Dota 2. Now, we're going to leave Group A for a little while. We're going to move to Group B, and that means we're getting ready for our next series, which is, it's going to be BB Team versus Falcons after a break.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we are getting ready for our second series of the day. And that means we're jumping groups. We're here for Group B now, and we are going to watch Falcons taking on BB Team. And we have changed up the panel a little bit in the meantime. Still with Effie, but good morning, Lacoste. How are you doing?
Good morning. Doing good, as always. Watching a lot of Dota.
Yes.
Yeah, unable to play Dota, so that's a bit of a downside. But yeah, at least we get to enjoy some top-tier Dota.
Yeah, so that's the Dota fix we need
Yeah.
right now, definitely. And for our upcoming series, I might say we're in for a treat as well, right?
We are, most definitely, because these two teams, they have a lot of history together, especially like starting 2024. It was not a good year for BB Team because they lost 11 times in a row at the start of that year.
Yikes.
Yikes. And then they started to win. But this year is looking much better overall for them because they managed to beat them at the SL1 Rally. They beat them at Dream League Season 25 as well. They drew in the group stage. But yeah, BB Team definitely on the rise, and Team Falcons yet to find their footing. I feel like this team kind of lost a bit of their identity as well.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe with the patch as well. Seems to still be finding their own style and really fitting in. And for this one, let's focus our attention first on BB Team. We saw them yesterday, of course, Effie, and they tied with Gaming Gladiators, which, we thought like, oh, nice tie. No, because Pure was not happy.
Oh, he was not happy at all. It almost seemed like he was offended or ashamed that they would even drop a game. And, I'm going to be as generous as possible with that, in that I think that they feel that after the most recent Tier 1 tournament win, which was theirs at Wallachia versus Gaming Gladiators, that this should have been a walk in the park. Like, they're rematching something they already solved, and they've set the expectations very high for themselves. But they did deliver. I know it was a draw, but they showed really clean Dota with the exception of the drafting issues in their game 1.
Yeah, they did experiment a little bit more. Like, even during Wallachia, this team did play Lifestealer like 9 times. Not any other teams, they did not want to touch it at the start of the tournament. We were like, okay, maybe there's something to it. They didn't look too good. Also, Pure was in a bit of a, I would say, rough space when he was playing like Lina 3 times in a row. He didn't feel too good. But I also want to point out that during the last year, I was saying that he is the best carry in the world, even though like the performances, the top 1 finishes were not there. I think he's getting back into the groove. Had a bit of a rougher start to the year, but he's definitely back.
Yeah, it's interesting always how BB Team can change their roster here and there, but they will keep that same identity. And I feel like we've been here before where they've had a decent year. They've come pretty decent rankings all throughout. Top 6, majority of them, obviously. A couple first place is really good. But I feel like when we come to a big tournament, EWC, first big one of the season, we never know. Because we have been here before where Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup last year, the year before that, or TI, same story, where we thought this year BB Team is going to do it. And then they struggle, and then they don't make it even top 6, and they might bum out at 8. So really curious to see if they can deliver this time around. This is the same question I pose with the opponents for them today as we are looking at Team Falcons. Effie, they have had a rough year, especially if you compare it to last year.
Oh, for sure. Team Falcons is a team that everybody expects after last year's performance to potentially win it all. It's just what happened this year. So last year, I think it's not an exaggeration to say they were the most dominant team of the year.
Yes.
Sure, they didn't win TI. Sure, they didn't win EWC. They did place high enough, but every other tournament was just such a clean and dominant victory by them. And honestly, a lot of the hero nerfs and responses were, according to Falcons heroes as well. Ever since they've been that dominant, though, it feels like people started to copy their strats, figure them out, their flex heroes got nerfed, and they haven't been able to channel that same like ultra dominant energy from last year yet. I do believe in them, though.
Yeah, this is the team that, I mean, it's just the way Dota works. Like all of your heroes that you are playing are gonna get nerfed because you are winning, and suddenly it feels like these heroes are OP. So eventually, you're gonna get nerfed. But they're also playing all these heroes that have been nerfed for a really long time. They're still playing their Pangos, they're still playing their Bristlebacks, their Beastmasters and such. So I want to see something new. I'm seeing some of the newer ideas as well with the Pugna that they did play yesterday. But I also want to see something maybe a bit different, you know, especially coming out from ATF, because this guy has been like, especially in the previous year, the best offlaner in the world, maybe even the year before that. But I want to see some extra spice coming out from him. I want to see some new heroes as well, because when he first joined the scene, he pretty much had a hero puddle with like 4 heroes basically. He did expand that greatly, but I also want to see some of the new stuff that can come out from him.
Yeah, I think it is very fair to say that, especially last year, the 2 main players that we were talking about almost every single time, and especially when they had their victory, it was Malrine and Amar and ATF. So the mid laner and the off laner for the team, and it's something to be said about their hero pools together, because they had do they still have a similar hero pool? Because that was a story last year, of course, where they could pick flex and you didn't know it was going where.
I mean, they still share a lot of common heroes, and that flex will always exist. For example, you know Pango will be played either mid or offlane. You know the potential of DK could come out where it's either Skeeter, for example, and Malrine. But the tri-core era, where all the tri-cores were flexes on all 3 lanes, that's not going to exist anymore. They do need to adapt. I like what Lacoste said about ATF still playing similar heroes to last patch and Beastmaster and Bristleback. Like, he's capable of so much different heroes
much
too.
more.
Like, I really do hope that they can step away from the Bristleback, because I know that that's his favorite hero right now. And yesterday they tried to pick it whenever they could, and that was the story of yesterday's series versus Execration. Are we gonna give them Bristleback? Are we gonna take the Bristleback?
We see a lot of these other teams experimenting with some like Spectres, which wasn't really successful yesterday when they last picked it. 24 pick, it was not them, it was the other team, but I watched too much Dota, so it's all mixed up in my head. It was Heroic, I remembered, but I also want to see something different, you know, some of the Omni Knights that can be flex potentially. We saw a good amount of Dawnbreaker as well when you did mention this tri-core that they did run, so having Dawnbreaker being played from carry, being played from the offlane. These are the type of flexes that I want to see from Falcons, and maybe add some extra spice to it, like this Phantom Lancer, Skeeter. I think there's a good chance as well that Faceless Void might become slightly more popular in this tournament. It needs to be a very good setup for him, but I want to see Skeeter on like more Skeeter heroes. They also did run some of these like offlaners from the carry role, his Tide Hunter. These are the type of ideas that I want to see from them.
Well, yesterday we did have Falcons, as said, against Execration. They also tied. So both of these teams, BB Team and Falcons, they got 1 point on the board. And I will reiterate how much more important that makes this particular series, because first in your group allows you to skip a phase. And that's just luxury.
Yeah, I mean, it's a longer tournament. A day off or a few days off goes a really long way, and when you're playing back-to-back Dota, especially if you're coming from different time zones as well. So obviously these teams want to top their group. They don't want to just cruise by. That these aren't the kind of competitors that they are. Something that I wanted to bring up also is that yesterday Falcons did try the Naga flex to safe lane. It didn't work, but I think that's something that we will potentially see them dabble in again.
Yeah, I think this hero is in a pretty good spot. Like seeing the Phantom Lancer is back. I think we might be seeing Naga Sarin as well being back the carrier role, because you could still like, that's a very, very annoying hero to play against, because you're going to be providing vision for the team. Your lanes are always going to be pushed out, and you also have one of the best ways to reset the fight, and you're also one of the fastest farmers in the game when we're talking about Naga position 1.
Okay, we're in the draft. We got ourselves BB Team on the Dire side. And first pick went the way of Falcons on Radiant with the Nature's Prophet. A couple of heroes you guys already mentioned are out of the pool. And including BB Team actually banning out the Lifestealer themselves.
I mean, no surprise. They really like this hero. They've been first facing this hero during Wallachia as well, and now they don't have it. So they also might have, they definitely have more information than us, what the teams have been playing in scrims, and seeing how things are going to go. And they're going to open up with Puck on 9, which did have 100% contest rate. so far, I believe. No, it dropped to 94%. But the hero has
Only
looked insane.
94?
Yeah, only 94. These are rookie numbers in
Come
this
on, Puck,
racket.
you got to shape it up.
Has he still been winning? Has it still been winning?
Not really. Like, he's been contested in
Yeah.
17 matches,
Yeah.
and he's sitting at 25% win rate.
Ooh.
I'm going to say it's because people think Puck is so OP that they're picking it versus things that already exist as counters, right?
Yeah.
Or they pick it early, like we see now. One Furion is enough to pick up a Puck. I do
Look
think
it
in
in.
BB Team's hands, it's a little different, though, because GPK just doesn't lose lane, really, these days, and you're not afraid of getting countered on lane, and maybe they have some team fighting follow-up idea to it, maybe like a 5 with a big team fight so that you can play with this coil early on.
Yeah, he's insane. Like, on these elusive heroes especially, they've been first phasing some of his heroes during Wallachia as well, his Queen of Pain, his Puck, and he did deliver. Like, in the 3 games of Grand Finals, I remember, because I was casting it, that he had like 1 death in those 3 games.
Yeah.
It was pretty nuts. They did play the 4th game, which he died a couple more times, but yeah, he has he has one of the highest KDAs. Whenever you check the stats, GPK is definitely going to be up there.
I mean, when you see a Puck, like, you're tempted to pick the Shadow Shaman, right? It's such a popular hero. You just want to solve it.
Yep.
It comes out. It feels like... I was thinking that it would be quite nice to see Crit play Dark Willow as well, because I do feel like that hero can be paired with so much kill threat from the offlane, but moving away from Shaman versus a Puck, probably not the best idea.
They pick up a Primal with it, and that actually does take me back to last year.
Yeah, this is Malrine. He definitely one of the better, I would say, Primal Beast players out there, because I think what makes Malrine such a good player is understanding the matchups and also knowing how to drag the creep ways when he can play, when he needs to go to jungle, just maximizing out the farm. And Primal Beast is the best hero pretty much in the game that doesn't need the lane at all.
I wonder what the greater idea is, though, with it, or what it is they're pairing for, because like, I don't see a hero that it counters particularly.
Not necessarily here. Yes, maybe they have something in mind, something that could potentially come out from BB Team. It is a BKB piercing tool. It is a hero that has pretty much unlimited scaling in terms of damage. I wanted to see this hero being picked in the last couple of months. It never felt like it was going to be a good game for it, because, like, if you go a couple of months back when like Clockwork was popular, Dark Willow is popular now again, makes it very difficult, and you need to have something that can stop Primal Beast, especially like from charging in. This is also a hero that's going to be making some early moves, doesn't need his level 6 to make a move, can be very aggressive early on.
It could be that they wanted to keep this slot for the Malrine ATF Flex hero. Usually for them that's Pango that they keep open, but they probably thought that Pango wasn't good versus Puck, so they just went for another hero that could be ambiguous in which lane that it goes to.
I have a question about the draft of BB Team so far. So they got 4 heroes on the board. We know Kataomi is going to play the Bane. He always plays the Bane.
Yep.
I know GPK will get his hands on the Puck because, again, he is an incredible Puck. Then that leaves us the Dazzle and the Marcy, and I know that there is some flex potential where Pure can take either of them at this point.
I would say that there's more flex to Miro playing Marcy, but most likely it's going to be Dazzle Marcy lane. But
then you can't jump in. Don't you want Marcy with a melee hero that you can jump in?
I think we saw yesterday one of the games with the Dazzle and Marcy where he threw him in and killed both of them pretty much. So
yeah, that doesn't sound great.
It's anti-combo with Dazzle. Dazzle really doesn't want to front line.
It was Visage actually that got tossed into a tower, but Visage still. But BB Team did play a Dazzle Marcy lane yesterday, and it looked so good. Like, so what? Don't toss them in. Just go in yourself. But you have this ability to get on top of them, dispose them back. Marcy can snap coil later on in the game, and then also yesterday, what happened in the Dazzle Marcy combo was that Save ended up going in first. Always on his Marcy, getting graved by Dazzle, and they would turn the fight. So the way they played it was really cool. I'm excited to see the same thing. Bristleback, oh no.
Here we go again. for the 150th time this year, we are seeing Bristleback on Falcons. A lot of tanky boys. I mean, this has been their bread and butter for a really long time when they had like this tricore with Dragon Knight, picking Bristleback as well. Pretty much everybody being 2,000-3,000 HP 15 minutes into the game. But yeah, I'm just looking where the damage is on BB Team. Bane has some, Dazzle has some. Marcy's damage is, if this is going to be positioned for Marcy, you're really not dealing that much early on. Puck, he can definitely deal damage, but I also want to see a hero that can actually punish some of these tanky cores.
Yeah, I mean, they need a break really desperately. I feel that the damage will come if you have a means to break them.
I don't think they can pause the game right now. I don't think they need a break.
Good one, Lucas. No, but I mean, like, they either need to look at a hero that can buy early Silver Edge, or they could go way back to a few months ago,
Yep.
to the last patch. Like, they would often pick things like Phantom Assassin when you need to break. But the thing is, she got nerfed, right? It became an Axe Scepter instead of a Shard. So,
I mean, I could see maybe something like Ursa that could come out. I'm a little worried for, like, right now they don't have much damage to pressure the towers. These heroes are really not good at pushing. You need to take the fight on Falcons, especially if it's going to be Amar playing this Bristleback. He always goes for the red Bristleback no matter what. I think there was like one game a couple of tournaments ago when I was doing the stats where he tried it and he's like, nah, that's not my thing. I'm just going to keep playing red Bristleback because I have an unlimited amount of damage.
what Silver Edge hero do you think looks good that Pure plays? Because I'm looking at his hero pool from the tournament that they won recently, Wallachia, and the Silver Edge buyers are usually just like taken out super early. Like Furion Falcons has a tiny, that hero is kind of dead right now.
Yeah.
Not dead, but not as good.
Not as good. Lena doesn't like to play into Primal Beast. She builds into Silver Edge. Maybe if they want to go different route and pick up a hero, something like Sven, to have just to have the burst damage, you're not going to be winning the lane. Bane gives you something, but I also know that they love to pick something a bit more aggressive. There's no Monkey. I did mention Ursa. I think Ursa's still a good pickup. You're playing against Bristleback. You're playing against NP.
What about Carry Lush? Is that an insane idea?
They did run it during Wallachia once, I believe. They did win that game.
Did they? Okay, great. I mean, it's definitely open. Well, we didn't see that. They do have overall last picks, so now it's a matter of how does Falcons want to round out their draft.
Yeah, and they still have so much time left, Falcons does, in their bonus time for deciding what they want to ban, and then obviously what they still need to pick. And speaking about what they still need to pick, they are the team that has to decide first where everything goes. So I'd love to hear your takes. We've talked about Amar on the Bristleback, but we also know Skeeter. Oh, they don't need that minute. Wow, that's actually not something you see every day. We got the CK ban out. That, of course, would have brought a break. And they instantly pick up the Tusk, which will probably go in the hands of Snaking, and that means we got Nature's Prophet on Skeeter and Amar on the Bristle.
I mean, Tusk plus Nature's Prophet is an incredibly strong lane. You can kill anybody. I think that the Snowball save will also be very difficult. What I like about Tusk as well is that heroes like Bane that need really good positioning can just get handled by your support Tusk snowballing in on him. Like, he has multiple means to play versus the Grip.
Yeah, this lineup just screams damage and tankiness. You also have relatively short cooldown on Snowball. Great against Bane. You can buy a little bit more time. Let's see what BB team is going to pick up.
That's the break. Dude.
I mean, it brings a break.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say...
It's pure hoodwink.
Pure hoodwink, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, analyze this, please, people.
Okay,
yeah.
Listen, I think you don't take the sharpshooter facet. That's the bait. You take the go nuts one anyway, because it gives you a lot of...
He's got go nuts right now.
Because it's like attack range, and you can build on attack range items. You have sharpshooter that's a low enough cooldown to kill these targets. But this hero, like, she really dies super quickly. Like, if Tusk gets on top of her or sets up, or Shaman gets on top of her and sets up, like, there's so much ways to get on top of her with TP or like an instant connection and follow-up. She's very much an unknown hero. I think with the removal of Gleipnir and the way that it functioned, she lost like a core part of her kit that allowed her to play as a core. I can't really theory craft what items you go. Maybe something like Hurricane Pike and Desolator, and that's what you play on. But I'm not the biggest believer. Hopefully,
I think everybody in their pubs experience, there's always some hoodwink spammer that loves to play like carry from time to time.
Not in my pubs, I'll tell you very honestly.
I know what happens to them, Lacoste.
They
get reported 5 times.
They 9 times. Nobody likes to play with or against this hero.
Okay, so let's focus on the first things first. Hoodwink is going to lane together with a Bane, and they're going to go up against a Bristol Shaman. How are they doing there?
I mean, I think you're okay, honestly. Like, you have means to secure range creep. You're not gonna You're not gonna die. Like, if you get TP'd on, you have scurry, so you just get through this route anyway. And maybe that's something they were thinking about. But like, do they kill them? I don't think so. I really don't see
You
him
can't
killing
pull the
them.
lane against Bane. If he gets Nightmare level 1, it stops the position 4 from going in and pulling, unless Shadow Shaman maybe gets some boots of speed, just because this matchup is not going to be easy for them to play. Just straight up 2v2. Trading against Hoodwink and Bane might be a bit too difficult.
And I know Avery is a huge Hoodwink fan. He's got a Hoodwink wallpaper, so I'm really excited to hear him talk about his Hoodwink wallpaper.
Oh, we don't have to wait too long to hear him talk about that one. I'll be very honest that did anybody have Hoodwink carry on their bingo card? Because I certainly did not.
I didn't, but like I said, they really need a break. If they don't have a break, none of these cores are dying on Falcons, and all the good Silver Edge heroes were not available.
Well, I saw Avery raise his hand when I asked who had Hoodwink on their bingo card for carry. As Melreen already said, oh my god, I'm gonna give this one to Cap and SPG.
BB team have gone nuts. They're insane. Loopy, out of their mind. Avery, Hoodwink carry? Really? Really?
Yes.
Perhaps the second most important tournament of the year, and you go Hoodwink carry?
Yes. Because he is a Giga Chad, and he knows what the real meta is. I don't know what it is, but he knows apparently.
What's the chat we got going on here? What have they said to each other so far?
30 seconds.
Let me scroll back for you. Bunch of tips coming out of DC.
Mhm.
Maureen said,
Papa coming.
Papa coming.
Papa's coming.
They said, good luck.
Mercy Pure. All right.
Well, I mean, we praised BB team. We said what we love about Pure is the fact that he's got a different kind of hero pool. Trying to pull him out. Snaking, now body blocking him a little bit, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be first blood, and it's going to be first blood to the carry Hoodwink.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I am genuinely excited to see what Pure can do with this. I do think the panel was underrating it a little bit. Now, I'm not going to try and oversell you on this carry Hoodwink because it's a gamble.
Don't even try and sell me on
it. It's a gamble.
Period.
This hero used to be extremely viable as a carry. Some of the things got nerfed, though. You have to take this facet to get the extra range on the Acorn. Some of the talents are also a little worse for it. You still get the double Acorn shot at 25, and you still get armor corruption at 20. You get another.
Okay, I mean, if you're telling me about 25 talents to justify your pick, no.
No, and I will also say
no.
this: the one thing this hero has going for it is you get triple scurry charge if you want to take that at 10.
All right,
and that is pretty insane. Like what you can do in fights with the triple scurry that also buffs it up with the go nuts, right? Because scurry's getting that bonus, you get that.
Can you explain the go nuts facet to us all?
You just get extra attack and cast range.
Okay.
Based on the level of scurry.
Cool.
But since you have triple charge with the level 10 talent, you're always in the trees. You have a crap ton of cast range, crap ton of attack range, and then you're getting that redirect chance onto the trees, effective miss chance. Hero is really annoying to kill. He operates from super far away. And I think that's kind of the goal here with this pick is it's like a pseudo sniper. I'm going to be so far back in the fight, you're never going to see me. I'm just going to be throwing these low cooldown Acorns out. If you can get to Daedalus, if you can get to Deso, if you can get to Mjolnir, those are your big damage options with this hero. You can scale considerably, and your late game talents, I know you're saying, oh, who's going to get to level 25? But we actually do see a lot more high-level carries nowadays consistently than we used to. I don't think considering level 20 and 25 talents for the one position is that unreasonable in most games.
I would say 25 is unreasonable. If you're banking on that for some reason, if you're talking about Nature's Prophet, sure, that guy just gets boatloads of experience because it's all over the map.
The Nature's Prophet can't do anything to Pure this game. How do you sprout this guy?
Oh, right, because he's going to be playing in trees the entire time. That sounds really enticing. It would be real shame if Falcons had ways to, I don't know, break down trees, get vision on heroes inside of trees, to do extra damage on heroes inside of trees, to, say, directly target the hero and roll after them in a snowball-like fashion.
They don't have any of that, fortunately.
They have none of that. There's no way to break through trees, trample over them. I don't know. I mean, you kind of got me interested on the 3 stacks of the scurry. That actually sounds pretty interesting.
It's pretty
but
good.
I do feel like Falcons have an answer to that, sadly.
I mean, honestly, Austin, who cares? I'm just going to say it. Who cares? Like, if you have an answer to carry Hoodwink, congratulations. I applaud you. You know, really well done. The hero answers himself. It's not some gotcha pick. It's
Wait,
not
are
hard.
you trying to sell the Hoodwink carry?
I am.
Or are you trying to sell it out?
Let me finish my point. It's about who's playing it.
Okay.
That's what makes it work. You know, some heroes are not about matchups or draft. They're about raw skill and belief, faith that you can make the pick work. That's what I like about it. I expect a Falcon Blade into probably Treads, Maelstrom, maybe a Fast Deso. You're going to get Dragonlance on this hero for sure at some point, which you can then get Hurricane Pike later. Quite a good Hurricane Pike game.
Okay.
Could see Silver Edge as well, though. That's a little less tempting now with the buildup. And Scotty is underrated on this hero.
Okay.
You get Scotty Daedalus going through these fights with some armor corruption. No joke. No joke, my friend. So look out. Papa's coming.
Again, I would just believe in it more if they were more like right-clicking heroes on Falcons. You know, where you've got the whole his innate, right? Hoodwink has that innate where you've got evasion next to trees.
I agree. That part of it is not working out too well.
It's like who's actually hitting you?
It is a direct. Well, it's a direct counter to the Furion. They got that at least.
Yeah. We'll see. The one thing they better do is win their lane. They better win their lane. Sprout on to save with the snowball on after, or not him. Went on to the neutrals.
I do like that they have this save Marcy again. I want to see. I still want to see more of this hero. I want to see what these top pros can do with it. I think it still has a huge amount of potential. In theory, a nice hero versus the Shaman as well. Crit trying to bring the Shaman back in this game. This hero's been top of the chart for a while now. It's just super hard to kill. Marcy just jumps on you, can displace you, can insta-burst you down. It feels like the matchup's pretty decent, honestly.
Okay.
I kind of like that. And, of course, biggest factor in this game is I do think Puck is the end-all, be-all in this game. Like, Falcons will always scale their tricore, but Puck in this late game is a monster. And that is a concern for Falcons. You do not want this game going ultra late, I think.
You don't feel like they have enough control over the puck? They've got Shadow Shaman and I think Primal Beast. You get a Blink Dagger, get the grab.
Not with, in theory, triple save behind him.
Okay.
You have Sleep Save, you have Pick Me Up, you have Dazzle with the Grave. Like, that's a lot of bailout. And when you give Puck bailout, the hero becomes a menace. They're going to rotate save top, try and get this Marcy going.
They're getting a lot of quills on them, but maybe they can overwhelm Amar quick enough. Amar might be able to get the Bane kill. Oh, a little bit of heal. Amar's actually turning the quills back around on them. Okay, Blood Grenade. Can they finish him off? Blood Grenade on the save. It's a double. Skeeter. He teleports in to help finish off Pure, so they get a 2-for-1. And Kataomi incredibly low as well.
If you don't have Furion coming in there, that's a better trade for BB team. But unfortunately, you do have to deal with that hero in the early game. At least Pure got the kill first, so you get the extra experience on this Hoodwink. And Amar, not too happy about that situation overall for him. That's a tough go onto the Bristle, man. In this early game, when he has resources like that, not a fun fight, even with some extra sustain for the Bane. Sleep on the Rune while Pulverize is going off.
Curveball over to the side. And with the coil, we'll lock the Primal Beast down. Unable to chase after either ranged core.
Got to watch out for this Drinking Buddies bonus damage on the Primal. It's a nasty combo. Been a while since we've seen the Drinking Buddies, actually. I feel like it's just been tag team the whole way. Snaking, going to bring it back here, and maybe that's a little bit of the combination they're looking for. As they go straight in with the amp damage, GPK, you did not respect that rune on Maureen at all.
No. With Crit coming in through the side. Speaking of Crit, if BB team wins this, do you think Falcons add Hoodwink back into the support pool? Because you've got maybe the #1 Hoodwink player in the game on the enemy side.
I think if Falcons win this, they're going to use it as even more fuel. Why they should never pick it for Crit again.
No, I was saying if BB team win.
No. If anything, then they'll just steal it from Crit and have Skeeter play.
There's no way Skeeter's playing that. That's just not his style. Pure, I can accept that.
That's what people said about his Naga. 1T, 1TI on that hero. Yeah, silenced you real quick there.
No, you
Skeeter
really
hater.
didn't.
Skeeter haters abound.
There's a massive sea of difference there between Naga, Siren, and Hoodwink.
I'll sort this out.
Guess to silence you real quick, huh?
No, I'm just admiring Pure. He knows what he's doing. He's got the right itemization going. You skip the boots straight into that javelin. Put this acorn to work.
Kind of reminds me of the with the troll build versus Timbersaw, where you rush Maelstrom.
Miracle Troll.
The javelin.
Never forget.
Yeah.
Very even early game across the board. I feel like this always happens with Falcons because can't really beat them in the laning phase, but I feel like if they don't have the cheese picks for like the last pick Huskar or the Viper Razors, they're not going to beat you that hard either.
Snowball chasing after him and bowling through. In fact, Miro, who tried to help out save, is now going to be victim of Malrine as well.
Didn't even pop that shielder.
No, not needed.
He's off to a very good start on this Primal after that double kill. I mean, he is top of the chart. He's getting the power runes. Still has his tower full HP here. This is a dream start for the Primal Beast here that can just drive the pace super well. You get a fast blink. You could set everything up around the map. I do think BB Team's lineup is fine with dealing with it. Like, you have Coil, you have a Bushwhack, you have Sleep Grip. You have enough interrupts for him. And I think particularly when you play against the Primal Beast, having something with a BKB piercing stun is just super valuable because of how BKB dependent that hero is. So the fact you have the Bane sitting in the back this game, it's got to feel good. Like, this is a pretty good Bane game in theory against Falcon's cores. It's pretty good against the Bristol, pretty good against the Primal, do fine against the Furion. Like, yeah, Furion pushes the map in and everything, but, you know, you're always going to have something like that against Bane. I think this is a pretty good Bane game. Hopefully Katayomi can find some levels and put the grip to use. And
is he going to be able to put the grip to use, though? I feel like
the Tusk is a big worry, but outside of that, I think even if you get it for 3 seconds, it's good. It's going to be good enough in these fights. I'm looking for Skeeter, trying to get that Maelstrom of his own done. He'll dodge that gank.
Here came through the gate to try and help out, but no dice.
I mean, you have to be wary of this drinking buddies. Like, it's not a facet they've been playing against recently a lot, and this thing does a lot of bonus damage when it gets thrown on the Furion or the Primal in particular.
Yeah.
That is a lot of damage to fight through in this early game. So there's a reason BB Team do not want to dive right now. And they're also missing ults on the supports. Falling a little bit behind here as the Tusk and the Rasta just out-leveling them by almost a full level each. Rough to make these aggressive plays, which means you're just falling back on the squirrel. And can pure pick up.
Falcons will pretty much always be focusing on stacks. Malrine did go for the AoE facet, so we'll see how he employs that in some of these fights. With the fast blink dagger, it means he is going to be starting off with that ultimate,
So
which
fast.
means the trample and the upheaval are going to be real big AoE.
This is a scary Primal on the map right now, especially with the combination of the supports. Anywhere he goes is massive kill threat. You have Wrath and Nature that can go in on top of all of that.
Yeah,
that's a brutal amount of damage to deal with here.
I mean, at least we know the one thing is that Malrine can't gank the top lane because it's Hoodwink.
Yeah,
So he's limited to the other lanes.
This is a dead lane, as they used to say. I mean, this
right.
is
Very similar to Lifestealer
exactly.
and Juggernaut.
If anything, I think it's harder to gank than Lifestealer. I would rather see a Lifestealer up here than the Squirrel.
And that's why Malrine doesn't even think about going top. He goes bottom, pre-smokes, TP's in, grabs Snake King, goes through the gate. Oh no, Avery, they're making the classic mistake of trying to gank the carry Hoodwink.
I mean, you can't. There is no way to kill this Hoodwink. It's not possible.
1100 HP. Oh, smoke's gonna break. Katayomi gets in front of it, gets off the Nightmare. Now Snowball's gonna, doesn't pick up Malrine. Can you not pick up a Nightmare hero? Okay, Miro's gonna teleport in. Gets a pretty good poison. Malrine, he tramps through the trees, but they do manage to hit him with a sharpshooter. There's that break. Save gets the grab on him, pulled back the Primal Beast. Big damage coming in from Pure, and he's cutting him down. Now with the Fiend's Grip onto the Bristle, back to Quills. He needs more Quills to finish off Katayomi. He doesn't quite get it. Now he's getting kited. Oh no, this is what happens.
Why did
you
they
try and gank the carry Hoodwink?
Dude, he did work in that fight. I know you're memeing on it here, but like, look at the damage, 2,200 coming out from him and 3,600 from this Dazzle.
No, he did. He did.
Miro, the one coming in big here, as the positioning from Katayomi is what sets all this up. Perfect around that tree line. You get the initial sleep on the Primal, dodge the shard, and then Skeeter comes in, but he can't touch the Squirrel, man. There is no matchup there for him. And that Sharpshooter does a lot of damage in the early game. You tank that, and this Acorn, man, bouncing between everybody. Some extra minus armor synergy with the Dazzle.
Pretty
we
nice.
We didn't talk about that, but like you had Weave on top of an Acorn going through with the Corruption later, potential Deso. You got a little buff from the Marcy. That's a lot of physical to deal with, particularly if you get broken.
Yeah. And BB Team, with the numbers already here, the top lane, they go again. Coil onto the Primal Beast, try and pull him back. Acorn, big damage, and he got the grab on the two of them. Maureen will finally die. Now it's Snaking up next. The poison locks him down for a little bit. He gets off a snowball, heading towards the Dazzle. A sleep, a Nightmare trying to pull him out of the Sprout. Oh, now he slept himself on the side of Skeeter. Wakes himself up finally, but the puck comes back into play. GPK, two-man silent. Skeeter in some trouble. Another bushwhack that lands on a two. Pure, he shoots and breaks the Bristleback. They all in on the Bristleback, get the kill, and the only person to die is Save.
Pure is owning. This might have been a meme pick at the start, but it has turned into a nightmare for Falcons right now. They're just getting straight out skirmish. They had the early blink on the Primal, but is it doing them any good? This is not a lineup you want to blink into. He has to play with the team. And it feels like every time the Furion shows up, he's just eating acorns to the face. You get that break connection on the Bristle. Everything lining up here for BB Team in this early game. They are just cutting around these fights beautifully. And once more, save on this Marcy. I think we saw this last time. It's a hero that ends up accruing a lot of deaths because you just go in, but the impact's there, right? Like he's 0-4, but he is owning this early game. So everything coming up BB Team in that fight. Now they're in a really good position with their two big damage-dealing cores in the puck and that Hoodwink.
It does feel like Falcons, I think they can win fights, but they probably shouldn't be taking those fights into the Hoodwink unless they guarantee an initiation on that Hoodwink.
Yeah, if you can start on him, that fight's completely different.
Because BB Team are doing a really good job of protecting that Hoodwink. Katomi and his positioning and breaking the smoke. They have the saves, as you talked about.
The thing is, it's hard to start. It is genuinely hard to start on this hero if you don't just smoke and jump him. Because once the fight breaks out, he's in the tree line. He has incredibly long range. His Dragonlance is going to come out soon as well. And he's not a hero that sits there and right-clicks you down. He's a hero that's right-clicking you through a spell, which means he can just kite the fight out and play for his cooldown rather than having to sit there. Makes a big difference for some of these melee lineups that we know Falcons like to run. And it's working out really well here. I also wonder how much these early fights would have changed if you had a Blade Mail on the Primal instead of the Blink. Not that this itemization is bad by any means, but I do wonder if it's like the Blink was so fast and it's so good, it forced them to go for these aggressive plays.
Crit. He gets spotted first, quickly killed. Now going for more. Got the coil on it too. GPK
does have Blade Mail available on the Bristle.
Broken the Bristle back. Now they can all in him if they want, but Snake King does manage to pull him back. Nightmare still gets the grab onto Amar. Bushwhack fails because of the Nightmare, though. Awkward bit of dyssynergy. BB Team, though, still decent rotation. Got a support out of it and see if they can finish off that tower.
Oh, yeah, they're going to get it for sure here. Dazzle always gives you that little bit of sustain to man up. Last hit to Miro, having himself a fantastic game on this Dazzle. Not a hero that Falcons deal well with when you look at their lineup. Like, what do they really have to shut the Dazzle down in the fights? It's not a hero you can start on, the way the projection works. They don't have a lot of burst damage either.
No.
So you're kind of just dealing with these Shadow Waves across the entire fight. Man, these fights have just felt really awkward. It feels like Falcons are getting their usual game plan. They're really strong, but they can't make these connections work.
Get the kill onto Save instead of GPK. Not who they wanted. But frankly, Falcons could use any kill at this point. And that Nightmare pulled him all the way into the tower. Thought maybe I could get a Fiend script right next to this tower, but Crit, he was waiting.
I mean, Crit, reliable as usual, already has an Aetherland somehow in this game.
Yeah, seriously.
Doesn't feel like it's been going that well for him, but he's honestly pretty farm. Only one death, level 9.5. Signature Shaman for the lad. Ag's done for Miro, though. That's the big team fight for BB Team here. And with their other two cores leading the charge, they have so much damage follow-up if this Dazzle can just control the fight, hold the front line together, give them the sustain, because this lineup doesn't naturally have a frontline tank. You're kind of dependent on the Marcy going in and then Dazzle giving you the extra HP.
Yep.
So Miro being strong in this game is really important for BB Team, and Falcon's trying to break this front line, or maybe just run past it entirely.
It is really interesting that BB Team opted for two different cores that are able to do physical damage and do attacks on heroes with their spells, right? Because the same applies. You got the Acorn Shot, but you also have the Dazzle's Shadow Wave hit or whatever from his Agony Scepter, right?
Sleep setup and should work out. Yeah, easy pickings.
Easy.
I mean, I could say the same about Falcons, right? Primal and Bristle. Also two, pseudo physical hybrid carries that deal their damage through spells more than actual right clicks. That is the future of Dota, perhaps.
Why we're seeing the drunken brawler over the tag team. BB team, a pickoff leading into Roche.
Nice timing for them. We saw the BKB arrive for Maureen, but he had to go to base for it, so no real way to contest this fight based on how far you're going to have to run. This is just a nice pickup for BB team. Probably not a Roche they were expecting to get this free. One they'll happily take. Put that Aegis on Pure. He's even more invincible. Oh, he got the Brigand's Blade too.
Oh,
with
that
the
is
attack,
nice.
With the attack range unleashed.
Yeah.
That's super nice for him. Did you know this was called Dark Mercy?
Oh yeah, the passive.
What kind of name is that, dude? Passive Dark Mercy on it. Like, what? What does that even mean? What? So that's when you know Valve ran out of actual names.
Man, Katomi's been quick with these nightmares. Running into heroes. Instant nightmare, another pick. They're just dismantling Falcons on the approach time and time again. Somehow Snake King gets some luck there. The big pine cones will take the last hit.
I don't think it's changed much on the map right now, but
no.
A little victory at least. I mean, this is the nighttime vision for the Bane that Kataomi's abusing. There's no counterplay on the side of Falcons. He's just outranging them, finding these open initiations. The fact he's already level 10 means you have that Nightmare fully online, and there's the Mjolnir for the Hoodwink. The other aspect of this hero is he is kind of a ghost pusher.
Yeah.
Like, you just throw this Acorn out on the wave, it kills it completely once you have this Mjolnir up.
Lotus Orb. Pick up from the Bristleback might just save Amar here. Deals with the poison nicely. The extra armor, certainly not going to hurt. Falcons, despite it feels like they're under a lot of pressure, they are still keeping the net worth to their favor, which, I mean, that's just such a Falcons MO,
yeah,
right?
that's Falcons Dota. I mean, they're just an incredibly efficient team. Never really going to out-farm them around the map. You just have to get the catches when they matter and make sure you're scaling fine. And here, Falcons, BKB, we saw done on Maureen. He'll pick up an amp damager, and he wants to fight. This is prime fighting territory for the Primal Beast. You aren't going to find anything. And of course, you are still going into that Aegis. So even if you find Pure, that's not a guaranteed fight that's going your way. If anything, I'd rather find the supports at this point. Like, I'd rather find Marcy Bane and take them out of the equation. The Dazzle, of course, if you get him. But in theory, you should not be finding Miro first. Like, if you find him first, that's a misposition on his part. You're baiting the Bristle out top. Here's got other things in mind, though.
Got a Hex on a Pure, but he's got the Aegis, so this is going to be another situation where Falcons just give up a support, play somewhere else on the map. They are still building their net worth lead. Katomi, sneaky move, smokes straight to the Wisdom Shrine, takes it away. But Skeeter did grab the enemy Wisdom Shrine, so still a split. In that regard, the Tormentor will not be split. It'll be given to BB team and to the Marcy specifically.
That's a really nice shard. This one feels super good on the support Marcy.
What is that shard?
Lets you jump off enemies.
Oh,
I think it's the biggest thing. Also, the damage is not insignificant. But just being able to run into someone off a smoke and jump off them or jump off an enemy creep or something is super quality of life. Pretty good vision out on the map for Falcons, but they haven't really been able to use it. BB teams have been playing on the upper half of the map. Most of it's on the southern half. Be surprised if they didn't try and smoke back to their wards at some point here. They feel like they have a good enough item timing. But you ran that amp damage rune out on the Primal. The Furion's not going to lead these smokes because, I mean, he's just AFK farming the map. He'll join. Kind of comes down to Snake King to make that call. And he's the weakest hero in this game. Sometimes that has an impact. Like, guy who's making this smoke call is your Brown Boots Tusk with no blink. Don't always have the strongest read of where to go and who to jump.
Yeah.
When your game has been this slow and this clunky.
Aegis is going to expire soon, but it's going to be replaced by a full-out Hurricane Pike by Pure, which is going to be a great addition to his inventory.
Is he going the Pike? He's saving.
I think he bought. Oh, he
Saving
did
the
have
gold.
it queued up, and I thought he was going to
Yeah, I
buy
was
it.
thinking BKB. Could go either here. He's having a good enough game. The Pike is totally fine.
Yeah, it's sick against Tusk Shards and Sprout, and then if you use it offensively when the Primal Beast charges in, force movement stops that charge.
Assuming he doesn't BKB, yeah.
True.
You catch him. It's going to be good whenever he gets in this game. He will eventually get it because Dragonlance is just a requirement on this hero. But he's already level 15, which, you know, I don't think this hero's ever going to lead the experience department because he just doesn't clear Ancients and he doesn't. Sometimes you miss some of the XP off of waves or whatever, but he already has the talents of, like, this hero's so much about getting through your talent tree. This is honestly a pretty good position.
What is that new talent? Sharpshooter provides vision while charging. Do you get like a little cone of vision? And it gives true sight. Weird.
You get like the line of where it's going to shoot.
That's interesting. I haven't seen that yet.
But it's not super wide.
Yeah. It's not like Pierre's going to get that, obviously. The minus armor corruption for a carry hoodwink.
Yeah,
sounds pretty good.
The talents on this hero are pretty well divided between carry and support.
Yeah. Either you're an acorn guy or sharpshooter guy. Well, I guess my next question is, it's all fine, well, good. BB team win early fights and such, but what happens if Falcons don't run into you like they were doing before? Now they're playing this dodge game. They're playing this farm around the map game. Are you okay with that if you're BB team? Are you okay with a longer game?
I think they're okay. You go back to the puck scale here. And the fact you have so many saves in your lineup that this puck can reliably be a primary damage dealer in that late game because you're not too worried about him getting jumped and bursted when you have Graves, Sleep, Pick Me Up.
Or especially a Lincoln's to stop the initiation in the first place.
Absolutely. Maybe the one concern is just you are playing against Falcons. Like, this is one of their strengths as a team, no matter what the draft is. They're just scary in the late game. Like, they know how to scale everybody up. They play the fights really well. They're a great spell casting team. And, you know, that's Amar. That's his real threat as a player, in my opinion, from that offlane. He's going to get more farm than the average offlaner, and he's probably going to use it better in the later portions of the game than most offlaners in terms of just carrying the game. Maybe he's not going to be the best playmaker, you know, finding jumps or whatever, but when he's on these hybrid scaling heroes, he's a beast.
Whoops. Accidentally popped the smoke instead of the glimmer cape, so not only is he going to die,
that's rough.
But he lost a smoke Falcons could have used. Definitely knows about that ward on the high ground, though.
Also, we'll reveal the Lincolns on GPK, not insignificant here, going into the next fight.
Sure.
Of course, Roche can be up at 30. You really want to be getting these lanes. And I will once again point to the vision Falcons have on the map. You look at the two obs, they're super deep on the map. I don't think these have really done much for them because they haven't been able to make smoke moves to them. And BB team haven't been farming. Like, they don't have a clear Ancient clear. So warding the Ancients hasn't given you much information here either because they're just playing the side lanes.
Counterpoint. Have you watched Skeeter's movements? Has Skeeter been using those wards?
He has been using the top one, yes. So that is an option. He could be using the wards to aggressively farm. He doesn't see anybody there. He'll go to this top one here, for example. So you're right. There is some decent benefit there. I'm not saying they're useless. I just think Falcons haven't gotten the normal map control they would have wanted out of these when you have a Furion. Like, you can smoke to that deep ward. Furion's farming your side of the map. He can instantly connect, even if that smoke doesn't land. You don't lose much. It's very efficient. Instead, you're kind of having to rat out the sides of the map. And that's why we're not seeing this lead grow. And when you're not growing the lead with Furion, feels a little bad, man. Refresher done for Maureen. Very aggressive choice.
He's going to get the catch. The rest of his team try and follow it. Or looks like he got caught, rather. But I thought that was going to be a sandwich play for BB team. Not at all, apparently. It was just Katomi dying and BB team backing out.
Yeah, they're just farming the map. Like, they're not in a rush here. Everybody's getting big items.
I have to disagree with that. My gut just seems wrong that you've got to carry Hoodwink and that you aren't trying to take over the game.
You just have no faith.
I don't. I will admit I have no faith.
You can always go Divine Rapier on this hero.
that didn't sell me on it, but that's fair.
Look at the angle. Falcons
Smoke's
have.
gonna break on the side here, and they counter smoke. Oh, that smoke is immediately broken. All of a sudden, they spot a Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman, no, despite the attempt by Snaking to pull him out of danger.
Yeah, you
what
got broke.
was Falcons looking for there that they didn't pull the trigger on that fight?
It just ran in at an awkward angle, couldn't get the vision, and like it's GPK sitting there. Can't really lead on him. Just awkward.
Is it Miro or bust? Like they just want to find the Dazzle. If they don't find the Dazzle, they don't think they could take the fight?
Buyback from Snaking. They just feel disjointed right now.
Yeah.
They don't have a clear way to start the fight other than Maureen pulling the trigger. And if he doesn't like what he sees, you're not doing anything.
That acorn shot bouncing back.
I mean, also,
refresher.
Well, I was going to point out with this refresher is, like, how good is this when it's this early? Because you have no mana pool. This refresher's half your mana pool. Like, I refuse to believe you go in a fight, you use your entire kit, you refresh, that you can use your entire kit again.
So you're saying you don't have faith in the
No,
refresher?
no, I
Primal
don't.
Beast?
I think this should be...
We just got a couple of doubters on the microphone.
I mean, I think it should be a Kai item or a Shiva's or the Ags or something like this, right? Like, this is just too early for the refresher. I mean, he wants to have double BKB for the fight, but...
Trying to bait out Amar. GPK, I think, was well aware of it. He blinks forward to break some of the smoke, get some vision of what's going on here.
I genuinely think Falcons are just confused at how to start the fights when there's so many saves in this BB team lineup. They don't feel confident starting on anybody because, okay, if you go on the puck, well, we're not going on the Dazzle. If we go on the Dazzle, there's a sleep save, there's a grip, there's a Marcy pick-me-up. Puck's going to have a free fight. If we don't, if we're doing any of those, we're not finding the hoodwink.
Skeeter's got to be careful. He teleports to the other side of the pit. That was right under a ward. He does not get caught, but it was close. It was a close call.
He cannot go down. There's a world where you play off the Furion buyback for this Roche fight. He is 500 short.
Okay.
But, I mean, that's, 30 seconds for the Furion.
I mean, Roshan goes to the other side. Falcons have more control of this side of the map right now.
I think this is the play for Falcons. You get the buyback here on the Furion. You got it with that Wrath of Nature. You hold this. You take a 6-on-5. Downside of this Roche going to this side is BB team could do the same on their outpost.
Sitting on the high ground, shield rune for Amar. He pushes forward, trying to force some action here.
Look at the flank, though. Puck on the backside. They caught the Tusk.
They did, and they are taking out the Tusk almost right away. Meanwhile, they're going for the Dazzle, trying to take him out, but he jumps into a Fiend's Grip. The teleport in from Skeeter is really awkward. He gets off the BKB. He's trying to hold Pure back. Pure walks through that Sprout and finishes off the Furion easily. The Dazzle doesn't die with the Nightmare on the Bristleback, and all is going wrong. Now they commit back in for Miro. He's got another Shallow Grave. Maybe they finish him off, but this fight is already done for Falcons. They're throwing it all in for one kill. Pure, maybe he dies to Skeeter, though. Skeeter, he needs one more hit. He's not going to get it. No! All these low health heroes say it's going to jump on a Skeeter. It's going to look like a dieback here as he gets tossed back into the puck who finishes him off. Amar chased after these heroes. He finally did manage to finish off Miro. Maybe he can get saved. Oh, nice blocking from GPK and pick me up to take him away. Amar desperately trying to get at least one more kill out of this. The hairball doesn't connect. Save is home free.
Beautiful kiting of this Bristleback. They just controlled him with the utility from the Bane. The sleep's been really annoying for ATF in these fights. And he's not the biggest damage dealer with this build. It's more of a utility bristle between the hairball plus the Crimson. So if they just sleep him and deal with the damage dealers, that fight's easy. Beautiful grip onto that Furion as well. That decides that fight by a large margin. And the fact that both Miro and Pure lived on less than 50 HP, you're really playing the margins there and playing them well. Now you're level 20 on the Hoodwink. You got your Corruption talent. Parasma's done on the puck. The damage is starting to pick up here. That was your big Furion buyback fight.
Yeah.
And you didn't win it. You lost the Furion twice. He's still dead for 50 here. Such a long death timer because he's so high level.
And Falcons, it's going to be up to Amar to try and stall this out. A bash on a Pure created a small opportunity. They go for the Nightmare Sharpshooter shot. And look at that Bristleback getting melted. He gets off the Lotus on himself with a Glimmer Cape on him, trying to deke away, but save. He'll close the distance. And two more hits. Pure, he'll get him. It got him in the end. He still had an Acorn shot to use too. GPK, he jumped on crit. Meanwhile, Goes for the other support in Snaking. Spots him and think he's dead.
You can't frontline like that. Not when GPK has such a good angle on your supports. You can't bail him out with a snowball save because, well, you're getting coil silenced by the puck on the backside of that fight. And of course, you can't frontline on your own because of the break.
And finally, BB team feels like they've been winning this game for 20 minutes straight, but now it feels like they finally kind of crack things open. They'll get a large net worth lead. They've got another Aegis to work with. Daedal is soon to be done for Pure. He's got that 20 talent.
He's hitting his stride. Like, he is getting the talents. He's getting to the big items. He got Shiv as well. So he got Brigand's Blade into Shiv, just kind of the hoodwink dream right here. And another catch up top will result
Fiend's Grip.
in an easy pickoff here.
Chaining the stunts nicely, so no opportunity for a BKB.
This Bane's been a problem in this game.
Yeah.
It's a really big problem for their lineup. They don't have easy ways to stop the grip because the supports are getting controlled by the puck.
Take the time for another Tormentor. See who gets this one. It's Miro. Very nice. So now your options of killing Miro at the start of the fight, they were pretty grim to begin with, and now they're non-existent.
Yeah, no chance. You just have to fight through it, and that is not fun. Particularly when you look at the armor on the side of Falcons right now. You have the Lotus. I mean, Amar has some bonus armor, but this Primal is... He's fish food, man. He's got no armor at all. Downside of going for this refresher before the Shivas.
Yeah.
He's going to get melted.
That's... Sounds like itemization really coming into question here, right? Should he have gone the Blink Dagger first? He had such a fast Blink Dagger. It was pretty enticing, but Blade Mail is usually the typical build-up for this hero.
It's just one of those games where you watch it and, you know, we can sit here and watch it and go, I could have seen how Blade Mail into, like, Shiva's BKB build-up would have been better this game.
Mm-hmm.
But I absolutely can see where if that first Blink move works, you catch the hoodwink, we could be looking at an entirely different game.
Oh, yeah. Skeeter. He's almost level 25, but he is going to be dead for a while here. Caught on the Wisdom Shrine. You can't keep stealing that forever. You'll get punished eventually, and BB team full commitment to do so here. 90 seconds. No enemy carry and an Aegis. BB team. Is this going to be the window to take a little gander at high ground?
Still have 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. Pure looking for a Satanic. That'll be his next item. That is going to be a beastly item to get here. And I mean, GPK Shield Rune, he's going to play super aggressive right now, looking for 25 of his own as he's matching the Furion's levels. Falcons in big trouble right now. Have to find a way to weather the storm and get to the later scale on the Primal and the Bristle in particular. And again, the Furion, he's so high level every time you die. Feels like an eternity before he's back on the field.
Yeah.
No buyback available. Still has that cooldown from the earlier fight. 2 minutes for Pure to do whatever he wants right now. Wonder if Falcons are even going to fight this. Probably not.
I don't think so.
I think they're just conceding whatever he can get before the Furion's back up. And hoping that's only one lane. Could be two.
And save. He's going to call that. Pops his ultimate to help take down the towers a little bit quickly. And they're going to go for two. Wanting to end the game here and now. Trying to force Falcons into some sort of fight without their Furion. The Furion's back up now, though.
Putting Pure on the front line is giving Falcons an opening onto that big damage dealer.
Hexed up. No sharpshooter, though. Pure aims for the supports. Malrain, his initiation completely whipped there. Gets the grab on Miro, trying to blow him up. He gets off the Shellgrave in time. Now they go back in, refresh. Another grab. This one's going to be on Pure. Pure's getting a little bit low, but he still has that extra life. You have to remember, sharpshooter goes out, doesn't hit Snaking. Instead, it's on Skeeter.
Got the tassel.
When he comes back in on this second life, can Pure get away? Trying to pick me up, gets him out. Coil onto two. Meanwhile, Malrain chasing after him. Skeeter, he forced that sword to finish off Pure, and he does manage to get him. GPK, a lot of low heroes will not jump to his orb. He's going to call it quits on this fight. Cut their losses. Falcons. Valiant defense. For the first time, they managed to kill the Hoodwink.
Downside of putting Pure on that front line to hit the building when everybody's up, it's just so easy to jump him, see other heroes, And finally, they get a connection on who they want in this game, which is the Miro Dazzle.
Yeah.
That's the big upside of Maureen going in here, is he canceled the grip with his own charge, or maybe Pick Me Up
I
threw
think
it
Pick
out.
Me Up stopped it, yeah.
And then you're just able to lay in all this damage on that Dazzle. No punishment. Yeah, he survives here off the grave, but you know you're going to be able to run him down here. And the second he's gone, this fight looks way easier.
Back in real time, it's Falcons hitting the high ground right back at BB Team.
That was a big slip up.
It was.
Not the kind of lineup you want to throw away a huge fight with.
Great initiation. Crit finds an opening onto Kataomi, who has been an absolute bane of Falcons' existence, taking him out of the fight and prolonging BB Team's time here where they are lacking in heroes. It could be Falcons going for 2 now.
Furion does a lot of DPS when he gets to stand there and hit. Put some trees around him, give him the drinking buddies.
Yeah.
Significant amount of right-click DPS.
And thanks to 25, he's still going to be able to deal with all the waves pushing in around the map. They are not going to go for 2. Satanic is needed for Skeeter before this next engagement.
Big pickup for him if he can survive long enough to get it off, get a second life. Pure still looking for his, still looking for that 25 as well. And man, Maureen shows up when Falcons needed him. Huge fight with that Ags reveal. He was farming top, gets it, joins that mid fight, instantly almost to his next item. This is the kind of scale that Falcons need to go late in this game. Primal Beast coming alive. Big setback for BB Team, and now they're behind in gold. That was a 12K swing in 2 minutes.
Which in turn means that the mid laner BB Team needs to step up. You said when it comes to scale in this game, there's the 25 for the puck, or for the Hoodwink, but you said the puck was going to be crucially important for BB Team if this game did push into late, which now it seems like it will.
And he does finish Shiva's on top of Parasma, Whisper of the Dread Unleashed. That is a lot of spell amp this puck is delivering. Something to watch out for here, as he also has 25 Dream Coil piercing that debuff community. Another big talent in this game when you're dealing with double BKB cores that need to get a lot of damage out during the BKB durations. GPK can definitely cause Falcons problems.
Still, BKB is up next for him. BKB purchased by Save.
Feels like a lot of this game is what Maureen gets done. Like, does this Primal get in there and get to use both his BKBs, both his pulverizes, disrupt everybody, take the Dazzle down? Or does he get caught by a coil, a grip, something that interrupts him and ruins that team fight?
If we can get to Ags on Kataomi, it feels like the grip is assured, right? No matter what happens with like the pick me up, you know, canceling your grip, like that's not going to happen. Is you got the extra illusions to hold the grip, and he almost has it. So,
I mean, I'm surprised he's not just selling this wand to buy it out here for this smoke. Like,
yeah,
you're smoking without this Bane Ags, and
he's got a Windlace in his backpack he could sell too.
Yeah, it feels a little awkward, but nonetheless, it's not as important to have it for this smoke play if you're looking for the pickoff as it is for the next big team fight. And of course, 25 on that Hoodwink. I mean, got to prioritize it. It's a massive talent for this hero.
Yeah.
Like it makes this hero in the late game. Did get Monocle as well. Dude, his neutral item roll has been insane.
What's the enchantment he's got?
Titanic, so.
Okay, extra base attack, yeah.
Yeah, status resistance, probably not too useful.
No,
but,
probably not.
A little extra damage goes a decent way.
Particularly since the biggest disable he has to worry about is a Primal Beast, which status resistance doesn't do anything for. He's getting Shivas next.
I will say Monocle against Furion is a little worse because of the Wrath of Nature bouncing through.
Yeah, combined with the Primal Beast, like Shivas.
Yeah.
The chances are you're going to disable that.
I feel like players actually don't really think about the fact that this item can get disabled a lot of times.
Sure.
You just think, oh, attack and cast range, I'm going to take it. But it's like in a game like this, how often are you going to be in the fight where it's not disabled? Now, maybe
smoke time.
That first hit is all that matters here. And of
we
course,
had an amp damage on Pure. They really want to take advantage of it.
This is a huge move for BB Team with this rune. See if Falcons just try and dodge it out. Butterfly delivered for the Furion. No buyback available for Skeeter. He buys out. Oh. That is massive. He cannot go down early in the fight.
Could just be the game on this smoke move. They find the right heroes. Smoke is going to break on crit. Shivas goes out, spots crit. Quick kill there. Now they see Maureen. Hurricane Pike trying to push back. BKB is going to be activated. He goes for Pure, gets the grab onto Save instead. Refreshes. Now chases after Pure. Got the grab on him. The Hoodwink. It's being smashed. The snowball put onto him. He's not dead yet. The Satanic goes off the acorn shot and he heals up almost to fall. And a sharpshooter from across the screen takes down Maureen.
Save in the right place at the right time. Bailing the carry out gives him the time he needs. Buybacks on supports from both sides. Very even fight in the end.
Yeah.
But it looked way better for Falcons than it did for BB Team there. The positioning was so awkward going up that hill, having your smoke broken with a bristle behind the trees and the fight gets separated.
The Hoodwink getting
way
grabbed.
Too chaotic.
I thought a Fury on teleport was going to come in and the Hoodwink was just going to die, but he manages to live through the disables. Satanic acorn shot is one hell of a way to get back to full HP.
And he's got 2 of them now, 25 online.
Yeah.
You thought we were never going to get there.
We did indeed. I mean, my argument would be you probably should end the game before you get to that point if you're doing carry Hoodwink. But I guess we'll put it to the test here.
It's a bold Roche attempt when you don't have the Fury on
Bushwhack,
buy.
it lands on a Skeeter. Skeeter already at half HP. He's trying to finish up this Roche, trying to get CA, just gets the grab before GPK can. Satanic trying to heal him up a little bit. They're going to get the kill on this save. Now a shot goes out. Crit in some trouble. GPK there on the other side. Skeeter will die inside the pit, and a lot of Falcons heroes are low. Can they help out Skeeter inside the pit?
No
I don't think so.
chance.
Fiend's Grip, they leave him behind.
You will have buyback.
Kind of stuck around. He's going to die as well.
You got just enough for buyback on the Furion, though, out of that fight. That might count for everything here. Falcons are going to have to defend their base. Cheese on to save. You got the banner and the cheese out of that pit.
Level 25 for the Bristleback is next. Which talent is that they took?
Warpath
damage.
damage.
So his right-click damage
Yeah,
is
he's
really
trying
amped up.
to scale up, and we do see the Shiva's done for Maureen. Big damage boost for him. Extra mana capacity for this Refresher Ags.
Got to be careful with this jump forward. Maureen, he gets grab onto, and here comes the buyback. Furion, he's going to try and go after this one with a teleport in. Pure, they spotted him,
Coil
get the
snap.
vision on, going after him. The coil snap on Maureen. Maureen's dead. Pure's keeping his health alive with the Satanic. Skeeter, he's got no more health now. He just turns on a Sage. Shallow Grave goes out. Sage's going to be okay for now. Amar chasing around. He's trying to help out Skeeter where he can, but Sage, he's only just now died. Skeeter still has 4 more heroes to get through. No chance. BB Team will take them all out. It's just Amar left. Amar versus the world. BB Team. They've got this well in hand. Nothing stopping them from claiming game 1 victory.
Too much sustain for Skeeter to deal with. He got a full fight. It just doesn't matter. He targets to bring down. The Maureen Primal Beast got interrupted going in there and didn't have Refresher for that fight. That's the big difference maker. He can't get a second round of everything off. No second BKB as that cooldown was still ticking from the Roche fight. BB Team looking at a game 1 victory here.
Crit buys a Boots of Travel, teleports up to top. He's going to bring some heroes back. Bristleback, can he hold this against less than 4?
Yeah, Snakes are doing some work here.
Yeah.
BB Team got to hurry up. I mean,
They really do.
This is slow and clunky.
Okay, Fiend's Grip all in on the Bristleback. Take him out of the equation. He's gone. No buyback. Now it's just the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah,
now the GG is called. All right, all right.
Man,
Crit,
what a nice game, though. Like, really cool game from BB Team. This draft it's a glass cannon-oriented draft. There's a lot that can go wrong for it, but when it works, it looks really beautiful. And taking advantage of the fact Falcons are going to pick some of these heavy melee core lineups that can get kited around, that are dependent on the BKB, and you had answers to it. You had the longer range cores, you had the mobility core in the puck, you have the BKB Pierce in the grip, in the debuff piercing Dream Coil that we got to the later talents, and those 2 talents were huge for BB Team. The extra Acorn, the debuff piercing Coil. Maureen just has too much to go through here, and he's the only hero that can really create chaos in the fight and open it up for the other cores. That was probably a very frustrating game for Falcons to play, and I mean, we see it on their faces.
yeah, no doubt. Falcons, a little bit shaky for them, and in the end, losing to a carry Hoodwink probably doesn't feel the best. I didn't have any faith in it. I'm not sure if I still have any faith in it,
You
but I
still
do
don't have faith. I
have faith in Pure, and I think we should all have faith in carry Pure.
Well, with that being said, I think we should have faith in saving Pure time and time again. There's a lot to break down with this game we just watched. I will say, I already talked to Seb in the green room, and he's like, oh my god, he's doing it. He's griefed so many pubs, but now he's probably ready. And you know what? It cost Seb 300 MMR apparently, but he was ready, and it did happen, and he did end up victorious. There's a lot to break down though, because it wasn't as clear cut as just like, oh, the Hoodwink won. It worked out. Effie, this was a very, very back and forth game. Well, actually, a back and forth, and then one time back again.
It did go back and forth and back, especially towards the end there. I was actually quite impressed with Falcons for the comeback that they made, like that team fight that they won defending their throne. I mean, not their throne, their tier 3 mid into getting a racks of their own. Felt like, wow, there is life in them. With this, they can actually take it to them. But BV team, we can talk about this carry Hoodwink, and we will in later highlights. But I do want to talk about GVK a little bit as well, because he only died one time on that puck, and just delivered so much damage throughout that game, especially towards the end when he had his Octarine core and his Plasma and his overwhelming blink. And even when it looked dangerous for Hoodwink, or it looked like he couldn't get himself in, there was still the puck factor. And I think the combination of these two heroes made it so hard for Falcons to fight them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, GPK, we talked about before the game that he is the guy that doesn't die too many times. I did gank him once, literally one mistake. Very slippery guy. Even though he's playing into Shadow Shaman, he's still only having one death, which is pretty impressive. But also the two supports, they did some really heavy lifting in this one, saved bailing Hoodwink multiple times out of trouble. Kataomi as well in his Bane, managing to get some really nice Nightmare saves as well, and also being able to shut down this Primal Beast. Like, I think Malrine had a pretty good game. This was one of the fastest, might be like the fastest refresher I've ever seen on Primal Beast, because he did go for the Blink Dagger, 10-minute Blink Dagger, and then he picked up BKB and then picked up a 26-minute refresher, which is not something you do see. He was dealing a lot of damage, pretty much controlling everything, but it was not enough. They were lacking some of that right-click power.
And for sure, Kataomi, like that you mentioned, Lacoste, with that Ags and Aether Lens build, were so destructive in these team fights. Made it so that Malrine couldn't really get on top of Hoodwink the way that he needed to. And that will bring us back to Hoodwink, because I really do feel like this is the story of the game. This is such an unusual pick. It brought up so many questions, but it looked so good in certain moments. Actually, when you think about this hero, it's a bit like a Furion in that it'll build Maelstrom early and it can keep its range from far away, but also when it gets to level 15 and gets another Acorn Shot bounce, it can keep up in net worth too. Because at some point in this game, it slowed down and both teams were just farming, but Hoodwink was keeping up with Furion really early on, which few carries can do in this patch.
Yeah, I think overall it's very good carry-to-carry matchup as well, because you are playing, like your innate ability basically gives you 35% evasion. It redirects the damage. You're always going to, and you can get out of Sprout easily. You get that one extra Scary Charge on level 10. Her talents are actually really good. You did mention that one Acorn Shot on 15. That was +2 a long time ago when she was played as a position 4. Level 20 as well, you get the extra Corruption, but the level 25 is the big one, where you get those 2 charges on the bounce, and the damage becomes insane. And he also realized that he needs to be able to deal with the Blade Mail so that he doesn't die. So he built into a relatively early BKB. And also something to point out, that he was not getting boots of speed in the lane. Like, he was just completely skipping it. Falcon Blade, you are playing against Team Falcons. This is how you counter them. And you get the Maelstrom as well. And then he did go for the boots.
Yeah, we can focus a little bit more, even more. Yes, I know. On the Hoodwink, Effie, as you're going to take us through the early game value of it.
Yes, so Lacoste mentioned that Pure on his Hoodwink did not have boots early on here. And yes, at this state of the game, you see him scurrying away from the Sprout, which was huge. But at this state of the game, he only had Falcon's Blade and Maelstrom. But when I say only, it's minute 11. So we see him kite. We see him break the Primal Beast. They're able to then kill the Primal Beast very quickly. Pure is able to kite because of Scurry being maxed out here. And you see, he kind of ignores the Bristleback for now. They kill who they can. GPK comes to connect, and they leave A2F for last and kill him here. Obviously, BB team played so well around Hoodwink coming to the lane and making this. But again, we need to see some more Hoodwink action. You get the double bushwhack here. Still, I think no boots at this point, or they were coming to him. But they're able to dive the tower, protect the Dazzle, and make it so that Falcons are reacting to Hoodwink when she's kind of at the peak of her strength. Again, Pure with the Scurry is able to kite around, he goes in a circle, lets his team make a distraction for him, and he goes back in. Another double bushwhack, 2 double bushwhacks in one fight with a lot of range damage, a break here on the bristleback to close it all out. And because BB Team recognized that with these 2 items this early in the game, our Hoodwink is strong, will play on her lane, Falcons played into their hand quite perfectly there, and that's where they started building their lead.
Yeah, I felt like the positioning from Pure during those fights, and obviously the positioning of his team as well, is very much on point, and it did feel like the whole team was on the same page and knew exactly what to expect from a carry Hoodwink.
I mean, with this facet, with Go Nuts facet, you do have extra 300 attack range with 3 scurries, so basically you can have that permanently. In the fight, you build into Dragonlance. If you also find a neutral item, if you find Vast as your enchantment, you're basically becoming a better version of Sniper, I would say. So, yep. I don't think we're going to be seeing like other teams maybe experimenting as much, and then this is more of a Pure related type of a thing where he's ready to experiment with pretty much anything. We saw like other teams as well. We saw Yatoro playing CK. I think we're going to be seeing type of these carries maybe fitting in slightly more in the meta because teams are willing to experiment.
Yeah, and you know, we can highlight Hoodwink more, but we also want to highlight the other players a little bit. And Lacoste, you specifically wanted to talk about Kataomi's Bane.
Yeah, this is his probably, I would say, best hero, because he has, you know, maybe if you go back, we can talk about him being the Winter Wyvern player, but overall, he is very, very good at setting things up on the map. Like, this doesn't feel like it's much. You are killing enemy position 5, but what they're going to be able to get out of it, and with this Sleepwalker facet on Bane, it will allow you to pull him back to the low ground, and this is going to be Roche, just removing one piece of the puzzle, and also being everybody else is around Roshan does allow them to kill this Roshan 18 minutes into the game. Pure is going to be the one picking up the Aegis, so it kind of sets the tempo for the game because Hoodwink is playing in a lot of these counters. He's playing into Primal Beast, he's playing into Tusk as well, and there's going to be another pickoff here because Kataomi, you did mention the build that he did go for with the Ether Lens. It does allow him to set things up from a distance, but this time around, because what Shaman wants to do here is he wants to relieve some of the pressure, drop down the wards, and be sure that you kill a tower, collect some of the information. Kataomi is going to be able to find him. They're going to be able to grab the kill as well, and immediately, as soon as he gets slept, they are going to be dying. And on the other side of the map, again, Kataomi, Nightmare, into the Fiend's Grip, and the rest of the team, they are ready to back him up immediately, which is going to be resulting in another big kill for them.
Yeah, it was a strong game for BB Team. Also, I mean, maybe we are not going to be seeing that much Hoodwink carry, but I do think we have got... oh, this is actually the big comeback fight, Effie.
Yeah, so this one, we're just taking a look at what Falcons did correctly in fights that allowed them to make a small comeback versus BB Team, and it was that they pushed the Vayne out of the fight early on. Malrine was able to get on top of Hoodwink. They were able to isolate her for a while, take the Aegis out, and while she's on her way out here with the rebound pick-me-up, Malrine, straight, he's just going on this Hoodwink. So this hero is squishy. She is glass cannony, and she can die if you're able to throw your spells out at her. This time around, she wasn't able to be protected because there's no grip, so Malrine was able to just play freely into that fight, but BB Team did such a good job of making it so that the fights didn't often look like that.
Yeah, I will say though, they had the Dazzle, they had the Bane, and the Marcy. All 3 heroes very much on point with saving Pure's life time and time again, apart from the fight we just watched. I mean, they killed the Dazzle first in that one as well, so I feel like this draft, it felt very tailored.
It did.
Towards allowing
this is how they play. Like when he's playing Lifestealer as well, they are going to be using multiple things on him. There was one game during Wallachia when he was building into Octarine core as well with Aghanim Scepter, and he's really pushing the limits. Like you're not going to see other carriers being as aggressive as he is because he knows that the team is going to be backing up. If he's in, nobody's going to say, oh, no, don't go. And they're definitely following him in his adventures every single time.
No, they will, and they did. And that's why they are 1 game up in this 2-game series. And we saw the looks on Falcons' faces. They will try to come back with something stronger in game number 2, which will happen after a break. Welcome back to Dota 2 at Esports World Cup. We are getting ready for game number 2 of our series between BB Team and Falcons. And that first game very, well, solidly now in the hands of BB Team. And I will say this was a draft coming out from Falcons. And I want to talk about it a little bit more because we focused a lot on what BB Team did right and how cool they played. And it was very fun to watch. On the side of Falcons, we didn't talk that excitedly about that because it's the style that they play all the time. This was nothing out of the ordinary. And Lacoste, the first thing you said about Falcons going into the series, you said, I want to see something different. We did not see that.
No, we saw the same thing. I mean, Primal Beast is kind of a newer thing. It is Malreen's classic, but also we haven't really seen many people playing this hero, and I think he did a very good job. I think he was my MVP for talking about Falcons and how they played. He was all over the place, going for the right targets, having good amount of farm as well, and it's just that something was lacking. Even Bristleback as well, like he did get a Blade Mail to try to counter it, and also get a relatively late Crimson Guard against the Acorn Shot, try to block some of that damage. It wasn't really that successful, but he was also getting heavily kited in some of these fights where he was like getting slept multiple times. He tries to lock onto a target. He can't do it because there's going to be Grave. There's going to be Save coming in with the rebound save as well. So quite a difficult game for him because they didn't have that much lockdown. And as Shadow Shaman, this is a very difficult game for him to play.
Yeah, and it's not just lockdown, but I feel like they also needed lockdown plus burst. And when you think about Bristleback as a hero, he does do a lot of damage, but he does it over time. And the way that they wanted to approach those fights was there were a lot of key targets that needed to be taken out so they could kill Hoodwink. So there's Dazzle with the Grave. You need something that can get on top of Dazzle, stun him, and kill him in the duration of that stun. But then also, you have to deal with the Bane, who's going to grip your Primal Beast somehow. And then after you deal with these two things, then you can get on top of Hoodwink. So it was just like way too many holes that you need to plug in that sinking ship.
Sometimes if you are losing with it, or if you're like 5 to 10k gold down against a draft like this that does have multiple saves and you don't have that much burst damage, the fights are going to be quite difficult because Dazzle, with his abilities, he can get multiple graves, multiple heals in a longer fight. Then you also have save, then you have Bane resetting, BKB piercing tool. It gets quite difficult if you can't really lock onto a target, instantly kill it, and go for something else.
Yeah, and you mentioned saves, Lucas, but save with these saves, you got to do something about it, right?
You definitely do.
Because yesterday they also looked really good on their Dazzle Mercy. Today they looked good on their Dazzle Mercy. Could it be that this duo of Dazzle Miro and Saves Mercy is really strong? Like maybe that's where you should start with your solution.
Maybe like it's very difficult to ban against this guy because he doesn't have like a massive hero pool, but the heroes that he does play from time to time, he's going to bang out some Lion, he's going to be playing his Batrider. Like all the heroes that he does play, he plays them so well, and the Falcons will respond against this Monkey King. They will pick up the puck. Monkey is still a good matchup against Puck. It's not as good as it was before, but you might shut him down in the lane, but Puck can still recover. Like it's not as bad as it was before.
No, but I will say I've seen this in the hands of GPK. I've seen GPK on both sides of this matchup. He wins both sides.
That's just GPK things.
Fair. All right, let's see what's coming then, because this is BB team with that first pick. So they have a plan in mind. We do have the Nature's Prophet banned on the side of Falcons, so they do not want it. They didn't want to give it away and remove that from the pool. We're in the second pick phase in just a moment. I'm very curious to see what Falcons is gonna do differently, because I already feel like with the puck in their hands, it's already giving very different vibes compared to that first game.
It is, because you pick this puck, you know it's Mallory's hero, and you know they're gonna shy away from their, okay, we need to pick a flex between ATF and Mallory and keep it open for as long as possible formula. I think this will be very valuable to them, because now instead of trying to do a gotcha on 18th pick or on last pick, they can just focus on breaking BB's lanes themselves, right? Something that I really like that Falcons used to do was collapse around the mid lane with heroes like Enchantress really well. If you have a first pick mid laner, just pick supports that can roam to your puck and crush the game. Like, I want to see them do it again.
Yeah, we'll definitely love to see something like that, because Puck is, I would say, a relatively easy hero to execute in terms of how you want to approach the fight. You see a guy, you use coil, you get any kind of a follow-up from your supports, maybe something from the off lane. Makes your team fight a lot easier, makes your pick-off game a lot easier, something that they kind of struggled in the previous one. It needed to be Primal Beast with the Blink Dagger. I think he recognized that he needs to be the initiator, because you have Bristleback. He's a very greedy, especially when Amar plays it. He does get a lot of farm, but we also did see Primal Beast getting some farm priority in the triangle when he was getting the stacks going. That's why he had such a good timing on the Blink Dagger. And BB team will respond with Bane one more time, and they will pick up Muerta. And there it is, Effie.
They did it. I'm so happy to see them do this, because, like, I don't want them to lose confidence in things just because they're not meta. We saw Execration play Enchantress yesterday, and they looked really strong on it. This is the best Enchantress player in the world in snaking, and it just makes so much sense. You first pick your mid laner, pick supports that go mid, that play around it, that will kill the tower early, that will gank the Monkey King. Enchant removes his Jingu mastery stacks. It will make Puck's life a lot easier when they're trying to dive him. It's classic Falcons.
What was his streak? It was like 26, 27 games or something?
Something stupid like that.
It was pretty ridiculous.
Insane.
When they were owning during 2024. It's a very bad matchup for Monkey King overall, because you said removing Jingu, you also can't kill her. Right now, they don't have that many heroes that can actually kill Enchantress and Muerta. This is also possibility that they're going to run it as a core, as a position one. This is something that Pure still does love to play.
Yeah, they could also just stick to their save Muerta, because they're playing against Puck with the calling and a +1 stun hero. You have enough lockdown to take out Puck.
You have such a good setup for it. Just Monkey Boundless, a Bane with the sleep, Deadshot into the silence. Like, you could also Deadshot into the silence, or just initiate with the silence into Deadshot and then pull him in with the sleep again. And Falcons will pick up Dawnbreaker. We wanted to see that hero maybe the first game when we were talking about on the panel, something that they could potentially flex as well. They've been using that for, I think, like 6 months ago or something as a carry as well, which I think it's still viable, but most of the players do want to get it from the off lane because of this new Aghanim Scepter upgrade, which does allow you to join the fight almost immediately. It's a good way to stop Bane from getting the grip off.
I think that's the key thing, is that they have a means to counterplay Katayomi's Bane because it was so impactful in
Yeah.
that game one. This hero will give you a way to cancel it instantly and save. And early game with the coil, you have a really nice follow-up. To me right now, when I look at Falcon's draft, I see a lot of tower diving potential. Like you're going to have Enchantresses like creep tanking the tower, running into people. You're going to have the Dawn back up on whichever lane Ench decides to play on. And Shadow Shaman, while all this is happening, he'll drop his wards, he'll take down your towers. Lots of pressure here. Do BB team have enough to deal with this pressure? Because right now their heroes don't seem very good at reacting to early game aggression.
No, it is also a bit limited on the damage. Bane, Murta, until they get level 6, they don't really have that much. Bane is okay. I'm just worried if this monkey gets shut down, if Falcons do the classic Falcons thing where they start running at the enemy mid laner 5-6 minutes into the game and get the ball rolling, that this could be pretty good because you have Dawnbreaker with the extra bit of a global presence, so that's going to also mitigate some of the damage that BB team does have problems with right now.
Keep in mind that it is Pure that has played Marta in the carry role,
Yes.
so they probably want to keep that flex open. They're not last pick, overall last pick in this game.
No,
though.
so this is
their
Miero's hero.
Yes, most likely Miero's hero coming out.
They could also Kunkka or something like a Centaur. I would be fine with Kunkka because it also deals with Dawnbreaker, what they want to do when you go in, you use the boat. I think teams got much better overall at realizing how to counter Dawnbreaker. Monkey King is also a relatively good counter. You see her using ulti, you drop down Wukong's command, means that they're not going to be taking the fight inside of the Wukongs. I think Warlock's also a pretty good answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, they would always pair the Centaur with the Muerta. That's one of their favorite lanes. But I think with Axe being so popular of a hero, even though maybe it's not the best Axe game in the sense that you're not going to kill Enchantress and Dawn. Okay, never mind. It's a CK. Entirely different direction. This could be Pure's hero.
This could be, but it could also be Save's hero.
Yes, and it could also be Miero's hero.
It could be, yes.
That's someone that I don't want to see.
Okay.
I think
too crazy?
Not too crazy, but it just doesn't do enough of what an offlaner needs to do in this patch. It doesn't build auras the way that you need, and it doesn't initiate as cleanly as other offlaners do.
Fair enough. Let's see, we got the Tidehunter being banned out. They are respecting the flex as well.
Yeah, I think this also implies that they probably want to run CK as a core, even though he does have break mechanic. It's not reliable, but you can also build into Silver Edge. We saw Yatro earlier today that did go for the same thing.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. If it's carry CK, there's not that much to deal with it. Like I don't think that Enchantress, like maybe you enchant one illusion, or can you still enchant his illusions?
Yes, because his illusions are not strong illusions anymore, right? Because that was the one that he still has that fast. Let me just double check that real quick because CK was not popular.
I think they did remove the strong illusion facet, but if she can take away one, sure, but you're still dealing with 3 others. She should die quite quickly to that. Dawnbreaker can build anti-AoE, but she doesn't want to. She wants to play on Ags this game, so it makes sense. Shadow Shaman as well, like maybe you hex one illusion and enchant another, but not the clearest way of dealing with him.
Not the clearest way indeed. The Night Stalker and the Kunkka are the 2 offlaners that are getting removed. And that does mean that they are also assuming that this CK would be going into the carry role. We saw Yatoro play the CK just a moment ago. It looked very good.
Yeah. So Falcons need to pick a carry hero. I mean, there's still the possibility of the Dawn Flex, but I don't like that now that the CK is out. They need a carry hero that can potentially play into CK, but also not get too countered by the Fiend's Grip. I mean, Sven to me makes the most sense. It is the most Skeeter-esque hero.
Timbersaw is the one that comes out last for them. That should be Timber from Miero and the Muerta 4 and CK 1.
I mean, that's a lot of damage that they needed. Like early on, there's not that much for Nature's Attendance, but with Timbersaw, you fix that issue.
And now you do have damage. You definitely do. And these are still strong illusions. On CK, he did have facet that give them like reduced damage on his illusions. That one, I believe, got removed. But yeah, I like what BB team did here. They were lacking some of the damage. Now with CK, with Timbersaw, they're definitely going to be having enough. And this is not a free puck by any means. You get caught by one sleep from the Bane, you might just get blown up.
I mean, they need a Skeeter hero that will be able to kill the supports, but also kill CK Legion. So it's got to be like Sven or Tiny. I would have said Gyro, but that hero got banned out early on
Yes.
by BB team. Yeah, they did. That was a really heads up by them.
Very strong ban, and not a lot of time for Falcons to decide what will be in the hands of Skeeter, and it will be none of the above. It will be the Luna. Talk to me about that one.
Oh, we saw good amount of Luna during Dream League Season 26, I believe.
V-Tune.
V-Tune played it like 4 times. Other teams played it 3 times. The hero was 0 and 7 in that tournament, so
Ouch.
not really great. But I think this hero has a place in meta, especially with Aghanim Scepter, your level 15 talent, which gives you 40-second cooldown reduction on your ulti, so you can basically fight every 70 seconds. And if you get the ball rolling with this type of a lineup, you can actually deal with it. And he did go for the Moon Shield facet. At least that's what's chosen for now. Might still swap it, but that's the one that gives you reduction, because you're playing against all of these heroes that want to get on top of you, against Monkey King, against CK as well.
I mean, it's AoE damage. They needed some kind of like cleave-esque hero. She has that with Moonglaves. I think it plays very early into Enchantress lineups too, which is important. She's going to buff her team. But if you need to, you can also buy Silver Edge on Luna. She's one of the better Silver Edge buyers, especially for her 3rd or 4th item. So this does round out the draft very nicely. And you know what? I believe in it. Because sure, it looked bad at Dream League, but I think in a lot of the games at Dream League, she looked like she could win. And there was like 1 or 2 misses.
She was definitely
close
really
a lot.
close.
So it's not like a dumpster tier hero in any capacity.
No, and it's also one of the better heroes like throughout Dota history to deal with the Timbersaw in the lane, because you have a bit of a mixed damage. You have pure damage coming out from snaking as well. So it could be pretty good for them. And I think they fixed some of the issues that they did have in game number 1. And if they're off to a good start with the lanes, I could see Falcons kind of taking over this game.
What's kind of their peak timing? Because I do feel like as we mentioned, there's a lot of pressure coming out from Falcons. And in the previous game, BB Team was the one that made most of the early game moves. This time around, I feel like it should be Falcons.
For sure, because they have the Enchantress lineup. They have the Coil into the Dawn ult. They have Ench, who's going to be taking every tier 1 tower as early as possible. That is the way they're going to play. I think that mid lane for BB team is very hard to defend. If you have Shaman and Enchantress going mid, you just have to give up that tower early, which is going to open up access to the triangle. Like, BB team have to play defensive and just try to hold out.
BB team and playing defensive, that's going to be quite the task for them in this game number 2. We're going to see how it plays out for them together with Cap and SVG.
That's right, because BB Team have largely gotten their successes off of aggression, right, Avery?
Wait, is that true?
Yeah,
I guess that's true.
Yeah, that is actually true. We specifically had a conversation about it yesterday. We continued that conversation last game. And now I'm continuing into this game. We're trying to build a story here, Avery, and you're forgetting some of the key points.
No, that's true. I said that. I agree with myself.
Good job.
Thank you. They gave away the puck, though.
They gave away the puck, but they have a lot of answers to the puck. They've got Boundless Strike from the trees. They've got, did Pure take the facet that maybe silences? No, he didn't. He took the upgraded neutral item.
Ooh, pretty spicy, actually.
Okay, that's interesting.
So deals with that.
No potential silence out of the Reality Rift, but the better answers here, the single target of Nightmare and Fiend Script, very good from the Bane, and Huerta. The calling is a very good answer to any of these mobile heroes.
Really tough support duo to play puck into, that's for sure. You're not really going to get much better than this.
Yeah.
So they have that going for them. But the downside of that is the support duo is pretty susceptible to this Enchantress. And I mean, it's not any normal Enchantress. This is a king of the Enchantresses. The king himself. The best Enchantress in the world. He had that monster, like 27 win streak on it. I mean,
yep.
This guy's Enchantress is really good for a couple of reasons. One, it fits well with Falcons because it's a ranged backline damage dealing support to go with all their tanky frontliners. 2, it's a really strong laner. Falcons like to win lanes. They like to snowball off the lanes. This is not only a hero that wins lane generally, but it can use that lane win and translate it into winning other lanes on top of it. So if you win that safe lane, you dominate, you roam mid, suddenly you're winning 2 out of 3, maybe even 3 with a gate rotation, something like that. And the third thing is, I think Snaking is really good at manipulating waves, really good at farming waves around the map and getting away with greedy farm, knowing his limits on heroes. And Enchantress excels at that. And it translates that farm that you're taking away from opponents or taking those extra waves, and it translates it straight into scaling damage. And that's pretty scary here for this BB team lineup, because I can easily see this Enchantress be quite annoying for the Monkey King, quite annoying for the Timbersaw. The CK at least has a pretty good matchup there, but that's who I'm looking at for Falcons to get them the Game 2 victory and even out the series. Look towards that Enchantress, looks towards the puck. At the same time, I think this Luna, I'm not super sold on it. I think this hero has really tough matchup into the Chaos Knight. Like, you can deal some damage into the illusions, but I think at some point this hero just overwhelms you. It used to be a pretty strong counter pick into that Luna, and it's a nice CK game outside of maybe the Dawnbreaker for a little bit, but I think even then you overpower that hero at some point. And I think this Chaos Knight is going to be a big problem in the late game if it gets there. Like, the supports don't answer him at all. The puck can do a little bit, the Dawn can do a little bit, but you just picture these late game fights where he goes in with an ult and risks one of these cores and starts beating them. What happens in those 2 seconds? Not enough to clear him out.
I will say a couple things, though. I think that the Moonshield facet has been underrated, and I think it's stronger than people give credit for. We've seen a little bit more of the Moonshield being taken by these Lunas, and that is a tool that Luna has in this matchup against Chaos Knight that she did not previously have. You add on that damage reduction to the Solar Guardian with the Aghanim Scepter, maybe that prevents you from being bursted. That allows the heal to be kicking in. I will agree with you, though, the Dawnbreaker, I mean, part of the problem is the Dawnbreaker was just much better with her old Aghanim Scepter against Chaos Knight, right? And mischance against Chaos Knight is amazing. The heal,
irrelevant.
It can be good, but more than likely, Chaos Knight is just going to burst down that target before the heal actually becomes a factor.
Chaos Knight does not care about AoE heal. He might care about single target save. That's why things like the Dazzle or the Wyvern can be annoying for him, because you're going in trying to burst a single target, it gets turned around against you.
Yeah.
AoE heal, whatever, man. He's not going to care. So I think Pure is set up pretty well here. I think the supports are set up well against the puck. This is why, again, I pointed towards the Enchantress to kind of skew some of these towards Falcons. I think they can have a really strong early game. Luna can sometimes give you that.
How'd that happen?
But you just got run down.
Yeah, we just jumped to Skeeter, and he was way out of position. I can only assume that he pushed a little far forward to hit Miro, and a dead shot forced him deeper than he wanted to be. Very well played, I guess, by Save.
Not a kill that should happen. There is no way you should give up first blood with the Luna in this lane. Big misstep.
I mean, that Luna was picked up specifically to beat the Timbersaw in lane, right?
100%. This is a favorable lane match. It's one of the better carries. It's also one of the carries that after you win the lane, you carry that advantage into the mid game, providing the overwhelming magic damage. So if the Timber gets out ahead, he negates some of that because he can get faster defensive items online. And you also want to win this lane because you want to free up the Enchantress to roam. If the Luna is in a worse position, if she's behind on levels, you can't leave her alone. That hinders Snaking's game on top of it. Then you can't get this mid roam going into the Monkey with the Dispel for the Jingu. Can't get this gate rotation going into the Bane CK lane that can't really deal with early creeps overrunning them. These are the pressure points for Falcons. You really got to hit them here.
Do you think it's fair to say that Falcons have either continued or stayed stagnant in their play so far? This has been a rough year for them. And I feel like, I was hoping at, end of the year, EWC, TI, they would show up and be the best form of themselves. But I haven't seen that at all so far in this tournament.
Has not been super impressive. But, of course, they have a lot of time to warm up here. If they get stuff going, there's still a lot of games to play.
Okay.
Also, I mean, a rough year for them. It's like, they only averaged 4th place instead of 2nd,
I mean, didn't they recently get like 8th or something?
Yeah,
like
they got turbo last, but we won't talk about that. It averages out.
Fighting for the Lotus. Crit, he's going to die first here, but maybe Kataomi goes down. No, Amar wants to stick it out. He'll take the fight against Pure. And if he wins this fight, the winner of this fight will get a Lotus.
I don't think you're winning that, son.
And Pure is the winner of the fight. He's not going to take the Lotus. He wants the kill first onto Amar. Amar also has this creep wave that's pushing into his tower. Now he's low and may not be able to get much of the CS.
It feels really bad for him. At least Crit can bring Salve directly in him, but low mana doesn't have the full combo. That's what happens with this hero if you lose that Lotus trait. That's a really important Lotus to get for the side lane Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Big win for BB team here. Equalizing this lane, striking back in terms of that regen battle. The Monkey King is winning mid, and we saw that kill top, so all the lanes, little things going BB team's way. Showing up again. This is a scary team to play against right now. We saw them fresh off a land victory. They're finding some form. They're finding some confidence. I expect this team to go far.
Yeah, I think the confidence is the biggest thing. I don't think BB team really lacks in confidence ever, but it is showing in their drafts, right? The versatility of Pure's picks. You know, we had that window of time where they had benched Pure or whatever and had the stand-in. They were playing without him. Seemed to be an awkward time, but now that he's back on the team, and they seem to be enabling his quirkiness.
Oh, nice pick up there with the extra shredder hits off the tree.
A second death from Skeeter. Meanwhile, battling out in the bottom lane. Crit looks like he may die again here in the lane, and Pure still at the Lotus to work with. He's got plenty of mana. Holding on to the Chaos Bolt, and not going to chase after Amar too hard. Oh, now he goes for it.
Good damage trades for them.
Yeah.
Early raindrop for Pure as well in this lane. Raindrop stick, early bracer. It's a lot of HP to get through. Makes the trades a lot harder when most of that ether shot gets sucked up. And of course, you have Brain Sap on the other side. They're going to get another sleep here. Amar in trouble.
Another bolt, 2-second bolts. Amar turns around, hits the Starbreaker, does what he can. A little bit of heals go out, but Amar is still dead, and now Pure will turn his attention onto Crit. Again, damage trades to the favor of BB team on top of the fact that they have been getting kills out of the lane. 5-0 BB team lead the way in game 2.
I mean, little things decided this bottom lane between the Dawn and the CK, and once you lose those little trades, you lose that Lotus, these things add up. You can't win the trades later on. The early regen items come in for the Bane and the Chaos Knight. They're going to try and go on Pure again. This would be a huge kill to snag, get on the board, and should get it here. Just not respecting the TP potential.
Putting a lot of effort into the mid lane, and they caught the puck after using the orb with the Nightmare. Beautiful timing from Kataomi.
Oh yeah, that is a perfect setup, right? As that 6-minute power rune spawns. So
yeah, and it spawned bottom. Snaking was set up at top, but it goes bottom, so that means GPK and Invis are not the greatest, but
I love that move from BB team. There's so many things about it that are just perfect. You go with the 6-minute power rune. You get the puck before he's able to make an aggressive coil move on your monkey. You use the fact that GPK is winning the lane, and you stop that Enchantress going in there that you knew was going to come out around that time.
Oh, Boundless Strike before the third Starbreaker hit. Great timing from GPK. He says, all right, you help me out in the mid lane, I'll help you out in the side lane. Pure may have died, but he is still sitting very pretty in a network chart and experience thanks to all these kills. 8-1 now. And a Wisdom Shrine.
Another perfect move here.
Say it ain't so.
If they get both these Wisdom Shrines, Falcons are in trouble. You do not want to lose both of these with an Enchantress lineup.
I think it's guaranteed. There's nothing to stop the Monkey King or the Timbersaw.
You're supposed to be king of the map, and now you're going to be playing against a massive support level difference. Brutal stuff here for Falcons early on in this game, too. I think they were trying to come out more guns blazing with the laning phase, like have some strong lane set up, make rotations of their own, take the fight to BBT. Now you find yourself down 8-1 early. The Monkey King is really far out ahead. The CK won his lane. The Timber is suffering, but he got a couple of the cheeky kills on the Luna. That counts for a lot here.
Skeeter already chased away, so the two supports don't have enough damage to kill Save. And again, deja vu. A bit of action happens. Crit's the one to die for it.
Just Mortha's causing a problem. It's really hard to engage in this calling. Tough spell for the Shaman to go into. It's going to be tough for the puck in the fights. Even the Luna, the way the Luna tries to outrange you in the fight with beams, she has to basically go into the calling sometimes, depending on where the fight's happening.
Yeah.
A really tough spell for Falcons to fight into.
And the rotations continue to hit their marks. BB team, they're there at top lane. They sweep together to control the power runes, though it is Save, maybe dying for it. Pushed him into the calling twice. Oh, and the Nightmare dodge. Beautiful stuff. Maureen goes. Oh, no. He was going to jump to the orb, and maybe he could have killed Save. Instead, he dies. Save. He tried to hold on to the amp damage rune for the Monkey King, but it turns into something so much sweeter.
Even through that Sister Shroud, Brawny, they get the kill. Very defensive neutral item, does not pay off of the puck. It goes down anyway, and that is more gold into the Monkey King's pocket. GPK turning it up a notch here. They gave away that puck that was such a factor in that game 1. They had a plan against it, and man, the plan's working out, right? 2 supports he really struggles against, and a lane matchup that is favorable for GPK that they can rotate to and have some kill threat with.
Yeah.
It's all coming together here.
And the funny thing is, I'm looking at some of these heroes. The Monkey King mid, right? You think of that as a Malrine hero, right? The Chaos Knight, that's what Skeeter was rocking when Falcons was in their heyday. Like, BB team have turned some of their best heroes around on them.
Of course, the ATF Timber took it away from them as well.
Yeah.
This Tricore is a Falcons Tricore through and through. You really are beating them at their own game here.
And here comes the Smoke Gank.
Oh, a third
for
death
another
for
Skeeter kill. Hopped onto him, dead shot, back into the calling. Now they do have the ults that are gonna come down and blow up the Monkey King, but the Luna still dies. GPK not dead yet,
alive.
changing the guard. He managed to get over to the side, TP's away. He's good. It's gonna be Falcons who not only have lost their carry, but gonna lose even more for it. At best, they'll get saved. Malrine gets that off of the coil. Miro somehow got himself stuck in trees. That doesn't happen for a Timbersaw usually.
What? How do you get stuck in trees on Timber?
Yeah, that's a good question. Miro will be caught by Malrine as a result of that. So a little bit of luck going Falcons' ways, but it's still a pretty good fight for BB team.
I don't even think Arteezy could do that if he tried. that was incredibly unfortunate. Nonetheless, it's still an... Honestly, I think that outcome is okay for BB team considering how bad it looked right there.
Yes.
Like, you didn't all in this Luna. He gets an ult off. Solar Guardian did some work. The Monkey is just far enough ahead. You're able to tank it, and changing the guard gets him out of there. That's a big win. You do not want to lose the Monkey while you're trying to snowball this game.
And now we got our level 6s on the BB team support. So Fiend's Grip, first one put to use. Gets a kill on a core. It's the Dawnbreaker that dies. Save gets his level 6 now. So,
man, Kataomi's doing work on this Bane. And a lot of this is coming down to that Wisdom Shrine. Like, you're missing level 6s on these two supports for Falcons. You already have it online for the BB team supports, as you said. That level differential is putting work out on the map right now. You just play so aggressive. Like, this is a Bane running into an Enchantress. Should pay the price here.
Yeah. Doubt Pure is going to put too much effort into trying to bail out Kataomi here.
I hit him with the Hadouken. I mean, that's some XP that these supports desperately need, and need to find some more impact from snaking here. Get some tier 1 towers down, get some early fighting going, start farming some more waves up. See Armlet flying over for Pure. Very tanky hero to try and deal with in this early game. You really want this tier 1 on the safe lane, but
are you not getting it for free?
Yeah, are you bold enough to man up for it here? And the answer is
staking. He got up to level 6, used the Hurricane to try and push him out of the Wukong's command. Oh, well played. A dead shot goes out. No Trockum, doesn't have the range. Now, the Eclipse, not going to be able to land the stun. Dawnbreaker comes in a bit too late to catch Pure. BB team, do not overstep. Not quite. And no
really
GPK's on the trees, though. They cut him down with the hammer. Down to half. Shackled up and gone. Now the coil onto the Timbersaw. Looking for more. Falcons strike back.
Oh, this is an easy rundown. Whoever you get here, Cherry
got the
on
slow
top.
onto save. He will die as well.
What a find.
Nice
ATF
played.
Super good hammer. That was a ward deep in the lane for BB team. That's why GPK is lingering around there. He says, guys, they used big spells. They used ults. We have the vision advantage. This should be a good fight. And he is correct. But he just got outplayed. And suddenly Falcons get to turn this early game to their advantage. They get to take a tower on top of it. 3 kills, double core kill into a tier 1, 2K gold swing just like that. Malrine survives the whole time. Huge for the puck as that'll finish up the Witchblade. And now it's BB team on the back foot.
Yeah. Malrine hoping to get another support pick off. There are reinforcements here. He's got to be careful. Stun goes out on the Centaur. Fiend's Grip onto Malrine. Centaur gets the stun to stop the Fiend's Grip, but it's not good enough.
Ran out of mana.
And now Crit. He's going to be catching some Phantasm illusions from Pure.
Too over aggressive. Did get the D ward with the Enchantress. That was a fresh planted ward, so little vision advantage going their way. And I mean, nice Centaur stomp for the grip cancel. But just don't have mana on the puck. That was right as you were getting the Witchblade, as things were starting to look good for him. You swing it right back BB team's way, and they're going to translate that into some tier 1 tower damage. Diffusal done for GPK is pretty terrifying around this map. He's had such a fast start. He's so high level.
Some very crucial items. Going to catch the Monkey King on the way out. The coil into the Dawn. Landing right on his head is a fairly nice combo. Falcons guarantee it.
This just feels like a game of overextensions. Like, who can punish who more for their greed in some of these fights in towers?
I guess that's going to happen when you're pushing into Shadow Shaman and Puck with the coil, or Bane with the Fiend's Grip. Really nice single target that can punish heroes overextended.
At least Wards guarantees some of your objectives here as Falcons. Sure. Pretty hard to overextend when you throw those on the front line, and should be the same for Roshan eventually.
Snaking, run to the Pure here. Pure can't do too much about him.
The value of the Enchantress on the front line.
What neutral item? Because I was thinking about it, I was like, the Silence would have been nicer as the Puck. The Break would have been nice against the Enchantress. Is he getting much value out of his facet? So he got an early Poor Man Shield for his first one. We'll see what he gets on the next round.
I would not underrate this facet, honestly. People tend to underrate these facets that just provide kind of a passive bonus. Because, you don't see the direct impact a lot of time, but you get all these things ahead of time. Maybe it means you survive in a fight. Maybe it means you get that extra kill because you have slightly more damage. That adds up.
No, I agree. I'm just saying there's a clear benefit to the other facet, so I want to weigh that against what this facet's doing for him.
Maybe Pure just thinks he's unlucky, right? If you're unlucky, then the other facet's not that good.
That's true. That's true.
You know what the best buff in Dota is, Austin?
Is it luck?
No. It's 1 armor.
That is true.
When a hero gets 1 armor, they're gonna be broken.
Oh my god, they ran into a Timber Saw right in the forest, the thick of it. A whirling death that took them both well below half HP. You're in the wrong neck of the woods there.
Yeah, that is the wrong neighborhood. Just a misread on the map. EV team take full advantage of it. Right place at the right time. That's going to finish up some big items for them. Atos on the save Muerta. More catch for this Puck. More setup around the map. And then Orchid on the Chaos Knight.
More catch for the Puck.
Yeah, Malreen's life just became way more difficult because you're looking at the itemization for the Puck. It's Switchblade into Blink. Extremely standard here, but that means that defensive item to deal with some of this could be Yules, could be Lincoln's, could just be the Octarine to get more HP. It's going to be pretty late here in terms of when this Orchid plus Atos are coming out. So really nice timings here for PB team if they can continue to try and use them aggressively around the map.
Kataomi might get spotted here.
He has nighttime vision.
He does have nighttime vision. There's also this neutral creep that's sitting on the gate. He's stuck.
He did get the D-ward on this old Tormentor spot, though. There was a ward planted down here by Snaking earlier, so heads up D-warding by him. He's trying to control both of those gate locations. He has some confidence being here. Man, he would love to see Malreen here from the high ground, but the team's just so far away. Trying to bring in the reinforcements.
He's gonna go. Oh. I thought maybe he would pull the trigger on it now. But
would have been close. That's one of those dream scenarios. Just can't follow up on it.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but take what you can get here. Falcons trying to create some space for this Luna to catch back up in this game.
Scan. But Kataomi's going to be pushing into a ward here. So Snake King and Malreen will set a trap for him and quickly pounce.
Easy pickings for them. Playing around their vision. Not a bad idea in this nighttime interval.
Yeah.
Pays off. And this is the kind of aggressive jungle that Enchantress can occupy, and it can make support movement awkward. Like, you have to go through this guy to sort of make these small plays, and the second he sees you, you can't do anything to him. Miserable hero to play in these support matchups against, at least. Snaking definitely going to try and scale this game. And Save has really been sitting bottom for a long time.
Yeah, he has. Both sides seemingly kind of content just to farm for their next round.
Feels good for Skeeter, though.
Yeah, I agree.
He had a rough early game, 0-3, and he's just getting so much free time to catch back up in this game. Manta's already done that. Mask of Madness went to work. He's going to be able to start to clean up a couple extra creeps off some of these waves.
If he can get to BKB Butterfly, that's where you can kind of turn the fight around on the Chaos Knight, right? I think you need BKB because I think the Chaos Knight's going to go Bloodthorn.
You almost always need BKB on this hero. It's just a question of how early do you buy it to run the timer down.
Yeah.
Is a hero that can go Refresher later to make up for it. But we're talking about a lot of net worth at that point. He also likely wants Hurricane Pike at some point in this game.
Sure.
So you have to bounce the build out. If you go the Dragonlance here, which he's eyeing, you go straight Butterfly to try and hit a timing and get a Roshan with it, you will sacrifice an earlier BKB in this game. If you go the early BKB, you might not have enough damage to man fight this Chaos Knight in that BKB in the first place. You got to strike a nice bounce here if you're Skeeter.
Grit's going to walk in and save and Pure. Reality Rift pulled into the calling. Very nice combo. That's dirty.
That's Pickoff going to work. I mean, Purist, he's owning this series, man. He's already 7-1-6.
Spots Kataomi. Orchid, though. So no immediate follow-up to Amar's initiation here. And with the Timbersaw hot on his heels, it's going to be Amar down. Maybe the pick-off. Oh, Pure, he's going to get run down perhaps with this Eclipse. And yeah, that Moon Shield's going to work with the Glaives around and around, but he gets an armlet toggle off. Can he get another one off? He gets another one off. Now it's going to be the Luna overextended. Timbersaw trying to finish him off. Timbersaw does go down. Skeeter's not dead yet. The Glaives are bouncing around. Pure, he managed to get a silence off onto Maureen. Maureen,
oh, what a beast.
He tries to get aggressive, but there's just too many answers to this puck right now.
Even got Luna trying to escape from that fight with that dead shot. Everything coming up BB team there.
Beautiful
gladly
stuff.
sacrificed the Timber for the other two cores to survive. And very clutch toggles from Pure. Counts for so much there. Falcons overextend trying to finish him off. You land a stun on the Luna. That's what ultimately brings Skeeter down. And then you get a full duration Orchid on the puck who tried to finish him off. Basically, two cores dying to try and kill a CK who had no business living there.
And next fight, he'll have BKB. So he's kind of untouchable.
Not only that, the Monkey King already has his done as well. So you're going to hit a really nice BKB timing here. And in fact, Timbers he's 150 off as well.
You could take whatever objectives you want. So Tormentor and I think Roshan are both on the table here for BB team in this next couple of minutes.
Honestly, if you closed your eyes, well, I guess not closed your eyes, but if you closed your brain.
Okay, done.
Thank you, Austin. That was the only point of that I had. If you closed your brain and looked at this Radiant lineup that had Chaos Knight, Monkey, Timber, as we said, building triple BKB at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Would you say it's a BB team lineup or a Falcons lineup?
I would say that's 100% a Falcons lineup.
That's right. But turn your brain on, Austin.
It's a BB team lineup. Wow.
Welcome to the future.
That's crazy.
We've gone to a point where Falcons have gone full circle. And after this game, they're going to realize that the strat they've been doing for the last 3 years was actually good all along, and they're going to go back to it.
We need to go back. We need to go back to 3 strength cores plus BKBs.
Sometimes the only path forwards is to go backwards. I also find the Parasma rush for Maureen kind of interesting here. Like, he skipped Blink to just finish this up, just treads Parasma puck. Does help with the Luna damage.
Yeah. I will say, Falcons, classic, in a rough spot. They min-max their position. BB team take Tormentor, they get Roshan in exchange. That was a pretty sick pickup because, as we said, it felt like all the objectives were free for BB team. So they just took that Roshan away from BB team. Now, they're probably still on the losing side of team fights, even with the extra life, but...
Yeah, you don't want to fight into this BKB, this triple BKB timing.
Katomi, okay, Fiend's Grip, but still catches the Nightmare, pull him back in.
That's okay for Falcons, though. They're getting a lot off the map right now.
Sure.
And eventually they will pick a fight with this Aegis timing. You have Ags on the Dawnbreaker, you have that Parasma on the puck. Aegis on the puck helps you play around this Parasma more aggressively. Could take a fight right now if it's set up well. They could also just keep ratting for the Luna's timings on that Butterfly if they prefer to play around what Skeeter can do in the fight. But that will mean wasting most of this Aegis period. You could be okay with that if you feel like the majority of the value is just taking it away from BB team. But I think it will feel bad to not use it at all. This is the daytime where the Bane's a little weaker. Aetherland's already done for Kataomi. Means you fight in the nighttime against this long-range Bane setup. Tough fight for Malrine to play aggressively into. So Aegis, again, also helps him in that department as he gets caught. Will escape.
And maybe thinking about going back in here.
Oh, sentry place to get the sleep around the tree.
That was a sick little move. And there goes that Aegis.
Fancy.
And more heroes lining up.
If calling here.
He's going to come back into the calling, instantly silenced and dead.
Oh, man, I mean, all that discussion about what you can do with this Aegis, well, none of it matters because you just got caught and killed twice. Of course, no defensive item to bail you out means the first time you go down, it's just a death sentence. And nice little clutch play with that sentry.
Yeah, why are they tip and save, man? Tip Kataomi. That was a brilliant move.
He gets no credit.
Oh, good job. Landing the calling on a reviving target. Meanwhile, Kataomi's out here with his Ether Lens Sentry getting vision around corners.
He just wants a little recognition.
Fives go unnoticed, man.
They really do.
Who said that?
What? Fives go unnoticed?
Yeah, you're a 5.
Is that a quote? Are you saying it's a quote? Like who?
No. You're a 5, therefore I didn't notice you, Avery. Come on, man.
Probably No Tail. I'll say No Tail said it.
25-11, 4,000 net worth lead for BB team. There's a
Gigantic creep wave. Pushing in the top wave. Somebody's got to deal with this. Okay, maybe it's not that big.
What are you? It's like
I saw serpent warts on the mini map. I can't see. All right, I just saw a big glob of red. There's another creep wave coming.
Ginormous creep wave.
It's 3. It's 3 stacks.
7
right?
creeps instead of 4. Oh.
Anyway, somebody's got to come back and take all this, and it's going to be Pure. He buys out his shard. Which one is that again?
Get the illusion on the bolt hit.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty nice if you don't want to always commit on that bolt. Decent amount of extra damage.
Sure.
Blink lets him engage where he wants. And ultimately, though, biggest item decision in this game is going to be what Skeeter goes for with these Luna timings. And he did opt for the BKB over that Butterfly. He was debating both. I could see it going either way, but his game was maybe just not clean enough to go super fast Butterfly here and survive just off the Dawnbreaker heal. So he's going to go the more survivability route, rely on some of the puck damage. This does mean if the puck gets caught, though, that Falcons team fight feels lost. Because I just don't think they're going to have enough damage. So positioning from Malrine means everything. But that also means Skeeter can play more on the front line to try and protect the puck a little bit. Abuse his nighttime presence, if you can. See what kind of formation Falcons can come up with. I think it's pivotal for this next fight that they make it work with Enchantress Luna tanking the brunt of the first go, being that front line, and setting the fight up for the puck and the Shaman in particular. Just haven't gotten a lot of impact out of Crit this game. 0-8 on the Shaman. It's been a rough one. Did get his Tumbler toy. That's pretty nice. But not a game where you've really been able to use the Tumbler toy. And let's see if he can get out of this one. Oh, yeah. You don't want to unpause that one. Of course it was Amar.
Of course it was. His pub instincts.
He's
so honed.
He saw Malrine DC. He's spamming that button. I'm not waiting for you, brother.
Unpauses instantly on his own team. Wait, that was BB team who did that last time, right?
Yeah,
GPK unpaused on his own team.
Yeah, his player was DC. He said, "We're ready. Go,
ready, go."
We can restart game.
Huh?
No.
The Monkey King bug?
I don't think we can. I'm assuming it's Monkey King bug.
I haven't heard about the Monkey King bug in a couple weeks. You think that got
maybe
fixed?
It's a different bug. Maybe. Well, we just haven't casted a lot of Gaming Gladiators games, so usually it's Quinn who's very vocal about the Monkey King bug.
He's vocal a lot, but about a lot of things, yeah. BB team from here, yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's the biggest advantage of picking Monkey King is you don't have to play against the Monkey King. Therefore, you don't have to play against the Monkey King bug.
That's one way to look at it, yeah. Where does BB team go from here? Because it feels like they are undefeatable in team fights.
How do you use that strength to kick Falcons out of the game?
Next Roshan is what you want to use him for here.
Yeah, but
you're okay playing the map and fighting kickoffs like this. You don't need the big team fight. You have a lot of scale to keep picking up here. Just work towards that next Roche. Get an Aegis, and then you can start to look towards, you know, more objectives, taking some of Falcon's base.
Why didn't Skeeter tip save on Shadow Shaman dying?
He's like, good catch, bro.
This is why I advocate for more all chat, because I just want clarity in the BM.
What do you mean? It's like you caught crit. That's not many people can do that. I tip my hat.
I think crit's been caught a couple times this game.
Yeah, he's 0-9 now.
I think he's died in literally every engagement in this game.
Well, maybe there was a BM tip.
He is over a third of their kills.
Like, nice, you killed the shaman again. I'm free farming, lol.
Maybe he is. Not free farming enough, though. Still 2,000 behind the Chaos Knight.
Either way, I don't think Crit appreciates it. He's not having fun this time around, man. Rough game for him. So that's how the shaman goes, you know? Well, it's like I always say, if you don't have double-digit deaths on this hero, you're not playing the Shadow Shaman right.
But Avery, he got the Tumblr's toy. You said that is the item that unlocks the Shadow Shaman.
So he's doing great.
Doesn't matter how many times we die. It's you and me, buddy.
We just keep tumbling in.
Just
tumble that corpse into the fight.
Every time they knock you down, you hit the ground rolling, you know? Like a regular gymnast. Can Maureen get out of this situation? Hex on the Monkey King as he jumps down.
No BKB.
Yeah, he is, okay, not in trouble. Got the shard. Oh, he's almost dead. Tick, a little bit of damage, but I can't believe the puck didn't commit for that kill.
Honestly, Falcon's just committed for that monkey. They get him there.
Yeah.
They're just expecting BB Team to be backing him up, but they weren't. Kind of a bluff that worked out for GPK, but he got lucky. And there's some significant damage in this Falcons lineup. They're not that far behind, right? This is a 2K difference game. They haven't gotten a lot of momentum in this game, but they are absolutely in it, and they're starting to get some big utility items. Look to that Lotus on the Dawnbreaker.
I mean, I'm way more concerned about Skeeter's timing. If Falcons win one fight right now, then that's Butterfly on the Luna. And then you have BKP Butterfly. Like, what does the Bloodthorn mean? Nothing. The Luna can finally reach the point where she can truly frontline for the team. It's not fear of being bursted.
So much is dependent on this next Aegis, so feels like whichever team gets it's going to be able to dictate where and how the fights happen. And an Illusion Rune in the river, that is pretty
Illusion
tempting.
Rune for a Chaos Knight or for a Luna. Which one's it's going to be? Chaos Knight stuns himself with the Lotus Orb. They all live for the Chaos Knight. They got him in the shackles, but it looks like Pure is released and gets off the BKB. An Eclipse for a BKB.
And both carries want it back because they just used the kit.
Yeah.
Though Skeeter still does have his BKB. Hits level 20 as well.
Yeah, he's still strong without Eclipse for sure.
There's that clutch Lotus Orb. It's a pretty good Lotus Orb game. You can hit him. Get him on the right targets. You can maybe bail that puck out as well, which trying to finish up a Lincoln's before the Roche fight. I don't think you're going to get there. You're going to have to take it without it.
3-man smoke up. 4-man.
Oh, going high ground.
They just run straight into him. They run into a Timbersaw with the Aghanim Scepter. That's no good for Falcons. Both the supports are going to die for this maneuver.
That's a really tough smoke angle. If you get up that high, I mean, really fast.
Oh, and Amar, he didn't take a straight line out of here. Tried to walk back a shortcut through the mid lane to base and caught by Pure.
That's a rough death. Losing some supports there might be okay because they have the low death timers. You might be able to respawn before this Roche is up and then retake the fight. Losing Dawnbreaker, this Roche contest feels impossible now. Though it hasn't spawned, which, of course, Falcons don't know.
Okay, I think I know what the tips are about now. Pure was clearly yelling at Falcons. He missed it.
Yeah, but they can't hear him.
Maybe they hear a little buzz, you know, a little, like a fly near your ear, you know?
I think Pure's always yelling anyway.
It's true.
I don't know if that means much. Probably yells when he plays pub games.
True. But this one was clearly a directed yell. If you guys don't, well, I mean, I guess you guys have seen the layout.
Yeah,
Two
you're
teams
pretty
are
close.
kind of facing each other. There's a screen between them and everything for competitive integrity, but
I'll tell you one thing though, Austin.
yeah,
These Zoomer Dota players, man, it's weak, man. The real life all chat game is weak. I played against the real in-person all chatters, okay?
yeah.
I played against ROTK. That guy,
That guy was screaming at you all the time.
you could hear him outside the building when he wasn't even playing.
That's true. The Chinese teams were actually known for yelling so loud. Did it ever like tilt you? Or not you, but anybody on your team? I know it didn't tilt you.
No, we mostly found it funny, but
Yeah.
it really did annoy. It was annoying talking that.
Oh yeah.
Roche attempt here. This is a pivotal Roche fight.
Roshan getting pretty low here. Falcons.
Is he just going to go in?
Crit drops the wards, gets vision inside the pit. They see this, ball ring, he can jump inside, but he doesn't go for it. He's just going to be grabbed quickly by Pure. BKB, Miro, he runs after him with his Aghanim Scepter and his BKB. Pure's going to pop his ultimate, but the support's on the side. They get annihilated. GPK, he may have gotten off the Wukong's command, but not much for it. BB team caught all out of sorts here.
See a Pure BKB TPs. He might have to.
Oh, BKB.
He went in.
And he goes in
What
for
a
the
beast.
kill. Blows up Skeeter,
Oh.
then TPs. What's better than a BKB TP out?
Come on, man. That's just not right. Like, that's just. I don't even know what to say, man. Falcons just got played. You just got played hard.
Try that one on for size Nightfall.
No BKB pop for Skeeter there. He's just not thinking about it. Nobody was thinking about that play except Pure.
4,000 net worth lead. BB team have 4 minutes with an Aegis. See what they can get done with it. Maureen, really nice pickup. Illusion Rune, not usually something you think about for a puck, but in this case, the extra Dispel.
Well, he already used it, so.
Could be very helpful.
Irrelevant, Austin.
Apparently, irrelevant. What did he do with it?
You know, that kind of play is also something where I point towards the confidence factor. Are you a team that's playing with confidence? Are you playing to win? You playing to style on your foes? Or are you playing to just try and not be bad? To not lose another game after you've lost a bunch of scrims?
I mean, I know for certain Pure plays with the confidence that any protagonist of the story does.
Of course, sometimes it backfires, but when it works, man, not only does it look good, you demoralize your opponents. Like, if you're Skeeter in that situation, what are you left thinking, right? Like, what am I supposed to do? How does he get away with this? I'm getting styled on.
It's true.
Not a good feeling.
He got mogged.
It's like getting yelled at by ROTK. It's just not, it's not enjoyable.
I thought you thought it was funny.
It was, but then he beats you and you're like, well, maybe this guy knows something. You know, maybe I have to yell back. But then when you yell at him, he just yells louder.
It's true.
You're only
Nobody
powering
was
him up.
louder than ROTK.
The man,
Not even the casters were louder than ROTK.
he was inhuman. He couldn't even hear his own team. You start to question your reality.
The upside of playing with ROTK, winning. The downside, hearing damage. You know, everything's a trade-off.
It's, I mean, you know, these core players are one of a kind, man. Live or die by the sword. 2 minutes left on this Aegis for Pure. Went Octarine, so he has some lower cooldown ultimate to use around the map. 56 seconds on that Phantasm. Good stuff for him. Working towards that 25 for an extra Phantasm duration, perhaps. Could be pretty spicy. I mean, BB team cooking again in this game, too. The lead is not insane. Again, you know, Enchantress manipulating stuff around the map, getting the extra farm is going to pull some weight here. And, of course, Luna always going to find net worth around the map. But just the feel of the game, the momentum, the team fights. Falcons have not been able to carve out a solid hold for themselves. And that's the big concern. Like, at what point in this game do you miss that chance so much it slips away from you?
Yeah.
And now we see a Hex on Miro. That's going to shut down the Puck's mobility in the fight even more. You have a decent amount of spells to throw into this Lincoln Sphere between the Hex, the Bane spells, and of course Calling just doesn't care about it. So your Puck scale is not something you can fall back on in this game. I think that's a big difference here between this and game one for the Puck pick. BB team did a decent enough job addressing the Puck that even if this game goes ultra late, Maureen can't just 1v5. Like, there are spells that you can't itemize too well against unless he wants to go BKB and Lincolns, which is going to lower his DPS output, whereas in that game one, GPK had a much freer time. So Looking solid here for BB team, and tier 5 neutral item at 37 minutes. Austin.
Oh, yeah. Fallen Sky. That's pretty cool.
Is that the best? I feel like that's not the best one he could have gotten, but it is. It does have some swagger, man. Like, imagine that play he did, but he Fallen Skies on Skeeter.
Well, he just Fallen Sky to tier 3 tower, and Falcons are left wondering, what? What's going on?
Yeah, this is
He's cheating.
not something you see every day.
Banner to protect the creep wave. Got to do something about this. If you're Falcons, question is what? Top a glyph?
You gotta
Can
wait.
Somebody come out and hit that.
Wait for
banner?
Aegis.
It's
Aegis expiration.
dangerous. 17 seconds.
Did get Satanic on the Luna.
Oh, he pulled himself to the hammer, Amar. Why?
Not what you wanted.
Chaos Knight. He's
Not
so
at all.
low. 5 seconds left on the Aegis. He needs. Oh, he does manage to get himself killed there, Skeeter. They're going to come back in on this second life. Can they blow up Pure?
No, he's
Not
BKB.
at all with the BKB. He just walks away. Katomi gets caught by the hammer from
Nice
Amar. So Amar clearly making a move late for a buyback. And
I don't think he had to play for it like that, though.
No, probably
He just
not.
didn't expect the burst damage. Like, you have some solid frontliners in this lineup, right? You can send the Enchantress in, if anything. Just Hurricane Pike someone out, especially with that Aegis expiring. Slight misplay from him, forces a buyback when might have not wanted to use it, cost him some gold, but you do hold.
Also, snaking, he impetus the Chaos Knight when he was so low. He had 5 seconds left on the Aegis. What if he doesn't kill the Chaos Knight there? Just waits out the Aegis,
It's pretty
right?
tempting, yeah. Maybe he feels like you just kill him there and you defend the base and you reset, and that's fine. I think that is an acceptable outcome here for Falcons. They were prepared to take that fight, though, with Skeeter finishing up Satanic. Like, this Luna is strong. If he gets everything off, not the easiest target to run into.
Does 25 change much for this hero?
Yeah, maybe. Like, if he takes the extra Lucent Beam, some more illusion clear and everything.
I think I've seen more people take the Lunar Blessing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this game, like, the extra target's actually not insignificant against Chaos Knight here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Seems curious to me, but might just offer consistent damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would rather up the damage of myself plus the Puck Dawnbreaker. Like, you've actually got a lot of right-clicking that's going on here.
It's probably too tempting to turn down, especially Ag's done on the Puck. Need to help Maureen deal some extra damage here.
Yeah.
He would love that 25 talent as well if he can get to it in this game. He's just a bit behind. 25 on the menu for Pure pretty soon.
Illusions push out the mid lane and a little smoke behind it. It's just the Puck and the Shadow Shaman.
Oh, full BKB for snaking. This Enchantress could do some serious frontline work.
Yeah.
Roche up in 40. You're just looking for the fight here, your Falcons. They're going to go up that same hill. Did not work out for them the first time.
This time it'll find Katomi. A beautiful pickup because it's not just the Bane, it's a gem.
That's a really nice find.
Yeah. Watch out. Snaking, great
Well,
BKB.
He tested it, and it does work.
It does.
Sends a message to Pure.
I mean, he was just so surprised by a Chaos Knight falling from the sky. He panicked.
Dire's bottom tower is falling.
You notice the timer on his neutral item? He can't get a fresh one until it's 60 minutes.
Yeah, you have to wait till the final tier.
Yeah, I just think that's interesting because normally, what is it, like a 10-minute timer? When you first get the neutral items, the tier 5s at 60 minutes, you get your item, then 10 minutes later you can
Yeah, but he
get a
doesn't
different one.
he doesn't get an extra neutral. He just gets the option to choose from the other tier. So the times are still the same for him.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not something you would normally think about, right?
But he will get to refresh it if it goes 60. Well, there is where you wish you had that BKB.
I bet he does wish he had a BKB, yeah.
Tank the gank, though.
Radiant
Kind of crazy this is a 1K difference game. And it's never really been more than 5. Once again, Falcons, they always find farm, man. They are very consistent.
Yeah.
They always give themselves a chance in these games that aren't going according to plan, but are never out of reach.
It's why when they were in their best form, they felt like they were nigh unbeatable because it's like you would be winning a game and they would still be keeping the net worth even. This iteration of Falcons means that every game maybe feels like Falcons can come back.
But do they?
But more and more often it seems like they fail to be able to do so.
I mean, honestly, the biggest factor for me might, well, there's Fallen Sky, but...
attempted. Got him inside the Serpent Wards. Crit. He may die for it. Solar Guardian goes out. Lands into the Timber Saw. Got the coil into the Chaos Knight as well with the Eclipse. And a Nightmare. He tries to save him, but ultimately not even the Phantasm could bail him out of all this AoE damage. Another Solar Guardian out from Amar. Lots of AoE to help out, but still, the puck being gone is a lot of their damage gone. And Amar, he will join them in death. So a dieback for Amar, gone for 2 minutes.
And he used that refresher anyway. Got the buyback out of Pure. I mean, that is worth something here if you're Falcons, but you didn't win the fight into the Roche, so this buyback is going to get replaced with an Aegis.
Yeah, may never see Pure die again.
And we're just seeing how, I mean, these fights are decided by how difficult it is for Malrine. He just can't go in and deal consistent damage because there's so many interactions BB team have for him. He gets caught by calling Atos into the Hex from Timber, and then the Monkey King finishes him off.
Oh, GPK's level 25, and he's got the refresher.
Yeah, he's huge. He had an Abyssal for a while now, so you can just double Abyssal the puck if you ever find it. Double Wukong, pretty dang good.
Extra damage for the Luna, and here comes Pure.
He wants to end this game with this timing.
Yeah,
you don't want to wait for this Aegis to expire with your buyback on cooldown.
I was going to say, is anything stopping them? Falcons, how are you going to fight into this Wukong's command?
Yeah, you just
and then there's the second one after that.
Drop it and go for Throne, right?
There's that Fallen Sky. Extra bit of building damage. If Falcons do not contest soon, they are going to be left in a situation where they're defending Throne underneath Wukong's command.
Puck buyback. Got to take the fight. Got to go now.
Pure dropping a lot of HP from Snake King. Snake King does get caught, though, by the Reality Rift and eventually killed. Now the coil goes out and then finishes off the Aegis.
Cheese refresher for GPK. He's going to pop both.
Jump forward from Miro. Whoa, the Luna almost dead. Skater, he's gone. He's got a buyback, sure. And he's probably going to have to use it soon because Tier 4 is the last one is going to drop. And now it's an exposed Throne. Nice dodge there with a phase shift. Malrine still in trouble, though. Caught in, feeds grip. Nothing to stop it from behind. They all in on Malrine. They do a decent amount of damage, but looks like he gets bailed out. He gets back to the fountain. And now with the second life of Skeeter, it's Pure dead. JPK and Miro both low. The loosened beams are coming out. The Glaze doing a lot of damage. So JPK away into the trees. But a final impetus takes him out. Miro, the only core to escape from BB team. And that leaves 2 minutes for Falcons.
They got the Tier 4s, but they only got one ranged Rax. Not that successful of a push in the end because he didn't end the game. The buybacks from Falcons able to stall this game out, give them one more chance at life here. But you cannot afford to lose anybody else. You have no more buybacks available. Game's on a knife's edge. And yeah, that amp damage was sitting in the river the whole time. I mean, he'd had vision on it. Could have changed a decent amount. You have to remember, Pure... no buyback here for 5 minutes. Falcons know this. They have a chance
Falcons going to all in for the Throne, just like BB team did.
I think you do. I think you go for it here. You have
Dawnbreaker. They bait out an illusion. Deadshot goes out. Where's on the front lines, but with the ultimate popped, not really an easy target to go for.
You have to be decisive here. You cannot hesitate. It's either an all-in drone push or you're playing for a complete reset. I would vote all in throne push, but of course I'm not in this game.
It's Falcons. They're not really ones known for that sort of thing. A Hex out, followed by his Shackles. Katomi can Nightmare if it needed, and he does. One lane of barracks, 30 seconds left for the Chaos Knight. Falcons can probably go for a second.
They have double Solar Guardian here.
And Aeontis for the puck will certainly help him. Malrine's game has been so bad for these team fights, but maybe an Aeontis give him a bit more grace.
2 lanes for that base defense is well worth it if you can get out here.
If they can get out, if they can get the lane. May not be able to. 5 seconds left, it's time to leave. So only 1 lane of barracks. Miro jumping out after them. With Pure, And GPK in hot pursuit, bound the strike, goes out on his snaking. Wukong's command not going to be used immediately. The reset coming out from Falcons. Nice little Manta to try and dodge some of this. Pure, his Chaos Bolt does not find its mark. Skater just to make sure the Manta and even the BKB. That way Falcons can get out clean. Nobody dies.
Troll Summoner top, Skelly boys.
Oh yeah, maybe they do get 2 lanes.
Little rat action from the King.
All right. Arranged to fall.
Not a bad base push here.
No.
You were going into all the buybacks, but of course the one guy without the buyback was the one they needed to take that fight on the CK. So none of those buybacks did BB Team any good here. And now you get to reset a little bit. 4.5 minutes on the clock for the buybacks to come back up for Falcons. That is a long time to wait, particularly because Roche could spawn before you get to wait those out. But you got the Daedalus on the Luna here. The game is not over yet. Is there any dispel for this Aeon on the puck? There's not.
No.
Big
no
factor
nullifier
too.
on the Chaos Knight.
Another amp damage in the river. Pure hammers his way to it.
A refresher on the Shadow Shaman could make things really interesting. I mean, that last game, you saw Crit go for Throne. Didn't have nearly
They're
enough.
still getting ratted, by the way.
but-
This troll, there's another Troll Summoner in the base.
Yeah.
This is the snaking wave pressure.
Yeah, backdoor protection is up, so the building's not going to take any damage. But the Creep Wave's coming in soon.
Might need a Boots of Travel here or something.
Yeah, Miro's going to come deal with the annoyance that is snaking.
Run for the hills.
Refresher soon for Miro. Double BKB, double Scythe. Refreshers all around. 3,000 net worth lead for BB Team. What felt like victory was surely in their hands. Thank you, Miro, for knocking down that tree. Now things have gotten a little weird. Falcons have made this an even game.
This is an awkward time to smoke. Like the Roche is not up for 2 minutes. You have a lot of gold in the bank.
Yeah, but you don't care about Roshan. You get the right team fight here, the game's over.
I mean, I'm just looking at the gold. They have like 20,000 team gold unspent. It's a
For those
ridiculous
buybacks,
amount.
maybe they just overwhelmed with just bodies. Nice force staff. Does that save Snake King? No jumps from BB Team inside of the base. Snake King will survive.
He had no buy. That was an important support to save here. They're going for the throat. A bold play. Too bold.
You talk about style difference. BB Team's definitely one of those teams who'll just all in.
Oh yeah, they
Kira
don't
makes
care.
those kind of calls.
I still rather just spend the gold though. You have 6K on the Timber. You had a full Axe coming out for the Bane. You have 5K on the Chaos Knight. Another 5,500 on the Monkey King. Yeah, it's one thing to save for buyback. It's another to save for buyback in the next game.
What's a 25 on Timber?
Radiant are scanning.
It's the
Timber
Timber
Chain,
Chain.
yeah.
Yeah. You almost always take that one. Looking for any sort of pick around the map. You know you have this 2-minute cooldown on the buybacks here. You'd love to find somebody, get a 5-on-4. You could easily go for the win. Little courier snipe. You know someone's out here.
Yeah,
Catch the rat.
Snake King, he's on the run. BKB, TP out.
Yeah, Bissell
Nothing
Monkey.
stopping.
Bissell Monkey not there. Roche spawn 30 seconds potential though. That's a concern for Falcons. This is going to be that brief window where Roche can be up. You don't have buybacks.
Ran into Pure. Pure runs into them. Gets the Shadow Shaman, not quite. Is he going to chase after him? 3 seconds till the blink? No.
Get out again.
Surviving. Falcons, that's their MO. Continuing to survive. Rat claw their way through this game 2. Not dead yet, but certainly not in control of the game either.
Such a strong outpost for BB Team though. Defend this Roche. You have all your buybacks available. You can just take a 10-on-5 on this outpost if you have to. And no rat action going on right now. There's an Alpha Wolf top, but not the scariest.
Pretty
In
much
terms of the
comes
lane
down to
show.
one team fight. What is Falcons looking for in this next team fight, and what is BB Team?
If you're Falcons, you need to protect your damage dealers, which at this point, The puck is doing a little bit, but he's likely going to get Aeon popped fairly early in this fight. I'm looking at the Luna, and I'm looking at the Enchantress with the Moon Shard here.
Okay, how do you protect them? You don't have save spells exactly.
Go in with the puck, create some chaos, and then use your double Solar Guardian to protect Skeeter.
Okay.
And let him just man fight under the Solar Guardians, plus, you know, some Satanic hits. Hopefully you get some big crits. Use the Eclipse to clear out CK illusions. And if you're a BB team, just land your disables on this puck when he goes in. Pop the Aeon early. And make sure your supports stay alive. You have an Ags Fiend Grip you can throw into somebody.
Radiant are scanning.
Successful scan read.
Falcons have
Falcons out here on the map.
They have better position right now because they can leave Amar back in the base.
Yeah, they're going to force BB team back. Unless BB team are able to just all-in Roshan right now, which will cost them some buildings.
It's going to cost them a lot. Shaman Ward's on bottom.
Yeah, so Shaman Wards and the push coming in the top lane, you're looking at almost Megas.
Yeah, Skeeter, he has the read. He's hitting right now.
If only Falcons could have committed heavier, they might have been able to get Megas out of this. But as it is, it's Roshan going down. And 1 or 2 buildings. Oh, they got the Timbersaw in the mid lane. Big pickup, Falcons. Dismantling BB team a little bit with their placements on the map. They got 1 building bottom, 1 building top. There's 1 building remaining for Megas. But now BB team have the huge advantage of Aegis, Cheese, Banner,
and Refresher
Shard for who?
They gave it to Pure right now, but he's also building one. He could buy it out soon.
I was about to say, I feel like we had like 5 different Refresher orbs being built in this game.
Tempted to give it to Kataomi here.
That's not a bad shout considering his Ags.
He'll feed it over to the Monkey King for now, who is also considering building one and will probably want to build one at some point. But if he just plays off the shard, he can build a more aggressive item. MKB definitely helps him fight the Luna.
Okay.
Makes some decent sense here. What's that trade-off worth, though? Because can you push the map out to take a fight with this Aegis?
I mean, now I feel like the win condition goes back to the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, the rat action is really annoying in this game. And you're pretty scared to show on waves when the Solar Guardian can come in on top of any sort of stun and just chain you up.
Falcons currently have this high ground ward that they're kind of playing around. Though I'm very certain that BB team know about it.
Did not feel
where the Timbersaw died.
Like a favorable trade for BB team. You get Aegis, you get all these spoils, and then you're afraid to leave the base. Not a great situation to be in. Everybody has buyback in this game. Monkey King's a little short, but he'll get it off a fight. And the gold swinging back towards Falcons as they have drawn this game out. It's not been pretty. They're making it work.
5 more minutes until the 60-minute items come in. And at that point, you have completely negated the Chaos Knight facet. Thankfully, foul play will keep crit alive. Everybody's got their shard. Aghanim Scepter next for Skeeter.
There's some serious scale coming in for Falcons right now. This game does not look nearly as easy as it did 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Refresher done for the puck. That Ags for the Luna. I mean, this is some serious damage upgrade. A lot of spells to play around for Falcons right now.
You get that Aghanim Scepter on the Luna, the puck, if he hits that back line and it's followed up with an Eclipse, that's a very different initiation. Because I felt like before when the puck was hitting the back line, he wasn't strong enough to kill the supports real quickly. Get the extra firepower, though.
I don't know. Save has BKB now.
That's true. What about Kataomi, though?
Well, he's screwed, but, you know,
Okay.
that's the life of a 5.
True.
You're there to tank spells and buy back and come back in the fight. Maybe he can sleep himself and just sleepwalk away. They'll never see me.
Dream of a better fight.
It's the Homer meme where he backs into the bushes.
Just backs away.
Maybe the play is just put save into this game as a 4th core at this point. Just they're giving a lot of waves to him. He is slowly scaling up on this Muerta. Nope. Plan is to push. Force the issue, says Pure.
Coil out on Pure. Nothing for it. So an early ultimate used by Falcons.
I don't like these soft pushes, though, because you lose lane control.
Yeah.
Like, you either just got to go and take the fight, or get the map in a better position.
Yeah, Pure, he has to deal with the top wave, cannot afford backdoor protection to go down. He doesn't know where the Shadow Shaman is.
This will bait Falcons out. Pure knows it. If he runs back to the team right here, you could get the fight you're looking for.
Yeah, they've got a high ground ward that I think they're going to try and play for here. On the side of BB team, they actually jump forward, catch Luna, got him on the side. Wukong's man goes out. Can they get this Luna out of here? Amar's already used his ultimate once. Where's the other Solar Guardian? No save whatsoever for the Luna. Gonna have to play for buybacks now. Meanwhile, Meteor Hammer lands in. Orchid on Malrine. He does have his Xeon Disc. He's able to jump to his orb. Back inside the base, but Pure ever aggressive. He's not going to stop now. He goes after the puck. Dodge with the face shift. He's good for now. Staking, meanwhile, throwing the damage after Miro. Miro backs out with the Timber Chain, but it's Pure who's still stuck inside the base and will lose his Aegis on revive. Is he going to die here? Miro, he jumps forward, trying to draw attention away from Pure on his second line. BKB goes out and goes after Amar. Here comes Eclipse. Big damage, refresh. He's got into the round, but Phantasm is not going to protect him too much. Eclipse damage, too many glades coming out from the Skeeter Luna.
These buybacks.
Coil onto GPK. GPK in trouble now. He gets a bash onto Malrine, another Eon Disc. He's good for now. Shots raining in after him. Trigger, he's trying to dodge some of it. GPK. He's back up to a high ground situation. Pure sitting up there, making sure GPK's good for now. Buybacks used. Crit, Skeeter, Snake King, Pure, Kataomi, and Amar.
Technically a win for a BB team here, as they get the 4 buybacks for the 2. But this game is not over yet. You're going to have to reset, rebuild the map, get that top lane out. And you did use that refresher shot on the Monkey King. It was pivotal in that fight to bring the Luna down. You needed double Wukong, double strike there.
Yeah.
So you have to get a refresher up of his own.
I see that right. Yules? Chaos Knight? Or somebody else?
No, he's thinking about Wind Waker.
Okay, yeah. He's got Yules. He's going Wind Waker. I was about to say,
honestly,
somebody else wanted a Wind Waker as
you know
well.
what this is, you know what this is for?
Oh, it's Amar. Yeah.
There's been a ward trapped every fight, and he can't get out of it.
Yeah.
That fight, he just sat in the wards and got pelted by Eclipse.
And the only way out is Reality Rift.
He did summon his way out with the Phantasm, but the damage was kind of already done. These ward traps have been really annoying. So Wind Waker gets you out of that. And Wind Waker Ocarina in the late game can be,
I mean, maybe it's a little bit better against, say, the Puck Coil.
Yeah, that as well, for sure. And of course, you can always save somebody else. True. Could be pretty nice to save the Monkey King if GPK gets jumped.
We're going to have a million heroes with Wind Wakers if this game keeps going, because Amar's got a Yules, now Crit's got a Yules.
These fights are just so chaotic. Being able to reset yourself helps a lot in the mental game. And 60 minutes approaching here. Might is picked up for Skeeter. He instantly wants that neutral item.
What's the 25 on Muerta?
It is the
Gunslinger chance. Yeah,
he took that over the dead shot.
He's full right-click damage.
I guess there's no ags on him, so why take the extra dead shot? But
yeah, he's turning into another carry. If Pure can't get the job done, save Will.
It's going to be sad to see this triple Outworld staff go for BB team, though.
That's true.
They were doing some work against like the impetus shots. And
what are the game changers outside of Divine Regalia for the damage dealers?
I mean, Stygian is definitely an upgrade for some of these big right clickers. Helm of the Undying is still pretty annoying if you can get one out there. But yeah, I'm looking at Divine Regalia. I would not be surprised to see some Books of the Dead in this game, because
for Falcons especially.
Yeah, the item's always solid, and there's definitely been some rat action or push difficulties for BB team if you think about it. So there's a book for save. Horn for the puck, try and bail him out.
The Evil Eye or whatever it is for Skeeter. That's not what I expected.
Did get Audacious, which is pretty nice for him enchantment-wise. Pretty hype. Helm of the Undying for GPK. Probably not the one he would have opted for, but could help him finish off the Luna in a death trade situation.
Yeah. There's no way the illusions count towards that neutral item, right?
No.
It's curious. I've never really seen too many people take that item. Normally, if you're afraid of being like bursted down, I feel like most people just take the Helm of Undying. Maybe didn't have that option, but if you're looking for a defensive item, it's usually that one, you know?
Let's see what else we get here. Any regalias? Any more books?
Has anybody kept theirs?
Spider likes for crit.
What?
He's
Well,
like,
no,
I'm getting
white
out of
spider
here.
legs from Miro.
Well, he doesn't have boots.
I
Oh, he does have
guess.
boots. He swapped it back
Oh,
in.
yeah, he's got boots.
He must have just had nothing good.
Yeah, because you're one of the most mobile heroes in the game. Thanks to Timber Chain trying to blow up Snake King. Got off the BKB and scared away by the Eclipse. There goes that Wind Waker. Miro is still going to be in the coil here. He's going to be double coiled, in fact, and he got multiple heroes. Now with the Solar Guardian dropping in, Amar comes in hot.
What
He's
can
already
GBK
stunned up
do?
a couple of heroes, and Pure, he's in trouble. He bumps the Phantasm. With his BKB, they chase back out, but they got out of the Wukong's command. They pull back in Snaking. They do manage to finish up Crit as well. Another Solar Guardian is going to be dropped on the life of Amar, who had that
Gotta
moment of
keep
undying.
Skeeter alive.
But Skeeter,
He missed.
it's all about trying to kill Skeeter. And here the Bounty Strike wasn't good enough, but GPK's damage might just be enough. A bash, and he got him. That's it. BB team will close out the game at 62 minutes.
The frontline bait from Miro with the buyback to the outpost. Good enough to get the job done. As Falcons just have to commit so many ults, double coil, double Solar Guardian going in early in that fight. So hard to play the second half of it. And man, what a series from BBT. Like, they absolutely showed multiple points of finesse and control throughout the series in the two games. Getting a well-rounded victory against Falcons here and playing against them in multiple styles, playing against them with their own style. With this like triple scaling core with BKB timings. The BKB timing didn't work out, but really nice series, in particular from Kataomi on this Bane and Pure and GPK, the 1 and 2 position for BBT, putting in some big work in both these games, like helping pick up the slack when it felt like maybe the CK is falling a bit off, the Monkey King picks it up, right? Monkey King goes down in the early game, the CK picks it up. And in that game when I felt like the bounce was there as well, I think this 1-2 duo is quite formidable when they're playing confident, when they've got the ball rolling, and they certainly had it here.
Yeah, BB team, they just look in top form coming into this tournament, while Falcons, their struggles continue. Isn't that right, Chu?
Oh, that is absolutely right, Cap. Thanks so much, both Cap and SPG. And I will say thank you to these two teams for giving us a fantastic show. And that was a very fun game to watch. It was very close. There's a lot of things to talk about. And for that, I am aiming towards Effie and Lacoste here, because this was... All right, where to start, Lacoste? Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the Chaos Knight and fundamental forging?
Yeah, probably. I mean, this is something that he did talk about. I believe it was Dream League Season 24 or 25 that he wanted to play this hero. He thought there was something to it, and he said fundamental forging, this is his way to go. And he showed it in this game. Like, I don't think he was lucky enough with the Tier 3 and Tier 4 neutral items specifically, because he got Monocle, because you can get the higher tier item out of it. Tier 5, this is where it kind of the fun starts, because you get it at 35 minutes. He got the Fallen Sky, but he was also a little bit disappointed 60 minutes into the game, seeing that everybody else are getting those items, but you have good 25 minutes pretty much to try to close out the game, and that's the time to try to go for.
It's just really funny seeing Fallen Sky minute 37 in Dota. Like, he's fallen skying into their tower, and they're like, huh, why is this happening? But no, it was really cool to see Carry CK played not only once, but twice today. I think there's a lot to this hero that maybe people didn't consider before, and it looked really good. I think for Falcons, they needed to play on a much earlier tempo, right? We looked at their lineup, we talked about it. Typically, when you see Enchantress with a Dawnbreaker is going to join you early with a Luna, you expect that team to be setting the pace, taking all the towers, but in the early game, they got outplayed by BB team.
They did. There were so many deaths in this bottom lane, and we talked about the lineup from Falcons being able to snowball, but you're playing against one of the strongest early game teams. You are playing against the BB team, which means that most of the time they are going to be winning their lanes, and once they get that ball rolling, it also gets pretty difficult to come back into the game. But I also like this... I talked about it a couple of times already, this Wukong's command as a counter to Dawn ulti, where you just going to use that ulti, and he can't really come into the fight immediately. You are zoning pretty much the whole screen. And this is where Dawn ulti wants to come in and be able to, reset the fight, but you can't do that against Monkey King.
No, this is a very, very strong control coming out for BB team the whole game. A majority of that control, of course, came from Kataomi's Bane, and Kataomi is the one right now ready for his winner's interview with Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I'm here with Kataomi. How are you feeling after that very tense game?
Feel super great because we finally managed to finish this game as 2-0. Yeah, super happy.
Were you stressed from the game state? Because you guys were doing pretty well, then you ended up losing that team fight, then the game got a lot more tense. So what were you kind of playing for to close the game out?
I mean, winning game is not easy anymore as it was. I was just trying to play for timings like Roshan and stuff. Basically, for farming, trying to pick off and waiting Roshans. That's it.
Okay, great. When I talked to Pierre at the end of your guys' last match against Gaming Gladiators, you went 1-1, and he kind of expressed frustration. Like he was like, we should have 2-0'd. Do your expectations, are they in a similar place? Like you guys are here to win the tournament kind of thing, or are you feeling really strong right now?
We just won tournament. We feel super strong. I think we understand the meta pretty well, and we have great preparations right now for drafts. And every game is pretty easy if you win the draft. So yeah.
Yeah, drafting is huge. Speaking of draft, you've been playing a lot of your staple heroes, the heroes that we recognize you for. You know, you love your Bane, you love your Silencer, you love your Tusk. Pure, however, has been playing some interesting ideas as carry. Is that why you're playing staples, so that he can express himself with his fun new pub ideas?
No, I just rate my heroes, which I can like perform the most, like the annoy enemy team the most, like Bane, and I will keep picking it if enemies give me, because we have so wide hero pools. They have to ban like core heroes, so they don't even touch me, like only in first stage, let's say like Naga for you, and then I just pick another S tier hero for me.
Do you have any S tier annoying heroes that you haven't used on your opponents yet, that you have like up your sleeve waiting for the right moment?
Not really. Like, I mean, maybe some hero, but yeah, I will just keep playing Bane.
Okay, this sounds good. Well, your Bane is very good. I look forward to seeing it. Keep saving your heroes and setting up those kills. Thank you for joining me for the interview.
Thank you.
But there's not a lot of players that will get excited and happy to play Bane. But Katomi definitely, you can see it in his face, Effie. He just lights up.
Yeah, but also I think there was a secret hero that was making him smile towards the end. Kev was like trying to extract information potentially.
Maybe.
There's definitely there's something up his sleeve for sure that we're gonna see later. I mean, it could be we saw Winter Wyvern today. He's probably one of the best Winter Wyvern players.
Yeah.
Hasn't pulled it out yet.
True. By the way, speaking of that frustration that Pure had yesterday that Purge also touched upon, it got a little bit more frustrating for them on hindsight, because on the other stream, Gaimin did 2-0 their opponent, as well as BB Team now 2-0ing this one. So that means that the two teams are still tied, which means that potentially they will still, I mean, I don't know if they'll still be tied towards the end of the groups, but it does mean that this rivalry is definitely building up within this group. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I do want to continue breaking this game down because it was a very long one. And I know, I mean, Kato says he was mostly happy, Lacoste, that finally the game was over.
Yeah, because they kind of felt the game was in their hands, but you can also feel it slipping, that CK is not going to be able to do as much as he would be able to do for the first like 35, 40 minutes. This is where Save comes in, and he's like, you know, trying to build into these carry items. He's going for the level 25 talent as well. He wants to be another security just in case. They're building into refreshers as well. Monkey King 25 with refresher. This is one of the nastiest things in Dota. It's very, very difficult to fight into that. If you're sieging the high ground, if you're taking like multiple fights, it also stays for a really long time. You're not going to die, and they have multiple saves as well. So it gets quite difficult to be able to close out the game as well when you're playing against Monkey. They did a lot of split pushing. They did try. They almost got megas, but not close enough.
Yeah, and Falcon City used buybacks very well near that big throne defense, where Malrian actually bought back with like 9 seconds left on his timer when they went on Skeeter, which
unusual.
It's not something you want to do, but the discipline to do that and their ability to play around things like that is what made it so hard also. But I have to shout out Miro as well in this game. We've talked about Kataomi, we've talked about Pure, but Miro had an exceptional Timbersaw performance. He actually did the most damage, hero damage, on his team, and it felt like from minute 20 onwards, he was such a nuisance. He was always in their faces. They had no dispel for his ags. They couldn't really do anything about it. He was just pumping out the damage. Later on, he gets Hex and Refresher. He's able to double Hex people. Like, he really carried his weight and his team in this game.
He really did. There's a couple moments that we still like to look at here, Lacoste, because for a long time, it was the Pure show a little bit.
Pretty much. He was, you know, having those extra neutral items, extra tier compared to the others, but this is the fight like 20 minutes in where he's going to be going in without Aegis, and he's ready to jump in. Delete one hero immediately with his ulti, and I like what I said about this team is, look what Miro is doing. He's seeing that Eclipse is on Pure, that he might die, so he immediately blinks in, uses that Timber Chains, take some of those beams. I believe he tanked 2 of those beams, which allows Spirit to get his toggle with the armlet, and they are going to be able to clean up that fight. So whenever he's in, rest of the team is going to be following him no matter what. He's super aggressive player, and this is why this team is such a scary team to play against, because he will overextend from time to time, and you will not be expecting that. And another one was this 30-minute Roche, where they're starting this Roche, but Falcons are also wrapping around, making things a bit more difficult for them, dropping the wards inside of it, but he's still going to be able to pick up that Aegis. But this team is also very good at recognizing what needs to be done to disengage a fight. Sure, you're going to be losing 2 of your supports, but you're also baiting them into a situation where GPK, he's like, you know what, guys? We're not taking this fight. I'm going to be out. Timbersaw is also going to be TPing out on the other side of the map. And look who's left. It's Pure, who's left alone. This time they did not follow him, so he gets the solo kill on Skeeter, uses a BKB, Nightfall, TP's out, very effective, and saves that Aegis.
Yeah, very strong plays for BB team. I do feel like we didn't really get to see Falcons get the best out of their strategy, because we can highlight BB team all we want, and they deserve the praise because they play very well. We didn't even touch upon GPK that much. He also played phenomenally, incredible also in the Monkey King puck lane, of course. But at the same time, I feel like we're missing an from Falcons.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think that they're happy at all, of course, because they lost, but they're not happy with how their laning stage went. It has to start from there, because the only lane that they won, which on paper, of course, they should win, was the Luna versus Timber. But even that win, Luna was like 500 net worth more than the Timber saw, and typically it should be more than that, whereas Dawn got completely crushed versus the CK lane. Like, looking at it, it feels a bit of a hard counter, especially if you have a follow-up support to do damage, because you'll just stun during the Starbreaker, you'll pull her back if she hammers away. So they were able to capitalize on that weakness, and in the mid lane, they picked the puck into the first pick, Monkey King. So if you pick puck into Monkey King, you're making a statement that you don't care about the matchup, you think you'll win it. They didn't win it. They got handled from that lane, and Malrine had to play a comeback game for that first 15 minutes as well.
Yeah.
He did end up coming back when he got that double kill top, but you want to be playing from ahead. You're the tempo team with the tempo picks.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of thought that Falcons need to be doing right about now. They're done for the day, though, because we are going to basically put Group B on a pause, and we're going to go over to Group C. And that leaves us for our next matchup. 2 teams that got a 2-0 yesterday will be on your screens momentarily. It is Tundra and Aurora.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling. Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're in our second half of our day number 2 here for Group Stage Phase 1. It is our Group C. So we do have Tundra coming up against Aurora here on Stream A. If you want to just jump into action already, you can head on over to Stream B as well. But joining me on the desk, Lacoste and SBG. Have we ever paneled together?
No.
No, but we did.
So what did you do to get punished?
I'm not going to talk about it. We don't need to bust that out instantly.
It's been a couple of years though. NABPC.
Oh, those were the days. I remember 4 a.m. with this guy laying out the puns as hot as if it was noon afternoon. He doesn't stop. He's a machine.
Do you feel like you matched him on the?
Oh,
No.
he got better. Like,
really?
He got better. Last couple of tournaments, yeah, I was listening. This guy's good.
Okay.
I appreciate it. You're the master. I learned from the best. I stole everything
Not
I know
good.
from this
3
guy.
out of 5. You're excellent.
That's good. That's some high praise. I like it. Hopefully we can hit 3 out of 5 excellence on some of your knowledge with these teams as well. Let's start with Tundra. We've already seen them here on the A stream, and they had a great start for themselves. It was 2-0 for them against VP yesterday, and you casted that game as well, SPG.
No, I did not.
No, you did not. It was yeah, I'm up to a really
Who's the
good
3 out
start.
of 5?
No. 3 out of 5 is overestimating for me. I'm a 1 out of 5.
It's like that Havostri, 4. I'm a 4 in some category.
Together we all add up.
That's right. We add up to
5
10.
together.
I'll pretend I casted that
Okay,
series,
yeah.
so.
How good was that series?
I did watch a decent amount of it, and I don't think Tundra's at their peak yet.
What?
But they're looking good. They're
Yeah,
looking
they're
really
not.
solid. They have the thing is the bar is so high for this squad. Like
okay.
I expect domination, right? I expect them to come in with 33 cooking. Their drafts are solid. The support duo is supposed to be, at least to me, the best support duo in the world.
You didn't feel that in game 1 yesterday when it was the 2 supports solo taking Roche?
I don't think that matchup tested them yet.
Okay.
That's a bigger thing.
Okay.
Like I'm not trying to flame their competition, but I want to see them go against the top dogs. I want to see them in top form, and I want to see them bringing some more creativity, because I think when they are creative and they're willing to bust out those unorthodox picks for the supports, get creative. Like when we saw Whitemon playing the Ringmaster ahead of everybody, right? When we see 33 playing Visage like he is, that's when I think this team, they just shine above everybody else.
Yeah, this team is very, very interesting when it comes down to the certain picks that they do have. Like the dynamic of this team is also insane. 33 with Saxa. This has to be, I would say, one of the strongest, if not the strongest offlane duo we've ever had in Dota.
Oh, that's a bold claim when Seb's at this tournament. That's,
but he's right there, but he can't hear me. I can see him with the headset.
Someone's gonna have to clip it. We're gonna have to show him later.
We will discuss
Hash
that later
in the
with him.
green room.
Exactly.
Just yell across the studio.
Yeah,
Hey, Seb.
the synergy with these guys that they do have, it's pretty insane. Even though there was some anti-synergy yesterday when they were playing this Marcy and Visage, when Visage was thrown into the tower into 2 heroes. But yeah, this team is very crisp. We saw them at Wallachia. They still didn't reach that peak, as you said, but this team definitely, I just think they need a little bit more time, and this is the team that I could definitely see easily getting into top 4.
Yeah, it also is a team that they really show up at big tournaments. We could look at the most recent one they played at, but the stakes are very different. One of those tournaments compared to the Esports World Cup here. So yeah, it's nice to see that this team is going to ramp up a little bit. You said they weren't really tested yesterday, SVG. What about their opponents today, though? Aurora, where are you ranking them?
I actually rank Aurora pretty high. I think they are, on average, a top 6 team this event. I think they have gained a lot of momentum in the last 2 months. Like, if you look at team trajectories, who's on the up, this has to be the team that has gained the most ground in the last 2 months in the world. I don't think anybody else has improved as much.
All right, I'll be honest. When this team was formed, I thought that they have like 2 months together. Considering all the past with the players and everything, I thought they're going to be cooked. But I think there's an X factor in this team, and that's Panto. This guy is super chill. I think his gameplay is super solid, whatever he does. Like even when he was playing with Chimera, when he got stolen from Chimera into Aurora, he is pretty much a menace playing against as a position 5. He has a couple of interesting heroes that he also does play, like Enchantress. We saw Enchantress in the previous series. It wasn't really doing as much. It was snaking Enchantress. We always talk that he's like the best Enchantress in the world. But Panto, definitely, I would say, creeping up. But maybe this is not the best meta. At least it wasn't the best meta for Enchantress. Now she's starting to be in the meta slowly, and we might be seeing that hero more often, especially in Panto's hands.
You know why he shines on this squad?
Why?
He shined on Chimera because they were already disbanding. And you thought Aurora was going to disband, so he went into another squad that's already kind of like pre-disbanding, and he's owning again. It's like the environment's just too good for him. The guy thrives off the chaos, you know?
He needs that toxic environment.
Yeah, he comes in, the team's ready to disband. Toronto Tokyo is like, I'm going back to Spirit. I'm done with you guys. He's like, time to cook. This is where I bring the team together.
Yeah, I like talking to that team as well because they kind of like to flame each other, throw each other under the bus, and they say the complete opposite. The only reason why Panto's even left on the team is because they need someone to do interviews. They're like, yeah, he's our social media guy.
I mean, social media tank, that's a good role
That's
to have.
him, that's him. No one else on the team wants to do it, but Panto's like, I got something.
Nightfall to do it. Like,
You reckon?
He's one of
You
the
mean
easiest
begrudgingly?
ones. Yeah, you just ask him a question, and he's going to go for like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever you need. He's just going to be talking about Dota. This guy loves Dota.
That's the Insania role.
Yeah.
Insania just tanked all the social media for Liquid and he won a TI.
That's what
Useless
you're
in
doing?
game, but out of game, it's like it's amazing, right? So you got to have the roles within the team. Like you got to have the guy who does the media. You got to have the guy who is the brunt of all the jokes.
Sure.
That was the Weehaw role for a while. You got to have the guy who's really good, but eventually gets kicked. That's the Matuma Man role. You know, these add up. If you combine them all, it's like the Power Rangers of roles. You can do pretty well.
You got to also have a guy who does the draft with your
I was
coach.
gonna say,
Like,
I
it's
feel
very
like,
important to have that one
That one
guy
might be
that's going
more
to be
important.
contributing.
Yeah, definitely. It's the first time we're actually seeing Aurora, though, on this A stream. So we got a little video for you guys so you can check out that journey of the past year.
Aurora is a rapidly rising powerhouse from Eastern Europe, forming just a few months ago by players from a bunch of different top-tier teams. Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo, most recently from BB Team, Nightfall from Tundra, Mira from Team Spirit, and Panto from Chimera. Most known for leading the team to an incredibly surprising 4th place at Dream League Season 25. With such a stacked roster full of experienced and talented players, the sky's the limit for Aurora. Despite being such a young team, they've shown they're very capable of contending with some of the best teams in the world, but there's still more room to grow. Their road to the Esports World Cup 2025 was short but intense, just barely managing to avoid the brutal qualifiers by achieving a 4th place at the only EPT event the team attended, Dream League Season 26. In the past couple of months, Aurora has gradually transformed from underdogs into genuine contenders. They're heading into the Esports World Cup 2025, determined to showcase their full potential and firmly cement their status among Dota's elite.
Yeah, Greatly pointed out there that they did get the direct invite. They were number 8 on the leaderboard, so they got that last slot, only one EPT tournament, and they really stood up and proved themselves when they needed to. Now we've got a team like Tundra. They're full of players that really show up at big tournaments. Is Aurora also in that conversation then as well, Lacoste?
Still yet to see. Like, this team has, I would say, the skill to do it, without a doubt, but they also have this X factor called Kiyotaka on the team. On a good day, this guy is going to own. This guy is one of the most aggressive mid laners. He's going to be overextending maybe even too much for my taste, and I'm a very aggressive player. By aggressive, I mean I'm typing in the old chat, but he's very good. He's very good, but also a lot of the times you will see him be that, like, we'll have that one move that'll be like, man, what the hell is going on?
Yeah,
like, what's happening?
Yeah, you also casted his game where he was Shadowfiend twice yesterday as well, right, Avery? I know you didn't. I know you didn't.
But it's good try. I was there in spirit because I love this guy.
Yeah.
I've been a fan of him for a while. I know everybody hates on him, but I like aggressive players. I'd rather have the guy who throws at least not a TI, because then when you get to TI and you get to EWC, he's better than everybody else because he learned from his mistakes.
Yeah, I call him Triple E. Eastern European Envy. Like, this guy is giving me pretty much the same vibes. He's just a flip of a coin. but very entertaining to watch. And this is what I want to see in the scene.
He was, you know, you already talked about that X factor for the team yesterday. He really was on that mid SF for himself. They got it twice in a row. It was massive ultimates from him that really turned it around, able to defend their high ground and whatnot. And I mean, Tundra clearly learnt from it because it's in their first phase bans. They don't want Aurora at all to be able to get their hands on the Shadow Fiend. They also ban out the Dawn, the Naga, the Doom, whereas on the side of Aurora, it's just the standard TA and Monkey King at the moment.
Yeah, the big one. Okay, Batrider just got banned. Aurora will pick up Undying for themselves. This is also a flex pick for them because Toronto Tokyo does play it if it's a good setup. I saw good amounts of Undying plus Marcy combinations in the lane, which does exploit the enemy safe lane. It's pretty similar, I would say, to Axe plus Marcy. Maybe not as strong, but very annoying.
I think this Marcy has to go up for people's evaluation, and particularly when you go in that second phase. Like, I'm not going to first pick this hero, but when I get in that second phase, third or fourth, I can combo with something. That hero's a huge threat around the map. And I do like the puck response here. I think this hero is just very stable. And if you can get him against a support duo...
very stable?
That's right. Yeah. Very stable. With some fairy fires.
Yeah, exactly.
I need help.
I mean, you play puck against a lack of stuns in the support duo, the game's almost always going to be good for it. Of course, they will flex this puck to 4 position. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, it is possible. I could also see them not taking Shadow. I'm very big fan of Shaman plus Undying because Undying doesn't. You were going to say it?
I thought Tundra were going to take the Shaman in response because Moon Meander, he's an old school NA guy. He knows about these wards killing the Tombstone. It's an old school counter. You take that support combo away from them. He likes to push. One thing about Moon Meander, he likes to push.
Push his ideas on the players or have a pushing lineup?
Okay, let Lacoste do the puns. He's the professional.
No, it was a genuine question. Well, hey, I ain't stepping on anyone's toes here, all right?
Stay in your lane, Nat.
You're telling the wrong narrative, brother.
No, you can continue. Back to you, Nat.
No, back to you, please, SVG.
Yeah, anyway, what I was saying is I think Moon is constantly trying to push his ideas on the players, and they're constantly rejecting him. Every time I talk to Moon after a LAN, he's like, I told him to ban this hero. I told him to pick this hero. They didn't listen to me. And I'm like, yeah, but your team won like the last 4 LANs. So
I've actually only won 3 out of 9.
Which is pretty good. That's a third of the year. I mean, I'll take that any day of the week. My point is, like, how much is Moon actually helping this team? We don't stop and consider it. But if they don't listen to all of his advice and they're dominating.
Yeah,
that's valid.
Potential has not been unlocked.
That's the other way of looking at it. What happens when they actually start listening? I mean, they're just going to win everything. Like, it's not even close. So there's the Marcy ban. I mean, they don't want to give it to Soxa here, and I respect that. I bet you at some point we will see Soxa go back to some of these other 4 melee roamers, the Tusk, the
Tinies. Yeah,
like they're not super broken, but he's just so good on them. I think they're going to go back to it, particularly if 33 continues to play.
If he's going to be playing Visage, if he's going to be playing maybe Dead Prophets off lane, Soxa's definitely going to be playing those position 4s.
And I think those are on the table here because you're already up against the Undying. You're not going to want to play these strength melee heroes into the Undying 5 potential. Of course, you have the flex, but you have to think about this as a support. And if that pushes 33 to a ranged offlaner, then those tiny tusks became way more viable in his mind. Because even if you have to play him into the Undying, Sox is good enough to make it work. You'll pull the waves. This is the cheesiest offlane duo Dota's ever seen. Let's be realistic, right? Like,
yeah, they know how to adjust pretty much to whatever is thrown at them in this offlane. They will find a way to play the game, and you can creep skip with Axe, you can jungle, you can stack. Also,
you think this is core though?
No, not necessarily. It could be Soxa as well playing it.
I think this is support Axe.
You think
I think
so?
It's support Axe. I think
Soxa played a good amount of support Axe in the pubs. So.
But I think the 5 Axe is...
It's also viable.
Yeah,
it's very,
super viable.
It's very difficult to trade against this hero. But there was also a very cool idea yesterday when he was playing, it was 33 who played it against Virtus Pro. 4 Ring of Protections as his starting items, 1 shared Tango. So it's almost impossible to trade as a support against this Axe because he's going to be using the Battle Hunger, and with 8 extra armor, that's 8 extra damage per second, which, like, Battle Hunger lasts for 12 seconds. That's extra 96 damage on the Battle Hunger if you're not killing a creep.
And you know he did that math.
Yeah, he definitely.
But I do want to say,
if I did that math, he also did it.
Yeah,
twice.
Not the NA coach. Not the NA coach.
Yeah.
The rest of his build was also really interesting, and he talked about it, how he didn't go the standard Blink Axe build as well.
He did go for like Blade Mail, Soul Ring, Pipe, and then into the...
Well, it was Pipe and then Soul Ring, because I don't think he had enough mana to be able to do all of it, so then he had to go back for the Soul Ring after completing the Pipe.
Yeah, finding a way. This is why this guy is menace to play against. Good job, Nat. Australian math. I never heard the thing about Australian math. Are you guys good at math or
Absolutely
not? They don't have math down there.
That's right. All our numbers are upside down.
Yeah, they have WAF. this panel is never going to happen again.
It's banned. Yep. It was great working with you guys.
Everybody picked on.
Can I just say,
yes,
as a side note, pipe on Axe. I was talking about it in the green room.
Okay, say it here.
33, man, come on. Like,
it's not fun.
This is not what you're supposed to do on this hero. Like, I know you build the right items every game, and I respect that, but it's Axe. Like, just build a blink dagger, go in, play the hero. You know, he's so disgusting. His itemization is so disgusting.
They have Lesh again. If he wants to do the same thing one more time, he can do it. I mean, most of the damage they do have is magical anyway. All right, I got a question for you, Avery.
I knew it was coming.
I've seen like good amount of like Leshrac carry mid lane, and it feels like it's a really good game for Mage Slayer, but nobody's buying that item. Like, what is going on? Like, people are going for Blade Mail instead, especially Ember. Is it really not worth to pick up the Mage Slayer?
I mean, why reduce the damage when you can just reflect it?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, he's so smart. So smart, SPG.
What about the rest of the team?
They're on their own. That's not my problem, you know?
Blade mails, huh?
Yeah, build 4 blade mails, you know? I mean, there is some truth in that. Like, if blade mail is such a popular meta item, you rather not reduce the damage output, because you rather have them deal as much during the interval when you're going in with the blade mail. So I still think we see Mage Slayer at a reduced rate than we should. I was calling for it in the TI when we saw a bunch of Sand King. I don't know why no one was building it then. And then we saw it for like one tournament, and it decimated the Sand King.
Yeah.
And then the hero went out of meta, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, of course, like, this hero just ruins certain core heroes. So I think there is a factor there. It is really good against Leshrac. So you have to think about it. Would not be...
They don't have the Mage Slayer buy.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not really existing here.
I want to look back at this draft a little bit more and work through it a bit quicker, because both, you know, Dazzle and Tusk have come out now for Tundra, but we've kind of glossed over this Lion. I know we're only on day number 2, but it was uncontested for this most part of this tournament so far, and so now we're seeing it. Aurora going for it. That's the support that they're really prioritizing compared to everyone else.
Shaman's banned out, you need some kind of a stun, and Aurora will pick up Abaddon. So most likely this is going to be carry Abaddon. They do like to run this one. It is very good against Dazzle, because you can remove, like, even against Axe, there's a lot of things that you can remove. Sometimes Leshrac does lack something that can play behind him, some kind of a save, and now you have Undying with the extra bit of a help. Abba, with once he finishes off his Manta-style Radiance Blink Dagger, he can also follow him into the adventures. Is there a possibility that this Lesher is going to be played as carry? This is something that I've seen once or twice during Wallachia.
No shot, I think. I think it's mid or support here, and I think this Abaddon pick is even to deal with the flex potential that it could be 3 Dazzle or the 3 Axe. He's trying to kind of deal with both and present. A strong lane, because I do think there's still a decent shot this Axe goes support and they play 3 Dazzle with the 4 Tusk.
Yeah.
They're going to take a carry here that can at least pick up the lane a little bit. I think that's a real possibility Aurora have to consider. I honestly like Lion in general, going back to that point. I think this hero's something about it feels good right now. I don't know exactly what it is. His scale is honestly pretty solid.
It's the back from hell.
Yeah, it is. He just comes back. You can't do anything about it. You get extra debuff, extra spell amp, feels good. His talents are pretty nice. The late game scale with the triple Earth Spike, the extra girth.
Oh yeah, the
the girth
Earth Spike is like the cone.
Yeah, the girth is nice.
And
everybody loves a little girth.
Coming out of the ground.
Now, I think there should be a strategy with Lion coming back from hell, Vengeful Spirit. She also deals 20% extra damage.
Strat.
Yes.
And then Undying.
Undying, yeah.
We're on the same page, bro. Like we're already there. We should have been drafting.
Helm of the Undying. Yeah, we should be drafting for some of these teams. And what else could we fit in?
We'll think about it. Get back to it on the game 2.
Yeah, gotta upgrade it.
Just put a bookmark in that one. Maybe go back to the actual draft.
It's Wraith King with Axe.
Wraith King, exactly. Nobody dies.
You can't kill it. It's in Abaddon with borrowed time. I mean, what do you do in that game?
I mean, it's not really Like, if you go for a gank, you're just wasting time because you can't kill these heroes.
Where are we thinking all of the Tundra heroes are going to be placed right now? Because you guys have floated the idea of everything being flexed right now. You said that puck could be mid, it could be 4. The Tusk, we don't know if it's a 4 or a 5. The Dazzle, is it a 3? Is it a support? The Axe, same thing.
I think they're genuinely waiting to see what Aurora takes here and then how they're going to set up their 3 cores. They still have a lot of flex potential between the Dazzle, Axe, and Tusk. But I think this is a team that will confidently play Axe, Tusk into Undyne. I mean, it's miserable, but they'll just pull waves. They'll kind of around. They'll get away with it. They'll get stacks up for the Axe, 33. Always maneuvers his way out of the lane. And so I think either option is viable for this team more than the average team in general. If you're Aurora, I think kind of have to decide if you're playing this Undyne support or if you want the core Undyne. It's not a bad core Undyne game.
Wait a second. They banned Darks here, so they think that this Axe can be played as a safe laner. They're definitely onto something.
Yeah, that would be a little too spicy.
I've heard the stories, haven't seen it yet, but I've heard stories that Axe can be flexed to position 1 if necessary.
We haven't seen it since the removal of the Shard Manta days. Bane, man, this hero's look pretty good today, I will say. Just casted a series that I actually casted, Nat. And,
I like saying that you casted every series.
Katiomi, he owned in that series. This hero's look good. You get a little sleep save in this game, can be annoying for the Axe. Extra catch for the puck if you get that 8th lens up. A lot of single target in this Aurora lineup, but Undyne can bring it together, especially if he gets forced into that offlane role, which is what looks like to be the case. Could see a carry on Undyne, but that seems a little out there. Is this the Phantom Lancer game? I mean, outside of Leshrac. It's not a Crystallis hero, though.
It's not. What about some Drow Ranger? Is that a hero? Like, they don't have many gap closers. You have.
What about his Gyro, though?
That also works. I'm just thinking about the heroes that can get on top of, and you just don't have enough. Like, Leshrac might pick up a Blink Dagger. Abaddon, he still needs quite a lot of time. These heroes also, there's a good amount of healing. And if this was Extreme Gaming, I think Ame would be playing Drow Ranger.
There you go. That's why they bring me on the panel, Cost.
Yeah, exactly.
Last pick prediction god. Still have it.
That's a good one.
Are you going to be able to predict where everything goes, though?
No.
Because they already picked. That's why. You're too slow.
They are going to run
speed it up a bit.
They are running the double melee, but the thing is they saw the Undyne go into the offlane, so now they can freely run the double melee. Because it's not going... They're dodging the Undyne with both of those heroes, and they end up with Dazzle Gyro against the Undyne. That sounds like a nightmare lane for him. I feel like Aurora got outmaneuvered here in the last few picks, and...
No, I think the nightmare lane is going to be the top lane, the safe lane, or bottom lane for Aurora, because that's where Bane is going. And yeah, it's a lot of survivability in that lane. Brain Sap, you get the Photic Shield.
I feel like I've been brain sapped on this panel.
Yeah, me too. I'm so...
This is the nightmare panel for Nat, for sure.
I got no HP back because I didn't steal anything.
Okay. There's nothing to sap
So,
up.
yeah.
0 HP brain sap. Ooh, it's brutal out here. Absolutely brutal.
Well, look, the last time that we saw 33, we went to interview him as well about this act. He very clearly stipulated that the reason why he went for that pipe build that he did was against the ABBA, and it feels like he's just gotten it again. It worked yesterday.
Leshrac, you have Abaddon with Radiance, so I assume he's going to be going for the same build.
Oh, yeah. This is a great pipe game. They have no physical scaling. It's super dependent on outlasting them. And
it feels like a rinse and repeat almost.
That's tough.
How would we see Aurora, though, be able to get some momentum for themselves? Where does it really have to come from? What lane needs to have some success, and how do they move out of that laning phase to keep it going?
I think Kiyotaka needs to have a good game, but also Abaddon. This hero can't really die. If you kill him, like once he gets his Radiance, he's fine, but it's very difficult for him to farm. He doesn't really have any big farming tools compared to like Gyrocopter. So if he dies once or twice, like they could get off to a really good start to Tundra.
All eyes on Kiyotaka. This is the linchpin of this lineup. You need to play around him, and they need to push. They need to ball up. This is a lineup that can play really well together as 5. You need to exploit that in the mid-game. That 20 to 30-minute period has to go well for Aurora.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it, if they're on the same page, or if we're going to be able to see Tundra get another win for themselves. Either way, a game 1 for our 3rd series here with Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you very much. Aurora versus Tundra. As Natty just said.
That's correct.
Game 1 of this 2-game series. This feels like it's the series that will decide who is first place in this group. Both of these teams 2-0 right now. There's only going to be another series for them, I believe.
Yeah.
So this could a lot of marbles in play here.
A lot on the line, yeah. You're absolutely
I don't know
right.
how I screwed that one up.
You did.
But
Even I knew exactly where you were going.
It's fine.
In terms of the drafts, I believe, of course, that is why they pay Avery SVG the big bucks. I believe he did a pretty good analysis of what was going on, because I also like what Tundra kind of ended up with when it came to the draft. You know, you get to dodge the Undying lane with your bros. You get like a pretty good Axe, like Axe and Tusk lane in the bottom. You've got Gyro and Dazzle in the top lane. It's a pretty good Gyrocopter game. He can stand his ground. He's very happy. He's got backup. You get the BZ and Puck. But Aurora, they've looked pretty good. Like, I saw them play yesterday. I believe it was versus the Yandex team. And honestly, they look pretty good. They was a little bit shaky in the early game, but a lot of good stuff, especially from Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo. So I got my eyes on them to come in big again, because they're going to need it.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see Toronto Tokyo on this Undying. Position 3 has got to be one of the most entertaining positions. We're going to see a Nightmare onto Chrysalis to start things out. Obviously, Toronto Tokyo wanting to fight here since he is an Undying, but he's actually starting to run away as he's getting focused by both Whitemon and 33. Chrysalis can right-click to his heart's content onto Mira, but Whitemon looks to be the first blood target, and Panto will get it. And now Mira going to get chased down in all likelihood. It's only 33 in the area now. We'll take out a Battle Hunger, and being forced out to the north, he's going to get Nightmare. This is going to waste a lot of time as Chrysalis thinking about coming back in, although 33 looks to be dead to this duo support as Mira will... Oh, he actually evades the last attack from that flat cannon onto the high ground. Very lucky indeed.
Yeah, 2-for-0 trade for Aurora. I mean, this is also where, you know, doing your homework comes into play, because yesterday we saw this from Tundra at least once or twice as Panto does suicide to the tier 2, where all these axes, they love going to the safe lane and trying to get like a little kill with their team with the level 1 Battle Hunger, get yourself some innate stacks, Toronto Tokyo.
Is he dead here? He's going to hide behind the tree, gets a decay off the tower, doing quite a bit of damage onto Whitemon, who has to now retreat, taking a ton of damage. Mira, yeah, Impale will not hit here. Both members of Aurora extremely low to start this, but of course they got the first blood. Who did it actually go to? It was the support, right?
Mr.
Yeah,
Panto. I mean, and you're already pretty happy. I mean, Bane is a very formidable laning support. I will say, like, down bottom, it's even, like, also when you play these strong range laning supports, when you have an Abaddon to back you up, which is the case for Aurora in their safe lane, they should be A-okay. Like, you just get to click them even more. And he's got boots from the first blood.
Yeah, that is very nice to have, as Whitemon getting chased now by Mira. Pale down for another 9 seconds, but still, Whitemon,
it's fine.
Sliver of HP will hide under the tier 1. Chrysalis now left in essentially a 1v2 while the regen awaits Whitemon.
It's still kind of annoying. Like, when you drop this low HP and you have no salve, which Whitemon does not. Maybe there's one coming on the courier, Mira.
Yeah, Mira. Well, Chrysalis is coming with that rocket barrage. That's going to do a ton of damage. Toronto Tokyo, though, has the tombstone as Mira looks like he's going to drop to Chrysalis, but the question is, can Chrysalis get chased down to the Shadow Wave at the right time for Whitemon, who is now level 2? And they're going to get a free tombstone out of this potentially, as Toronto Tokyo can get some nice deny action here. Gets a double decay, but the money goes the way of Tundra.
That matters quite a bit. Like, this is over a minute on your tombstone being down. I believe Toronto also missed a fair chunk of CS there in the lane while he was running over trying to help him out.
And the panel kind of talked about that for 33 on the axes. We're going to see Nightfall getting gone on. Will get dropped pretty damn easily. The tag team kind of insane in situations like this.
I mean, it's a lane you shouldn't underestimate. Of course, like double melee lanes where there's a few heroes that kind of break them. Like, even though you're double melee, you're very strong when you have these sus and you have these 2 big boys that just run at you and keep clicking you down. But not really a lane you should be dying in as the Abaddon.
As the Ice Shard's going to block him, Panto, but the Aphotic Shield is waiting for him as Nightfall arrives back in lane. Is this, the panel talked about, is this a pipe game for 33? As, again, I got to hold that thought. Panto taking the tag team, but Nightfall
it's got a Lotus and a Fairy Fire
on top of Soxa. Yeah, under the tier 1, pops the Fairy Fire. He's fine.
Should be a pipe game. Yeah, when, like, you've got so much heal and, like, backup where people can just, like, stand their ground, right? You've got Dazzle heal, especially +5 when you take the Nawful Boon Facet, where you can overheal people. You have like heal amplification from your innate. You also give people more armor. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, 33. He's trying to aggress here, getting quite low though. Thinking about turning this around as the Ice Shards actually block him in. He's going to still fight this out against Panto. Has that Aphotic Shield still activated though. As 33 is going to take the brunt of the damage. Drops to the Bane, and now Soxa on the run.
Definitely nicely done for Aurora. even looking to go for a little more, but it should be fine. Yeah, Panther will just use his mana for some more harass. I mean, they were very close on fogging the shield explosion, which then, of course, wouldn't have dealt any damage. Panto.
33 at the very least doesn't really miss a whole lot of XP here.
That's true, and he just comes back with even more armor.
Yeah. I feel like he might be wanting to play Clockwork in the near future. Eat those chainmail, says Socks up.
It will die.
Will end up dropping here. So Nightfall, another kill to his name.
I mean, something else that I see with like this Axe build is that people don't buy much regen. Like when you die once, it's like, whatever, I'm coming back full HP with more armor. He has one salve now to top him up later on, but does he actually, he has a second chainmail coming out. So one for the blade mail, one for the face boots. This is the highest armor Axe I've seen in my entire life at minute 5.
That is so absurd. Surely there's, I mean, we saw the Ring of Protections yesterday, of course, so it's not like this is anything new, but yeah, going all in on armor.
I mean, to be fair, it does scale pretty nicely with your Battle Hunger, as Saksa does make his way into the safe lane.
Yes, he does. Mira, he is blocked.
Nice snowball.
Being used on Toronto Tokyo because they feel very confident that they'll take out Mira.
Neutrals?
That is indeed going to be the case. No neutral kills for him. And the TP successful for Toronto Tokyo.
I mean, I'm a big fan of this move. Like this, first of all, it's minute 5. It's around the time where your offlaner can be fine on their own. It turns into nighttime. And now when you TP safe lane, like Saksa did, he gets the kill. Forces Undying to TP out, and now you can naturally move both your supports into the mid lane for the first play around the active rune.
Yeah. And this is the lane we have not talked about, which is BZM versus Kiyotaka. As majority of Tundra seemingly in this lane at the moment to try to gank Kiyotaka, but it's not to be. 6-minute power rune about to come. Looks like it'll be given up one way or the other, depending on where it will spawn.
Who wins the 50-50?
And it will be in the top. So Illusions, not the greatest, but BZM should secure that for himself.
He can be pretty happy with Illusions, at least when you play against the Shark, of course, with the insane Diabolic Edict. Because I will say, Puck doesn't love this matchup too much. Sure, Delesh, maybe he doesn't really kill you, but if you ever coil this guy, it's really hard to man up. He just uses Edict, Pulse Nova, and it's hard for you to stay. Panto will screw around with the creep skipping.
Yeah, really annoying. As Mira tag team upon him, along with the Poison Touch. Enough for a kill for Tundra here. 33. Feels like this 4th Ring of Protection has been in his backpack for a majority of the game.
Yeah, put it back in.
He always has this salve there, just in case.
If you're Aurora, you need to talk about the Wisdom Shrine already. There's a Gyrocopter. He's going to push in the lane. He can move over, and you've got 2 supports on Tundra also in the area. But
Kiyotaka's hunting. 33 will get the Battle Hunger off. Wants to get some creep action thanks to the counter Helix. But 33, you're the one taking more damage from Kiyotaka, as he will cleanly get that solo kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Toronto Tokyo will drop as Chrysalis and company looking to run away as Nightfall is making an appearance here. Tombstone on the high ground. We'll be able to take that out eventually as Whitemon will claim it. And it looks like Saksa will end up dropping here as the Shrine goes to Mira. So at the very least for Aurora, they do not give that one up.
No, that was good counterplay. And right now you see some stuff that maybe looks weird where Toronto Tokyo is mid, but both Kiyotaka and Nightfall did have to TP into the top lane to protect their Wisdom Shrine, which of course is the correct move to go for.
And Kiyotaka here. In terms of CS, definitely behind BZM at the moment. As Chrysalis looks to be fine here.
They want to lane. Let's see if Aurora keep these lanes, like where you put the Undying into your safe lane and the Abaddon into the off lane. Don't know if I'm the biggest fan, but at least for now, Nightfall is being very aggressive onto Crystallis. He does have borrowed time available if he wants to skill it.
Saksa makes an appearance, though. Looks like they might want to try to hunt. He's going to right into Nightfall. Start things out, blocks him in. Looking for the high 5 is Nightfall. Reinforcements, though, in the form of Chrysalis. Looks like the creeps mostly tank up that Rocket Barrage, as Nightfall will likely have to skill his ult here, you would think. Although Mira in the area. Chrysalis trying to get outside that range of the Impale. A call down used. Really more of a defensive measure. And meanwhile, Coil popped in the mid lane. Kiyotaka surrounded.
Edict.
33 is taking so much damage. The Grave comes out and the dunk. 33. Tower will not kill him. Even a smoke used just in case. So a successful gank from Tundra. As a Nightmare in the top lane. Another TP in the form of the Dazzle this time. Whitemon with the Shadow Wave.
They're coming from behind.
Indeed. Nightfall relatively low on HP here.
They're bringing in reinforcements as Toronto Tokyo's here. 33 did salve up. Now has a Lotus.
Yep,
He's like playing roaming axe.
There's
I
that
love
fourth ring of protection back in the backpack where it belongs. Snowball save for the time being. Where are they going? Onto the creep wave. Soxa is taking the brunt of this damage. Whitemon with a nice shadow wave, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. So 2 supports dead for Tundra. 33 on the high ground. Wants to put that fourth ring of protection in his inventory soon here. Just got to pop that Lotus first, get the full value.
Walk it up, face boots.
Oh yeah, he's actually fine.
So 33 hasn't been in an actual lane for like 2.5, maybe even 3 to 4 minutes.
It's been a while, yeah.
If we count his cutting. But he is applying a lot of pressure on the map. Nightfall will make his way back into the bottom lane. I mean, this blade mail is going to be very annoying. Again, like when you play into Lesh, it's not just the hero matchups, but items. Items hurt this hero a lot, and blade mail is by far the worst one for you to play into for like, what, 15, 20 minutes? Eventually you get a BKB, sure, but until then, you have to be really careful.
True.
True.
True,
Oh,
true, true.
There's a pause. You want to talk about the lights?
33. Let's take a look behind us here.
I mean,
no, he's staring very intently at his monitor, so it doesn't look like the lights are
I mean,
bothering him this time.
Crystallis did turn to 33.
Yeah.
If we want to look into
well,
that.
I mean, I think it's PTSD at this point where there's a pause. You're like, oh, wait, is 33 okay? Everything seems to be fine. In fact, his face is a lot closer than the other players to the monitor.
Who,
very,
33s?
very Valorant / CS style.
I mean, the CS ones, they're like glued. They're like in the monitor. They're like immersed.
Yeah. As long as you can lick it, then it's good to go in
right.
terms of FPS. I mean, it looks like we'll get started here very shortly. But game state, Mr. Kezu, who would you favor at this point of the game?
I do have to favor Tundra a little bit. I mean, they're only slightly up in net worth, but I would say Aurora would like to get more things done. Like early on in this game, you've got the Lesh in the mid, and Kiyotaka, he's struggling a little bit. And usually when I see them like have a really good time, it's off the back of Kiyotaka, like making some moves early on. And you've also got the offline zombie, and I'm not sure if they're able to push forward as of now. They should be looking at their 2 subs to unlock their ults, I think. They need the finger and the grip on Mr. Panto.
This Crystallis going to be working on an Aghanim Scepter relatively soon. What kind of build do you want to see out of Toronto Tokyo after this blade mail? I absolutely love these core Undying builds.
Yeah, I mean, you have different options. You could go for the blade mail, and you can go into more right clicks if he wants to help out a little more when it comes to like scaling. You've always got like some echo into Harpoon. Honestly, he could also look into auras. Let's hold that. They're looking to aggress on Nightfall with the shards.
Yeah, even BZM making an appearance. Borrowed time already activated. They'll be happy with that exchange as there's a TP actually canceled. As Nightfall, 1800 into the eventual Radiance. So still a ways away. But farming quite well. Top net worth on his team, 2nd overall in the game. Kiyotaka shadowed by a couple supports.
Tundra, they're just going for some split pressure. And we saw this from them yesterday. They're very, very good at this, like using different types of heroes in multiple areas, because Nightfall, for now, doesn't have to borrow time. But his team is smoking to him, so they are reading this move. See if Tundra will back off in time. They did get a lot of pressure on the tier 1 already.
Smoke from Aurora, trying to backstab a bit here. I don't know if they'll make it in time. Soxa might be tanking it. He's standing around for the time being. Looks like they'll dodge it completely.
Yeah, no need to tank it if you can just walk it off for free. Yeah, looks like he is going for the pipe, at least for now, on Toronto Tokyo. I don't really mind it. I feel like it's good. You need to like fight back and help your Lesh.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo, very early flesh golem. He knows that his team is coming. Call down right upon him. He's stuck inside the shards. That is a lot of damage. Phonic Shield not gets stuck, but a
nice
okay, 33 saved completely. Dodges the finger as a result. Panto not going to get dunked this time. The Grave comes out a little early. Panto looks like he's going to walk away. 33 ticking away very slowly. Gets shot away at the last moment. Kiyotaka cannot finish the job. Now Aurora trying to reset, maybe trying to completely get the hell out of dodge here. It's Kiyotaka inside the shards. Walrus Punch comes out. Crystallis extremely low. We'll look to reset. The grip does come out. Soxa will get the snowball at the last moment. Going to the north, right into the arms of the Lash. A nice nightmare save from Panto. Tons of saves from both sides. Really well executed as the illusory orb into the coil, actually canceling the TP, but he still goes through the gate as it looks like the puck wants to pursue. BZM out of mana at this point, so I think the fight ends here. That was a really good fight for both sides.
Nightfall luckily does get to walk it off, but yet you see the power of Tundra's supports. Like, you have Chrysalis on a gyro who just keeps pumping out damage, and you had so many heals coming out for Whitemon. Good grave, incredible snowball as well. Like, he allowed 33 to stay out, dunked the guy out of the game, and then dodged the finger damage completely.
That was sick. I mean, they have the snowball save, they have the grave save, and then the other side you have nightmare save,
Shields.
and eventual grab ally, of course, which is extremely important.
Oh yeah, very
to
nice.
keep note of here.
Yeah, we'll keep track of that for later.
Hopefully he'll get that shard for free, because God knows he's not going to be buying it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
We have a Blade Mail completed onto 33, who's having a very, very good game. Like, in the start, you know, of course, they did look to gank him once or twice, and once it succeeded, but yeah, top of the net worth now.
Tier 1 tower being pressured a bit as Soxa shows up to help out BZM, but looks like Aurora want to defend. They popped a fortification. Kiyotaka makes his presence known. 2 levels behind BZM now in that mid lane matchup.
It's just not easy for him to connect.
BZM, Waning Rift, wants to avoid the Nightmare, does so.
They're just kind of toying with them for Tundra. Like, they're only up 2k gold, but I can tell you, if you're playing, like if you're an Aurora player right now, it doesn't feel good to be in this game, because you're not getting like any big catches off as you want. You've lost your safe lane tier 1. Your mid lane tier 1 is like, the next time you leave this lane, it's falling. And the Tundra supports are really hard for you to deal with. Like, this Dazzle and Tusk, they're a big problem.
Just a matter of time for this tier 1. I mean, the thing about the Aurora lineup that I guess I don't understand, because typically when you're an off lane, that's kind of your initiator, right?
Yeah.
Like with 33, the eventual Blink Dagger will come at some point. Obviously, this pipe will slow it down quite a bit, but what's the timing for an Undying?
I mean, this hero, you want to have skirmishes and fights, right? Like, you ideally want to have fights together. So, like, you need to combine him at least with the Lesh and the supports and kind of look for a play, because you hitting buildings doesn't really go that fast. When it comes to farming creeps, it's also kind of the same. And like you're saying, they're losing out on initiation, but they're gaining on early skirmishing and fighting. But even those are going the way of Tundra, at least for now.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And Soxa this time might be tanking the gank. Gets used up. Kiyotaka with a split earth. Impale looks like it missed, actually. It matters not, though, as it's a freebie. Tombstone was placed for that, so...
Should be a free tier 1 for Aurora, but in the meantime, you've got Tundra on the map, taking over bottom, taking over mid. Got their eyes on Panto. He does see them with the night vision.
Yeah, gets the Nightmare off onto Panto. Okay, Impale only hits 1 as BZM with the coil, also only hitting 1, but it allows 33 to try to get in range. He's going to get Fiend's Grip, but there, the call and the dunk as Toronto Tokyo trying to focus down the Dazzle. The knock-off projection. Not enough to take him out quite yet, as Toronto Tokyo eventually will claim the kill. So 1 for 2 to start this fight. 33, obviously the biggest death overall.
Yeah, and Toronto, he's putting in work. Like, in these fights, when he just gets to come in with his Flesh Golem and like whack away at people, especially in the backline onto this Whitemon Dazzle, he's doing a lot. And the pipe is completed. And finally, you should have Kiyotaka like feeling a little better in this game. If you run in, you've got the pipe to back you up. He's got a shield rune, and he now also has a Nightmare save, and you've got the Athletic Shield. Like, now I can start seeing that lineup like come together a little stronger.
And it looks like Kiyotaka here will be running into Whitemon. Another Yules, but Soxa in the area will be snowballing to the high ground, but that sets up the double Impale, and that is a double kill for Kiyotaka.
Very nice. That puts him right back in the middle of the pack, kind of, because he was struggling before that. So he's got the Yules. I believe he had the Blink queued up, which is going to be his next item on the Mr. Lesh. So yeah, Aurora definitely striking back in this game right now. Wouldn't be surprised if they later look for like a kind of early Roche for them. Like, maybe even within this nighttime. You've got Abaddon passive. You've got Undying, who's an incredible Roche hero, especially as a core.
Yeah, but 33 close to that pipe, so that will be a huge power spike for Tundra in the meantime.
Yeah, they will be waiting for their own pipe. I think even with the pipe, if it's a straight up fight, sure, Tundra have a lot of heals and like sustain, but their damage isn't that high yet. They might need Chrysalis to like have another 1 or 2 rounds of items. So if these teams clash, I wouldn't be surprised if Aurora either win the fight or if Tundra look to, you know, dodge a little more than looking for the 5-on-5.
Nightfall doesn't seem to be too scared at the moment.
I mean, there's not that much catch, right? Especially when you click on this 33 action, you know there's no
Yeah,
blink.
he doesn't have the blink, yeah.
Then you're kind of chilling.
Very slow pace is Kiyotaka.
Oh, good
Runs
hex.
into Soxa. The Nafa projection is used from the high ground. It's going to set up so much. Down goes Kiyotaka to start this fight. Toronto Tokyo pipe is activated. There's the grip on the Finger of Death as well, so BZM is the trade. Now Crystal is on the run, but slow to a crawl thanks to Toronto Tokyo. Claims another kill as the zombies will continue to chase Soxa, the double decay. Not sure if they're going to find anything after the fact, though.
Should be all right.
But still, they lose their mid laner right away from Aurora. They continue to fight, and they end up getting 2 cores on the back of it. Very nice fight in the end.
Yeah, I believe that Tundra need to respect Aurora. Like this zombie is no joke. Like Toronto Tokyo, he's top net worth. He's got very good itemization as well.
Yeah, has the pipe as we talked about. Crimson Guard will be next. I hope he goes Ags. I love seeing Undying Ags.
Undying Axe is very, very good. It used to be even better. I do think it did receive like 1 or 2 nerfs throughout the maybe like last year. I think it's either the strength steal. I think it used to be higher. I mean, it's still incredible. Like, I'm not gonna lie. This is some very good like 4th item on this hero. I think for now, what I like that he's doing is just to make sure he gets auras. All what they need to do is to stay alive.
Uh-oh.
Instant Yules.
Okay, no follow-up here. BZM is fine. Kiyotaka missing the split earth. The coil applied to Kiyotaka. Mira actually gets hexed before being able to get anything off. Mira finally with the impale onto 2 heroes, but will be sacrificed. Kiyotaka in the meantime called and dunked 33. 2 kills here from the Tundra side as Nightfall be shadowed by the Bane. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo actually gets eaten up next to his tier 2 as 33 looking for the dunk. Destroys Nightfall. No more ult to work with. Abaddon gets claimed. So 3-0. Tundra, knowing that the Flesh Golem was down. Toronto Tokyo is already up, of course, because thanks to that innate.
Yeah, they were just not quite ready. Like if you're Aurora, you know that you need to fight around the Undying. Like Toronto Tokyo is by far the strongest hero for them, if not the strongest hero on the entire map. That's a very costly giveaway here on those kills. Because here they're kind of like trying to walk it off. They do miss a split earth. Because here they could have chilled a bit. Like Toronto, of course, wasn't in this fight, and that really cost them. Like that's no auras, no tombstone. Came in quite late. Like at this point, the fight's already done.
Yeah. And Toronto Tokyo, man, I can't believe how fast he died here.
Well, I will say Tusk will make tanky heroes kind of look like paper.
Indeed.
Back in the live game.
Speaking of Tusk, we'll be claiming the shard.
Yep. 3 better ice shards for Mr. Soxa.
But any players that prefer not to have the upgraded shards, because it does change the size, which makes blocking, it's usually easier, but there's some instances where it actually is worse, right?
I mean, maybe at this point you would be also okay to just have the normal shards, but I think after mid-game or usually around this time, it can help you clear waves too. So
yeah,
I think it's fine.
I just remember Soxa playing the original Marcy. He would get the shard, which allowed you to rebound on opponents, but it's like a toggle. And he literally attacked the shard on the ground because he did not want it.
Was that shard already? Because now you have like...
It's different now, yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, now it's better, but it's also not that different. I mean, I will tell you that if they could have chosen, you would absolutely give the shard to Whitemon. And Sadazzle's shard is super good. You get more healing amp, and especially with this... Uh-oh. Yeah, he dead.
Finds a target. It is Whitemon. He is dead. As that blink dagger to help close the gap. Is 4K lead for Tundra. Toronto Tokyo looking for another to claim. BZM will be a hard target, though. Mira pretty much has to be the one to start that out.
He does have to blink on the Lion, so of course there is a way. But even then, like, you cannot forget even if you do catch his puck, and that's the annoying part of their draft, the elusive heroes with people to back them up, there's a snowball save, there's a grace, so just catching the puck, unless he's alone, it's not going to be enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Toronto Tokyo almost done with the Crimson Guard. Nightfall, Manta just about finished as well. Another bit of a power spike for Aurora incoming. And what is the Lesh working on right now? Is BKB on the horizon?
Sakaya for now, so quite aggressive. Wants to continue hiring up his, the damage output, more scale for himself. I mean, I'm still eyeing kind of the first Roche, and I would assume that it's more maybe on Aurora's mind. And Tundra are more the ones to be defensive and then try to stop it. When Aurora, Mr. Nightfall could be in trouble. I want to slowly poke him, maybe.
Mira in the area, though, is 33 continuing to chase. As the punch actually finds the support waiting in the outliers is Mira.
He's fully
inside
blocked.
the shards. Impale does hit 2, but Lion will be claimed
Coil.
very easily. Coil expended. Nightfall will pop the ult to get out. It's 33 continuing to pursue as a TP is coming and canceled. So that's going to double the efforts for Aurora to continue on. Snowball does get hit. And the Bane actually TPs into an immediate silence. Decay to follow. They get the call onto the Bane. So at the very least, Tundra will find a second kill in the form of yet another support, basically tanking. I'm not sure if he was even needed there, but...
And the Tombstone to back it off at the end. So 5k lead.
And the tier 1.
I mean, Aurora need to look for a more clean thing on their own. I feel like Tundra are getting to outplay them, like when it comes to, you know, catching you off guard or forcing you into a position that you don't want to be in. They are now up 5k gold.
Blink Dagger. Usually you'd say 24-minute Blink Dagger and Axe, pretty bad.
Yep, but not with his build.
Not with his build, yeah.
Top net worth, pretty bad timing.
We'll be going Octarine next. So this is where things get a bit scary for Aurora. You get one good team fight with 33 getting a nice juicy initiation off. Can really snowball this for the Tundra side. But Nightfall and company, they're smoked. Looking for BZM. Mira needs to be the one to start. Nope. BZM. Quick fingers as always as 33 wants to continue the pressure. BZM pops the illusion room. Pipe is already activated for the Tundra side. BZM, he gets gripped now, but there's the snowball save. Tombstone's going to do a lot here. Crimson Guard is popped. Coil onto 2 heroes. As Undying wants to fight his way out of it, but 33 is taking absolutely no damage. The finger onto BZM, but the Grave saves him, gets Force Staff to safety. He's fine. Chrysalis continuing to get CC'd from the high ground as Mira's in such a good spot. No kills. As I say that a little early. Kiyotaka head chopped off by 33.
I mean, honestly, it kind of looked like it could have been good for either side, but you have so much heals and saves being pumped out from Tundra that it doesn't even matter. Like, even though this Tombstone lived for so long, if Kiyotaka loses HP, he cannot fight. And he's so much of Aurora's damage. They really need him.
And this will open up the pit for Tundra.
Yeah, that's just an easy roach for them.
Chrysalis with the Crystallis, along with the Ags, and BKB is on the way from the Courier.
This Gyro is not easy for them to kill anymore. They've got a, it's 6k lead at this point. He's got the BKB at the ready. They're picking up a gem. He's got the Aegis as well.
Well, looks like 33 wants to go Lotus next. So against the Fiend's Grip, Nightmare, etc.
It's honestly pretty good. Yeah, it just allows you to run in. Also, of course, gives you more armor for your Battle Hunger. You do kind of spam a lot of those when it comes to the fights.
He needs more armor because he did get rid of the Rings of Protection.
Yep, got to back it up with a bigger armor chunk now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What if you could buy armor like
a stat?
Like a Moon Shard. I mean, it's the same idea, right?
It might just...
The Clockwork special.
It might just happen at some point.
Yeah, it's only a matter of
yeah.
Wait enough years and
the armor consumable.
It was very successful for Clockwork, of course.
True.
Gotta repeat that. The Tundra, 4 minutes on the Aegis. They're gonna get this tier 2 uncontested. How would you say their building damage is?
It's pretty good. Like right now it's okay. And obviously the more you scale on Gyro, he's pretty okay, of course, with the Ags. Also, it's more about also the backup that he does have. Like a lot of the time, high grounding is about you taking damage, but you have Dazzle. He's going to keep you topped off. And people cannot underestimate this post 5 Dazzle. Like he's got Holy Locket, and with this facet, you honestly dish out a lot of heals and a lot of bonus armor to your allies. Nothal Boon is very underrated.
Smoke from Tundra. Oh, Kiyotaka would be an amazing kill for them. Chrysalis gets popped here. There's the punch up. Already at half HP. Kiyotaka just melts. My goodness. That was just too easy for Tundra. I mean, and now a tier 2 on top.
And they go for more. Might look at the shards onto Nightfall here if people can connect, but he'll blink out. I mean, it is Leshrax's one of his nightmares, literally. It's physical damage. That's why ranged heavy hitters are so good against him. Tusk, fully physical.
Now Mira, he does get the shrine, but it's likely to cost his life.
No, he will pay for it.
BZM will claim it. 8K lead now for Tundra.
He's got a full Linken's on BZM as well. So not only is he harder to catch, but later on, like if you're not the main target, if you have a good timing on the Linken's, you know, you can dodge a Hex, even maybe the Fiend's Grip, you know, you can block some good stuff. So some nice utility with that as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is that Soxa going for an Ags?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love the Walrus kick.
I mean, it's one of the
That's one way to, when you go high ground, just kick somebody out. That's
Make
one
it
way
happen.
to push.
I mean, Tusk overall is just an incredibly strong hero. You can do so much. You can itemize in a lot of ways. You've got a lot of scale as well with the kickback. Didn't get a GPM enchantment, so on it is quite a long time away.
And you're really on top of the GPM enchantment.
Dude, trust me. On some of these supports, they're so OP.
Yeah,
like
I can tell.
They are S double plus tier.
Panto. Oh, TP ends up going through for the Axe, but BZM will find Bane. Gonna take a bit as Nightfall. Getting harassed by the Nafal projection.
Won't do much this time around. BZM wards and will be slept.
Gonna walk right through the coil. It's gonna be a bit of a long fight. In fact, he just TP's out. He's fine.
Just TP.
Okay.
Well, 1 minute is left on his Aegis.
Yeah, they've gotten a couple tier 2s. In fact, yeah, 2 out of the 3. Still 1 remaining in the bot lane. That might be all they can get with the rest of this Aegis if they want to try for it. Doesn't look like they want to, though. As top lane, another initiation. 33 finds Kiyotaka at half health already. Feels like he has been super squished the entire game. BZM finding the support. Mira to the high ground.
Force Glimmer.
BZM, okay. The Linken's is popped. There's the initiation from 33. Just clips the Lesh again. Super low. There's the Fiend Script to try to save him, but immediately canceled by Soxa. Shard block in the Lash. Another easy kill on Kiyotaka. Panto follows suit. Tundra really rolling away with it now.
I mean, Tundra definitely have their number.
Well, that was a very deep call into their own base. Call down to follow. Not a successful culling blade as Mira will miss as the triple battle hunger will tick him out. And now Crystallis applying a lot of pressure to this tier 3 top.
He didn't even have a ward. Like Mira gets jumped and immediately like pings out that there's a base ward. There isn't one, brother.
Yeah.
He was just testing. He was vibe checking.
That's what confidence brings you.
Absolutely.
Especially when that light's not in your eyes and you can see properly. As
you get powered up.
Barracks will fall. Still another 20 seconds for Mira, but Lesh is back in 5. See how disciplined Tundra want to be with this.
They
One
did
lane
finish
successful.
an Octarine Core on the Zombie and an Orchid onto Nightfall. I will say it's been a while since Aurora have combined their heroes to make something happen.
They're going to try for it now. Nightfall taking the brunt of the damage to start things out. Nightmare onto Crystallis immediately taken off. They're going to be able to kill the Tombstone pretty much right off the bat. It's 33. We'll take a decay to the face. Nightfall's ult finally pops. Whitemon with a Force Staff. They're just kiting him. And Crystallis looking A-okay at the moment. No Aegis to work with now, though. Toronto Tokyo trying to tank up as much as he can. A big soul rip. Kiyotaka again. It feels like every fight starts with him at half health.
That was a good
sleep. With the BKB. No, nice instant hex onto 33. Trying to finish the job there. Not able to do so. Toronto Tokyo still in a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Grave upon 33. He's fine. Toronto Tokyo gets Grave, but another Ice Shard blocking him in. BZM Nightmare now back into the fray. Toronto Tokyo's going to be fine. Here's Crystallis, completely out of mana. Force Staff to safety.
Oh, grip.
They get the grip onto BZM. Okay, it's going to be pretty close. Gets off the snowball with the illusory orb to escape. Soxa might be the sacrifice. In fact, they're not even interested in finishing him off. Mira will do so. As 33, pipe activated. Kiyotaka, a lot of damage can be mitigated now, but 33 does drop. So
what a
2 Tundra members down, and some way, somehow, Aurora defend their mid lane.
Yeah, you've had a lot of damage just being pumped up both ways.
I wish I could see how much damage Toronto Tokyo tanked.
He did a lot, like through the Crimson and the pipe, and then he keeps dishing out the decays and soul ripping himself. But there were a lot of small things that happened in the fight. There was one sleep from Panto with his sleepwalk. He actually made Kiyotaka sleepwalk over the ice shards that had blocked him. Without this, he would have died. You had a great snowball save as well. But Aurora, you know, they're showing that if you do combine your heroes and you did hit some item tanks, of course you can fight back.
Yeah.
So they do lower the net worth deficit by a little bit.
Aurora going to take advantage of this to get the old Tormy, which Panta will receive, so Brain Sap AoE.
Some more tankability, why not?
When you have the Nightmare facet that makes it...
the attack speed? Or what do you want to talk about?
The... why can't I think of the mechanic? That you can
Sleepwalk?
choose the direction.
Yeah, the one he has, Sleepwalk.
Yeah, vector targeted.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Doesn't it technically take longer to cast then? Like, let's say you're trying to take Lincoln's off and then pop Nightmare on Puck.
I mean,
that facet technically is taking you a slight amount longer.
If you're bad,
right?
yeah. Honestly, it for a player with normal hands and reaction, it's kind of the same.
Player that is alive could, in fact, cast at the same amount of time.
Mira?
Yeah, he's dead. The coil actually extends to the high ground, so Kiyotaka will live, gets split up onto 2. Thunder lead down to 5K after that.
Yeah. Aurora have done, honestly, a pretty good job when it comes to stabilizing.
Oh, he's almost there. Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah.
1,200 away, baby. Let's see it.
I mean, I think the strength still used to be 10, and now it's 8. So it's still great, but it does matter. Especially with the 20 talent, which is like a really good timing. It's a lower cooldown on your decay. Like, then you really get to spam it. And he already has the Octarine Core done, too.
Yeah, back in the... I mean, that used to be part of the Ags, actually. The cooldown reduction. Before talents were even a thing.
That long ago, maybe. Because this CD talent has been there for a long time.
Yeah.
Another combo that I like a lot is, you know, the game is slowing down a little bit. As the moment I talk about it, Whitemon gave it away. Every team should have a Cobalt Cup and drums, at least until like the later stages of the game. He had it until like a minute ago.
Okay.
Movement speed, very good in the Dota 2 video game.
Now they have triple Gale Guard.
Yep. Well, it is about tankiness and outlasting each other. Oh, BZM.
Yeah. Doing
Curveball.
BZM things. Curveball successful. They get the call onto the Undying. Already at half health himself. Pops the Flesh Golem finally. Nightfall trying to extend this fight. Kiyotaka all alone at the moment. He's going to use the Yules on himself on top of that novel projection as well. Be able to get the Dazzle. Yeah, they get BZM to start things out. BKB finally popped by Crystal. They're just completely ignoring him. They're going for everybody else. They kill off 33. That's 3 dead for Tundra. Now the rest have to get the hell out.
It's happening. The tankiness from these heroes, it's coming through.
They start out on the Undying, and he's just unkillable, it feels like.
Yeah, they start off on Toronto, Tokyo, and Kiyotaka, he just uses, you know, this type of space to run in with his Bloodstone, with the Yules, gets in all the way into the backline. We'll see it here, because BZM, he did show a lot of heroes, sure, but he also ended up getting caught here by Mira. I mean, unless they change down Toronto, Tokyo, they're in trouble. Like, Crimson, Pipe, it's going to pop his ult and just fully stay alive.
Yeah, they just completely ignore the gyro, and it was the right move.
I mean, it's because gyro also, he's more about
hold on, let's turn around here. Let's see, 33.
He's chill.
Yeah, he's chill today.
Yeah. Maybe he does have the sunglasses.
No, I can see from here. He does not.
Yeah, there might be the, you know, that he doesn't let you know he has sunglasses. They're special. Special tech.
Special sunglasses. Wow. Hook me up sometime.
I'm sure he will, as they are ready to continue.
I mean, at what point can you not ignore gyro?
I mean, the thing is that at this point, they have so many like auras and shields. I think he needs another round of items. Or they need someone else to get a nullifier, because the problem right now is the Crimson Guard.
The Crimson's owning.
It's dropping too much from the attacks. And I didn't even think about it, but Undying might be better than any other hero at just kind of doing it. Like, he gets so much health, especially now with all the decays and his ult. It makes it scale even higher in the fight.
Sox is still working on the Aghanim Scepter, halfway there.
It might be the turning point for them, to be honest. Like, right now, it is really, really difficult for them to fight, especially if
kick
this Roche
Toronto,
goes down.
Tokyo away, and you can ignore him now officially, because he's just too juicy of a target right now.
I mean, if you kick one in without him being able to help, maybe you can just blast him out of the game. But we'll have to see. Of course, this is a free Roche. So Mr. Takoyaki on the ledge, he will take the Aegis.
Is that an anime reference?
That's a Gork reference from like 2 years ago.
Okay. I like old memes.
Everyone who watches Twitch will know that he's called Takoyaki.
I see.
Apparently, you don't watch Twitch.
That's correct. All right, smoke from Aurora. Let's see what they can do with this Aegis. Definitely have turned this game around. Feels like it is in their favor at the moment. Slight momentum, I mean, a huge momentum shift.
They're definitely stronger. Like, it's on them. They have a good ward, so they do spot 33 here.
Yes, and they get the Yules.
He doesn't have BKB. He should go down.
This is going to be an easy cleanup. Mira gets the stack on the finger. That's his third of the game.
Very nicely done.
Toronto Tokyo with the gem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In Tundra at this point, it's just very likely they're talking about their next round of items because you are, a lot of the times it's like this minute 30 plus minus timing, you run into a bit of damage issues as they should be finding Panto here. And when you run into damage issues, you need your next round of items. Like, you know, have your puck get closer to whatever he's building. Same for the gyro, maybe start thinking about some nullifiers if you do need them. Which means Aurora, the map is all theirs. It's on them to push back, take over the map a bit, maybe D-ward.
Nightfall's had this Bloodthorn for a little bit, has the Basher now as well. As you can see the instant bash onto Saksa, who gets silenced after the fact. Literally nothing he can do there.
Yep, just a quick and easy kill for him. There it is. It is the nullifier queued up on BZM.
Okay.
Which means Tundra, they know that, yeah, they need these next items. They need the Walrus Kick, need the nullifier. And if you're Aurora, you know this. Like, they can feel this, which means they're going to play incredibly aggressive on this map. I also like that Nightfall does have a level in his queue, which means he can break the Linkens from BZM and then maybe get the Bloodthorn on him.
Does feel hard to do.
It does.
But then again, with these fights having so many things going on, feels like you lose track of all that.
Yeah.
Who's going to care about a measly little mist coil?
Nobody, unless it's your Linkens.
Yeah. Chrysalis looks to be going for the Swift Link as the next item replace the Falcon Blade.
We might, this game could get to Rapier territory later for him, absolutely.
I mean, that would be the logical next item. You eat the Ags for Divine.
Yeah. And with the trajectory of this game, it is most likely getting there, whereas 33. I mean, a lot of the earlier fights in this game were quite nice for him with all the saves, but now without a BKB, it is getting hard to play.
Another tier 2 for Aurora. Still 2 minutes on this Aegis. 1 tier 2 remaining for Tundra. I mean, what exactly is the goal for Aurora with this Aegis?
It's honestly just to grow your lead and take over the map more. Like, so also that by the time that the Aegis is over, you kind of control and you can keep going wherever you want with your lead.
Another gem purchase for the other side. So both sides with the gem at the moment.
Because their high ground is not the best, which means what they need is map control and to try and pick someone off. This could be a good smoke. They've got mid pushed in and bottom pretty nicely from Aurora.
Nightfall with an Arcane Rune. Not too shabby. Chrysalis and company did spot that initially. This smoke will likely not be successful. I say that Mira with a very fast blink into the Hex. Chrysalis has to use the BKB in retreat. He's going to get Abyssal here. Will pop his ult to try to get away. He's going to get Great a little bit early, trying to get saved by Whitemon. He's just continuing to be pursued. Another bash into the finger. He's dead right outside his base. This Kiyotaka wants to continue to fight.
They don't care.
In the base of Tundra. There's a buyback available for the Gyro. They're going to clean up Whitemon easily. No buyback for the support, though. Still 40 seconds on the Aegis.
It's a big one. Even if you do buyback on your Gyro, you don't have BKB on Crystallis.
Yeah.
And
Kiyotaka, they're going to put down the Roche Banner. This is going to be a lot of damage to these buildings.
Yeah, you've got a bad end. These creeps and heroes push really fast.
And Toronto Tokyo solo pushing as well, pathetically.
He's
gonna
drinking
get some help
water.
out of Nightfall. During the, it's actually unbelievable. It's like, yeah, I can't be first anyway. Let me get some hydration in here. Easy peasy.
So this is a double rack. Of course, they can complete all 3 because there is a tier 2 available in the top lane.
It looks to be, at the very least, the melee and the bot. No, they're going to go for both. So will be a clean 2 sets of racks, actually. Nightmare onto Mira. BZM has to be careful. That curveball being quite useful this game, but yeah, Aurora does get 2 sets of barracks, and they fully retreat. So the buyback does not come out from Crystallis.
Yep.
A lot of damage to that tier 4, but certainly worth it for Aurora.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. Let's see for now, because Tundra's next point of striking back, or the moment both teams are going to be looking at now, is potentially the next Roche. And then also, you know, just kind of looking, how are we looking on 33's BKB? Because he needs it. He did get to complete it, as his team was paying with their lives for that. And yeah, look at Crystallis' inventory. We've got a locked rapier.
It is happening. So did not go for the Swift Blink, realizing that this is just needed.
And they are fully all-inning for this play, and I don't blame them one bit. Saksa changed his mind. There's no time to get an Aghanim Scepter. He's going for the Vlad.
He worked on that for so long.
He wanted this one, but you know, you got to
it's not
make
going to be
decisions.
that useful here if you don't have enough money for it.
No,
So
you have to all on your gyro, and I mean, it's going to be all or nothing. You've got
going to show in the mid lane here.
You've got the Grave, you've got the Vlads to back him up, lots of heals. And he's got his standing of his own, so they are very, very strong.
The problem for Tundra is, who is your target? Nightfall is not a good one. Toronto, Tokyo, not a good one. Kiyotaka has a shield rune right now, but usually he's been melting.
To be fair, if you could either get Kiyotaka or Toronto out before they pop spells, but the problem is, it's a hard ask. You don't have a blink on your gyro, which means he needs somebody to flack off in the fight.
That sounds wrong.
I think they need... they need to go to angle. They need to go around in the fight. Or kind of like position yourselves in the Roche pit before Aurora are ready.
Well, 33 is going to show himself bot lane as the rest of his team shadows in the back. And Aurora will end up taking out the Torment Kiyotaka with the shard. Okay.
Kind of annoying in longer fights as well for Tundra to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, when you have this tombstone placed, you're slowing heroes. Split Earth is going to have an impact.
Yep. I mean, it looks like the game is slowing down a little bit before the next Roshan respawn. At least 33 got one of the better off-lane neutral items with the Blood Right, getting himself some more AoE on the call.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yep.
Just needs to hit 25 now.
Soon.
Not sure that's going to happen this game. If there's a fight.
If they win one fight where 2 heroes die, he might just get like 24, 25. It's not that unlikely.
Yeah, that's about 2 minutes, I'd say.
That's a long respawn.
Yeah. That's where the next fight is likely to happen. Overwhelming blink for Nightfall now.
Which means also for Tundra's side, you need buybacks on everybody possible. And it should also favor Aurora, because it's going to be a nighttime Roche, which means they have the buyback into TP advantage.
Smoke for Tundra, hunting again. They are heading in the correct direction. And it feels like Aurora are on the same page as well. So BKB finally online for Kiyotaka. He feels like he's been needing that for a very long time.
They're going for a long smoke, but Mira already drew this exact path on the map. So, of course, they do kind of know what's going on, as they can play the timer. You have 2 sets of racks in the mid and bottom lane. Nobody's showing on either side.
And they scan as well.
Yeah.
They know they're sitting up here.
Tundra know what's happening, but how do you invade this this spot? I don't think you can.
All right, let's take a look at 33. All right, that was Valorant if you heard that. That was not 33.
That was 33, actually.
Okay. He's looking really calm today, actually.
He's been dunking some noobs. I think he's pretty happy.
Yeah. As Toronto took it, wanted the rune. We'll pop the Flesh Golem a little bit early. Let's see if Tundra try to reset, try to wait out this Flesh Golem.
That is quite a big deal. If they can continue to
That's
kite...
a lot of battle. My God, he's only at half HP. Super low. He's dead. Might have the innate to be able to get back in the game, but doesn't have his ult anymore. Kiyotaka gets chopped to the ground by 33. This is a disaster for Aurora. 2 cores dead, no buyback. What just happened? Panto, he will be destroyed as well. Another no buyback situation on 3 heroes. They see Roche is not up. He
Oh,
just
it's up.
spawned. This is probably better
This
for
is
them to
better
just
for them.
push.
Just walk down mid.
That is unbelievable. How is that possible to have happened after all of that?
Okay, I'm gonna blame. They're gonna blame the pause for sure that they lost focus because I don't know what the hell just happened.
Well, they get the tower. Now they're just going to go straight for the tier 4s, and this should be game. They're going to play it a little bit safe, not knowing exactly. I guess Toronto Tokyo is pushing out the waves, but there's 2 siege here.
I don't think it matters.
Kill off
They
the
have a whole
tombstone.
wave
It
mid.
matters not. They're going to get the tier 4s. Now the Ancient fully exposed. Fortification coming out, and Mira going to be accompanied by Toronto Tokyo. Gets the Impale onto 2, but he gets silenced on top of that.
GG.
Punched into the air. GG's called. That's it. Tundra win game 1. One of the weirdest endings I think I've seen.
That's kind of a humongous throw when you look at it also from Aurora. I mean, Tundra doing the right things. Of course, they get the right jump onto Toronto Tokyo. They get him out with the Rapier as well, but Aurora were well aware that that Rapier had been ready for minutes to go. And then you take the fight with no buys. They just walk it down mid. Yeah, Tundra have the lead in the early game, kind of lose it in the mid game, and then they just bring it back later.
What? I should be expecting games like this. Aurora, it just feels like
they've got
their
energy.
games end in weird ways. Whether they win or lose is irrelevant.
I mean,
it's always something weird happening.
Yeah, they've just got the aura. It's true.
Pretty impressive, whichever way you want to look at it. But yeah, Tundra, I mean, I expect this to be a 1-1 regardless. I don't know how you feel, Kazu.
This is looking like a 2-0 for me. This is looking like a 2-0.
I feel like Aurora power up. They rage at each other, and then they get it all out of their system, and then they bring it to game 2. It feels
This
like
is not an easy one to power up
no,
from.
I feel like I've seen so many of these games where they have a devastating loss and they come back as if nothing's happened because they're used to it. Isn't that right, Natty?
I don't know if I want to get in on this sort of conversation here, but yeah, look, whether you're a fan of Aurora or Tundra here, you're definitely a fan of this game because there was a lot of back and forth. We thought this was just going to be the same old Tundra we saw yesterday, but it felt like SVG. They were really tested against Aurora, opponents that were able to stall out the game just enough to be able to open up a timing for themselves.
I think they should win that game.
Yeah.
Test is one way to put it. That's a final exam. This is a game that Tundra were not happy with after they won it. A game Aurora are definitely not happy with. And we saw there, like, that game got really spicy. They were super favorable, super bought out. And this pause kind of kills momentum. You go into this random rune and Dying gets caught in the river on triple battle hunger. You cannot reset from there. There's nothing to bail him out position-wise. You just die. I don't know. A very weird end to that game.
Yeah, definitely. I thought this game was over. Like, they did manage to pull it back in one big fight, but the way it started, Tundra having like really strong lanes. This Axe with 4 Ring of Protections, we're seeing it again. It gives you extra 96 damage on your Battle Hunger if the Battle Hunger stays for the full duration, full 12 seconds, which is a lot. And then you check his inventory. 5 minutes in, he has another chainmail as well, which he's going to be turning into plate mail, turning into phase boots as well. So basically with level 1 hunger, you are dealing like almost 350 damage, which is pretty insane. I don't think we saw the full potential in this one because he was playing into Abaddon, so some of that is going to get dispelled, but it's very annoying. And also Axe having very high base HP regen allows you to do that because you don't necessarily need as much HP regen. And you can see some of the progress as well in terms of itemization because people were getting like a Bracer, Magic Wand, and Axe. Then we saw quite a lot of Vanguards, and now this seems to be the build on the hero.
Yeah, I thought, we saw them run it yesterday on Tundra. I was really expecting this to be a similar case because they had that lane matchup for themselves again. Tundra obviously off to a really good start too, but even though Aurora didn't win it, we do have to, SBG, give them credit where credit is due, that they were able to stall it out. But I want to know what it was that enabled them to get the game to a point where it felt like Tundra had missed their timings.
I mean, it's core Undying.
Yeah,
like it's the downside of this gyro pick. The gyro is good against the support Undying. He's terrible against offlane Undying. That swap, it ends up hurting Tundra a lot because you just don't have damage in this game once he gets Crimson online. Like, your gyro's damage goes completely out the window. Pipe Crimson negates all of it. It's all this spread damage. Your single target burst isn't there until ultra late with Puck bringing in super high DPS items. Even then, it's kind of hard to go in on a single target. Like that last fight, they win it because you get a Divine on the gyro. Then the damage picks up again. You're able to cut through all of it. But that whole window is just terrible to fight into for the gyrocopter, and it stalled this game out tremendously. I honestly think if Kiyotaka has a better game, if he's top 2 net worth on this Leshrac, while they have that window to just push through and end it, like there's no hope for Tundra to take that team fight because they can't bring this Leshrac down with Pipe, Mega Crimson behind him off the Undying high HP pool, You have Abaddon shields to buff him up. It's too much to get through. And I think that was the time for Aurora to win this game. And unfortunately, they fumbled it at the last minute into the Divine Rapier. I think that Divine Rapier was absolutely the correct pickup and wins them this game. But maybe Tundra sitting there going like, this one kind of got away from us a little bit.
Yeah, we saw that a couple of times already at the Esports World Cup where the team kind of won the game, but then it flops and then it flip-flops again. I'm not sure why this is happening. Is it the nerves? Is it the stage? What's going on? But we're seeing it quite often in the today and yesterday as well. But I want to also touch upon how well Tundra played in some of these early stages of the game, because like the story of both of these teams is survivability. You have this Undying who is super tanky with the Crimson, with Pipe, Abaddon behind him, who you can't really burst. Axe doesn't have, Kaya Sanj, he doesn't have level 20 talent.
You can chop him, though.
Maybe to try to chop him, it didn't happen. But then again, on the other side, you have Saxa, who had a pretty amazing game on this.
He had super clutch snowball saves, like really finger dodge, all this stuff, grip saves for the puck. I mean, it was...
Yeah, and then you also throw in Dazzle into the mix. Whitemon, like his positioning was really, really good at picking up relatively early A on this, knowing that there is no nullifier. There's nothing that is going to be removing that A on this. So making sure that he's going to be getting his spells off. He gets that guaranteed grave in the middle of a fight.
I feel like the first 30 minutes of this game was decided by 3, 4, and 5s from both teams. Like, I was surprised that out of this laning phase, Undying, Axe are the top 2 net worth out of this laning phase. The Axe didn't even lane past like 7 minutes.
No.
He cut once, got chased off, and then he just roamed. And Undying, I thought, had the roughest lane matchup. He's against Dazzle Gyro. Didn't have the greatest start, but still was able to find a decent amount because the hero just farms with the K now. Like, the fact that those two are the most farmed at like that 15-minute mark, very impressive to me. And I think if you look at a lot of these fights, it was decided by the 3, 4, and 5 setting the fight up. Who got the better positioning? Who got the saves off? Who got like the shard block versus the lion impale? Like in that top jungle fight we saw with the double impale off the snowball. Things like this that set the damage up. Because honestly, the 1 and 2 from both these teams are just, they just go in and deal damage. It's like maybe you catch puck, maybe you chop this Abaddon or whatever, but they're kind of just there. To me, it's the other positions in this game that were really dictating where those fights happen and who got the control to really deal the DPS that pushes you over the edge.
Yeah, I was surprised that 33 managed to stay on top of the network, considering what he was playing in lane. Like, this is not an easy lane for Axe to play. Like, he also doesn't have the best lane support. Like, sure, Tusk is a strong hero, but you're battling it out against Bane and against Abaddon, which is not the easy lane by any means. And then suddenly, he's not even farming the stacks in the triangle, but he's staying on top of the network. But also, there's a fight that I wanted to point out. This is pretty much the turnaround fight. If they wanted to win it for Aurora, because this is the big time. Like, you see the Axe getting Octarine Core, so is Undying, and so is Abaddon getting his Orchid, and this is going to be the big, like, if Undying dies here, he doesn't have buyback available, so he's going to be coming into the fight with lowered cooldown, 25 seconds. He also doesn't have, does he? He does have Ceaseless Dirge, never mind. So he's going to be buying so much time. He's going to be soaking up the damage and getting multiple decays. He's playing super aggressively, knowing that he has a backup of his team, pops the pipe. There's going to be also a Glimmer Cape available on Panto and also a Photic Shield. So he knows, like, I'm pretty sure he's making the call, and getting the BKB here out of Crystallis is pretty big, allowing him to try to reset the fight. You can see the Toronto Tokyo, he doesn't care. He's sitting in the middle of the 5 people, and he's getting focused down with the tag team on top of him, and he's still not dying. He's still ready to soak up all of that damage, and then they pretty much used everything. You can see the 33 is very low HP. Gyrocopter, he's running out of mana. He doesn't have BKB ready. Even position 5 Dazzle doesn't have mana, and then Saxa gets a really good snowball save, trying to bail BZM out of the trouble, but it's not good enough. This is where they feel that they're kind of running out of steam. They blink in, they get the kill, and they kind of clean up after that. And if they lost this fight, I'm pretty sure the game is over here, because they already took the top set of racks, but they just couldn't. Undying was way too tanky.
My takeaway from that fight is still that the Leshrac was just not strong enough. Like, the whole time this Undying is tanking all that. He tanks around 10,000. Yeah, he's not doing anything. So you're not really winning the fight. Like, you're not using it for anything. It looks great. He tanks 10,000 damage. But if I'm Toronto Tokyo in that situation, I'm like,
what are you guys doing?
Hello? Where's the?
Just standing
if I'm
behind.
supposed to carry this with DPS too, he gets an Axe at some point. He's like, I'll do it all. I'm the 1, 2, and 3. But it's an Undying. Like, at some point you get kited out in this game. It's way too hard against the Dazzle, the Battle Hungers, the Ice Shards, right? And we saw how much Tundra were focusing at Leshrac as well. Even when that Undying is tanking all that, they're thinking about the Lesh. Every time he goes in, he gets punched. He gets sharded. The Gyro's running him. Tough Leshrac game. There's a lot that outranges him. There's a lot that can mess up his positioning in the fight, even though there's no direct anti-healing. Kiyotaka, I said he's a linchpin for this lineup. He never really came online to me.
Yeah, it was a big fight of sustains, whether that was in the items they were building. Either way, a little bit of impatience could have sort of brought Aurora back into this one, but ultimately the game did go towards Tundra. Now, it is only our first game in this best of two, so after this quick break, we come back and our teams will be ready for that second one.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion. This land is calling.
We're in the middle of Tundra up against Aurora here. It is our second game in a best of two. And that game one, well, it did not end the way you would have expected if you stopped watching at, what, the 35-minute mark? But if you stopped watching at the 8-minute mark, it's ended exactly how you thought it would.
Yeah, that's why you don't stop watching Dota.
Avery's face.
What does that even mean?
Because Tundra were ahead.
But
so
it depends who you're
you're
like, oh, 8 minutes in, day one, I can go do the dishes and make myself a lunch.
Exactly, and I'll be back for game two. And then at 35 minutes, if you start watching, like, Aurora's got this, it's fine. But then Tundra won. That's what I was saying.
I'm sure all the Dota experts out there,
really?
8 minutes into the game, they know how the game's going to end.
He did. Avery predicted it.
I mean, I said at 7 minutes, it's going to be a gyro divine rapier, and they're going to walk in the river and get triple battle under it. And that's.
You also predicted how this series would test Tundra, that they weren't at their peak form.
That's
and
right.
you're like, they're going to get tested
I
this
still
series.
don't think they're at their peak form. Like, if you watch this game,
I'm not arguing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
yeah, I think 33 is always at peak form, but the team
So it's
lags a
everyone.
little.
Yeah, most definitely.
Or him and Sox. Sox is also like Sox is probably the most stable 4 we've ever seen.
Mhm.
I know people are gonna hate me saying that because they're gonna be like, "What about Jirax and Crit?" And it's like, what about them?
They're the only two.
I would throw in.
They're not
really
as
going on?
stable. I think their hires.
I would throw in
Their highs
Save
were higher.
into that conversation. I think
What,
Save
in terms of stability.
Yes. I think for,
Yeah, I think I
for
actually
3
think
years
that's fair.
straight, this guy just like doesn't have bad games.
I can agree with that.
I can always find somebody else to blame.
On his team?
Yes.
There's always someone else. It never is. Yeah, it's never 33. It's never sucks. It doesn't matter though. They got the win. I'm sure they're not going to be happy with it though, right? They missed a lot of their timings there. It was leading up to being an Aurora win. So both of these teams are going to be walking away wanting to change a lot, having very different expectations for this game number 2. But what are our expectations here? What are we hoping to get a 1-1 that Aurora have changed for themselves?
Well, maybe don't throw games like this because they definitely had this one in the bag. They definitely did. Maybe the nerves, maybe the pause. They lost the focus. Not sure what happened there, but because they also had buyback on Undying available, they didn't have to save it there.
Save your buddy syndrome. Weird post-pause syndrome. Like, it definitely happens.
They
Well,
wanted,
also
yeah,
thinking that they were stronger than they actually were. I think it was like you winning all of these fights leading up. A bit is like, okay, even if the Undying goes down, we're still
No, maybe
winning
it was thrown
fights?
to Tokyo. Help me. Like, you left me one time.
Oh, you
that
think in the
35 minutes
comms.
in, like, he's like, are you going to do it the second time? So they come in, all of them, and they get themselves killed. He's the only one who has buyback available, but that doesn't mean anything at that point of the game. And yeah, we do have the draft ready. Temple Assassin, Monkey. Do you think we're going to be seeing anybody letting Naga Siren through?
It's already
for
been
the rest
played
of the tournament.
Okay.
Maybe a little, but I'd be kind of surprised if the puck goes through here. If it does, I expect a swift and hard response because I think it will get taken. I think whenever puck has been picked in game 1, it's performed well. Both teams, you feel the impact that hero. Like, the hero's just so annoying to play against. As a player, you just go, we either need to get rid of this or fully expect it and address it with the full force
of a
bunch of counter picks. And this is like you're kind of giving it to them again here, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why Tundra won't just run the puck back because it created a lot of space in that game.
What happened to other puck counters in the mid lane? Void Spirit, Sniper, Huskar, are these not viable?
The Sniper's a little lackluster. The Void Spirit is viable, but he doesn't really win the lane, and that Axe timing is like, it's make
Way
or
too
break.
late?
If you hit it, it's amazing.
Yes.
If you miss it, it's worthless and Reddit flames you. You know, then they're going to call out the innate, and you're down that path. No one wants to be
Yeah,
there.
that innate, very easy to blame.
I think Monkey King is also one of the better ones.
Yes.
But the Monkey gets banned a lot.
And Dragonite is not a hero. Like, his numbers are
Yeah,
super
he got
low.
nerfed.
He got nerfed
He got
way
nerfed
too
super
hard to be viable.
The other big mid answer is the TA, who's also banned a lot in the first phase. So like, this puck ends up getting opened up, and there's a reason we see it here. And I'm surprised Aurora gave this trade again because I think it puts you in a little bit of an awkward position. Their answer to it in the game 1 was to put this Undying in the off lane and get 2 stunning supports, which I did like. Like, they had solid answers to the puck in the end with the stunning backline, but the draft just didn't come together enough. Or honestly, the draft might have been fine. The execution just wasn't there to close that game out. That's another way to look at it. So they might still be happy with this trajectory if they go back for those single target stunning supports. But then big question is, what does Nightfall play to balance that out? He went on the Abaddon to pick up some more team fight, some more save, something that those supports were lacking. Doesn't necessarily fit his style to a T. I kind of expect him to go back to a more traditional hard carry this game because I think that's how he thinks as a player. Like, he goes in that game and I'm like, I couldn't 1v5 this game even though I was top net worth. Give me a hero I can do that on.
My question is whether they want to take Shadow Shaman for themselves out of the phase, ban something, pick Shaman for themselves. I don't think you want to be fighting into Tombstone, Undying, Shadow Shaman as well. Then you have the control as well. It's just way too difficult. There's too many zoning tools on the ground, controlling areas where you can take the fight. It allows you to go for Roshan.
I think you have a choice of banning Shaman, but it's kind of the Shaman Bane you're looking at to counter the puck. You don't really want to give those to Aurora here. You have to pick your poison. I could see Disruptor come out for Aurora too. It's kind of like a CIS classic hero, and you can just run at people. Combos well with the Undying because you get consistent low cooldown stun and catch to pull people into the area. Can be good versus the puck in the early game if you can just play a fast tempo lineup. That's another hero that could be on the radar a little bit here.
There's also a possibility that you run this Undying as a position 4. We saw Falcons yesterday do it. I believe they lost that game, but looked okay. Like, it didn't look too good that game, but as you said, this is Eastern European Classic that they do love to run. This is also another hero that could look okay against Puck, but I also seen this matchup be very difficult. If you have enough damage to kill him through the coil every single time, it's just way too good. Like, I saw Ember Spirits really struggle, especially the more stubborn ones, where they don't want to pick up, like, they want to have their Blade Mill, they want to have their Kaya Sanj, they don't want to be building into Yule Scepter or BKB or anything like that, just to be able to buy a little bit more time. But sometimes you are forced to go for these type of items, and they will pick that Shadow Shaman, steal it away from Aurora, because it is good against Puck. It is good with Undying as well. So I'm not really surprised.
The other support I wouldn't be surprised to see is the Silencer here. That's another support that a lot of these CIS teams really like. It is something that Aurora would happily play because they don't mind getting greedy on their support duo. Something Panto can bring to the table here, and is a nice answer against the Shaman. Gives you a lot of versatility in how you deal with this puck. You don't have to commit as many stuns in your lineup.
What about Mira playing some Ricky? I'm down for some Ricky.
I think Morta is just a better Ricky.
But there's also potentially Kiyotaka Ricky that could come out from the mid lane, so keep it as a flex for now.
They're trying to win. So let's keep the core Ricky off the table outside.
Why do you think the Muerta is a better Ricky?
I think it's just easier to land the spells in the fight. And I think the hero's just way stronger. Like, I don't believe in support Ricky. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it.
No, that's fine.
You also said you didn't believe in the core Ricky. So you just
I
didn't
don't
believe in
Ricky. I don't believe in
doesn't
Ricky.
like the Ricky
I
at
have
all.
not seen Ricky Maru win a LAN in like 9 years of playing this game. So until I'm proven otherwise, I won't believe in the
fair.
hero. You know, Gabe just doesn't like certain heroes.
Can't argue with facts.
Yeah, Lynch. He had a good time for like 3 months, 4 maybe, and now he's back to the dumpster. We're never going to be seeing Lynch again. They need control. I mean, if they want to go back for... Because what Panto plays, these heroes are not... They don't have much control, and I think you need to have control. So not really surprised they did go for Lion one more time, because Panto usually plays these like Enchantresses, Naga Sirens, NP5... he plays Oracle, Chance. Like, they don't provide you with any kind of control, and you can't allow Shadow Shaman to have a free casting in the lane. Like, let's say you're playing against Shaman, he gets a free Shackle in the lane, you have nothing to stop it with. Or if you have one hero who can stop it, then you can always go on him. So it makes it very difficult. Tundra, they need to decide who's going to be playing what.
I was going to say, what stops them just from going another pipe builder here? You got the Lash and the Lion, you're running it back. It's the same thing. It feels like so much of the magical damage that's being built up in this draft so far.
I love stubbornness. I love when teams are stubborn, when they want to prove the point.
Just run it back, man. If it's broke, repick it. You know?
I feel like this is where you stop pivoting. You see the axe, you're pretty confident. Sure, there is still flex, but you're pretty confident where it's going and what sort of build it wants to go for. You just got to pivot if you're Aurora at this point.
They do have a different carry option, though. Like, I would be really surprised if they run the back.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be different. The other hero that comes to mind if they want to play the core Undying is the Shadow Demon, because that hero ruins Axe. It is in Panto's wheelhouse, and you get a really nice save here in this game. Downside is I think that Oracle would have been better to play behind the Leshrac. It's a really nice combination, but Oracle and Axe is a mixed bag. It's kind of awkward to determine when to throw that ult out, and if you throw it too late, there's this chop that comes through. Like the Fate's Edict isn't doing anything there. There's the Disruptor comes out for Tundra instead, so they're the ones getting more aggressive here. Putting some pressure on the itemization here from Aurora. Leshrac does not want to buy early BKB. You get caught in the Static Storm. It can be a death sentence sometimes.
Also, what are you gonna like? This is anti-carry type of a lineup from Tundra. You're playing into Disruptor, you get Glimpse back, you're playing into Shadow Shaman, the control. If you don't get your BKB off before the fight against Puck, you have Blade Mail, Blink Carrier from Axe. So not an easy pick for Aurora by any means.
It's even left for him. Really awkward position for Nightfall. I don't think it's easy to get a lot of value out of this pick. He might just go back for this Abad just to get something that helps the Leshrac
he
play the
doesn't
game.
die.
Yeah. but I don't think it feels good to run that back completely. Okay, Ursa. Not a hero I was thinking of because there's
a lot of silence.
Yeah,
there's a lot of control.
Double AoE silence already in this game, plus the Hex with the break that comes in later. It gets a little murky for this hero when you can just get jumped, and it's kind of hard to status resist off some of these spells, and then there's silences to get thrown on top of it. So you need early BKB in this game for sure. Can be really strong here. Is a hero that gives them Aegis, which can go towards the Ursa early or the Lestrak later. And it is a hero that can just jump and make space. And even if he dies, you might still win the fight off the Lestrak. So I like the synergy here. Like, I think their lineup looks a lot more well-rounded with this Ursa compared to the Abaddon. It's not as all-in as pushing and trying to end the game there. And this hero will scale pretty nicely.
It gives them objective taking. Besides the towers, they don't have many things to deal with the towers, but at least you can kill Tormentor, you can kill Roshan. These heroes are very good at taking the fight near the Rosh. You have Undying, you have Lestrak with the Tombstone, with less overwhelming damage, plus Ursa. In theory, it should be easy if you get a pick off. So, but I've also seen Nightfall. I think when he was on Tundra, they were playing against Falcon, some BO5. Like, he was godlike. He just couldn't end the game. I think
they lost that. It was game 5 in a grand final.
Yes,
so they ended up losing.
He had an extremely good game. It's just something that Ursa does lack. If you can't hit the high ground, and if you're playing into some like tinies, anything that has very good tower defense, we're talking about tier 3 towers, you just might lose the game off of that because you can't finish.
Which is weird because Bears do pretty well in the Tundra.
I can't acknowledge that one.
When you think about it.
It's good. It's good.
That's my mistake for having
You should feel at home. You know what I'm saying?
Well, some more support bands coming out from Tundra.
She didn't like that one.
Nope, I really didn't. I really didn't. Yep, Warlock of Bane. That's the final bands from Tundra. They're pretty confident Undying is going to be just another core for themselves, revealing both their position 3 and mid lane and Lash.
I don't think you should be that confident.
You should go down and tell them.
You can run this Undying Ursa, and there's some offlaners that could provide a lot for you here in terms of auras to back this Lestrak up, because you don't have a lot right now. Like, I'm looking at things like the Underlord, right? This is not a hero we see super often, but it is something Toronto will play. It gives you like another pipe Crimson Buyer like the Undying, but something that also gives you a pit that's really annoying for this Axe Puck, particularly if this Axe is not a BKB buying Axe, because 33 wants to go the pipe himself. Just present a bulwark that is too tough for Tundra to run into, and this Ursa is going to deal with Crystallis' hero pool. That's the other big thing this hero does. Like, you don't want to pick the Gyro Razor type hero into the Ursa. He's just going to shred him. So what is Crystallis going to end up playing here?
Yeah, but what if we just pick something like a Ringmaster or Shadow Demon, the one that you mentioned?
The Shadow Demon is still fine for me because now it's also good against the Disruptor as well. So I would not mind a Banish hero here if they really want the Oracle as a response. Pugna's the soft Banish, but this hero is honestly a pretty good save against the Axe because the Decrep just negates the whole call. So it has some more value here. The heal should not be underrated. This is, I think, the middle ground between the Oracle and the Shadow Demon. I still would personally prefer the Shadow Demon, but the Pugna's going to do similar things.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to have something that is slightly stronger in the lane, something that doesn't care too much about, because he's the speediest hero in the game. Like, you can easily outrun this Battle Hunger. You don't care too much about it. You're playing against Shadow Shaman in the lane. So wanted to have maybe a little bit more extra lane presence with this Pugna compared to the heroes that we suggested.
But now what do you pick for Crystallis going into this Ursa? All the matchups are going to look pretty bad for his hero pool. Maybe you just don't care and you go back for that Gyro / Razor type hero, but I don't know. I don't like this. Like, it feels forced, right? It feels like you're just forcing the hero pool for the guy because he's so good at it, but this Ursa matchup is not good. The Undying Lestrak can kite you out. The Lestrak matchup is good for the Razor. I think if they end up being mid against each other, but from the carry position, it can be a little more awkward. And Pugna Decrep negates a lot of your physical as well.
You have ways of sticking onto the target. I think, like, Razor with Puck, with the Coil, Shadow Shaman with the Control, you have Axe Disruptor. I think his Link, he's definitely going to be getting it. There's a good amount of kiting as well with Pugna, but it's Crystallis Razor. I don't think you should ever underestimate this guy, how he plays with it. And yeah, it's something that they needed as well. I would say something that is anti-Ursa, because Ursa is good against pretty much all of their heroes except for maybe Puck. But yeah, I think Aurora has better draft compared to game 1, even though they kind of had that one in the bag. But yeah, I think this game is going to be very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that game one was a little bit more trying to stall it out, try and get online for themselves. It felt like they were playing for that longer one here, but you're expecting a much quicker game from Aurora. They have to be proactive to make this lineup work, SVG?
I think they have decent skill with the Bear. I think the Bear don't care. As they say.
Bear don't care.
I think Nightfall's about to drop like 16-1 on these fools. He's about to even out the series. Tundra, they drafted themselves into a corner. They forced a Crystallis pick in the end. It's a matchup I don't believe in. I think this Pugna has some decent value. I actually believe in what Aurora got going on here, even though they ran a decent chunk of that first draft back. I think Nightfall's in a way more comfortable position. Believe in the Fuzzy Wuzzy, and he will deliver.
All righty, let's see if the last two-pick pivot from Aurora is going to be enough to be able to have a 1-1 in a best-of-2 series for themselves, or if Tundra are going to be able to go yet another 2-0 for themselves. Either way, I'm excited to get into a game 2 with Kezu and Sunspan.
Aurora versus Tundra. Game number 2 is upon us. Mr. Kezu.
Yeah, that's who I am. Good to be here.
You ready for this?
I am. We got a not fully similar, but we have some reoccurring faces when it comes to the draft.
There's 33. We can see that the light is currently not bothering him.
Which means he's very cool and calm.
He is.
Playing his axe again. He's going to dunk on some fools once more.
It's hard to see how close he is to his monitor. It is quite close. A little deceiving with that angle.
So you're saying it's closer than what it looked like?
It's closer.
Yeah.
Things in the rearview mirror.
I actually feel like he's sitting further away.
Oh, he's leaning back now. He's drinking water. Yeah, whatever. Just bad timing on that.
Well,
sorry. We can get you guys updated on how close he is to his monitor a little bit later in the game.
in the pause, of course. As well. So for starters, let's have a look at the draft. You have the axe being ran back by 33. Same with the BZM puck and the Kiyotaka Leshrac. I do feel like SVG, he was talking a lot about the Bear. It is a pretty good Ursa game, and it is actually, I would say this is Nightfall's top 2 best carries, maybe the best.
Who's number 1, if it's not Ursa? The fact that you don't know right away means that Ursa is number 1.
No, it's like the thing. I don't know exactly in terms of his scale right now, but PL used to be his best.
Okay,
maybe Ursa now is.
That counts, though.
Okay,
so that has nothing to do with how good the hero is necessarily.
Yeah, PL is his best hero, Ursa his second best. So
okay.
No, he's equipped for comfort.
Oh, 33.
Oh,
he is going to be in a world of hurt here. As the okay, he's fine.
Fake hype.
Yeah,
he'll walk it off.
Fury swipes were a bit scary to run into.
I mean, we'll have to see about the lane. I will say that the support matchup.
Inventory, I can't.
Well, you better get used to it.
I can't.
There's going to be a 4th-1
as well.
Oh, the bounty runes. It was a 3-4-1.
Okay.
So a nice little lead for Aurora.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to the laning stage, I'm looking at the 2 subs in the bottom lane. Like both the Rasta and the Pugna. Because honestly, Axe is stronger than Ursa when it comes to the first 2 levels. Once you get level 3 on Ursa, level 2 in the Fury swipes, you start taking over. But until then, let's see what Tundra can get done in this lane.
And what do you think about the Pugna for Panto? Not a hero that we get to see a ton of.
No, I like Pugna a lot. Like, if you look at Tundra's draft, there's a lot of lockdown, right? You keep people in the coil, in the field, or even shackled up, so the heal is quite good. Nether Ward also can destroy both Pugna and Rasta in the game. And most importantly, you've got to decrep against the Blade Mail, so you're not going to have at least Ursa killing himself on the Blade Mail. So very nice.
We are going to see Toronto Tokyo on the Undying again. I feel like he had a really good performance last game.
No, he had a very good game.
It just feels like as a team, they kind of failed together in a way.
Yeah, I mean, they just dropped the ball for 30 seconds and the game was over.
Yeah, that was a true Aurora loss.
Yeah.
If you want to put it that way.
I mean, I will say, because they were talking about it on the panel, Razor against Ursa is definitely a Ursa favorite matchup, but Razor is very good against a lot of the other heroes that are in this game. So it's going to be a lot about the lockdown and who's allowed to kind of go on who. Because, yeah, this Bear can go crazy.
In case you're wondering, this is not game 1.
We are in game 2.
That is the same matchup in the mid lane as we saw. Seeing some repeat action, same sides as well. So Kiyotaka wants to run it back, and BZM, obviously, after the victory, he's like, we'll do it again.
Yeah,
why not? I mean, Curveball is
they were
really fun to play at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, they were both pretty happy, I think, with how the game overall went from them. Maybe Kiyotaka's looking for a slightly better early game. That sucks that he's taking a beat. I mean, this is not the best hero when it comes to creep skipping. BZM taking a lot of pressure.
I mean, this is what I respect about Aurora, because I've seen this before where they will have a misstep.
Yep.
And they'll feel like, hey, we should have won that game. And they'll effectively run it back with most of the heroes being the same. Which 3 of the 5 are the same here.
I mean, why not? You can run back like most of the chunk that you feel like was still good.
Yeah.
And it's not like the lineup looked bad or anything. I think the draft was pretty damn solid.
Nightfall in kind of a weird spot here. Very aggressive. Gonna have to be forced out a bit.
Yeah, a little bit annoying for him. He does have the boots flying out to him slowly.
33, about 125 gold away from getting more armor item. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on the Chrysalis Razor? So the panel, not super happy about it. Well, I guess SVG was really projecting with his hatred.
First of all, it's his best hero with Monkey King.
Yes, it is.
So first of all, you've got that going for yourself. And I mean, I touched on it a little bit. They needed another range carry because you don't want to play too many melees when you lane up against the Undying. So all he has to worry about is the Ursa. So if he can play around it, itemize around it, or his teammates can deal with the Ursa, he will have a free game. It's about him and Nightfall.
You think they have enough to kill Tombstone?
No, their draft is kind of pathetic.
It's not a great one, right, for attack speed.
It's really not. I mean, what facet do we have on Saksa? Because there's sometimes also the way where, he doesn't have the massive Serpent Ward, which means in the fight, maybe you drop your wards and they just, clear the tomb. It's not super fast, but it is some help.
Wait, so that counts as how many hits?
I mean, I think all of them together might be like 1 hero hit every time. I mean, it's not incredible, but I'm just saying.
Is that actually how it works? That's interesting.
No, they count as like summons or whatever. Like they don't count as heroes.
Yeah, but instead of just increasing the damage that, I would think they would code it to make it a single snake that just does a lot of damage, as opposed to actually combining.
He doesn't have a single snake.
Oh,
he has the many snakes.
Okay, okay.
That's why I'm making sense.
All right. Yep, you do make sense here. As Berserker's Call from 33 on top of Panto. Can you heal up a bit? The cover of the tier 1 towers. 33 is going to end up dropping to Nightfall. But 33 and come our BZM.
He's
takes
got
out
boots.
Kiyotaka's current. In the meantime, apparently, Nightfall.
Yeah, you better TP out.
You're going to TP out. Be A-okay.
So Tundra did get the first blood, which of course is good. But I feel like when you play some of these heroes, especially Monkey Kings and Ursas, when they are in a kill trade in the lane, it nearly always favors the Ursa. Like him having a little injection of gold or XP matters a lot. Lots of back and forth here in the mid lane.
Yeah, 27-7 right now for BZM in terms of the CS. 22-3 for Kiyotaka. He's taking a beating at the moment. BZM not too far away from that coil.
I mean, Puck's in it is just so good. Like you can keep trading all the time. And even in the lane, you can draw aggro off the range creep, use a little phase shift to like replenish that as well. I mean, it's C4. Nightfall is already closing in onto level 5, which is, I mean, quite a big deal for him.
As Chrysalis getting hounded a bit. Tombstone is placed, and Mira with the Hex. Kinetic field to give them a little bit of extra space. Gets off the plasma field as well. They're going to continue on, though, as Mira ends up getting the kill. Nice one from Aurora. As Panto. Ooh, last right click is enough for Saksa to go to the grave as well. So across the board, 2-0.
Yeah, very nicely done here for Aurora. Let's see about the 6-minute rune. Because in the last game, I believe it was Tundra who basically fully controlled the mid lane area. Whitemon placing an aggressive ward.
Yeah, might be using that in a minute here to go for the Wisdom Shrine potentially. Mira guarding the invis for Kiyotaka. Will claim it. Toronto Tokyo taking a bit of harassment, but Panto here to save the day. Saksa also in this lane right now. As Mira will show himself in a precarious spot, though. Gets shackled right off the bat. Toronto Tokyo can't do too much as Mira will end up dropping. Toronto Tokyo not going to pursue much further. Not a ton of mana to work with. Does have 18 charges on the wand, though.
I mean, he's very healthy on the Undying, of course. Tombstone is going to be up soon. Looks like Wisdom Shrine should just probably be a 1-for-1 trade if Tundra put one hero into the bottom lane.
It will be the Battle Fury for the Ursa as per norm.
Yeah. There's no real other build for this hero anyway. And the build-up is very nice for you. I mean, Nightfall, he's fully controlling this bottom lane. He's like level 6 compared to the... Well, 33 will take the Wisdom Shrine, so he'll get a little injection.
Needs it badly.
He really does.
Chrysalis also level 4 as Kiyotaka will run right into him. Nether Blast is there.
Good stun.
Split Earth hits, and that is a quick kill onto Chrysalis. Nice rotation from Kiyotaka and company.
That's a very nice move. Last game around, it was the complete opposite. EZM will start hitting away at the mid tower a little bit. Active Rune 20.
Oh, 33 in a bit of trouble. Does have his ult now. Not going to do too much against Nightfall, though. Have to be careful with those Fury swipes stacking up. He's going to get some help now in the form of Mira. Sox is spotted in the meantime, but no more action in this lane as of yet. There's still 3 members, though, for Tundra. Essentially waiting for Aurora to get a little too aggressive at the moment.
Active Rune is picked up by BZM, who's at least angling a little bit into the enemy jungle. Like, a lot of what the mid laners do in their early game is also very highly dictated by just how they move their hero. Like, if you move more aggressively into the enemy jungle, that alone can like offset how aggressive Nightfall could be in this bottom lane. It looks like with the backup of Mira, he doesn't care.
Yeah, Impale doing quite a bit with the Hex to follow.
Enrage.
And Nightfall with the ult, trying to close the gap.
Got
One
him.
more right click is enough. Good kill from Aurora again.
They also did go through with the TP from BZM, who for now looks like he won't really gain anything down here.
Yeah, that's a waste of time. Nightfall, what's he waiting for here? Okay.
Just making sure he doesn't get caught. He's going to TP out.
Doxa with the Hex. He's taking more damage, though. Is BZM going to come in with the Waning Rift onto 2. Coil to
Glimpse.
follow. Going to be a lot of damage as Kiyotaka ends up dropping to BZM. Tombstone will be claimed, and Toronto Tokyo glimpse back to where he came from.
Yeah, I mean, just nice setup. Saksa coming around the corner. It is only a level 2 Edict. Seems like that Kiyotaka did swap up his skill build this time around. So Saksa may have potentially died out.
Is that one less Ring of Protection for 33 than last game? I believe, yeah, it sure is.
Yep.
Looks like he switched it up. Big pivot from 33 in
Very
game number
big.
2.
He's got the Wind Blaze instead this time around.
Okay. Chrysalis is going to pop his ult. 33 in the area as well. Static Link not going to last too long.
Oh,
A nice
good stun.
double Impale as Toronto Tokyo is going to continue with the Split Earth help from the Lesh. That's 1 death. 33 will likely follow suit as BZM just has to hightail away. So across the board, 3 deaths for Tundra. And Aurora definitely coming out on top in this laning stage.
Yeah, they're just getting to kind of run them over this time around. Haste
Oh
room for
my-
Panto.
Yeah, that's a
The
perfect
crab.
one to get. We'll decrep for the time being. It's
Meow.
fine.
Easy snatch.
He's dead with literally any other rune there.
They're not catching the zombie man here. I mean, last game, Aurora know that 33 went for like a lot of, you know, the ganking style. This time around, it's hard for him to cut. And he is going for the ganking once more, but they have really good heroes when it comes to answering it. You just bring in the Lash, you've got the zombie himself, drop a little tube, and you can just fight back.
At what point does Nightfall go for Roche?
Later. Like, do you need to kind of take over the map maybe a bit first? I mean, to be fair, him and Toronto Tokyo, if they want to do it as a 2-man duo, they could at any point. But it is a bit risky. So I will say it's going to be a nighttime Roche. Minute maybe 16, 17.
Okay.
Him and the zombie man going to clear it.
Trying to dodge this curveball. Hilarious.
It's hard. You don't know where it's going.
That's right. It's actually an insane ability.
It is a high skill ability. I've also seen people who aren't like used to it. They just like fully screw it up.
Oh, of course. Lots of great fails with that ability alone. Panto doing his best to defend this solo. Pretty damn good job so far. Kiyotaka will accompany him now.
He's doing a good job. It's not like Puck is a great like hero at killing the tower. He just does it slowly, like over time. Let's see, they do have support ults available. Gonna top Kiyotaka off with the double sub.
Oh yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
So he's gonna be topped off and healthy. I mean, it's likely that they're gonna look for a side lane smoke soon after an active rune play here from Aurora. They even have 4 heroes here. They do bring Toronto Tokyo.
They will be claiming the power in one way or another. Shield rune for Kiyotaka. He can dive as you want to, though. Shackle, right time for Soxa to prevent this potential play. As Kiyotaka will continue to get some help from the Butlers.
Well, they did get the shield rune out of him, so that does matter. I want to see where Aurora take it from here. Like, do you just, because your building damage it's good, right? You've got the Pugna, you can try to like tank a bit here, throw in some blasts. You've got arcane boots, you can keep pumping mana to each other.
Only they had the Diabolic Edict for the towers.
Yeah.
Do we see? How often do you see that one?
Never.
Never anymore.
It's barely ever happening. This one is just too good. Like it completely changes like so many matchups too. You just like insta kill. If you find anyone alone, they kind of just die out to you.
Yeah. A stack for Kiyotaka. As he second net worth for his team.
I mean, Aurora.
I mean, really, Chrysalis is the one that is bottom net worth for all the cores.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not like the best farming hero.
I mean, usually the hero just has a good lane, and that's why you see him like stay on the top of the net worth.
Yeah.
And that didn't really happen this time around. He already has 3 deaths to his name. I mean, the biggest winner of this game so far is Nightfall. On the Ursa, absolute free farm, queuing up the Fury. Looks like he wants to go for some little gate action. So we've got some collapse happening.
Yep, straight to the tower.
Well, Nightfall just sees bonus gold. He'll claim it.
Indeed. So Battle Fury just about done. Serpent Ward is placed for Soxa. Sick and tired of Panto solo defending this. Just a matter of time. Will he get the deny? No.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So in terms of pace this time around, at the 13.5-minute mark, are you feeling Aurora at the moment?
I'm feeling Aurora for sure. Like they're.
What did I tell you at the end of game 1?
That they would win game 2. Let's just watch the game.
Well, it's they have plenty
There's
of time
a
to
lot
screw it
that
up.
can happen here.
I'm not saying they're going to win necessarily. I'm saying it's
You're
more
feeling
so.
them.
No, it's more so that devastating loss is actually not going to affect them because they've had so many. You get used to it.
They're
at a
used
certain
to
point.
other devastation.
Yeah, you have many scars. Means you're war hardened.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if they can keep it up. Because for now, they've got some good timings. You've got Blink on Kiyotaka at the ready. You've got the 2 supports that can continuously back him up. So I feel like they're ready to go. But they're kind of a little bit maybe passive and slow around this mid area. Maybe they want to wait for nighttime first to make stuff happen.
Must be nice to have 2 supports just servicing you at all times. Mana, HP, Decrep if necessary, which actually Decrep on Lesh is insane.
Oh, it's super good.
Used to not be great because it used to slow your teammates. Now,
Yep,
no
now it
longer.
doesn't. I mean, they've got a lot of stacks going on.
They have enabled the absolute crap out of Lesh this game.
I mean, even now, yep, Nightfall, Fury completed, TP's over, Overpower at the ready. Yeah, 7 stacks from Mira, 5 from Panto. I mean, Tundra are happy to keep the game at a slower pace until 33 gets towards his Link Dagger, because he's got the Blade Mail, he's got the Chipper Vest, which means he does farm very quickly.
Not going for the pipe this time, or is he?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't think so. Doesn't seem like as good.
The difference now is that the carry is just raw physical damage, as
like
opposed
Ursa,
to last game.
Ursa, he just shreds through a pipe. Like, it's same with like all these Aura items. He doesn't really care about it. I will say that the next minutes should be kind of good for Aurora, because first of all, it's nighttime. They've got all the stuff they need. They have a pipe of their own, and at any point they can also force Roche if Tundra decide to dodge.
No. Nightfall will take the Arcane Rune, as a couple members of Aurora smoked up, but the tier 1 will be theirs. I don't think there's going to be any defense mounted from Tundra at all. BZM. That damage rune still going. We'll pop it on top of Miro. He just gets healed by the Pugna. So Static Storm used to really no avail. That's a relatively big spell to be down at the moment, and Aurora, they're just going to hightail, try to take out Whitemon, but got that glimpse at the ready.
Tundra are getting a little more out of the map when it comes to like the last 1 or 2 minutes. Like, look at both the side lanes. You got it pushed in all the way. 33 is farming some stuff down bottom. You have Crystallis who pushed in top lane all the way as well.
And they scan just in case, so they know that they were being pursued. Honestly, it would have been an interesting time to go for Roche, potentially for Aurora, but a little late now.
Blink.
33 showing it off. Berserker's call. Soxa in the area as well. The Hex, though, will slow down 33 a bit. But
Keep him
Mira
there for
will
the dunk.
eventually get chopped by 33.
Not a kill on the board. I'm still a bit worried when it comes to 5-on-5 team fighting for Tundra. You probably need the Razor BKB, which is coming closer for Crystallis, but even then, there is some stuff that they have to cut through. You've got the Pugna defensively saving people. You need to kind of hit through the pipe as well, which is not too easy. But if you're Aurora, I feel like you shouldn't let Tundra get away with all of this. They got their Blink kind of for free on the Axe. They're getting the BKB for free as well on the Razor. You could have taken Roche at this point. Like, they're kind of giving Tundra space to, gear up for this next team fight that's about to happen soon.
Well, they will finally go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Should be uncontested.
Tundra do have a scan available if they, are reading something potentially, but maybe they're just happy with the state of the map.
Tombstone will be placed to make this a little bit easier for Nightfall.
Yep, there's the scan.
Roche really attracted to the bear, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, de-aggroes.
The double top.
All right, so Aegis for Nightfall has the blink, so won't be scared of getting down and dirty. Whitemont will use the horsey to get some distance. EZM still a pretty difficult kill until that blink dagger comes online from Mira.
He's not too far off. I wouldn't even mind if they give some space to Mira to help him get this blink dagger, because at this stage of the game, what Tundra's going to do is try to split you. So the one thing you have to try and put a stop to it, like what will change the state of the game for you if you're Aurora, is Mira getting a blink on the Lion.
And for Aurora, what exactly is their mission with this Aegis? What do they want to accomplish?
I think
their building hitting is, Pugna is the main one, right?
It's not that good, honestly. Well, what's happening right now is we have two split plays.
Yep, 33 getting gone on by Nightfall. Not sure if he's going to catch him. Crystallis takes out Mira on the other side. They have the Yules, though, from Kiyotaka, so that does set up the core kill. So Aurora going to be happy with the exchange.
Let's see, you have 3 minutes on this Aegis. They want to punish Tundra more. Like, they've been in a position where it should be Aurora kind of hunting them on the map. Mira has Blink now.
Yeah, that's big.
And they're definitely going to be able to flash farm Nightfall towards his BKB as well. I think if you're Aurora, you want to take over the map, take the Torm, and at least take the last tier 1 and maybe threaten a tier 2 by the end of it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
How much do you care about the BKB while you still have Aegis? Is the question.
Like about your own BKB?
Yeah. Like, are you actually going to farm that while you still have Aegis?
No. They need to stay.
They want to get aggressive.
Yeah, they need to stay aggressive. Also, a lot of the time, how you use Aegis, it's kind of like a pseudo BKB anyway. It's like your second life. So I like that they are going aggressive, but as are Tundra. Both teams, of course, know 20-minute mark. Torm is up.
He is indeed. Smokes on both sides.
Oh, 33
going to pop one. Goes to the south to try to get initiation. He will do so onto the Undying. Toronto Toki very tanky. Pops the Flesh Golem, but he's surrounded. There's a Decrepify and the heals coming out from the Pugna. Kiyotaka doing so much damage to 33. Crystallis in the meantime, in the midst of the BKB, he might be just dropping himself. Does get Toronto Toki, but it's going to cost him his own life. My goodness, it's a 3-for-1. Of course, Undying back to life thanks to the Innate. They're going to get another on top of that. Double kill for Kiyotaka. They're going to get the Tormentor as well, and I feel like this game is firmly in the grasp of Aurora.
Well, 5-on-5ing this Aurora lineup is not easy, especially like when you play Axe and you go in against an Undying, you're going to be stuck in a Tombstone and more zombies. Just not easy for you to get out. And we saw it there, the pipe with the Pugna just healing people up. Mira also just kind of gave his life here in the backline just to keep Crystallis away. It's just too hard.
Yeah, the fact that it took them this long to kill Toronto Toki, it does eventually die, but just way too much.
They had to commit absolutely everything and the fresh BKB from Crystallis, so that is not a great sign.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why like the Lesh is so strong. It's just pure full damage. He doesn't care about BKB either, or at least not that much. Like that Edict, it just goes straight through.
Mira gets the shard from the Tormentor.
Very nice. 7k lead. I mean, if that's all that you... Like, if ultimately this is all they get out of the Aegis, they'd be pretty happy. But now they've got the BKB too, so they can look for even more. Actually, so another reason why I think Nightfall is that Ursa is one of his best heroes, if not the best, is I think it makes him... This is the most aggressive he will ever be as a carry player. And he really knows his ins and outs on Ursa a lot. And I think sometimes that's what you could kind of fault him for on other carries, where he holds back a bit more. Because you can tell, he's everywhere on this bear.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Nightfall this entire series, actually.
That's true.
I mean, Abaddon, another one of those heroes that maybe you're not as aggressive as an Ursa, but you're not running away, it feels like a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You feel relatively safe. Yeah, that's interesting to think about, to try to enable Nightfall by having less Nightfalls in a game.
True. I mean, I will say this is how... Oh,
they have the
found
Hex.
BZM.
Do they have the control fully with the finger? Absolutely. Panto gets credit for that one. That is a huge kill for Aurora. Still 40 seconds on this Aegis. Nightfall just waiting for somebody to show.
Yeah.
And 33 does. Take the brunt of the action. He's going to get a lot of TP supports, though.
Yes, Aegis and
is
BKB.
here. Static Link. They're going to get life number 1. Gets chopped to the ground. We'll revive next to the tier 2. And Toronto, Tokyo now. Just daring them to initiate. BZM not up for another 20 seconds.
Could have been a clutch play if they let the glimpse go through first before killing him. But either way, you take the Aegis out. I guess there wasn't too much left on it. I believe Tundra might have similar communication as they did in game 1, where now you're down in gold. You see this pipe and Crimson. Careful there, 33.
Oh boy, he's just dead.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, that's a very easy kill for Nightfall. Does use the first BKB charge, but well worth it.
Yeah, they gained a lot in this Aegis. Even if it's just one building, who cares? Like 8K net worth and a lot of map control. They immediately TP up top.
Yeah, Nightfall almost done with a basher, just a few hundred gold away. Add insult to injury. Feels like Tundra just haven't really been able to find any kind of footing in this game. I feel like we haven't seen a fight even executed for them.
I mean, I guess they tried earlier right around this top lane, but I don't think they can. They cannot match in a 5-on-5. They need like more skirmishy fights, like a 2v2, or maybe you find someone with Axe on a side lane. Because at this point, you have to dodge. You need more items. You're down 10k gold as Crystal is. Bye-bye.
Crystal is dead again. These are just too easy for Aurora. Just find one Hex, and you just have more than enough damage with basically any of the cores at the ready. Basher officially on online for Nightfall.
And this is literally a dream. Like when you play Ursa, you're up in gold. Like his natural itemization is just about finding you on the map and getting you killed. You're down 12k gold. You need your BKBs. You need next items. And now he's got a Basher.
Interesting. He's going Lincolns. What do you think of that? For the Static Link? I feel like Static Link is not that really hard of a counter for the hero.
I believe that he will not go through with this. I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like it.
It's a bit weird.
I mean, maybe it's to make sure he doesn't get like hexed in like a weird way, and then like, you know, he gets bursted from the hex into the next stun, but
when you're up this much, it feels like that's not really reality.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'd like to believe that that will be changed later on. Let's see, what are the rest going for? Because Tundra, yeah, said it before, I'll say it again, they need time. Need at least a BKB on Axe. Try to split up the map a bit more. Well, you've got Whitemon, who is thinking big because he's got the greedy enchantment, as he should, on the Disruptor.
Oh yeah, there we go. Greedy.
Queuing up an Aghanim Scepter.
Greedy update from Kezu. You should sponsor these games with your beautiful knowledge of the greedy items.
Yeah. GPM enchantments are very good. Especially on heroes who have very game-changing items, such as Disruptor.
You're going to need to work on your salesmanship for that, I think. Just a bit.
I'm not trying. Don't hire me either. I don't want to work for your game.
Though we don't have any money anyway, so that's
good.
okay. Mira with the Aether Lens. Giving some mana back to Panto. And it feels like 33 and Tundra in general, just finding farm on the outskirts of the map, usually not a great sign.
No, they have to slow down. Whereas if you're Aurora now, you need to close down the map, which they are doing with Pugna. But I would like them to, the next two steps is like you buy a gem, and you need to place your own wards on the sides of the map. Because when you're up this far, Tundra cannot play in the center of the map. They need to be on the most outskirty sides ever. And even though you're taking this tier 2, I think you could have other heroes already hunting. Razor's farming top. You've got, what, Puck and BZM farming enemy ancients, and 33 still here.
Yeah.
I want to see what Aurora do here. Like, either dare them to come back to base or really go more aggressive when it comes to hunting.
Yep, I think Aurora pretty happy to continue the current pace. Feels like they have control of most of the map. They just wait for this next Roche to spawn, which is now.
Well, Nightfall should know that there's a high ground ward because he got Battle Hungered here.
Take over the Watcher Mirror on the outskirts. They get the Hex and the Finger. Nightfall just needs a little bit extra. Will pop the BKB to ensure the kill. 33, another death to his name. Now Nightfall and company can likely just go straight into the pit if they choose to do so.
Yeah, he's going for the Ags. I like that a lot more.
Yeah, that's a good item.
Unless he is getting like static under himself or silence, he's always going to be fine. I mean, even then, you already have like the Pugna to save you as well, but it's okay. I think it's a bit more of a fail-safe, allows you to play more aggressively yourself.
Under grouping up, problem is they don't have 33 with them. That's their main initiation. Kiyotaka and company, they're going to be smoking behind as Nightfall jumps right on top of BZM. The instant phase shift.
No bash. They found someone in the back.
They sure did. Whitemon can use the static storm, but Lesh is going to be A-okay, I do believe, as the reinforcements have arrived. Crimson Guard are going to make him invulnerable to Chrysalis. He gets two-shot, it feels like. And that just shuts down the fight immediately. Whitemon in the trees, dead. Double kill for Kiyotaka. I mean, honestly, that's the target you want to start on if you're Tundra, but just don't have enough in the tank. One Crimson Guard just shuts down Chrysalis completely.
There's too many layers. Like, it's the Crimson, and if you find this Lesh, like Kiyotaka alone, he spanks that, like, everything just out of Crystallis. He cannot man up into him. Then you've also got the Crab, you've got the Life Drain, and if the Bear shows up, he also kills you.
Yep, I think the Valorant guys agree with you on that one.
Yeah, they're very happy about Aurora's performance in Game 2. Happy to hear.
And surely now is Roche time for Aurora.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at any point that they decide that anyone says the word Roshan, they'll go.
How much can they get out of this Aegis is the question.
And this could be a game-ending Aegis.
Oh, that's a nice angle.
That's a very good angle.
Is there any consideration to giving it to Lesh instead of Ursa?
I don't know if Kiyotaka dies. I would prefer to just give it to Nightfall, because I think you want... Just kidding.
Oh, okay, very good.
Very good. Keep it up.
Very good. Soxa and BZM are going to group up. They're going to use the Serpent Wards as well to take out Mira. It is successful. It's going to cost them, though. Question is how much. Toronto, Tokyo finding Soxa. They have the vision here, and they will get the kill. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Nightfall getting some nice farm out of the Serpent Wards as well.
Yeah, he needs more gold. I don't think he has enough.
Absolutely. He gets whatever he wants. He gave up the Aegis. I mean, I think with the Ags coming in, like, maybe you're not as scared of getting locked down.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like neither of them are kind of prone to dying. I guess Kiyotaka doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah. Let's see if the caster curse is real here. Static Storm on top of Kiyotaka.
I mean,
all
his
alone
entire
for the
team is
time
coming.
being. Gets off the Yules at the last moment. Still plenty of time on this Aegis. They don't want to use it here, though. Nightfall with the BKB. Applying some pressure to Chrysalis. He's going to pop the BKB for himself as well. Oh my God. The damage coming out from Lesh, not quite enough to take Chrysalis out in the end, but still something to fear.
BZM in the back.
Yeah, Coil on 2, just more to separate the factions, and the rest of Tundra will hightail back to base.
I mean, they are out of mana on Kiyotaka, so they're going to have to bottle him up.
Or just get the double drain on him with
Absolutely.
Mira.
There it is.
I mean, in theory, we talk about this a lot, but in terms of Aegis carriers, outside of Storm Spirit, Lesh is probably number 2 in terms of getting the most out of it.
Lesh is pretty good. I mean, I will say sometimes it can be annoying if you run out of mana and then they ignore you. So, of course, there is some counterplay.
True.
But no, it is quite strong. You also got the Whisper of the Dread, one of the best neutral items you can ever get on Lesh. Damage is kind of all you want.
And Tundra forced to just stay in their base. Now Nightfall pressuring the tier 3 will get glimpsed. Again, we talked about their push potential, not extremely strong, but with support in the form of Pugna, not too bad. They're going to get a nice cleanup of Whitemon.
Well, they've got the banner too, so this is just a free lane of racks.
Yeah, it looks like one set. They cannot go for the top racks regardless.
They should go knocking on the bottom racks and just be like, what are you going to do?
Yeah,
like,
they have the option.
Yeah, you vibe check your opponents and see what's up. As Tundra did not get to kill the whole wave.
Yeah, so backdoor protection won't be kicking in. Fortification does pop, though.
Let's see, are they really giving both? Well, if they're giving both, then they have a clear plan of something they're waiting for. Looks like they will be looking for a fight.
Oh, yeah, they see the TP, though. I do believe they see it. And Chrysalis is going to show up eventually. Soxa with the Hex on top of the Ursa. Remember, he doesn't have the Aegis here. He does have the Aghanim Scepter. Crimson Guard is going to keep him safe. Chrysalis taking tons of damage. Actually, they blow up. BZM buys back instantly. Static Storm plays more defensively, though. Chrysalis back to base. He goes just barely. Enough HP to survive. And they get the Hexes. Nightfall looking for 33 on the other side. Gets the bash, gets the kill. 70 seconds of no 33. This might be the beginning of the end for Tundra. It might be a split series as Toronto Tokyo now going to focus down the barracks with the rest of his team. At the very least, will be 2 lanes. We talked about no mega creep potential at the moment.
They're just making it look... Tundra just don't have the damage. They don't have the deeps to cut through any of these heroes. And even if you do somehow catch them, you've got the Ags on the Ursa. And also the Nether Ward like nearly solo killed Soxa in the last fight as well. Too many problems for them to deal with.
There are the 2 lanes. They can't really threaten Ancient with their push just not being crazy, but they do have a crazy lead in 27K.
No, you just need to be disciplined. You go top. You threaten the 3rd lane of Rax. And kind of all you need to do now is not get caught off guard by Tundra. Like before you're 5, you know that they kind of catch you out on the map. Maybe the saving grace for Tundra can still be this Disruptor Ags, but he's still 900 gold away from it. He upgraded his Greedy enchantment, Shannon.
Oh, that's great to hear. Give me some more updates about Greed.
I'll keep you there. Don't worry about it.
Disruptor Ag's almost online. That could be a game changer.
Are you literally repeating what I said on purpose?
What a game changer that is. Can you give me an update on the Greedy neutrals?
Yeah, it's coming soon. This will be his last one. You can only get it in Tier 2, Tier 3, and also the game might just end soon. So
could very well be the case. And again, we talked about how important this series was, especially for a 2-0, which it looks like will not be the case. These teams likely the 2 to be fighting it over the top spot to get to the 3rd stage. You can just skip an entire stage just by being first in your group here at EWC.
I mean, Aurora would have to royally mess up in this game to kind of give it away. I mean, Tundra are looking at any little tools that they can get, but I don't really see anything major. Crystallis wants a Nullifier. He did pick up the Relic. And the Disruptor Axe is honestly the only thing that is close to changing this game.
Disruptor is indeed building an Axe, in case you didn't realize.
Yeah. Keep me updated on the Axe.
400 away.
Nice.
He still has Tumblr's toy. With Greed.
Yeah. Keep me updated. To be fair, Tumbler Toy is a pretty good item, especially for subs. All he needs to do is have positioning, try to get your spells out.
Yeah.
Or not die to some bear that's jumping at you.
If this game was closer, you think Nullifier would be the choice for Ursa?
I mean, it depends. He doesn't really need Nullifier for much. I think the bash is already like good enough. Soxa is dead.
Indeed, and that's 70 seconds. No way to get back in. Is this going to be a solo kill for Kiyotaka?
Yep.
Yes. Okay,
that's
well,
a back-to-back
that might be just game. 2 dead, 90 seconds of no puck, no buyback on either hero.
I mean, it's just good gameplay from Aurora. You know, the way they're moving around the map, the way they're itemizing as well. Like when you're ahead, these heroes naturally build into closing the map out. You get a Basher, you get the Blink Hex on the Lash. Just hard to play against.
5 versus 3. 33. Going to use the power of the light.
They need a vacuum into Static Storm.
Yep, they just need to redraft to get that Dark Seer. 33.
Oh.
Doesn't have the power to do so. He's going to be spotted, though. Gets Yules. And this is likely the death penalty. He's going to pop the BKB to avoid the Impale. Chrysalis in the meantime try to focus on the Ursa. He's just getting healed by everybody. 33 with a nice call, doing a considerable amount of damage, but it matters not. Dies, buys back.
GG.
But Chrysalis will drop, and GGs are called. So it ends up being a split series between Tundra and Aurora. Pretty entertaining.
No, that was a very clean game from Aurora. I mean, from start to finish, it was kind of theirs. I think they showed us a lot of cool things that you don't see as often. You know, the Pugna, the Skeleton Man, very good pick. Yutaka did get to run back his Lash and did way better than in game 1. But yeah, this was kind of the Nightfall show.
You can see Nightfall really happy with himself. Just walks off stage immediately. The rest of his team still talking. Nightfall not interested in that, of course.
I was about to call you out because he was still there, but now he actually did just leave.
Yeah, he's making sure that he can. We're going to give you a play-by-play of exactly what the players are
He
doing.
is dodging the interview.
Tundra very slow to get up. Not super happy with that performance. You can see 33 giving us the
Yeah, they're all very happy that
now.
we're 5 people turning around looking at them.
Well, that's what happens when you're on stage. Everybody looks at you. Yeah, overall a pretty good series, 1-1. I feel like Aurora could have gotten this 2-0.
Oh,
Talked about it before.
game 1 was theirs. Like
Yeah,
if they had been like more, in shape in the last minute, could have been a 2-0 for them.
As we go to Natty.
All right. I was definitely expecting that one from Suns. Thank you guys so much. I do like they left it on a pretty good note there. Yeah, this could have been the undefeated streak for Aurora. Unfortunately, game 1 not going their way, but game 2, oh my goodness, they definitely shaped up. They were clean all the way start to finish. Seeing our scoreboard here, the biggest thing that really sticks out for me, as much as I'd love to praise Aurora right now, is actually starting off with 33 builds. We've praised before the innovation that comes out from his items, how he's been going for this pipe build, how disgusted you were by it, SVG. Well, he heard. He went for the blade mail blink dagger, and it lost. It did not do well.
Should have stuck to the disgusting pipe build. It really works a lot better. He just couldn't find the same momentum in this game. I think Tundra needed to run this laning phase over more. They need to win that Razor lane. He needs to create some forward momentum for the Disruptor glimpses to play off of. You're playing this game with 3 level 30 heroes. You have a level 30 Disruptor for Whitemon, level 30 Razor for Crystallis, level 30 Puck for BZM, and it didn't feel like they found any momentum with any of these heroes. Like this Disruptor ends the game 0-4-3. That's not a score you can have with this hero. Like, he needs more assists going. You need a faster early game. You have to find momentum. This hero does not function from the back seat. You're just watching Ursa get Roshans and run at you with Aegis.
Yeah,
and
it's
none
not
of your spells
fun.
function.
It's definitely not fun. And Nightfall having a perfect game, not dying a single time.
10-0-6, exactly what SPG
Yep, I
predicted.
said he was going to drop 16. He dropped 10 plus 0 plus 6 equals 16.
That is 16 indeed. But
Am I an Oracle?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
No, you're really good.
I thought there was
That's
gonna
why
be a
you're
pun
here.
there.
That's why we're
No.
Can't use it every single time. Can't really force it. But this is what I expected this Slash to do in the first game, to be like this menace that you can't really deal with his overwhelming damage when this hero is off to a good start. It's very difficult to like stop the ball rolling, especially because you have another hero on your team that can take objectives. This is probably the best hero in the game to kill Tormentor, to kill Roshan, and then suddenly you're fighting into like 2 lives on the bear, which is very, very difficult. Razor, he wants to use the BKB, wants to use the static link, wants to link onto the target and kill it, but he's running out of steam relatively early on, especially when you're playing from behind.
How did you guys like the Puckner as well? Because that was their last pick. They were...
Loved it.
Okay, why?
I actually loved it. I think it did mad work this game.
I did.
I'm not Mimi. Like, I think that pick worked way better than I thought it would. It looked a lot better than my Shadow Demon disruption, because I didn't really think about the fact they have the double suck going into the Leshrac. They have the heal regeneration and the mana regeneration from the line. So much resources to play with on the map. So much extra HP in the fight. And I go back to my criticism of the Razor pick. I feel like there were so many fights where you go up on this man himself, Toronto Tokyo, you put all this damage, you get a full duration link into the Undying, and he just gets decrept life leech from the Pugna. It undoes a lot of the damage. By that point, you run out of DPS.
Yeah, before we, break it down any further, we are lucky enough to have Purge with us, who is joined by Toronto Tokyo.
Hello. Thank you, Nat. Yes, I'm here with Toronto Tokyo post-match. How are you feeling after that series?
Nothing special, yeah. We wanted to win 0-2. So, yeah, it's not bad enough, not good enough. It's okay. It's okay.
So you got to play your Undying, a hero that I associate with you heavily. You played it a lot as position 5 back in the day. You were fantastic on the hero. Now you're playing as a 3 because it's in the meta. How are you feeling about the hero right now?
I know these guys don't ban my Undying. They should lose 0-2. No chances. But yeah, it's an amazing hero for me. I am professional hero on this player on this hero. I'm best in the world. So yeah, I don't know why they don't ban it. They should lose, as I said.
So I'm curious about the Octarine core that you buy. Why is that your 3rd item in this game? What do you like about the item?
I buy this item on Undying because it's OP on Undying. I farm. I'm super strong in team fight. It gives you everything, mana. Yeah.
Does it lower the cooldown of your innate as well, like the respawn thing when you die?
Yes.
That's pretty sick then. What about the Pugna that game? It's a support that's been trending a little bit lately. In the last couple months, it was like, oh, this is the anti-Tinker hero, but now people are picking it again. What do you guys like about the Pugna?
When I was playing Axe against Pugna, it's so hard because you cannot focus hero. And also Nightfall asked Panta to secure his lane, and that's why we beat Pugna.
Okay, and then your next match, you guys are playing against Virtus Pro. How are you expecting that match to
go? Yeah, we're expecting to play good. We want to win the series because it's super important, every game in this group. So we will try our best. We'll see what they can do. That's it.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview.
Thank you.
Thanks to both Purge and Toronto Tokyo. That, yeah, obviously it's a big win for themselves when they do eventually go up against Virtus Pro tomorrow, because they're very close to being that team that skips the second phase of group stages. They get to go directly to playoffs if you do top your group. So getting that 1-1, yeah, it was really good. But you could see why he really wanted that 2-0, just how much losing that first game really did hinder them a little bit. But it was nice to see mentally they stayed there. Look, cause the Undying did not waver.
Yeah, the best professional e-gamer for Undying. That's what he called himself.
Verbatim.
Yep, there we go. No, he actually played really, really well, understanding the hero, what needs to be done, building into these two auras, Crimson Guard and Pipe, and then starting to scale with Octarine Core. So he reduces the cooldown by 25 seconds, getting the Aghanim Scepter as well. And he's always where he needs to be. Like, he's playing with the team. I also like the fact that Toronto Tokyo is like very sacrificial when it comes down to the off lane, especially when he's playing heroes like Magnus and such, where he's not getting that much farm, but his impact is very, very high in most of these games.
He's always been a fantastic playmaker.
Yeah.
And he's a very strong shot caller. That team has two of the most vocal cores in the scene. So when they get cooking, like there's a lot of momentum to be built there. I do wonder though, like the best Undying player in the world. That's not really a boast.
Title. Yeah, it's not like something to be proud of.
I'm the best Pipe Crimson clicker. It's like, dude, it's Undying. You know, so you go in the fight, you drop 4 decays, you press your auras.
He didn't say it was difficult, you know? He just said he was the best at it.
But I actually do think some of the times those heroes, the skill in them gets overlooked in truth, because so much of their gameplay is straightforward that the little things make a huge difference. Like what separates a good Undying from a bad one? And it is the tombstone placement, right? If it's a little far away, if it baits people in, getting the decay AoE just right, popping the ult in the situations where it matters, or saving it for the respawn. Like these little decisions make a huge difference on that hero. And there are some of these offlaners we see that play the hero, and
it doesn't look as OP when he does.
It feels really weak. So I look towards him as one of the best. I look towards Saberlight, who used to play it a lot, as one of the best. And outside of those two, it's kind of like, are we going to see 33 play this offlane Undying? He's probably going to build, I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to build like Bloodstone Dagon or something crazy.
6 gauntlets of strength as starting items, yeah.
6 ring of protections.
Yeah, 9 mangoes or something.
Who knows, man?
No, he's cooking. He's definitely cooking with some of the builds, but so is Aurora. Like this team just keeps powering up with every single game that they do play. They definitely look better.
Yeah. Where would you put the two teams now that we've seen their series? We see it split. Is there one that you look at that you favor a little bit more to be able to top this group here, or are you genuinely like everything is still to play for between the two of them? And there might even be a tiebreaker.
I'm still feeling Aurora more than Tundra.
Really? Okay.
Tundra are still not convincing me. I'm convinced by their potential. I still think they have one of the, if not the best support duo in the world, just pure skill-wise, but they're not convinced me as a whole. I don't feel like they're punching together. I don't feel like the strat is overpowering an enemy in the draft. Like they're getting what they want, but it's not breaking the meta. It's not putting a lot of pressure on other teams. I feel like they kind of picked themselves into a hole this game. I'm not convinced.
Yeah. Also, they played against Yandex. Like they beat Virtus Pro, which just also got dismantled by Yandex as well. Not sure how strong Tundra are right now, but this is a team that can play top tier Dota, but they need to get to that level. Right now, it's kind of hard to say where they exactly are, especially with this series. This could have easily been a 2-0 for Aurora.
Yeah, it was down to just that one team fight there for that game number 1. Either way, it was a fantastic best of 2 here. It was our 3rd series for the day, and the day is not done. We do have a 4th one, 2 new teams to bring to the stage. We're going to have P-Vision up against Liquid right after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move. The human body was built.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're getting into our final series of the night, and what a joy it's going to be. We have P-Vision up against Liquid, and a little bit of a change up on the panel as well. We said, Avery, that's enough. SBG, get up, and we got Effie joining us instead. How have you been?
Great. You know, one series break makes me even more excited to watch Dota.
Yeah, you were watching the previous one, right? Do you think there's going to be any hero carryovers into the matchup we're about to watch?
Do you mean PL?
Maybe.
Oh, that was the
B stream. That was the B stream.
Hard
There's a lot of
here.
Dota going on, right? Yeah, if you don't want to hear us yap, you can go over to the B stream. There's some Dota
Stay
happening
on
there
our
too.
So we're cooler. I think we'll see a lot of the same heroes, but I was actually looking at what P-Vision played yesterday, and they played 2 offline ogres, and I know that you worked that series, but I'm really excited to see that if they're going to bring it back, because I went over the VOD during that series break, and it looked really strong. It was topping the net worth, it did a lot of damage, and it solved things like TA, so if we see that again, I would not mind at all.
Yeah, we saw Undying twice in the previous series. Ogre pretty much does the same job. I think these are kind of lane bullies, maybe Undying slightly more, but you are looking to buy these auras relatively early on, your Crimson, your Pipe. Even though DM was buying into Guardian Greaves as well, throw in Casual Hand with Midas to get faster to those items, but I'm going to also throw it out there that P-Vision didn't look the cleanest in that series that they played against Heroic, even though Satanic did pop off on his Doom, getting multiple solo kills, pretty much getting solo kills everywhere on the map, but they also made a couple of mistakes going for the high ground as well, especially in that game number 1, where they kind of extended the game for the good 10 minutes. That could have easily been a 25-minute game, but yep, the second game as well, 64-minute game. That was the last game of the day. Maybe they were a bit tired. It did go past midnight, so they were unable to close it out quickly. They also played against Spectre, didn't manage to capitalize on that relatively early on, so still need to see. But they're also going to be playing against Team Liquid. There are a lot of the memes in Fissure Universe. It did happen.
Give me a couple of them.
Couple of them.
Say them out loud, Lucas.
We'll see if there are going to be any bots playing in this match. If anybody needs to chill, who's going to be losing. This is a best of 2 series, so we can't really use what has been used in the all chat last time, but we'll have to see. Definitely a spicy one.
Do you think there's going to be a gentleman's agreement about no all chat? Do you think they've put the self-implemented ban on no all chat?
I mean, probably not. Will P-Vision limit their own all chat? I don't think so, but you know what? I think Liquid probably will not partake if there is all chatting.
I think they will enjoy it if they are winning.
Yeah.
And they, at least one of their players, Sableye, absolute joy. It's the first time we're seeing Liquid on this stream as well. They obviously played yesterday. They went up against Shopify, and they had a really, really good start to their groups. And it's kind of needed because Insania has been a little bit unwell. They've had a lot of stand-ins trying to fill in there. And also the previous tournaments before that too, they've had some of their players take breaks. And whilst they as a team, as an org have been participating, there's like a Nisha taking a break, there's a Mickey taking a break, and then you have the unfortunate Insania taking a break too. So I think yesterday was really big for them. They needed that bit of momentum, but does it continue against a tougher opponent?
I can see what they're going for.
Okay.
Team Liquid right now, they do have 4 coaches. They do have Toby as well, Blitz, Japs, KP, so they might get themselves a second squad as well. They need to get one extra coach, and suddenly they have 10 players on the team. Because
that's so big, Brian.
You can have the coach team versus the actual team.
You could actually
maybe that's
practice.
how they run scrims.
Yeah.
We didn't even think about this. They don't need to reveal strats to other players because they're running their own scrims.
No, I mean, you are right. The break for them has been very good. Whereas, not the break, but like the ability to play with their full roster, that's going to feel like a break, because if the entire year one of your players has been subbed in for, and you're coming off of a win from the most recent online tournament into this, your group stage day one goes well, you've got to be feeling good than you've felt in a lot of the other tournaments this year, because Liquid, they typically have a group stage curse, especially in Dream Leagues, and so far, so good. They're 2-0. They looked so strong. The same Liquid that played the Fisher tournament, they brought that Liquid to this tournament as well in terms of their playstyle. And I'm nervous if they can keep playing like they did yesterday for other teams.
Yeah, before we talk about the future of Liquid and in this series, let's actually have a little bit of a look back at what this calendar year has been for them.
Team Liquid is one of the most well-known and long-standing names in the world of Dota, and for good reason. Their most notable achievements in recent times are being the second-place team at Riyadh Masters 2024 and winning TI 2024 right afterwards. With a roster that has remained the same for almost a year, Team Liquid is still comprised of Mikke, one of, if not the best, aggressive carry in the world. Nisha, once a young rising star, now a legend within Dota. Saberlight, the newest addition to the team, bringing both vibes and great off-lane performance. And the support duo that has played together for close to 6 years, Boxy and Insania. The current iteration of Team Liquid is a very hard team to pin down. Their performance varies drastically from event to event. You never know if they're going to be the best team in the world or if they're going to look mediocre. And that is reflected in their road to the Esports World Cup 2025. The season of EPT events kicked off with Dream League Season 24, where Team Liquid finished 6th. This might not sound great, but the following seasons of Dream League were even worse, with Team Liquid finishing 7th and 8th at Dream League Season 25 and 26, respectively. We know that Team Liquid doesn't perform well at Dream League. LAN events are where they really shine, and they showed that at ESL1 Bangkok, ultimately placing 2nd place. ESL1 Raleigh wasn't quite as good, with Team Liquid placing 5th. While Team Liquid aren't clear-cut favorites coming into the Esports World Cup 2025, we do know that they are a team that can really step up and surprise everyone when it matters. Will Team Liquid manage to show up in champion form here at the Esports World Cup 2025?
Yeah, a really big question that's probably hanging over their heads as well. Are we going to be able to show up when it matters? Is the pressure going to get to us, or is it that factor of being back into a full roster, the relief that they need? And I don't know if they're shouting or if the Valorant guys are shouting, if they're like going back. Okay.
Yeah, Dota people are pretty chill.
I just saw a smirk on Blitz's face, and I thought that he was trying to give a little of what's been happening so far today. But yeah, P-Vision, and then you have a Liquid here as well. Any big overlaps between how we're seeing these teams play? Do you feel that they're faltering in the same ways, similar strengths at all?
Yeah, last 5 games that they played against each other, this was Fissure Online tournament, Team Liquid had their number. Like they managed to, like in those 5 games, P-Vision, they did try to beat them 3 times with Dawnbreaker, failed to do so. And then you have Team Liquid also picking it up and managing to beat them with it. So I think this also kind of affects how you're going to be approaching the draft, knowing that you have a hero that you can win against. So you might need to ban it out, because Team Liquid is the team that, not sure if they really brought it back, but I first saw Team Liquid kind of going for this big item build on Dawnbreaker with Vlad's, with Aghanim Scepter, and then starting to scale a little bit more, kind of a Aghanim Scepter rush in some of the games as well. So this is definitely going to be, for me at least, the hero that P-Vision needs to figure out how to play against it.
Okay. And for P-Vision, I feel that they're coming into this series like very excited to play Liquid, because they're wow, that is a lot of yelling.
Yeah.
That is a lot of yelling.
Big energy in the studio.
Yell even harder, because I do think that P-Vision are a team that learn very quickly from their mistakes, and the duration of the Fissure Online tournament was not long enough for them to maybe assess a lot of things. But in the downtime between that tournament and now, Estini is the type of coach to find all of these problems. So I think they're coming into this series with a very clear idea I don't know what that idea is yet, but I'm excited to see it. Because P-Vision, if there's anything about them, they like to cook.
They definitely do love to cook. This is a team that will bang out new things relatively on into the tournament to show the strengths, like show that, oh, you might need to ban out those heroes. We're talking about some position 4 Slark that 9 class is playing, maybe some Pudge that could potentially come out, and also Liquid, because they don't have the first pick. They're also going to give respect to Nagasern. This hero has been highly contested for a good reason. Super strong in the lane, capture move speed with the facet, and also allowing you to, like, how many times have we seen games when there's Nagasern in the game where you can stall the game for such a long time, go in, try to push out all the waves, provide vision for the team, and also reset the fight. And if you have any kind of a follow-up combo, we've seen good combinations, not just with the Enigma, but also most recently we saw good amounts of Shadowfiend being paired up with Nagasern in the lane, and also teams got better at executing it through the mid game with the Song into the Requiem combo.
So, interestingly enough, so TA, obviously very contested hero. Yesterday, Liquid got TA in one game and Nature's Prophet in another, which was a very big mistake. They've left it in this pool, so now it's the question. It was a question of, will P-Vision take this TA for themselves, or are they going to take Doom, which is another opening that they really like, and give away the Templar Assassin? Or is this Doom enough to discourage Liquid from playing TA?
Yeah, Team Liquid is not really big on playing Doom from the carry role. They played it once in their last, like, 10, maybe even 15-ish games. So taking this away and also making sure that Liquid is not going to be getting hands on Templar Assassin, so leaving it in the pool. I also kind of don't want to see the offlane Doom. I know this is still used as a flex, but the carry Doom just works so much better compared to offlane Doom or in some scenarios, position 4 Doom.
All I'm looking at is this Veno.
Right, me too.
I'm looking at, not only is there a Veno, but it is a first pick Veno for a team here, right? Liquid opening their draft with a Veno.
You know, I respect this pick.
This is the new coach influence. This is the Toby influence.
The Toby influence.
This gotta be.
The banana monster. So I think this has to be something. Obviously, these players have been scrimming or pubbing, but they probably see Veno as a good response to Doom. The thing about Veno is, like, he is very annoying to play against if you're the type of melee hero who has to run in to do damage, right? With Doom, you have to run in with Scorched Earth and hit people with level death on lane to have that kind of impact. Veno just slows these melee heroes like Doom and Tiny and makes that gameplay a lot harder. So maybe that's the concept that they're working with here. If it's a Doom off lane, they're going to play their Veno on his lane. If it's a Doom safe lane, they're going to throw the Veno on that lane too. It can follow him.
They did play that during Fissure Universe. They also did play that during Valakia. I believe they first phased it in one of those games, and he was staying on top of the network. Like, pretty much, Veno can build into any items, but ever since we changed it, you want to get that Spirit Vessel, you want to have Hurricane Pike for yourself, just so that you can push people away, have a little bit of a extra. There's also, Toby, because he was standing in, there's a possibility maybe that Insania is going to play it, but definitely Toby influence, a toxic one, I would say, but Venomancer also scales really well. Like in that one particular game I'm talking about, like he did go for Scotty as well. So just stats on Venomancer is insane, him being universal hero, and also the stats has been buffed 35 stats. So if you can get to that timing, like it's insane how much damage this hero can deal. Plus also the fact that you can't, it's pretty similar to what Nagasern does from position 5, where she scouts out the areas and you need to get the smoke to be able to gank him, and if he gets the ulti off, rest of the team follows, you still might lose that fight because of it.
Also, he has been buffed in terms of laning, right? Because they changed the way his Plague Carrier facet works, where you can't really stack it on top of people anymore, but what the Plague Wards did end up getting as a result of losing that was they're tankier, level 1, and they do more damage. So your laning presence, stop being like, oh, I'm going to lane for 2 minutes and then jungle. It's like, I will punish whoever is on my lane for as long as I can.
Yeah, and probably this is going to be their lane. You want to have some kind of a setup for a Venomancer in the lane, some kind of a stun. And great against the Doom. You did mention the slow. What Doom wants to do, he wants to chase you down. He wants to make sure that there's not going to be... Like, I was also doing some of the math on Warlock, because I feel like this is one of the strongest lanes that we are seeing recently with Doom plus Warlock. Pretty similar to what Phantom Assassin plus Warlock were doing a couple of months ago. So let's say you hit level 3 with Doom. level 2 Scorcher with level 2 Shadow Word, if you connect onto the target because you get that extra movement speed, it's almost 700 damage at level 2 without Fatal Bonds, without Infernal Blade. Yeah, it gets pretty nuts.
And speaking of nuts, I mean, can you imagine with all of that, then you add an Ion Shell Doom?
Yeah, it's a lot. Maybe throw in some
That's
Ember
nutty,
Spirit
but-
from the mid lane. I think this is a good approach.
Matt enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can't look it up. I can't look it up.
Let's go on. Go
Picking
ahead,
up
Lucas.
Coneman, because you want to have auras. Like, this is a very good way to disengage the fight. And also, you build into auras. You build into pipe, you build into Guardian Greaves if necessary. DM does that pretty well. We saw different builds from the offlane Darkshare. Whisper, for example, he loves his Helm of the Dominator, Orchid, Blink, maybe Hex build, throw into that. But I think for this game, you see Venomancer, you need to build auras.
Yeah, I also think you just need Surge in this game.
Yes.
Like, if you see that the strategy they've built around is the ability to slow and deal that damage,
Oh.
Darkseer gives you
I was
the disengage.
I was about to mention this, but I thought that this hero was really dead. The reason why I remember it because this is something that Poppy did said during one of the V-Play tournaments a long time ago, because Venomancer was popular back then. Is this is the only way pretty much that you can approach Venomancer is because you don't have enough smokes, so you need to play with Moonlight Shadow, which is like 2-minute cooldown ability, and it's the only way. Venomancer causes a lot of issues, something that I did mention, and not sure how strong this hero is. I would put it probably in the lower tier because haven't really seen much from it, but it also feels lackluster. I would love this to be position 5 rather than 4 in this game.
You think it's still a valuable enough hero for that ult to pick it up rather than kind of itemize around having Invis?
Yeah, basically this is Moonlight Shadow against Venomancer.
Right, okay, interesting.
But I also think to make it work, you need to enable the arrow now. Like, typically
Yes,
it's been
a setup.
Yeah, things like Kunkka plus Mirana, Tiny plus Mirana, anything that can give her the ability to chain stun and then you get kills off of that too, will make it a good pick. If you're picking it just from Moonlight Shadow and it loses lane and doesn't provide much in team fights, it'll be more difficult. And they go for the 18 Terrorblade on P-Vision.
So keeping things open, maybe a little bit. Maybe this Doom can also be played as a position 4 with Darkseer. Keep Terrorblade open as a carry. But this could also be 9 class position 4 Terrorblade, something that he does like to play when he is with the Darkseer. Try to maybe abuse this Disruptor in the lane, get on top of it. He is also very good. Like, Disruptor is very good against the Darkseer, not just because you can glimpse the target back, but because of his innate ability. You're trying to chase him down, he takes 400 damage, then he pushes you away, and you can't get on top of him the second time.
You can also take the facet that lets
You
you
could.
manually cast it.
It's pretty bad, but might be good in this situation.
It's interesting.
It's a long cooldown one. Yeah, it's like 40-second level 1.
I don't think it's that long. I think it should be a bit shorter than that, but it does feel bad not having like the AoE Q with Disruptor when you use your ulti.
Okay. We're fact checking,
Well,
everyone.
let's fact check how long it is, just out of curiosity.
Not that he's picked it or anything, but in case he does, we're gonna fact check it. Fact check it.
That's what we're here for, to fact check. While Lacoste checks the cooldown of this ability, I want to talk about this Sven a little bit, because typically this hero is considered one of the better heroes against Darkseer, because when the wave is being pushed on you under tower, you have Warcry for that armor, you also have Cleave as a means to control the lane, a way to push back into the lane yourself, and you have a lot of burst damage later on. Your illusion isn't the best because it's not like your illusions get God strength, and when the enemy Darkseer places his wall, you Warcry for your team so that they can endure through the wall.
Yeah, it is 26 cooldown
Yeah.
ability. So a bit
Really
better
close
than
to 40.
Yeah, but
It's
we
40
rounded
sounds
it
way
up.
too bad.
Yeah, we saw 26, so we rounded up to 40. Yeah.
Because I remember trying it a couple of times and it was like, you know,
And you lost or won?
I can't remember if I won or lost. I thought it was
Okay.
nice, but I remember thinking that I wish that all of them were taking my Thunder Strike damage.
And you can use that on your allies as well.
Yeah, you can. That was the cool part about it, for sure.
Well, look, there is a chance. Again, probably not going to happen, but we don't want to rule it out at all. Things that aren't going to happen is we're not going to see a Conquer in this game. We're not going to see a Puck. Each team having one ban left for themselves. And what is it that P-Vision are looking to pick up that Liquid need to be wary of?
They need a stun, and they need stun set up for Mirana to be more exact, right? That's why Kunkka gets taken out.
The exact one you mentioned, yeah?
And then I think Tiny used to be another very popular one, but you're already playing against Venomancer, which is a difficulty in and of itself, and Tiny is countered by it. And typically you're looking for a stun from the mid lane, unless there's some really weird mid Mirana thing going on, which changes everything entirely.
What about Ember Spirit? And it's not the best hero against Sven, but there isn't that much lockdown. Like you have Sven stun, you have Disruptor. If you need a setup for Mirana, this has been Southeast Asian classic for a really long time, even Eastern European.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind that because it's a good hero versus Disruptor, right? You can, oh, they ban it.
It was so good, it's not getting through.
Because you can just, you have so many ways to disjoint Glimpse as Ember Spirit too.
There's one more hero left in the pool that does have stun setup that has been used throughout the Dota history. That is Dragon Knight. Problem is you have Dragon Knight on your team.
You're Dragon Knight and this patch on your team. Yeah, not doing so hot. We've seen it a couple times in this tournament. It's not doing well. We also talked about it last series, Lacoste, how you're just not lacking its numbers changes. So not really sure if anyone's going to put eyes towards it right now.
And they're still tiny. They're still... I mean, Sand King got very nerfed, so probably not that one either. Our Storm Spirit, it's not the most clear-cut setup, but maybe it's just a hero they felt comfortable because all of the stuns or lockdown on the side of Liquid has counterplay, right? Stormhammer, you can disjoint it by using ulti as Storm. And for Disruptor, sure, Static Storm kind of sucks, but later on in the game, you just go on Disruptor first and kill him, and you have BKB.
Well, look with the overall last pick. They're going to go the direction of Alesh here. And we're going to see Alesh and Storm Spirit having that mid matchup. Is this like the pick that you would expect a Nisha to play for himself and be favorable in that mid matchup?
It's a matchup where if you like get level 6 before Storm, if you kill him once, you get your Blink Dagger. I think this is also type of a game where you might want to pick up Yule Scepter for yourself. It's a good setup. You have not too much control, and that's one of the easiest ways to control the Storm Spirit. You have Disruptor, but as long as he has mana, he's going to be fine. Mickey is pretty much going to be the only one who can control it. And in the NP Vision, they will swap things around. Satanic, after seeing this Sven, he will be played as a carry, having that high armor, and also building into Manta style, great against Venomancer. But then again, seems like Team Liquid, they had a pretty good read about where Terrorblade's going to be going. We talked about Doom position 4 also being viable with the Darkshire. You have enough damage. The Scorched Earth plus the Ion Shell is more than enough. And yeah, I just want to see if this Mirana position 5 can work against Venomancer still in 2025.
I like the Lush because it's an overwhelming amount of damage early on, and it gives them a means to play the game at a time where Paravision are still a bit weaker, right? Like by the time Lashrock gets Blink, it's not like Darkseer is going to have the pipe, and his supports will be susceptible. But I do think it's a very strong Storm Spirit game, not that easily solved, and none of the heroes itemize very comfortably. Perhaps you can get Orchid on Venomancer and play off of that after the Vessel, but if the game goes later and later, the Storm Spirit is going to pop off.
All right, it feels like there's a couple of concerns. How P-Vision going to get themselves into that later part of the game? How Liquid going to ensure that they don't get outscaled? Either way, it's our final series of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun as we have Liquid P-Vision with Kezwin Sunspan.
Thank you, Nat. That does sound like the healthiest option as we get into game number 1. Sunspan here with Kazoo.
That is me.
We got some cool heroes to talk about, and guess what?
do.
One of them is not Terrorblade. We're not going to mention him for quite a while. He's just going to be farming the first 30 minutes of the game, but it is Satanic, and he's kind of a beast. I actually don't mind watching him play this
So
hero.
he gets away with anything,
He gets
huh?
the pass because he is such an incredible beast, but I won't mention it for another 15 minutes.
Okay, just now we talked about him 5 times. We'll go over the rest.
Satanic. Yeah.
I mean, I got a couple heroes. Let's see. As we have a pause, you want to check on the lights?
Let's take a look. I don't see 33 back there.
Well, yesterday when P-Vision did have a pause early on, there's some other things that happened into a 30-minute pause.
True. That was quite a while.
Oh, we're back in the game. No, so let's have a look at the drafts. There's a lot of cool things that did happen. So you had a first pick Doom that then got very quickly degraded by P-Vision into a lower and lower priority when it came to their roles. So it is going to be a +4 9-class Doom. Not something you see too often. Two of the heroes that I'm actually excited for is the +5 Mirana. Not a hero you see too often at the moment, but I still think it is very, very strong. A very age-old counter to the Venomancer, so you can still maneuver around the map. As Liquid are currently quite active, and they do have a good ward that is currently spotting out the P-Vision squad.
Talk to me about the Banana Mancer.
The Banana
Mr.
Mancer.
Saberlight.
It's good because that was going to be the other hero I want to talk about. it is a very good answer when it comes to Doom. And it's something that Liquid have used before against this hero. And Saberlight, honestly, he is one of the best Venomancers you have. You have to be a big nerd to be a Venomancer player. But the hero's quite strong. And I've seen different builds. This is one of them. You do your like Urn into Vessel, into the Hurricane Pike later. You want to like stack up a lot of like debuffs on your opponents, flick them down. So, and he's matching up and laning with the Marcy. So I feel like Saberlight should have a pretty good time.
Okay. Looks like no fights will break out. So each respective team, who are, I believe, both 2-0 in terms of games so far, both tied for first in their group. So similar circumstances to the last series we just cast. If a team can 2-0 here, they will be in extremely good position to get first place in the group stage, which of course means you skip the next stage entirely.
Yeah, which is pretty nice. Then this mid matchup, Lesh against the Storm, both of them should be pretty happy when it comes to like the overall game. I think they both rely a little bit on their teammates as well and being able to play forward later on, but I expect both Nisha and No One to have a pretty good laning stage for themselves.
No One, of course, we talked about ad nauseum yesterday, just being one of these. We couldn't even think of another person that has had such a drop-off after huge success for so many years and then re-emerges as basically the same beast he was.
No, this guy,
crazy.
That's a weird Iron Show. I guess he wanted to pull the wave as Nightclass in a lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah. Attempting to TP out. If he goes down here, he will. First blood for Mickey, and now he has to make the walk of shame. That is pretty disastrous, although DM is going to be kind of happy, low-key, to get so
I mean, he'll get some soul. He'll be fine if he can keep the creeps here. I mean, I will say, like, just to go back to the draft. So, of course, the Doom kept getting degraded by Parivision, but he's a very weak laner, and Liquid did, like, they took perfect use of this because Disruptor, he kind of abuses weak +4s so damn hard. You play aggressive on them, they can't really fight you back, which means you have to run away. Well, what do you know? You're going to get glimpsed straight back into Mickey's face. So, very good start for them in this lane.
Gale connects from Saberlight. Ducalis will just leap to the other side, though.
Yeah. Another thing we can pay attention to is what and how Saberlight will scale. Because TV used to be a counter against Veno in many ways, but especially because in the laning stage, he reflects your Poison Sting on you, which honestly, it's painful. So he might just hold some skill points, maybe get some second level Gale or level in the wards.
Okay. Glimpse onto DM, but no worse for wear. 9 class finally makes it back to the lane, still only level 1 with the Ion Chill applied now.
P-Vision's lane isn't too strong early on.
I'm not gonna lie, when the draft was happening, I was actually very disappointed that it wasn't a support Terrorblade for 9 class.
I mean, that's the one you like to talk about, yeah.
The armlet plays, oh man. I don't think I've seen it actually work as the issue. But
they did do pretty well with it in like 1 or 2 games. The best thing he gave me is like funny clips. He would like blink in with his armlet and then there's like, I don't know, some Radiance burn or a Venom ward that takes him once and he's just dead.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I guess it is harder to pull that off against a Venom in general. If you get Poison Sting at any point, then it's over.
You're straight dying.
Yeah, Valorant players agree with that as well.
They like the Venomancer.
Yeah, that does make sense, actually.
Yep.
That really makes a lot of sense. Anybody that gets that loud, they're Venomancer players.
They are.
And when it comes all down to it, Saberlight getting harassed out.
I mean,
that reflection.
I will say all in all that both teams did obviously kind of get what they want out of the draft, and Liquid always want to play aggressive and like into your face. But I feel like P-Vision, they're kind of, I would say that they're set up a bit more nicely. It's a very good TB game, at least to me, and it's also a very good Stormspire game. So for me, I'm paying a lot of attention to the lanes and how Liquid can get out of them, and really how much Nisha can do on this last pick Leshrac. Because for me, he has to come in kind of clutch in this game.
And it feels like the Marcy in that lane, I don't know what they can even accomplish. Against the Mirana, can just leap away. Terrorblade is going to be fairly tanky.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any kill potential for Liquid in that top lane at all?
No, there is, but they need to set it up. Mirana, like you're saying, it's a very hard kill, which means Satanic is likely the one you do want to pressure first. They did just get the Urn. They have Rebound. What is this TP?
All right. Well, we just talked about it, and Satanic's just going to die. Boxy gets credit for that one.
That's a rare mistake.
And Satanic will have to walk his way back to lane the old-fashioned way as well.
I mean, maybe he didn't expect the rebound because I believe Boxy had showed him both the bodyguard and the dispose, but still, that's a huge kill.
Yeah, the way that I was envisioning is you have to rebound to get into position to be able to try to pull something like that off, but
Because honestly, that is
just save it there.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Because not just did you die while TPing out, you gave Saberlight 2 fresh earn charges. He literally just got it before the kill. Stacking up the dots.
Yeah, rebound
Another
hits
earn.
in the tree, disposed to finish the job. Boxy owning right now. It's because he has the hood and the sunglasses.
As
33
always.
can probably learn a bit from Boxy here.
That's true, actually. Why doesn't he just do the Darth Vader?
Is that what that is?
I think so.
Okay, I like that.
That's what I like to call it.
The Darth Vader look.
Yeah, it's
Does
good.
sound pretty hype.
Yeah, it is hype. Let's see. As Satanic did make his way back into the top lane.
Saberlight level 4.
That's a big deal. And like I mentioned before, I like that he doesn't have a point in Poison Sting. It kind of just
holding
goes
on
back
to it
against
for now.
you.
Oh, you can use Gale to dispose. Will help him out. Saberlight's just getting destroyed. My goodness. Boxy, though, he's turned into the real carry of this
Yes,
lane.
Sticks.
He gets the kill onto Satanic. So I mean, Boxy's going to be happy about it. Saberlight's like, I guess you're the carry.
I mean,
I don't
Boxy is
know.
the. I mean, to be fair, I feel like kind of everyone is a winner. You know, Satanic, sure, he gets to respawn, he'll go back top. The only problem is that for him, this lane control is not great, and I feel like they kind of used this meta to deal with the 5-minute siege creep, which obviously with him dying so quickly, they did not.
Yeah, we're giving Satanic so
Oh,
much
we've got
praise
Mickey
early
here.
on. Oh, yeah, that's a really early rotation.
Oh,
Gale hits
nice
actually
block.
blocks him in as well. Mickey with the Storm Hammer. Rebound to follow. Satanic's game feels ruined.
It feels really bad. By the way, they did have a ward. Ducalis, you know, he had an idea that maybe that's going to be
Oh,
some.
this is big too. Glimpse onto no one. Not level 6 yet. He's dead. TP from 9 class. That's a support Doom.
Well, he's just leeching XP.
Yeah, he might be dying. Pulse Nova will continue from Nisha. Out of mana now, though.
Got the region rune running.
Insania. Another Thunder Strike applied as Boxy's going to apply a little bit of pressure on the other side as well. In 9 class, there's another glimpse.
There we go.
And that is a kill for Insania. And Ducalis is going to likely drop here if he's not careful. Under the tower will be fine.
This game's amazing. 7-1. Just good moves. Like, they catch no one before he gets level 6. That must have been quite close, because Nisha was just about there. Oh, yeah, you are running into a big trouble here on P-Vision. You're fully zoned out of your top lane.
Ducalis. They end up finding him. Rebound, glimpse, a little awkward. Saberlight gets the kill nonetheless.
All right, so you're losing your tier 1. You've been kicked out of bottom. You've been kind of kicked out of mid, which means P-Vision going to have to look to stabilize a bit and then look for a way to fight back, maybe with some Darkseer levels and Storm.
Oh my god, this is 7 minutes in the game. Satanic level 4 in the jungle. That is as bad as it gets.
And this doesn't happen a lot, because you need to get bodied really hard for this to be the case.
I feel like I've never seen Satanic get shut down this early, this fast. The question is, can he bounce back in the game? As no one glimpsed, does have the level 6. Will have to expend all his mana just to retreat.
Yeah, he'll be fine, but still annoying. So they did lose their tier 1 tower top. They are now losing their tier 1 tower mid. And how about the first active rune? No one would like to get his hands on it. I don't know if he'll be back in time.
One hero we haven't talked about is the Mirana pick. Can you just tell me why? Typically there is a setup stun for his 9 class, still level 4. Will get gone on and will die. Question is who will get the kill. Boxy is actually kind of blocking Mickey.
Oh, they're on Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha all alone in a 1 versus 3. This is a big kill for P-Vision. They successfully get what they came for. Rebound, though, does ensure that Mickey gets this last hit.
It's a good play from P-Vision to bring the Darkseer into the mid lane, because he's way stronger than the Doom, so Ninetales gets to recover. But to go back to the Mirana, I mean, you have Storm combo. Obviously, it's maybe not the easiest setup, but they're going to hit the zip, you know, into the pull arrow. But just overall, Moonlight Shadow, when it comes to Veno, as there might be more important things to talk about here, Shannon.
Satanic, Noxious Plague applied. He's not even level 6 anyway. Saberlight actually going to backtrack a bit. Insania here for moral support. 9 class.
Glimpse into
in the
wards.
area as well. Gets glimpsed back. Satanic dead again to Saberlight. Insania might trade his life for it, but well worth as long as Saberlight can get away. As Ducalis, you have to be a bit careful there.
Down bottom,
There's a rebound into just right clicks. Nisha with the kill onto DM. And now they're going to get a tier 1 tower on top of that. Liquid are owning right
And this
now.
is an absolute bloodbath. And I love how Liquid are moving like the heroes around the map. I've said it in other games, but the best teams will use only like the perfect amount of heroes to apply pressure. They use Saberlight and Insania in the enemy jungle. In the meantime, in the safe lane, you are not safe here if you're P-Vision. You're still getting dove under your tier 1 tower. But yeah, the Mirana, you're good in lane against the Veno. You're supposed to be, and you have the Moonlight Shadow around the mid game to get through the Veno wards. That's like the biggest idea.
Okay. My brain can't handle that. I like stun into arrow.
Okay,
An
arrow
electric
stun.
vortex is not, feels like you're pulling them in, so you could miss it.
No, come on. You can hit it. They're professional gamers. Debatable, I guess.
Well, considering what we've seen Ducalis eat recently, I'm not sure that that's the biggest strength.
Nutrition doesn't truly decide whether you're a pro player or not. Luckily.
That's true.
Luckily for them.
Yeah.
This is a sub 10-minute Blink Dagger on Nisha. And these are some of the best supports to be ahead in the game. Marcy, you want to move forward. You want to bring people in. You want to find the opponents. Same with Disruptor. Like, you couldn't ask for a better Disruptor game. You're up 5k gold at minute 10.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that for sure. No one forced out of the jungle. Rotation from Liquid. Getting some very valuable D wards. They can just take control of this whole area now, it feels like. And Ducalis is going to get glimpsed. And yeah, the glimpse has set up several kills now in this game. Insania pretty much all over the place. Shield Rune available for Nisha in that bottle.
Definitely will continue to set up more kills.
It is. Correct. 9 class going to smoke up. Nisha is going to pop it. 9 class finally level 6, so has the Doom at the disposal. They're going to get the glimpse onto 9 class. Can he get anything off? Absolutely not. Liquid were ready. And that just breaks everything up for P-Vision.
Yeah, that was even their own move to try and do something. Well, so when you're at this stage, if you're P-Vision, usually the best thing to do is that you push out the side lanes and you try to aggress one that is overplaying, which Saberlight, he's certainly playing into that one.
Yeah, this will be a very valuable kill for P-Vision.
Yep.
And they get it.
It's a good one. It's what they kind of need. Because sure, even if you're up a lot of gold, you cannot control every area of the map, which means P-Vision going to have to try and push out the side lanes and split up Liquid a little bit to fight back. We do hear Moonlight Shadow, so Ducalis and the gang are trying to invade on the active rune here.
No, Boxy's neutral plus Unleash sounds pretty
Super
disgusting.
Good. No, it's really incredible. It's like the best one with Spark of Courage that I would say you can get on the Marcy as Ducalis. Taking a little bit of damage.
And 9 class just itching to use his ultimate. He's going to be blocked. He's going to die again. My goodness, Liquid just on top of everything. Ducalis, the leap not successful, and the other one even more so not successful. Double kill for Nisha. P-Vision just falling apart at the seams.
This is a big old stomping. I like that Saberlight is tipping Ducalis. I would like to point out that in the most recent online tournament.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Ducalis altered it and said, chill, you will lose 3-2. Ended up losing 3-0.
Yeah, and then at the end of the game, just to, elaborate here.
Okay, you want to...
After losing, he wrote, still bot. So, very stubborn to the end.
It's kind of funny when you call the guy who beat you 3-0 bot. What are you?
That's true.
Anyway, we'll get back into the game. As Liquid, I don't know what else to say. They're absolutely dismantling them.
Radiant are scanning.
Satanic's game is just horrific. I can't remember the last time I've seen him in this type of a scenario. Still working on the Manta at the moment.
Certainly what P-Vision have to try and kind of fall back to is the fact that they have very good, ghost push. They have good setups to put the map in a state that they want. You have TB illusions, you have iron shells, you have mobile heroes to go around. You've got the Moonlight Shadow. Looks like Ducalis, he wants to protect his Wisdom Shrine. Did set up an Obscene Sentry on the high ground. But if Liquid bring their heroes, you're not fighting this one. You have to give it up.
And a glimpse into the Static Storm. DM stuck in there for now. Stormhammer, Mickey's going to pop the ult. There's the Gale. That is an easy kill onto DM. Ducalis as well on their list. 17-4. Another tip for Ducalis from the bot. Saberlight.
That's kind of funny. To be fair, Veno, is Veno, would you consider Veno a bot hero?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
no
makes
one.
sense. Gonna dodge that one, but we've got a haste rune on Nisha, so he doesn't really care. Nisha's got a blood grenade in his quick buy. I like that.
Yeah, very hype.
Keep it up.
I mean, if this was Aurora on Liquid side, I'd say there's a chance for people. They always have the opportunity to throw, but Liquid do feel like when they have a lead like this, they don't let it get away from them.
Well, the thing is, at this stage, they also have a lead very often. They play very fast. They know what to do with it. I like their itemization. You've got the double blink coming out on your Lesh and Sven. When the enemy team is down so much, you want to be able to go close the gap on the map. So you've got that on Mickey. You have a pipe queued up on Saberlight to like help you out with some of the future team fights. And you've got a Halberd on the Darkseer. It doesn't really change anything. Sure, you can throw it on Mickey for a couple seconds, and that's about it.
Yeah, and then once he gets BKB, you can just ignore it.
Yep. I mean, P-Vision, they need more time. The only thing that they really have in their arsenal is to push out the map and then look for a pickoff with Moonlight Shadow or a smoke. And, I mean, just throw the Doom on someone, get a kill, fall back, and go back to farming. Whereas Liquid, complete opposite. Go on anyone, anywhere, and kill them.
Now, Ducalis,
See ya.
He can't get away from Liquid. For calling them bots is now feeding relentlessly. That's all part of his master plan.
It will come back later. He's playing the long con channel. Come on. Oh, 9 class.
Attempting to TP will be fine.
He's queuing up the Blade Mail, which, yeah, maybe that's the most damage you can deal. It's the damage they're dealing to you. See, Mr. Boxy.
Do we know anything about the reason he wasn't a big fan of them?
These guys just tip each other. And
Is it
pubs.
just, yeah, it's just a pub thing then.
I feel like people also, for some reason, even years ago, hated on Saberlight, and maybe that just carried on. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
About the lore, we'll have to get Purge on the case, of course, to ask.
Yep. I mean, Saberlight would actually tell us if there was something.
Oh, he would tell us.
Like, and I feel like anybody else would just shut down the question entirely. So let's make sure we get Saberlight on.
He will double down on that
interview.
one.
Yeah, for sure.
But
I feel like the changes to Halberd, by the way, where you can now afford it really early.
Yeah.
It was picked up quite a bit early on.
It
And
was
now we're
really
not
good.
really seeing it as often.
Yeah, but also the thing was, so it built out of Vanguard, which made it really strong.
Yeah.
So they had to nerf Vanguard, then nerf Halberd in terms of both times the cost, and then they also made Halberd dispellable. So I feel like they put it in the right place.
So you want it to be garbage?
No, I think it's fine now.
You think it's fine? I mean, we've seen it once since we've started.
Not every. We don't need to see every item every game.
I'm not saying every game, but I think
it could receive a little nudge of a buff.
I feel like it could use a buff for sure. It's Mickey. We'll be using that ult to pressure the tier 2 as Satanic is dead. Goodbye, good sir. Arrow does hit from Ducalis.
9 class is here.
That's what he was planning all along. That one arrow. As 9 class spotted, Dust dead. Mickey with a double. Actually TPing, wants to pressure even more as no one is going to show himself despite being Moonlight shadowed. The zip away should be fine. Oh, that was actually pretty close.
Should be all right. He's got enough mana. We'll take a cleave to the face. I mean, they've got a ward on the left side, but he will wisely just fully retreat to the base. Whereas Boxy's chasing
Ducalis. Oh, dispose at just the right time from the bot, aka Boxy. I don't think they have any tips left for Ducalis.
Oh, they do. It's only Saberlight who threw out 2.
I see.
But then the question is also, do you feel like Ducalis called them all bots? Or maybe it's only to Saberlight?
That's a good question. I guess we can have
Also get
Purge
that.
as a follow-up question. Just keep adding onto this list for interviews from
That's good.
Purge, who will definitely be ignoring what we're saying.
Yeah, he's
anyway.
definitely listening.
Yeah, for sure.
And you've got very good wards when it comes to Liquid. They didn't clear a tier 2 yet. It definitely does help your progression like throughout the map. Because it means that you get to take over the enemy outpost so you can like go to the other side and still have access to TP over. I mean, I think what DM is doing is the correct thing, by the way. This might look sus, but it's the best place to farm. When you're far behind, the enemy team is going to be on your side, not on their own.
Yep, he's going right into Mickey in just a moment, though. As
he's
Ducalis
fine.
spotted again. Yeah, he has the surge, so Ducalis.
Well, Mickey is probably asking for a TP because he can cancel it for now.
And the wall will slow him down briefly, and the tree.
Oh.
TP! Stormhammer is there. They had glimpse as well. Anyway, DM does have surge.
Halberd, look at it.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's real juicy.
Cleave.
Has the blink, Mickey. Another kill to his name. 23-4 Liquid.
He has a BKB. Guys, come on.
Yeah, he's a bit farmed.
This is a 90-minute mom echo save for BKB Sven.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. classic 670
It
GPM at
feels
19
like
minutes.
the bots have they've increased the difficulty level to hardcore.
They're playing.
To call us, I think you need to put them on easy mode if you want to try to win.
Now these are ultra level bots, I think.
Yeah, pretty crazy. BKB now for Nisha as well.
You can't really kill them. Like P-Vision, what they need to look for is to strike in a way where Liquid are not together. Drop the Doom, jump in, die on Doom.
Yep, he will be dying.
To be fair, he has high levels Devour with the facet where he has 2 charges, so maybe 9class can gear up for the late game.
Yep, just gotta eat those creeps. Satanic.
It's got Manta.
On the Tormy. They're actually gonna go for this. Okay.
Yeah, of course. That would be pretty good.
Call us. That's the second arrow of the game. This time on the stationary target.
We'll hit it.
They're getting pretty low.
They have stick on TV.
Okay.
Yep, we're good.
9class with the shard, so healing up with Scorched Earth, not the greatest.
Not really, because he...
Satanic, Sunder, he does get it onto Nisha. The BKB is popped. No one completely out of mana now as he zips to the north. Ducalis, or Insania actually drops here, but no one found eventually by Nisha. As 3 dead for P-Vision.
Yep. At least they did get the Torm, so like to take it away from Liquid, but the Doom Shard at least useless kind of for now. That was Nisha's BKB
it's a pretty underwhelming shard in general, regardless of role.
The only, like, Liquid are up 10k and they have full control of this game, but I will say that P-Vision are getting some things that will help them with the state of the map. You have the shard on TB, you have Mant on him as well, and higher levels on the illusions. So in order for them, it's still the same. P-Vision need to try and slow down the map and the game as much as possible, get that ghost push going.
The lead hasn't really grown too much.
That is true.
It's been 10k first, kind of halted a bit. Silver linings right now.
They've figured out how the bots play.
Yeah, that's right. That's important. I mean, OpenAI did it, so why not? Ducalis and company.
Manta dodge.
Okay.
Very impressive.
Oh, you dodged the Stormhammer?
Yeah.
Okay.
You wouldn't do that.
No, definitely not. That is way too difficult. Hardcore mode for the bots. Still enabled, it seems. Okay, Harpoon on the way. So has that extra catch.
I like that Boxy's here. Like you cannot give any space to P-Vision on the side. As we can see, all the tier 1s are very healthy. Any of these tier 1s dying would give a lot of space to them. And at the same time, Liquid should be looking to migrate like more towards the enemy triangle. Saberlight, he's pinging it. They did take the top tier 2. It's going to allow them to take the outpost. And it's going to be even harder for P-Vision to play around the map.
Oh.
That class.
Yep, he got the Devour off, though. That's important.
That's very nice.
That's more important than the death, at this stage of the game, at least.
Well, he's got the Blade Mail now, just in time for Nisha's BKB.
Yep, perfect. Don't think we've seen Doom cast, correct?
We have not.
It's been...
He tried earlier on Nisha, but he just walked away from him because he's way faster.
And the animation is a bit long. Got to move those arms up.
Yep. Do have a couple of good wards from Liquid. I do like this one in the top lane that will see people from P-Vision walk out. Wouldn't be surprised if they start putting one out somewhere in like the bottom side, like either in the enemy where the Radiant Shrine is or in their own jungle even, because DM, I mean, he's back to basics.
Feels like he's been here for quite a while.
Yep, can't blame him.
And believe it or not, this is the first Roche attempt of the game. Don't exactly have the best lineup for it.
Very nice view.
That Venos set is awesome, by the way.
I agree.
That is sick.
People hate on Venom way too much.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No, they do. Everyone hates Venomancer.
Yeah, of course.
I don't.
No, you're not a normal human being.
I appreciate it.
Definitely not a
You
compliment.
definitely are.
Have a similar...
I'm going to stop you there.
Yeah, probably shouldn't go any further.
Yeah. Well, so they've got Aegis available on Nisha. Does make sense. Not the best on Sven. I mean, Boxy's even buying a Crimson Guard. I like it. Like, when you're up this far, you kind of want to itemize in a way where the enemy just has no way of coming back. I think them combining the Crimson with the pipe later just means the one thing that P-Vision are like kind of gearing up for, that you can fight into it.
Moonlight Shadow from P-Vision.
Well, he's got Aegis and Shield Rune.
Yeah.
Do we want to touch him? I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it. Trying to find a different target, but now majority of Liquid have amalgamated in the mid lane.
Saberlight is pinging the bottom tier 3 tower. That is what he wants.
Feels like another situation where the push in terms of tower, not great outside of Sven ult. But with this kind of a lead, maybe not even needed. He's going to jump right in. Satanic is dead right away. Has buyback. As the BKB now runs out for Mickey. This is going to be a land. They just called GG. My goodness. This was a shellacking and a half.
That was a
very demoralizing for P-Vision.
I mean, that was ultra ownage for sure. I would say it is not the hardest one to kind of reset from, even if it looks like really like badly in terms of what happened.
Yeah.
I think you can chalk it up to like some early stuff that happened in the lanes. You gave up what, like the easiest first blood bottom. Then in the lane that you should do well in the top lane, you died while TPing out in like kind of very silly fashion, not gonna lie. And then Liquid, they just played incredibly well. They had perfect movements around, but they also had the perfect heroes to play from that situation. So P-Vision, time to reset.
Yeah, I think Boxy getting off to such a good start as the position 4 in the top lane. He ends up 7-0-9, sets up some kills that I feel like maybe could have been avoided for P-Vision, but Satanic, I mean, when's the last time you've seen a 0-6 scoreline for him?
When's the last time you've seen them GG out at, I don't even know how long that lasted, 20 minutes?
Yeah, I feel like some teams, you know,
25.
You can't let it linger. You know, you just call a spade,
and
game was over. You guys got dumpstered real hard. There's a second game to play, though. And if Liquid take it, yeah, that's true. I mean, when you lose to bots, that is as demoralizing as it gets, if we're being honest here. But you can always set the setting to the difficulty setting that is to easy.
To lower, absolutely.
See if they can do a little bit better this time. But, I mean, I feel like this is a team that P-Vision have been incredibly good all year long. They can certainly come back. Isn't that right, Nat?
I really hope so. Because this team, when they are turned on, they are an absolute joy to get to watch. But something about that game, about this series, not really sure what was happening. Luckily, I do have Lacoste and Effie, though, to join me and tell me exactly what happened here. Because Team Liquid, I mean, the end score, like 29-5. This was the Liquid show through and through for game 1.
All right, there's something going on between these two teams, and it's not fun for P-Vision. We have seen them struggle in the Fisher Online tournament. Team Liquid beating them in the upper bracket finals, then beating them in the grand finals 3-0. So kind of a rough one for them. I feel like they don't have the answers for what Liquid is bringing. This Venomancer as a response immediately for this Doom, so they're kind of forced to flex it on a position 4. Sure, it works okay with Darkshire. This is pretty much the only lane that they did well in, but this also allows the other lanes to snowball out of control, allowing this Venomancer and Marcy, Boxy pretty much being the real carry of this team, you know, because he's getting all the kills. Sure, you're sacrificing Saberlight. He's bing-bonging pretty hard, but he's also dying. And then you have this Marcy, level 6, who's kind of popping off relatively early on, where you really don't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, that was just devastation. The laning stage went so well for Liquid, and Liquid, when they're good, they play so fast. But in order to play as fast as they do, they need to kind of shut down certain lanes, and that's the highlights that we want to show you if we can pull them up here. I think that they did such a good job at shutting down Satanic.
I mean, coming into this game, when we'd seen the drafts completed, you guys were like, okay, it's Liquid definitely have kind of outdrafted here, similar things that we saw in the previous. But for you, Effie, specifically, you were like, if it goes later, the big ones to look at are going to be the Terrorblade and the Storm Spirit, right? They're the ones that if it goes late, they're going to be the really big key factors. And it was very clear that Liquid were able to distinguish that as well.
Yeah, and if we've got the highlights ready, we would love to look at the laning stage, especially for Satanic. So basically, this Veno was a first pick, and this is a response to Doom. They end up picking a Terrorblade on 18 here, but this is a very uncharacteristic mistake by him because he gets disposed on this camp, gets scaled, and then TPs to the tower. But he just gets rebounded. He gets TP canceled, and while he's dead, he's smoking, walking back to the lane because he has no TP. Ducalis on his Mirana gets caught and dies there. When they finally are able to reset and bring both heroes back to the lane, at this point, Boxy is very strong on this Marcy. And they do kill Saberlight here, but Boxy is able to take down TB. And if you're trading a TB, kill for your Venomancer kill, you're happy to take that every time because TB is the win condition. And again, at that minute 5:55, Mickey decides to get involved, comes through the gate, they bring 4 heroes, they kill Satanic. It's just completely destructive.
The only time TB could like stand for himself was when he had meta up, you know? And it is like Liquid jumping in there, TV is meta, okay, he gets one, he dies. And meta is a really long cooldown at level 1, so they're able to just take advantage of this time and time and time again, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, this game is just very difficult. This Venomancer completely destroyed you. Coming into the second game, they might need to address this problem because there are certain, like, they can play it from position 5, they can play it from the off lane, but they also need to figure out, like, how they're going to be matching this Team Liquid's aggression early on, because it's too much for them. Like, they need to be able to punch back.
All right, well, I'm going to give you guys some time to maybe think about ideas or what P-Vision can do to get back into it. They're going to take their time as well. We're going to go to a break. We'll come back. Our last game of the night. Let's see if P-Vision are going to be able to bring it back for themselves. It's our final game of our day number 2 here at the Esports World Cup, Liquid P-Vision. It's a tough one already if you're a P-Vision fan, all right? I think it's the easiest way to say it. It didn't look good. They couldn't bide any time for themselves here. It was constant aggression from Liquid. And before we do get into that game number 2 of what potentially could happen, I just want to reflect a little bit on game number 1. P-Vision, you go and get to reset. How do you talk about this game in a constructive manner?
Scratch it. I don't
You
think
don't. There is no talking.
Yeah, I mean, you have preparations. You have stuff that you have prepared for what you're going to do in the game. You kind of lost it. It snowballed out of control too heavily. And I mean, this is Ostini we're talking about. This guy can cook up some really nice drafts. So I want to see what he's going to be able to do. But seems like this is a bit of a rough matchup for them. Like losing 6 out of 6 games recently, it's not a good sign.
Do you think there's a mental barrier now?
It might be.
I would hope not, because P-Vision have had such a good year, and it's not like they've never beat Liquid before. It's just that they lost these grand finals to them, you know, did a little bit of trash talking as well, lost in spite of that. Then they come into this tournament, they want their revenge, they get it so early on, and they get absolutely crushed in that game 1. It could be that maybe they've identified a drafting error in this break. That's why you guys can't see, but they're not behind us right now. They're a little bit later.
You can see Liquid. They're
Liquid.
chilling.
They're chilling. They're in the chat. Yeah, on the other side, though,
P-Vision, they're not here.
They're kind of maximizing. Yeah, okay. If I take a step, they're still not in their chairs right now. So they're maximizing their break time for a conversation.
Yeah, I think what they have to talk about actually is the draft, because something really went wrong there. And also, like Lacoste said, you might have to just scratch that game, because where do you even begin to identify what wrong? If you've lost every single lane and there's no counterplay, then it can't really be a constructive conversation. So don't talk about the gameplay, just talk about what kind of heroes you are looking at going into this game too.
Okay, well then that's the great question that I get to ask you guys. What heroes should they be looking at? How do they match that pace? How do they match that aggression of Liquid and try and ensure that even if one lane goes wrong, you're still able to salvage something for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, when they're most successful, they have been playing, I would say, dishonest Dota. This has been the term used to describe P-Vision and their playstyle, where they are either dodging the ganks, they are playing these vision heroes where they're using... That's not me. What
you winked at the camera and it wasn't on you.
Where they're using, you know, these Slarks, these vision heroes, just to provide like ways to play Dota. Like that's why Dota is such a beautiful game, because you can play it in different ways, and you can have like different things that you think are OP, and you can make them work. This is how they became like a top team, but I'm not seeing that in some of these drafts recently. Like there aren't some of these like OP heroes that are gonna exploit. Maybe we saw Doom yesterday, but I also want to see, you know, maybe something a little bit more explosive that is gonna be coming out from that off lane. Ogre yesterday looked good. It's not like the most cool hero to watch. It's not the most fun hero because he's building into Aura's Hand of Midas. It's not anything flashy, but they might also need to cook something different. Like, where's this Pudge? I want to see this hero, because 9 class, he had some insanely good performances on him.
Yeah, I think the Ogre was a very interesting concept yesterday, especially because they paired it with 9 class's Dark Willow, and that lane made it so that there was always an entry point into the game, because either the offlaner had really good farm or the support was really strong. And I think that's important, because for me, when I look at game 1, let's be honest, okay? Let's be honest here. These support picks, not good.
Yeah, Mirana, trash.
Mirana 5 and 4 Doom. Like, who is the hero that's going to be fighting with your Storm early on, that's going to allow for you to make a comeback from a potentially difficult laning stage? You saw that Venomancer. You knew some heroes would struggle. You knew you'd eventually have to make plays of your own. What does a Mirana 5 do without any setup? The Doom flex, if you're going to flex this to 4, and it still felt solved from that very first phase, maybe just go a bit more traditional, right? Do some conventional supports, like 9 class has been owning on Dark Willow. Ducalis has Chens and other pocket picks that they can play around that will very much simplify their gameplay if they lose their lanes.
Admittedly, the Dark Willow was banned out. I know that just happened to be the one that you threw out there, but I was thinking it too. Boxy is very synonymous with Dark Willow. This man's showing it time and time again. P-Vision themselves picked it up yesterday, the Dark Willow. So I was expecting it to be contested, but not to the point where it's a ban. It's more like we just want to try and get our hands on it first.
Yeah, I mean, on top of the Dark Willow, if it gets banned out, there's Tusk that you can play that will playmake and strengthen lanes, right? There's Shaman that you can pick that will playmake and strengthen lanes, and our heroes that 9 class is very good at. So I want to see stronger support picks, because these support picks were not it.
Yeah, that's a strong one. Not even being sarcastic right now, one of the few times, but this is a really strong position for. Like in the right hands, this hero can really break the game. During Dream League, like when he first picked it, it looked like it was a meme, but he did so many good things. And I also want to see, like, no one didn't really have an explosive game. He was kind of silent throughout the whole game. That didn't really have a hero to play with. He ended the game with 2-2-1, which is not the score that you see no one usually at, but also
better than the rest, though.
better than the rest. Yeah, better than 1-3-0 on Darkseer. He like a lot of things did go wrong in that first game. I'm not really surprised that they did GG out 25 minutes in, but also this Mirana, it seems like it doesn't work. Like maybe we're gonna be seeing Falcons pick up this hero because they do love to run it. Snaking loves to play the hero. But other than that, it felt pretty miserable to play Mirana into Disruptor. We saw multiple times her using double leap to try to get out of the trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Comes back, and now you're dead, first of all. Then you respawn without any leaps. You don't really have a hero that you can play with. So kind of a really, really hard game for P-Vision, and I want to see something completely different in the second game.
I'm going to go ahead and call myself a hater of Murata, at least in drafts like that. Like,
dang, that's pretty.
Yeah, because I love the hero. I just think in drafts like that, if you don't enable it, it does nothing for you. Really. Okay, so yesterday we saw Extreme Gaming play Mirana, and they did it with a 4 Tiny and an offlane Kunkka. And that lane wasn't very strong, but when they brought the Mirana with those 2 heroes, they were able to kill anybody that showed on the map.
Right.
And they made it so that this hero is a kill threat, but she didn't secure a lane, and she wasn't able to kill anybody, and they weren't even able to use Moonlight Shadow. So P-Vision were in a position where they could have picked Kunkka and overall 18th, but they picked Terrorblade instead. And I think what they should have prioritized was that Kunkka, because in that last phase, it got banned out.
Right. I like it. You guys have given it a lot of food for thought. The ultimate thing is to see how it's put into practice for both of these teams at game number 2 draft. Any real differences? Of course, the Doom not going to be let through this time. P-Vision picked it up, but they clearly have high priority in it, because if they're not going to be able to first pick it for themselves, it needs to be banned.
Where's the Dawnbreaker? This hero hasn't been contested in the previous game. Both of the teams, they do love to run it, but since you don't have the first pick, you need to remove some of these more OP heroes, removing Naga Siren, removing Undying as well, being like a hero that Liquid loves to run from the offlane. We saw in the previous series how good it can be. Toronto Tokyo, self-proclaimed best e-gamer of the Undying. Saberlight probably has something to say about that one.
He's going to prove himself then. He's going to pick it up and he's going to prove himself.
It's banned.
Okay, Batrider is given away. Okay, into the puck trade. So TA goes ignored, but that is fair. When you leave Darkseer in the pool versus the second pick team, they'll most likely just counter with Darkseer. They instead go for Batrider, which is a hero that's going to give them strong laning, reliable lockdown, but also it's something that is highly contested.
Yeah, and this also says you're not going to be playing Batrider from the mid lane, because we have Puck, and this matchup doesn't allow you to kill Puck pretty much anytime unless you make some huge mistakes. So most likely this is going to be Boxy's hero. This hero's been highly contested, 97% contest rate, picked 4 times, did win all 4 games. So definitely stats on side of Liquid when it comes down to the Batrider. And Boxy, he's the guy that stacks a lot. This is one of his best, if not the best hero, because he plays it so well, always in the triangle, making something happen, really strong laner as well. This could also be Insania's hero if necessary, but most likely it's just going to be for Boxy.
Yeah, I do want to see it paired with reliable lockdown, either from the other support or from the mid lane, because while Lasso is a great tool, it's not a short cooldown, and you need a way to catch this Puck that's been picked so early. So typically versus Puck, we see things like Tiny,
Bane, Shaman,
DK, Kunkka.
I was thinking about the supports.
Oh, and if 4 supports,
Yeah.
Bane and Shaman, as we mentioned.
Even Muerta can work, but you also need some kind of a setup. Then you also need to play 5 Muerta or 5 Batrider. But I would love to see a bit more reliable lockdown. So probably Shadow Shaman. Bane is also fine. I would prefer maybe Bane in this current meta, even though Shaman is insanely good hero. We're seeing some really nice performances from Bane. I think everybody is kind of getting into this groove, and P-Vision will take Venomancer for themselves.
I generally thought they were contemplating which support they kind of wanted to ban out on the side of P-Vision, and then, you know, you ban one of them, you pick up the other one for yourself, but it's completely different. Right now, they've banned 2 of the heroes that they picked up for themselves in game 1 just to go for a Venom.
I think
an effective Venom, though.
Yeah. So I think this is for two reasons. Like, one is they just lost to it and they have a Veno specialist. DM loves his Venomancer. Like, he is the offlane Veno guy. They also were the team to innovate like the 9-class jungle Veno
Yep.
that everybody did. But if you look at Veno versus Batrider, this hero really like neuters his lane strength because Batrider needs to get on with Firefly and like move on top of heroes. If he's slowed by Gale, he can't have that early game impact that Batrider is famous for.
I'd love to see some pipe buyer from the offlane. Like in the previous game, they did have pipe on Venomancer, seeing that there's a lot of magic damage from the mid lane, from the offlane as well. They had double Glimmer Cape as well on the 2 supports. So I think it's the easy way to itemize on side of Liquid. The Darkseer, unfortunately for them, has been banned out, but there are multiple of those that can build into the pipe. For now, it's just going to be Void Spirit, which is a good matchup against Puck in the lane, but it also depends how good of a timing you're going to be having on that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, the early Ags on Voice Spirit is super destructive against Puck. The thing is, if your lane messes up in a small way and he just gets coil and you get coiled plus a support rotation, you'll die. So it is back and forth in that sense, but I do give Void Spirit an edge in this matchup.
Team Liquid used it yesterday as a response to Puck when they were playing against Shopify. They did overall pick Void Spirit on 24. But seeing the matchup, knowing that this can't really be flexed, it can, but it's not the most reliable.
I mean, anything can be flexed,
but you can also lose the
good?
game in 15 or 20 minutes if you flex too much, as we've seen in the previous game.
Yeah, some good things to think about. Oh, you're bringing out some of the Warlock stats as well, of course. Just how much you enjoy seeing him in the lane, the sort of build-up that he can give to a lane in your carry player.
Yeah, this hero is insane, especially when he's paired up with Doom. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing this combo in this game, but currently Warlock's sitting at 50% win rate, which is nothing too bad. I think this hero also is very good at counter-initiating from some of the heroes that are very popular in meta right now, especially Dawnbreaker, because you see Dawnbreaker coming in, you throw a rock, you know that they're going to be taking the team fight, Fatal Bonds on top of them. But I also like this Abaddon as a response. Like, it's good against Batrider, good against Warlock, great against Void Spirit, provides you with pretty much save against everything that Team Liquid does have, and makes Puck's life a lot easier.
I think just being able to dispel the lasso is huge, because Batrider, Warlock, and Void Spirit, that's not really clean lockdown. And I was thinking that maybe P-Vision want to pick a hero that keeps the flex open between 5 and 1, and Abaddon does that. I know we don't see a lot of Abaddon 5, but if they see potential for a last pick Morphling, because there's still no stuns on Liquid or not enough stuns, that needs to be considered. Even if Abaddon is better as a core, if it's a free Morphling game, like, you have to run away with it too. And TA gets picked up on 18.
Yeah, for so many other games and series that we've seen, it's a first base ban. Last game went completely untouched. No one banned it. No one picked it up for themselves. This time around, Liquid really valuing it. They go, okay, we can set up. There isn't as much potential for a TA counter with only one pick left for them.
Yeah, Venomancer in theory is good against TA. You have good laning partner with Warlock, so you're going to be pushing out the wave. That's going to be quite a lot of harassment relatively early on, provides you with the heal that you definitely do need if this is going to be the offlane Venomancer. But also, you have extra bit of silence against Puck. You have the trap with the Void Spirit, 2 charges on Aghanim Scepter. Decent amount, but no real stuns on Liquid other than Rock, which is on a very, very long cooldown.
Yeah, like I mentioned, heroes that really exploit this are things like Morphling. You can double down on it, but you can also just comfortably run Abaddon carry, because this Radiance is going to counter a lot of TA's damage if he does go for it. And like Lacoste mentioned, Veno is a good hero versus TA, so they're not in a position where TA is going to snowball out of control.
Yep. I might be okay if they pick up something like Night Stalker, if they want to have another layer of silence, something that can cause a lot of issues for Venomancer, Dark Willow. They also have really limited catch. You have Coil. He's speedy enough to dodge pretty much a lot of these things from Venomancer or Dark Willow. This is also a very good ban. They did run it yesterday against Shopify. Saberlight looked really good. I think this is a hero that a lot of teams will need to be careful about when they pick or when they're trying to get some of these early picks for their supports like Bane, Warlock. You can't really defend yourself against Lycan, and it puts you on a timing. Like, you lose one fight, like even heroes like Warlock, who has such a long cooldown that you misuse your ability and suddenly Lycan's running at you, you're pretty much playing 4v5.
And you can also go the other route. A hero that got banned last game that's still in the pool is Axe. I know it's playing against things like Venomancer and Bramblemaze, but it can give you that low cooldown catch that your team is lacking right now if you're Liquid.
And also an aura builder, that was something you mentioned even a couple of heroes ago that you wanted to see on their lineup.
They could also Centaur. I think this could
that's
also be
another
good.
one.
Like, it's not the greatest against Puck, but you are tanky enough because if this is going to be ABBA with Radiance, most of their damage is magical. You can easily disengage against Venomancer. You have like a lot of survivability, and you have protection for your own supports. But this is also good. I think this is also fine because we've seen Mars players also going for the other facet, the Victory Feast facet. With Templar Assassin, you do have good amount of damage as well. Terrorize is really good, even if he goes for the Bloodsport facet, because you don't necessarily need to see. It's going to cover pretty much the whole arena pre-BKB, so you have that covered.
What is the blood? Not the Bloodsport one.
The Victory Feast facet is the one that you get damage and you get max HP healing for 20 seconds, whoever is inside of the arena. And with TA, with Void Spirit Warlock, like it is a lot of heal. It is a lot of survivability, especially against hero like a Venomancer where you're taking damage over time. Suddenly the heal burst could make the fight turn around.
You know, I'm still a little bit cautious about the Abaddon just being flexed to support, and then you get a gotcha pick by Satanic. And that's definitely got to be a way that P-Vision think about this. Because is Abaddon carry enough to really punish this Mars that you see? Mars feels like very vulnerable right now.
That's a really good question. What else could fit that? What's the gotcha pick? The dishonest Dota, if you will, there.
And it's not necessarily dishonest, but you can pick things like Ursa that can win the lane, or you can pick something like Morphling that takes advantage of minimal lockdown. But again, it could be hard because maybe they don't feel like they get an oomph or enough of an oomph. I mean, that's a carry take for sure. Like, I don't think Mars is the type of hero that builds good items versus PL. Like, it's not really that Radiance Shiva's guy.
No.
So it is. Like,
It's a good PL game.
I think you really did have to be cautious. Well, it actually was the Venomancer flex to 5 and the Baden flex to 3, but there was a gotcha pick they were cooking. It's really interesting. I think it's a great matchup versus TA, and usually this hero looks bad if the enemy team can build items against it. And
Yeah.
that's not the case right now.
I saw this exact matchup during Wallachia, and it wasn't really a fun one for Templar Assassin. Sure, you can try to itemize against PL, go for Mjolnir as your way to deal with the Phantom Lancer, but at one point, this PL, unless they get ran over, this PL gets like 3-4 items. He's the king of the game.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I am a little bit worried of that, right? We said the same thing, that there are some good late game, there's great scaling for P-Vision, but how are they going to handle this? Have they drafted a little bit better FE to have a stronger early game, to have stronger lanes, to enable more rotations?
They definitely have, because last game their supports were so bad. Like, both supports in both side lane couldn't do anything for their team, whereas you have Willow on one lane and Veno on another, and these are lane secure type of supports. So long as Liquid isn't ending the game by minute 20 and PL hasn't died 3 times so that a TP and has to walk back to lane, we're going to see a different kind of game here.
Yeah, I think Sir Lancelot has this one in the bag.
All right, I look forward to it. Great analysis from you guys. We got 2 more people that we get to hear from for our Liquid P-Vision series. That's Kezu and Sunspan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Satanic is playing Phantom Lancer. That is going to be the main hero that we talk about, as Lacoste is having a lot of issues with the wires here. Off camera, of course.
Trying to unplug your
You're
headset.
doing great, Lacoste. Don't worry about it. He wants to join us as a TriCast member. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Well, talk to me about PL. I personally haven't gotten to cast this hero in a really, really long time, so catch me up to speed.
2 things. First of all, the hero is on the come up, as in, it's gaining traction in pubs. It has like a new axe. They buffed it 2, 3, 4 times consecutively. I have seen the hero look good, but more often than not, this hero has looked like very poorly, very bad.
Took you a while to think of that.
Yeah, sometimes English is hard. Sorry, there's some things that popped up on the screen. I got
no
sidetracked.
big deal. I mean, looking at no one, I get sidetracked as well.
It happens.
Beautiful man. Love him. Love his gameplay. So happy that he's found success again.
I mean, when you look at like some of the matchups, PL is one of the best when it comes to being against TA. At least it used to be. Of course, you can itemize, with your Mjolnir and stuff like that. I mean, P-Vision they didn't have a draft issue in the last game, as we have a little bit of a first blood
Bramble's
action.
already activating on top of Boxy. He's going to die. First blood for no one. That is the last person that you want to give first blood to. The mid matchup versus the Void Spirit.
It's absolutely a good start for them. I mean, I will say, is it a good PL game in theory? Yes, but Liquid will always play fast. They do have options. Like PL, obviously, he needs a lot of time to get online. You know, it's not like he's just going to, you know, get to 30 minutes and then you auto-win. Obviously not. So if you're behind, Liquid can build items. They have other stuff to deal with you. Like, Mars isn't great, but if he's ahead and he just gets to hunt you down and hold his arena, so like to lock you in place, you're still in trouble.
And the facet that he took, the Lancelot, is that the standard?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah, it's absolutely standard. Okay. It's like really strong right now, especially, you know, with the new axe that people are going to go. As Boxy just pops the Firefly with a blood grenade.
Amnesia does win the right-click battle for the bounty rune.
What a great fight.
Burning down to Boxy. This will be really embarrassing for Ducalis to die to a bot again.
Boxy.
He's going to be close to the tier 1 tower. Does Boxy commit? He does do a lot of damage, but will end up not getting the kill here.
Well, it is still a lot of pressure, so Ducalis is going to have to walk his way back to base. Well, Liquid did get to offset the first blood a little bit with more bounty runes in their hands.
But how does this matchup go? The Puck versus Void Spirit.
I mean, this is Void Spirit favored, but with no one having the first blood, should be able to maybe get close to a 50-50, maybe even win it. It is a skilled matchup, but Void Spirit is supposed to win.
Now, Satanic, after that last game, definitely looking to have a better performance for him. I feel like, I mean, I would say terribly. It's not really here that you see feed early on anyway, generally, but
you don't. No, like last game, you can maybe chalk it up a little bit to the draft, but it was mainly gameplay to me.
Boxy making his way over as the Firefly, focusing on Ducalis for now. Satanic with a Spirit Lance enough to force Boxy back for the time being. So how does this, how does the PL laning stage go these days?
It's fine. Like, it's nothing like crazy or super strong. It also relies a lot on like your support. And I mean, he has Veno 5 against Bad, which is generally seen as like a little bit of a counter to the Bad. So Satanic should be fine. There's not going to be any shenanigans like what we saw last game, because that was an absolute nightmare.
And of course, Saberlight, as the panel talked about, playing Mars. Haven't gotten to see this hero in a hot minute as well. Definitely one of his better heroes, I would say.
I mean, the hero's like still very good. You do need a... It's one of... I wouldn't say you need a specialist, but if you're very good on the hero, it makes a huge difference compared to just being good. And I would say it's a pretty good Mars game. TA just wants people to be locked down. You have a lot of heroes that will help you out when you do jump in, as in like Warlock loves being with Mars.
Well, interesting place to have a wave connect. Satanic will still be getting a lot of last hits, though.
Yeah, both of the offeners just fully free farming in this lane. Early on, at least, I don't expect too much to happen here. There's going to be some back and forth, but maybe when you get like some higher levels in the Sphere or in the Firefly, Liquid can look to do something. But I'm absolutely looking for P-Vision to just have a normal game. Like, we know how good these guys are and how they can perform. In the last game, they just didn't get to show any of it.
Boxy still trying to be an annoying pest. We'll have to back away with the low HP. Nisha, 11-2 right now. No one, 13-4. Relatively even in this mid lane. And for Mickey, playing the TA as the carry. How's the matchup for him this game? You talked about PL being good against the TA matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just like TA generally doesn't like long, dragged-out fights, right? Which is exactly what PL plays for, like once the mid-game hits. But Mickey's lane should be absolutely free as he gets Caster Curse.
Pops a refraction. Trying to run away as the Shadow Realm is going to find him.
Blood grenade.
Not quite enough to get the kill, so you were correct in the end. Shadow Word applied. Is Boxy and Saberlight trying to focus on something else here. Boxy ticking pretty low, but Ducalis and company not wanting to pursue. As eventually Boxy does deny himself to the neutrals.
So he'll come back later. Ducalis gets to kill a courier. Making a lot of pressure again, but he is healed up. I mean, to be fair, any carry laning with Warlock, you're supposed to be fine. He can either push the lane for you with Fatal Bonds and then he goes to pull, or he just heals you up. So overall, I expect Mika to have free farm. And he should be fine. Kind of same with DM. I think Paravision, P-Vision are slightly supposed to lose this lane.
And your thoughts on the Abaddon as a position 3?
They talked about it on the panel. It's a very good Abaddon game. You're good against the bat, of course. You can like kind of combo break the lasso, right? You're also good against Warlock. As we've got a lot of pressure.
Flame break applied. He's going to burn to a crisp here, although Saberlight can't find the distance.
It's good pressure, but not quite enough as Boxy wants to pull some more creeps. I mean, at least for now, Satanic is getting away with quite a lot, right? In this early game, 21-7 on the CS.
Yeah. Pretty close for Mickey as well, though. So ends up being a wash in terms of the 1-to-1 matchup. There's no one. Will be the one with the curveball this time.
Well, we'll certainly keep our eyes on Satanic's net worth.
I don't even remember what the other facet is for Puck. It's Waning Rift related, right?
Jostling Rift or something. It's where your Waning Rift either pushes or pulls people in.
That's right. That was the only one taken for a very long time. Illusory Orb onto Nisha.
Got the stick.
The wand, though. In terms of the XP, I mean, if no one can hit level 6 beforehand, this coil could be the death of Nisha.
I mean, they do also have like good combos for later, right? You don't just have the coil, you also have the Terrorize to back it up later. Very nice combo. Can always force them to break the coil, of course. So 6-minute rune, both of them should be getting level 6 by then.
And no one hits 6 now. He uses the coil, immediately broken by Nisha. Illusory Orb is there, not enough for the kill though. Resonant Pulse to make sure that last auto attack isn't going to do much. Supports come a little bit late, but no one take heavy damage from the tower. Has to pop the Fairy Fire to survive. And this means the cores are going to be alone in lane for the most part.
Well, it is good pressure at least. It does force Nisha back to base. It also means he will have to TP out. So if P-Vision want to look for a move in the side lanes later, most likely Nisha's TP will be on cooldown. Well, they've got a lot of stacks, but Mr. Ducalis did already scout them out.
Gets flame broken, but Nisha with a double Astral just to find the connection. So Ducalis will drop. As DM still left alone in this bot lane, but as an Abaddon, generally will be safe. Not close to level 6 at the moment. Bramble.
It's good pressure, but that's about all it should be. I mean, it is like Warlock is very good at securing the lane, but he's also not good at his weakness is, you know, he doesn't pressure a guy being alone.
Yeah. No, Gale actually does hit.
Clips Boxy.
Boxy getting pretty low. Rebuke's going to help his cause. Satanic slowed, but gets the last right click needed onto Boxy.
I thought Saberlight would maybe try for the deny there, but Satanic did get to squeeze in the last hit there. 9 classes over here too. They want to go for the Wisdom Shrine. And they brought backup. So nice move from P-Vision. And that's where small things like this stack up. They got both the Wisdom Shrines. Like in the mid lane, you force Nisha back to base. He has to TP to mid. Now he has no scroll for this. Double Wisdom Shrine.
We'll see if P-Vision can take advantage of this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think Cinder and I typically talk about this, or he does ad nauseum.
Which one?
That thought. Nisha. He's going to get coiled. He's dead. He's just dead. He's going to pop the Resonant Pulse, though. Gets the 8th Remnant on top, 9 class.
He ain't dead.
He ain't dead. As we knew immediately.
You just have to fake hype it up a bit. Boxy.
True. Boxy onto the tier 1. Could be denied is by Nisha. Nicely done. Will Astral away as well. So P-Vision not getting exactly what they wanted.
But they're still stealing a lot of the creeps here, so this does hurt. I like how they're moving their heroes. Like just simply abusing the fact, like, why are you picking your heroes? You pick Abba into Warlock, you're good in the lane, you can't be left alone. This frees up 9 class to go over here and take over the triangle. Super nice.
Do you think the Wisdom Shrine is too strong?
Like in terms of what it does, like the implications of the next minutes?
Yeah, like if you get both, right, like we just saw, is that too much of an advantage currently? Are you fine with it?
Maybe it's a little too much, but you have to work hard for it. Like it comes from good sequence of plays. I feel like it's fine.
I do too. Somebody else would disagree with you.
I see.
He's not here to
This name we shall not mention.
No, absolutely not. He should not be named.
No, I kind of like the Wisdom Shrines. I think we've gone through like a lot of iterations of like XP this, XP that, or like picking up a Wisdom Rune. I think the Shrine and like you having to channel it in a way, like being there, I'm a fan of it. So let's see about Liquid. Because the strength with a top net worth TA at this point is that it's very easy to leave this hero alone too. You've got the Refraction, you have a lot of traps to play around, which Mr. Insania, of course, he can read the book, but he won't quite be level 6 yet. Because with the first golem, I think they would like to go to the PL lane, drop the golem on his head, maybe get a kill, or at least open up the tower. Whereas Parivision, every moment that goes by where they just get to farm on No One and Satanic, they're absolutely happy.
Yep, Insania could, I assume, use his book to get level 6.
Not enough, like I said like 10 seconds ago.
I assume he could use the book. I really just don't listen to you at all.
What do you listen to? Like, there's nothing else to listen to.
There's voices in my
That's good. Oh, we got the Chipper Vest on DM. Saberlight in trouble.
Yeah, orb hits. He's slowed to a crawl now.
Might want to
Has
look
the
for
arena, will use it, but the doppelganger inside. Saberlight is donezo.
Just
Only
go
question
play.
is who gets it. It will be Satanic.
Very-
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Absolutely not. Just overall, very nice play. No One also the whole time. Did hold the coil all the way. Still has it.
Now, Nisha, it's a race for the Arcane, and he will be victorious in his endeavors. Going for the Aghanim Scepter first item.
Yeah, they need it. Like, you need multiple layers of silence to get into these heroes. Can also be annoying for the PL, at least a little bit. But Nisha might have to pay a little more respect on the 12-minute rune, because now there is the combo of the coil into the Terrorize to snap it.
And what's the build-up for PL these days?
Well, so I've seen 3 different builds. I have seen either Aghanim's Rush. I've seen the one that he's going for, which is the Diffusal. And Nightfall yesterday also did Manta, Diffusal, and then Aghanim's.
Okay.
So it seems like no one really knows yet. But if you want to play aggressive, you want to play fast, of course you go to Diffusal first. As we've got the community ancient farming going on.
Yeah, Saberlight going to be the biggest recipient of the gold here. He's going for the Yule's build.
I mean, it is an anti-puck build to go for the Yules first, because you can always, right, you just throw him up in the air, you get to spear him straight out of it. There's no counterplay.
Who's the one that pioneered this? Was it Saberlight?
No, I think that's Amar.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, he's like, Amar has very interesting itemizations, but nearly always they're like very good and very like special, very unique for the situation.
Mm-hmm. I thought you were going to say yourself for a second there.
No.
You had a smug look on your face.
I did?
Yeah.
Just listen to me. You don't need to look at me.
It's hard to listen and not look.
Okay.
The voice that sultry. Mickey has the Dragon Lance, is going for Mjolnir.
You have to. Like, that's at least one of the things. When you don't have the heroes to counter, you need to make up for it in items.
Yeah, it's got to be Mjolnir or Radiance, and you're not going to get Radiance on TA.
You surely are not.
9 class, applying some pressure to Nisha. We'll provide some space for No One to get that Invis rune as the first lasso of the game into a chaotic offering. 9 class, they really wanted killed. They'll get him.
They did. I mean, it is the golem, so they're going to try to push this mid-tier 1, but if you're P-Vision, you're honestly pretty happy with this, because, you know, they used their first lasso and the first golem of the game, and PL is kind of untouched from it. I mean, if you lose your mid-tier 1, of course, that is going to be horrible for them.
Yeah, Satanic will be inhibiting the golem. That's going to be a lot of gold if they're able to get it, but that is a tanky boy.
Yeah. Well, golem's going to be fine. Like this move from Satanic, you need to keep your mid-tier 1 alive. Doesn't matter what role you are, keep this one alive. It will pay off for you big time later. You need to keep the map intact for yourself.
9 class will be inside the arena. Gets a nice terrorize, though. And Saberlight would just have to run away. Satanic not able to close the gap.
Yeah, I guess he did force the TP here on No One. Didn't quite get the spear off before the terrorize. Don't think he would have killed him anyway. As Boxy definitely just trying to skip into his Blink Dagger as fast as possible. I believe Boxy is the only player that abuses Tranquil Boots this much, and he has done this for years. He's the only one that keeps locking it, and now when you have it and he farms stacks, he keeps pulling them in and out. Oh, No One.
Yep, good body blocks. We'll use the coil immediately. Snapped as Satanic does close the gap this time. Immediate TP,
Bramble.
but the Bramble to cancel. 9 class there just in time. No One gets the bounty for the kill. Satanic will be the Manta like we talked about as the second item. You talked about Ags, so he's not actually looking for Ags after that. Or at least not immediately after.
I mean, so I will say that
be the brooch, looks like.
This hero has still not been like fully figured out. I don't know if he knows something else that other people don't. But the main reason why I've seen this hero like resurge, I mean, obviously because it's a good PL game, but people have been very hyped about the Aghanims. It's another double Wisdom Shrine, like minute 7 and 14 now. Mid lane.
Sania looks to be dead, silenced up. As Boxy actually finds a connection onto the Venomancer. Nisha cleans up 9 class, so it's a support for support right now. Ducalis in a lot of trouble.
Mickey is here.
As the backup in form of DM. So they tick out Boxy. Mickey will just have to abandon completely.
New shield.
And Nisha doesn't really have any mana to work with. Very little, at least. Has the haste rune, though.
M21, so he'll be fine. But P-Vision, they only lose their Dark Willow. Get a 2-for-1 trade. Sure, you do only kill 2 supports, but again, you fend off this mid-tier 1 defense. Yeah, they're struggling. Like, just this double Wisdom steal. Maybe he was right. Cinnamon.
Oh. Him. He who should not be named, huh?
Yeah.
The crazy thing is the net worth is just dead even. If anything, it's in favor of Liquid slightly. So they're doing a really good job of keeping this game in the gold department. This is where I wish like the XP showed right underneath the gold.
Yeah. I mean,
these early games.
P-Vision are definitely ahead. Like you also,
no doubt.
You have like a Veno 5. You farm quite a lot on this hero, especially when it comes to neutrals. Boxy even, you have to be careful in this matchup. Like, of course, now he's got backup, but if you run into a PL who's got some illusions up and you get diff food, you can just die from full to 0.
Nisha, 700 away from Ags, and the question is no one going to itemize against it?
He might.
Like, what would you like to see? Oh, it will be an early BK.
Yeah.
Super early.
To be fair, it does kind of make sense, because let's hold that for now. Saberlight taking a lot of damage.
Yep, will pop his ult. Chaotic Offering right on top, but Saberlight dies inside of it. As Satanic, he's getting pretty low. As Boxy gets the oh, he doesn't use it on the right target. That is truly unfortunate. 3 dead for Liquid as P-Vision. They force out the lasso. I believe that was on an illusion.
Yeah,
I want to say.
It's not a good matchup.
It's really hard to
You don't know
distinguish.
the real one. No, P-Vision this time around, they're ready. Like, they're bringing numbers. You know, like, they came into this game knowing, okay, when Liquid comes to these things, like, we're going there.
And we see the replay here. Saberlight pretty much dead right off the bat. Does get his ult off, but...
Like, you're just missing numbers. Like, the Golem with the Fatal alone puts Satanic, like, 30% HP, but, you know, P-Vision, they bring everyone. Whereas Liquid, you're missing 2 core heroes.
I mean, even with that lasso, I don't think it really changes much.
Yeah.
Satanic likely still lives.
Well, P-Vision are very happy with what's going on, because, in the meantime, you have, you know, DM, who's just fully chilling. Queuing up his little Radiance, and we'll have it pretty shortly.
As an offlaner, that's really good timing.
Yeah. No, he'll be quite happy with that. We'll see later if he wants to go for, like, some team items overall, you know, to help his team out. Because when you play with a PL, a lot of the time having a pipe is like really crucial, because his biggest counter is like AoE damage, which generally it's magical. But maybe they feel like they can just get through that without the pipe.
The crazy thing is, he's bottom net worth of the cores.
I mean, everyone is farming a lot. Like all this, like TA has like 10 CS a minute. So I'm not too surprised.
Nisha with the shield rune. Wants to get aggressive. 9 class somehow maneuvers himself right past everybody.
Blocking the
sentries
Ancients
down in the meantime.
I mean, I will say, of course, Liquid they're in it. They have a lot of spells to use still. You can buy all the items. Gameplay will always triumph over draft. That's
this is a big kill for Boxy and company. They needed something like this.
That was a huge Blink reveal. That Boxy coming in clutch, as he tends to do, because for 18 minutes already, like P-Vision have been able to hold on to their entire map.
Nisha still with that shield rune. Not somebody they want to really mess with at the moment. Tier 1 tower looks to be sacked in favor of Liquid. Saberlight does have the Yules, of course. We've seen it. BKB looks to be next on the list.
I mean, to be fair, they will struggle to kill heroes through BKB. He also has the Poor Man's Shield, which means just going to tank through the PL pretty nicely as well. First Roche. Yeah, I'm thinking about the first Roche of the game. You have 1 more minute where it would be nighttime. I don't know if Liquid want to like force it. I think it's annoying, especially against a post 5 Veno when the enemy tier 1 safe lane tower is alive.
They do have a really good Roche fighting team from the Liquid side.
Yeah.
And obviously they know when it's going to spawn.
Yeah, but I think
Well, not that it matters now.
it will probably be a daytime Roche, at least for now. I mean, P-Vision, they want to defend this tower one more time. JK, they want to fight rather in the jungle.
Lol.
I mean, to be fair, like after you take the tier 1, you want to progress more and take over the jungle. So that's either this or the Tormentor smoke.
Oh boy, immediately silenced is the puck. Do they have the burst damage?
Jola?
Dropping right on top. The Terrorize is doing quite a bit. The Patience is keeping no one alive. Gets the illusion off as well, but there's the lasso from Boxy to finish the job. But it's a trade of the other mid laner in Nisha. Takes so long just to get that little extra damage needed to kill off the puck. So mid laner for mid laner.
That was a very snappy jump. I think they only had like a brief second vision on no one there from the creep wave. Jump immediately. But like you said, it is a 1-for-1 trade after all. I mean, no one will not be dying this easily for much longer, as his BKB is coming out very soon. And I like this early gem a lot from Ducalis. Like when you play against TA, it is so annoying. Those traps show you so much on the entire map, and not just that, just overall taking out the wards, taking out the vision. So we see big boy Roche.
Very important.
He is moving houses. A free shard for 9 class, so more brambles. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's a very good shard.
Yeah.
Not sure I put that on my tier list, but it's very good. Yeah.
It's good. It's like middle of the pack.
I'd say Nisha's that's in the top 10 ags. Void Spirit.
Probably.
You don't seem too
I mean, it's very good. It's just it's good.
Okay.
I wouldn't put it in like my top 5. Top 10, I don't know. Top 20 maybe.
Top 80.
9 class. Having a very good game. Also with the Yules, of course, you have more setup for everyone. And Liquid still have no counterplay to the coil break. Snipers is around the area. Does catch. Uh-oh, that's a big catch onto Mickey.
Oh, and they actually dispel the shield room, but has the blink into Bramble, thanks to the Curse Crown shard. Titanic won't go any further. Yeah, it does feel like this this Roche fight is coming soon.
It is, but I don't see Liquid like forcing it. It doesn't really make sense because P-Vision, they have really good heroes when it comes to scouting. You can send Mantas, you have Venom Ward, you've got the Orb. BKB now completed. On to no one. Very likely we'll just see both teams play the map until they find an opening for a smoke. And Satanic is getting closer to the Broach. He's gonna deal a lot of damage.
And finally, it is time for P-Vision to get the tier 1 mid. And PL has always been one of those heroes. It feels like 3 items, and then it's like, okay, well, he's a big problem now.
It's like usually farming item, then like little bit survivability item, more map with the Manta, and then your 3rd, 4th item is when you really get going. I will say I like what Boxy is doing. I don't know if this is like a choice from him or Liquid as a whole, but they're giving him a lot of priority when it comes to farm on the bat. Like the Firefly with the Stoked Facet and him getting a BKB in this game, he can be quite a difference maker. Like Blink, Lasso, we've seen it through history of Dota. It can do so much.
Yet 9 class is still more farmed. That's the 4. He's doing quite a nice job.
He's just having a super good game. Queuing up a Glimmer for himself for now. Both of the supports are.
You can see the shard from Mickey. So traps will silence.
BKB is up on Saberlight. I think both teams very content, at least for now, to just continue to farm it up. Did give the gem to no one, which means he's going to continue to just clear through the entire map when it comes to traps and wards.
Did Ducalis say it'll be 3-2 after game 1 or 2?
I think it's when they were down 2-0.
Oh, okay.
So
that's confidence.
Like in game 3 or something. Yeah, well, that didn't really work out, huh?
No, it's just I keep thinking about it. I love these storylines. Sometimes these players don't show any emotion.
To be fair, if a guy is down 0-2 and he makes that comment, you would praise him if he then goes on to win 3-2, but now you're praising him when he also gets stomped.
No, because he's putting himself out there. I like that.
Sure.
As 9 class.
He's putting himself out there.
He is. Flame break upon him. Attempted TP.
He's
is
fine.
He gonna burn?
No
He's
Firefly.
Good. And when the coil misses, so Insania won't be the free kill that he was looking for. Now has to wait that cooldown off. It does feel like one of these games where P-Vision, I mean, it's really two of their cores are just super happy to just continue to farm, which is the Abaddon and the PL. I mean, typically Abaddon would want to get a little bit more aggressive at a little earlier stage, but this is an offlaner that gets the Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually not that important. Maybe as weird as it sounds, like for this team, if he can be in the front to like give vision and like then help the map a bit with your Radiance Manta, all he has to do is like get off a good shield and like be a frontliner. He does one of the two, he's happy. I think Liquid, they did now complete 2 of their BKBs. And I'll say it again, I like that they gave this much space to Boxy and that he's been taking it in this game. Roche will move to the top side soon. Let's see if Liquid are waiting for this. Maybe they want to strike on his mid wave too. Both teams scanning on top of each other, which means P-Vision will hit theirs.
They seem to know. Counter smoke. Boxy looking for the opening. No one's going to pop it. There's the lasso. The Bramble try to slow them down. That's a lot of damage on the puck. That is a dead no one. Try to turn this around on to Mickey. The refraction charge still there. Finally gets dissipated thanks to the right clicks. But Mickey, super low, dies as well. Satanic stuck in this little corner. He's going to drop. The buyback comes out from no one. Coil expended. Looks like it'll use. Take out the Bat Rider. And no one wants to finish the job onto Saberlight as well. Gets rebuked. As DM with the shield. It'll be a pretty long chase.
No TP for 20. Can you juke him?
Orb on the wrong side. Saberlight goes the correct direction. And I doubt they're going to check in this area as we wait for that TP.
He'll be fine.
So 3 for 2 with the buyback coming out from no one.
It is costly. You want to be careful. Just goes to show you, if they do find the right jump, they will burst anyone out of the map. Saberlight.
Oh, okay.
Kill the courier.
Yeah,
it belongs to the Callis.
Very good. Tip, wall TPing.
We're good. We're holding that for the end of the game. Yeah. Let's see. P-Vision should know about this high ground ward, right? The one that Liquid got to place during the smoke, which got them this crazy jump onto no one. But we can still see Satanic. He can die into this AoE damage, but P-Vision, if they use a lot, they can fight back even with the others. Another courier going down.
Nisha's brambled.
Huh. Illusion rune dodge. And another thing that matters, they gave up their gem. It's really, really crucial when you play against TA, especially at this stage, when TA has the shard, that you have it to clear it out. Like in the next fights, the traps could really come in huge. Looks like Liquid. They want to make his BKB before they go for their next move. And likewise for P-Vision, they're closing in on a heart for Satanic. It's going to be about the biggest spike that he gets on the PL for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, PL Heart, something to fear, no doubt.
It is.
Major stat item, has the damage and survivability with the Manta, Diffusal, and Brooch. I know a lot of people not too happy to see this hero back. It's been a while, though.
It's been a long time.
Fair.
Like, come on.
Every hero needs their time to shine.
Yeah.
Of course, other than Terrorblade, who needs all the time, apparently. Never going to be bad enough to be not picked.
Well, or Monkey King. I think there's a lot of heroes we've had in the meta for a long, long time.
Monkey King's cool, though.
I agree. He can stay.
Yeah. I mean, both can be played as core support. It's just Terrorblade support. Okay, to be fair, if it's 9 class playing, I give him a pass because it's hilarious.
It can barely be played as support. You need to be quite good to have like a really cool strat.
Yeah.
Saberlight. Doing some walking.
All right. And going for the Wisdom Shrine, but Satanic makes it there in time. No, actually, Saberlight gets it. Pop the BKB, the Nightfall successful. Nicely done.
Well, it's also good for Liquid if they can get themselves some gauntlets. You know, some more AoE damage. At least Mr. Saberlight, he does have one. I mean, let's see. I thought like Roche could have been on the menu like, you know, like 5, 6, 7 minutes ago. This first one still hasn't died in this game.
Yeah.
DM walking off some pressure.
Man, they have a lot of dispels on the P-Vision side for this silence. Yeah, you're right. Typically, the Roche would have been attempted quite a while ago. It's almost 30 minutes in the game now.
Yeah, both teams know that, I mean, if they just walk in, it just makes it quite easy for the other team. Like Liquid, if they do want to go for Roche, you need to either fully secure the area first or get a kill on P-Vision. They're looking for a smoke of their own currently. They've got a lot of Gale guards on their own heroes, actually on 4 of them, just to make sure, you know, you've got the survivability.
DM leading the way for P-Vision. Boxy's going to pop the smoke, immediately blinks. Good reaction there. That will lead Mickey to exit the premises as well. All right, well, it's going to be P-Vision the first to attempt Roche. And it looks like it'll be successful. Liquid on the other side of the map.
They did scan now. It's already 30.
It's too late.
They're too late. You have no more contest.
They're going to mass TP, so it looks like they still want to fight. Let's see if they change their mind once this Aegis goes down. Satanic gets it.
Uh-oh. I do think this is not good news.
Oh, Insania spotted. Saberlight wants to try to save it. Misses the spear, though. Root connects onto the Warlock. Insania, are you going to use your ult? No, they don't want to fight here. If that's all they lose, not a big deal. I mean, I think the bigger deal is just mass TPing, and then you lose some efficiency on farm.
No, mass TPing and giving up the Aegis, like, sure, giving up Aegis is one thing, but you are going to lose a bit of your side lane control now because you TP'd everyone over. Apart from Boxy, I guess. Yeah, we're definitely way behind the average time, but P-Vision did get to run over, take over the entire area, and claim themselves the Aegis. I mean, at this point with the heart, they already kind of have trouble killing Satanic the once, and now he's got an Aegis. This is not good news for them. Whereas if you're a P-Vision fan, you're very happy with what's currently going on this map.
Yeah, much more competitive game two, which we were expecting.
Yeah.
Game one, kind of an anomaly in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, that was a huge off game. You don't see that nearly ever from a team like P-Vision.
I think Ducalis just needed a little snack in between games. Back on track. Boxy, BKB. Fine class. They have the vision.
DM is coming.
Lasso, DM. Botic shield to try to help him out. Looks like it'll be enough. The Terrorize to cancel the TP, so now it's Boxy that's going to get punished. And the tip comes out from 9 class. As Nisha finds himself a Ducalis snack.
Still has Gale Guard and Stick.
Yeah,
he'll be fine.
He's quite tanky. Nisha Manta. Coil expended from no one. He's going to try to snap it, but he is so slow. It's like they're going to try to focus maybe Saberlight instead, as the TP should be fine. Saberlight will have to use the BKB with the spear, the Nightfall. Good to go. Satanic finally makes his way over with that Aegis. 3 minutes on the clock. We'll be going Scotty next.
Well, currently this is Liquid's best answer when something happens. You have to BKB TP out.
Yeah, now you won't have a BKB to defend here, so tier 2 should be a freebie. And I would assume they just at least poke the high ground, although they don't really have any other members with them.
And to be fair, I think you can, because you know they're down bottom. Let's see what they want to do, or if they just take it over. But yeah, like, you could bring over DM, just throw a little Curse of Avernus over. Nice try from Boxy,
yeah,
but
good attempt.
He's
Takes a
got no
lot of
scepter.
damage.
You should force Liquid into an answer here for sure. Just put down the Plague Wards, you got the Curse for more attack speed on everyone. That's the Glyph forced. You have Next Wave and Heart of Tarrasque. It's no way they're going to stop. So Liquid, they're going to have to be talking about how they deal with this one.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds applies again. Insania able to get the distance out. Spear onto the Abaddon. It'll be a hard target to go on. So Yule's applied to Saberlight. He's going to have to use his ult. Big rebuke onto 2 heroes. He's completely out of mana, though. You see how much damage he is mitigating. There's the Terrorize to separate the rest of Liquid from the Mars. Saberlight dead. Lasso onto the Abaddon is a huge hit from Mickey. Deletes DM off the face of the map. So 1 for 1. Satanic again. Still has the Aegis. Has Heart to regen.
Oh, he missed
Has
no one.
In the tree line.
He's got BKB.
Oh, he gets flame broken. He's dead. Okay,
How
so
did he end up
defense
there?
successful from Lick. I
didn't realize.
I have no clue. It must have been part of the exchange with
what?
Mickey one-shotting the Mars.
I guess.
I think he was in the
Abaddon,
area
or did
there.
Mickey kill his teammate?
Oh, that's right. Well, maybe after the game.
Well, let's see. I mean, if P-Vision is still in a great spot, but giving up some, I would say, crucial things, like Saberlight finding like the overall initiation, then the lasso back onto DM. I don't know if he needs to be in that type of position, because I think Satanic, he's kind of untouchable. That's what P-Vision should be playing around. So Liquid did get to punch back in that fight. Very crucially so. If Liquid lose one fight like decisively, the game is going to be in a very, very rough spot.
Yeah. They end up taking quite a bit of time off of this Aegis now. As the Scotty is officially finished for Satanic.
I wouldn't mind a basher on someone from P-Vision
Insania.
later.
Don't have the vision yet. Saberlight with the Mars Arena, but doesn't get the spear in time. Satanic gets away. Actually faking out the illusion. Will turn his tide onto Mickey instead. Refraction popped. DM coming in to help assist as the Terrorize is being faked out. The lasso right now onto the Venomancer. Satanic is super healthy. Still has the Aegis. He's going to apply some pressure to the Mars right now. In fact, Insania spotted on the back line. Satanic going to focus on him for the time being, but the Chaotic Offering comes off.
Aegis is
Insania
5.
able to actually get out just fine.
Aegis in 2.
Yeah, Aegis. This is actually really precarious timing. Rebuke misses. Satanic regenning a decent amount as a result. Now we'll back away. Lost 3 members on the P-Vision side, and Liquid, I mean, even Insania lives through that. They ping out Satanic. He gets to the high ground along with no one.
They're chasing.
Violence to come. There's the coil. Had it the whole time. Aether Remnant connects onto Satanic. Super tanky right now.
They're on top of him.
Boxy and company surround tactics. They get the spear on the tree. And Satanic, one more doppelganger for the road. Attempts to get out.
He's gone.
Not going to happen. Mickey deletes him. 4 dead for P-Vision. And Liquid somehow win this fight easily.
They really nicely, first of all, played around this Aegis. And secondary P-Vision, they did not stay together in the fight. They got incredibly separated. So Liquid, they just get to kind of like kite together, help each other out, pull each other backwards with the lasso, everything. Solar Crest, no one.
Definitely felt a bit discombobulated. As Boxy ensures the shrine for himself so no one can't steal it. And Mickey, he's going to poke at the high ground, no doubt. 40 seconds without the PL. 9-class Terrorize just to delay. Siege units are still up.
That's 25 timing. On to Mickey's TA. More refraction charges.
And no one cleans up the creep wave, so see how long they can stick around. Probably can get the tower, but not much else until the next wave comes in. It's going to buy a lot of time for Satanic to get back in this game. 10 seconds away, and with that, Liquid back away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Liquid have very good control of this game now. 13k lead. The gem is still on their hands. It used to belong to P-Vision.
Dire's bottom
What's Satanic have next? Shard into Disperser.
Yeah, I mean, his damage output is not the highest. I mean, it feels okay on the PL.
Yeah, I've not been blown away.
No, not really. I mean, generally, Scotty plus Hard is not like the best item combo because they're both just about tankiness.
I mean, how good is Ags?
It is very good. So I'm a little surprised to, like, that he doesn't have it at all, not even his quick buy. Because at this point, sure, you've got the hero matchup, but if you're behind in the game and you're not buying, the perfect stuff you need to buy, it will definitely set you back. Because Liquid, their team fighting is still very strong. And like even like the post 4 Bad Rider, Boxy is closing in on Ashivas. Like it's honestly not that far away. Well, Liquid know exactly when this Roche will be up, which means P-Vision will just have to try and stay around.
The Pyrrhic Cloak, when you activate it on somebody, the effect is on the enemy, as in the visual effects.
Yeah,
right? The purple thing.
Like you'll see it.
So it doesn't like give away Satanic's position as the real PL or anything like that, right?
It does not give it away. It's just like we can see it as spectators very easily what it's on and where it's going. And Cena got himself his own refresher, which does matter. He's also got the higher AoE on his spells, which is very nice. As did 9-class.
Yeah, that's a really good neutral. Now BKB for Nisha.
Well, they know that Roche is up. They've got full control with
another shield room.
Yep,
so many this game.
I mean, they have a lot of mid control. I'm not sure if P-Vision are giving it up so easily or what the deal is.
Yeah, 9 Class going to get initiated on. Nice silence onto the Mars, though, but he still has the arena at his disposal. 9 Class deleted. They get the lasso. They get the kill onto no one as well. And just like that, this fight is basically over for P-Vision. They get Satanic, gets a doppelganger off, but they just need a little bit of extra damage, and they get it. So again, 3 dead for P-Vision. They are falling apart. DM.
He's just going to burn
finally
out.
activates, but it's just a matter of time. Gets off the blink, though, as Nisha. He's looking for Ducalis. He wants to get revenge for being called a bot. But we'll think better of it.
He'll leave him for later.
Still backdoor protected, though. So the Abaddon did end up TPing back successfully. Now the question is, how much can Liquid get out of this? 2 buybacks available for P-Vision. Not going to need it from the Dark Will. He's up in 10 seconds, but Satanic will... I mean, you're going to probably have to use it on this second barracks.
At a big cost. It looks like Liquid might even want to be looking to vibe check them. Liquid. Let's see what they're going to do here.
Yeah, still a tier 2 top as Boxy trying to put this shenanigans to an end for DM.
I mean, they know he doesn't have a TP, so let's see if they can just...
Oh,
they're coming for a buyback.
Yeah, and the TA is all alone right now, getting surrounded by Satanic and company. Gets to the low ground, attempting the TP, attempting the Nightfall. Is it going to be successful? No! He dies outside of the base from P-Vision. They actually bait it perfectly. And now P-Vision trying to take advantage of that small misstep from Liquid.
Well, that was even a big misstep. Nice play from P-Vision there. You know, you kind of go for the, the tactics, take their attention away. In the meantime, you go for the buyback terrorize combo play, and this is going to give them Roach. So sure, you have to buyback your PL, but he should be getting an Aegis on his hands.
Yeah, that's big.
I mean, Liquid, it looks like they're toying with the idea of potentially contesting this for, I guess it is 4v4, unless DM does go for the buyback.
Well, and P-Vision doesn't know that TA does not have buyback.
Yeah.
So you always have to be a bit careful. Satanic, I mean, I do think this is worth it for P-Vision to try because the buyback did come out from Satanic, so the Aegis super necessary now for him. As here we go. Mars Arena is placed inside of the pit. Satanic gets rebuked. Insanity with the ult on top of him. 9 Class will be the first to fall. Buyback immediately from the Abaddon and 9 Class as well. 8th Remnant applied to the Venomancers. Nisha and company trying to finish the job they do. No one pops the BKB. As nice cancellation on the TP with the coil in the tree line. Nisha, he still has the BKB and the Astral Step to the low ground.
Another step.
Another Astral Step. He might be fine.
He's got a new one. He has Arcane Rune Octarine. He's chilling.
Yeah, still with the Manta, still with the Astral Step. So gets away just fine. Roche at half HP. TA's up in 20 seconds.
This is some high skill stuff. Like, they're just kiting the Satanic PL. He gets Arena.
And Saberlight's going to try for a move here on the Roche pit, I believe, as Boxy going to run right into 9 Class. Nisha going to get the Manta style off as Saberlight into the pit. He goes. Roche bounces in everybody's face. Saberlight super low. He does die before the Roche. And Satanic secures the Aegis for himself. A good attempt from Saberlight, but it was not to be this time around.
Oh, Nisha putting on quite a show here on this Void Spirit. Is level 25 now. Gonna have the crit on his step as well. Well, P-Vision obviously doing a good job at fighting back here, right? Like holding your base, going for the buyback. No one. Forced to step aside. But this Aegis feels like I worry about it a lot less compared to the last one. I feel like at that point, Satanic had way better timings. He didn't really gain much since then. He has a Disperser completed now.
Yep, another Dispel.
Yep.
Yeah, the fact that Insania has a refresher, by the way, just... my goodness.
I mean, being a support player for Liquid, if you just join the boys, you're always a part of so many plays and so many kills.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're going to have some gold for yourself. I mean, Boxy still, for me, I think he's been very, very big for Liquid in this game.
Yeah, he's working on refresher halfway there.
It all started with like a very early lasso where they caught no one to kind of break open the game for themselves with the blink reveal. He's got a Shiva halfway to the refresher himself.
It's like they want to focus on Tormy. Who doesn't have Shard right now that would want it?
Well, it is only the 2 supports.
And Boxy's is not great.
No, he doesn't really care about it. It's definitely better for Mr. Warlock. Get some more imps on the board.
Even that one at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's kind of whatever. It's fine. Let's see if Boxy goes through with the Boots of Bearing. I do kind of like the idea behind it, which is the fact that all they need to do is kite Satanic and walk away from him. You know, the Skadi slow and all the Abaddon slows that you have in Venomancer. Use your Boots of Bearing, kite back, keep everyone alive. Because at this point, usually PL is supposed to win long fights. I have lost faith that P-Vision win long fights just because they're down so much, and I'm not too impressed with the itemization.
Now Nisha runs into no one, able to find the distance though. Ducalis in the tree line is going to be spotted thanks to the Shivas from Boxy. There's the lasso, focusing everything on this Venomancer. He's going to die. Saberlight with the arena as well. As Nisha, with the Curse Crown applied right now, as Mickey makes his way inside of the arena, deleting one. DM already with a borrow time. Satanic at half HP. He gets speared into a tree. Do they have the damage? Yes, that's life number 1. Aegis consumed. Nisha focusing on the back line. Saberlight, trying to focus on Satanic, but this is going to be a really hard kill. He's trying to focus Insania instead. That's the death golem coming out, though. Gets evaporated.
People
Eventually, Nisha does die to no one.
OD stab.
As Mickey, knowing that borrow time is down, DM with one more right click, drops as well, but Mickey just melts to Satanic. That is a double kill. Attempted Nightfall away.
Triple buyback.
Looks like he's fine. Triple buyback from Liquid. If they can get this kill on Satanic, they probably just win this game now.
I mean, good hold from them, but Liquid, they're just going for the one play. They know DM doesn't have buyback.
Yeah. Down mid they go. Remember, that tier 2 is still up, so this is probably a throne play.
Yeah, this top tier 2 is definitely not dying without them going there. This is risky. This is absolutely ballsy. Ducalis, he does have a buyback himself as well, so the Venom could go for, you know, making a bit of time here. Let's see, Satanic, he has to be careful. One misstep and the game ends.
Yeah, the spam will continue. I mean, even just keeping this wave alive is going to be a bit of a struggle for Liquid potentially. As the Dark Willow now up, so this is a 4v5. P-Vision needing to hold here to stay alive. Tier 4 tower taking tons of damage. 2 siege wagons as well. As there's the silence immediately from Nisha with the Astral Step. We get the coil onto several heroes, but the KGBs are activated into a huge terrorize though, as Satanic trying to find the distance, but he has to back away. He gets a doppelganger off just in time. He's at half HP, will go back to base. Actually resetting thanks to that heart. Damian's Golem alive and well. The Curse Crown will activate 9 class, nullified, and deleted. No buyback for him. Still 30 seconds for the Abaddon as Mickey going for the last tier 4 tower. Satanic just needs to stay alive here. The Aether Remnant applied right now. Gets the spear into the Ancient. Do they have the burst damage? Yes. Satanic is dead. GG. GG is called as Liquid, the bots, 2-0 P-Vision. That was a terrific game.
No, the way Liquid held on, because even to me, I feel like P-Vision should have felt good about this game, kind of, not all the way through, but for a long chunk, right? You have this PL, you know it is a pretty good PL game, but Liquid with some of their best heroes, you know, the Mickey TA, kind of can never go wrong with it. I do feel like Nisha and Boxy put on quite the show with their 2 heroes. Like on this voice bridge, just going in and out all the time, Boxy finding the right lassos. But yeah, this PL, it just kind of falls flat.
It didn't do much.
No, like, he had so much farm, and it always like, oh, this is such a good PL game, and maybe it's supposed to be.
I mean, what was the itemization other than Mjolnir? Did they have to force anything else?
They had a Shivas eventually on bad, which is, I mean, that's
kind of a normal item you want to get eventually, right?
And he like had it at 40 minutes, so it's not like, you know, that was like a difference maker. But yeah, I feel like this PL hero still needs to get figured out a little bit more by everyone, including the players.
You have to call us, of course, dumbfounded. The fact that lost 2 games to bots here. Unprecedented for the P-Vision side. Have had such an amazing year, but Liquid, I mean, they're in prime position to take this group now.
Yeah.
I would say it's a very high likelihood, if not just set in stone almost.
No, Liquid just seem to have people's number. The way they play fast, but they can also, they're able to slow it down. They understand what they need to wait for to then, you know, kind of make it happen.
With that, this is a great throw to Nat. Good job. Keep it up.
Thanks, guys. Hopefully that I'm receiving it. Good throw, good catch. Either way, it was a good game from Team Liquid here. It was looking over, very impossible for themselves. There was a high ground push coming out from P-Vision, and that was just the start of that unraveling for them, Lacoste.
Yeah, it definitely was. PL he came online, but we haven't really seen him do as much as I wanted him to do.
Okay.
Seems like they were lacking a bit of an extra damage, like DM playing this Abaddon. Like we saw Abaddon like he's still going for the same item build as your carry. Like, you still want to get that Radiance. They wanted to counter Mekkei, but Mekkei, he was ready. With this item build, he had a pretty good game going for the Mjolnir, going for this BKB Daedalus. You saw him dealing insane amount of damage, and I think he might have had the highest damage in the game, because this is the hero, sitting at 33,000 damage overall. Mekkei, he knows this hero. Like, it's one of his best heroes. And also Saberlight, I got to give him a credit, because he had a great game. So did Nisha. They played like a squad, and feel like they needed an extra item to be able to punch back once PL was online, and they were ready with those BKBs, Nisha especially on the Void Spirit.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know, there was a little bit of a history between these two teams, P-Vision, Liquid. They've gone up against each other in recent tournaments too. And someone that was in the center of all of that drama and that we get to talk to right now is Saberlight.
Hello, Purge here. I'm here with Saberlight. Saberlight, you guys have beaten P-Vision many times in a row now. How's that feeling?
7-0, actually. 7-0. 7-0.
Is there anything special you want to say about that?
7-0. I don't know. I mean, but still bot, I guess. Still bot. Yeah, I mean, let's make it even more. Hopefully, they don't get knocked out too fast this tournament, so we can beat them again and make it a 9-0.
Okay, that's very convincing. I was curious about your playstyle a little bit. You're picking some offlaners that are more like stun initiator type heroes. You're playing Night Stalker, things like that. It's not necessarily the most common right now. I'm seeing like lane dominating offlane, aura buyers, things like that. Is this just your style and you're going to stick with it forever?
Kinda. I feel like people are just picking like whatever they want. Like, I see a lot of offlaners doing different things. Like, some people like this does offlane. I saw some people, some people go auras. So I feel like it's, I don't know. Somehow like the meta is not really figured out, and everybody's just kind of doing their thing. And for us, I mean, the heroes that I pick kind of work for us. Like the Mars, I feel like we just needed some stun. We needed some team fight this game, so we went with Mars. Game one, Venos, like switch it up a little bit. You keep them on their toes.
Were you on your toes about the Phantom Lancer, considering it's classically a counter to Templar Assassin back in the day? I mean, it's slightly less bad, but still spooky, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was very worried this game. I feel like it was like I did not win the lane against PL, which is usually how you counter the hero. It's like you smash him in lane, but we were not touching this guy at all. Yeah, so I was a bit worried, but Boxy, the genius of Liquid, said, guys, we buy 4 BKBs, they have no cancel, and the game is unlosable. And we like played for that timing, and I mean, I don't know how we won this game. I feel like if we win this game against PL last pick, we can win against anything.
Okay, well, 9-0 is likely then if you can beat the worst case, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your next matches.
Thank you, and see you on the flippity flop.
Bro, I feel like every time you expect something out of Saberlight's mouth, it's just the complete opposite. Great ending to an interview there. I really liked what he was saying at the start about offlane right now in this meta. The fact it's not really figured out, but everyone's kind of owning in their own style. If they're very comfortable, if they're very confident in one style of play as an offlaner, it's working for them. People are able to draft for it, and it's really nice to see that not everyone's piling into this is the one strategy that really owns, because they're all kind of working out right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all the variety of offlane heroes we've seen already, and it's just been 2 days. Like, we've seen the Blink Sun guys, like the Mars, for example. We've seen the Lane Dominators, the Centaurs and the Axes. We've seen the Aura Buyers and the Darkseers. Those are good too. And we've seen some Lycans and even a Beastmaster or two. And of course, let's not forget everybody's favorite hero, Bristleback. So many different flavors and styles of heroes from the offlane were shown here. But honestly, that was a really great game. I liked to hear how enthusiastic he was about the win. Not just because of any rivalry or anything, but because it was a very hard last pick PL to work around. And they played around it so beautifully. I especially like the insight of Boxy making the call for everyone to buy a BKB, and that P-Vision, when they have the BKBs, they don't play well into them, and that's what happened with us.
It did. They played a great game of Dota, but not really convincing, because at one point, like this Phantom Lancer, he was kind of a king of the game, but unable to finish it. Like now, PL is sitting at 20% win rate. A lot of the times this feels like a really good pick, but I'm kind of getting the vibes from some of the previous patches that we did have that, it's a good game for it, but it doesn't work out. Like, we've seen it so many times throughout Dota history, and PL might be that type of a hero again.
I think that PL needed BKB this game because I really think the PL pick was very strong. But basically, what ended up happening this game was that Liquid kind of gave it the Medusa treatment of let's kill the rest of the team first and then throw things at PL. So what happened is 2 or 3 heroes on P Vision would be taken out by Liquid with the correct target priority, and then they were silencing PL with the first silence from Void into the spear by Mars into another silence. So they were layering their CCs on that hero, and for that reason, I heard someone yell bots just now. I'm just going to say it. But for that reason, because they were able to stack CCs on PL towards the end there, he died. And it's a hard call to make to buy BKB on an illusion hero. No illusion carry wants to do that.
No,
but
it
that's
does
what
not
ended
feel
up
good.
happening. Yeah.
Because there were a lot of moments within this game where Satanic was doing great with the duking out on which one was the real PL, which one wasn't the real one. And as soon as you buy BKB, you kind of give that away. You don't really have the advantage of that doppelganger anymore. So I definitely, it's a tough one, but a really valid criticism where it's like, you're going to need to be able to make that definition if you do want to keep running PL. Not a great stat line for it right now, and it does put P-Vision in a bit of a precarious situation. On the flip side, though, yeah, Liquid, I like that Saberlight was willing to own it. We didn't even know if we were going to win this one, and they did, and now they're feeling even more powered up, like as if they didn't need that.
Yeah, I mean, this game was, I would say, very even when Liquid did go for the high ground, but also you had P-Vision using some of the buybacks on no one to be able to, like, take that fight, which is a bit of a, I would say, not surprising one, but you don't really see mid laners using buyback relatively early in the game. And I also like the call from Liquid, which they did when they realized that PL doesn't have buyback, DM is dead for a really long time. 3 buybacks immediately from them. We want to close out this game, understanding that if they get a pick off, so they catch 9 class off guard, they kill him first. Suddenly it's pretty much 3 versus 5. There's still 30 seconds on ABBA, and they managed to close out the game.
Yeah, the one other thing that I want to touch on about this PL before we move off it, because, you know, there's a lot of different things that didn't work out for P-Vision in this game, but was going for the Revenant's Brooch when he did.
Yeah, that was the build that was very viable for almost less than 24 hours when the Brooch patch 37 patch
Yeah, that was
dropped.
back in Dream League Season 25.
25, yeah,
Yep,
it was
all the way
very
back then.
good, and it got patched because it was bugged. And yeah, I was expecting maybe if he's gonna go for Heart as his item immediately after the Fusel Manta to be able to be as tanky as possible, but seems like he wanted to have a little bit of extra damage. It's difficult if you're not like winning the fights. If you feel like, oh, they still can't find me, they can't kill me. Maybe you want to be able to deal the damage, take one of the heroes out, and then play from there.
Yeah, and typically, like, PL has come back into the pub meta at least because of the Ags build, and seeing him move away from it is like a bit risky, right? Because for the reasons Lacoste mentioned, but also if that power spike, those items that you go for, starts to go wrong, you don't really have time to correct for it. Because it's easy for me to say, oh, you needed a BKB after we saw him get stun locked and die twice. But when you're playing that game and it isn't happening, you think your build is working until it just doesn't, and then you're out of time because the enemy team can end the game so quickly.
I see. Were there any specific moments in that game you guys wanted to take a look at?
There was one moment that we can take a look at what was happening with how they managed to, like, first of all, they initiate immediately onto 9 class, making sure that he's going to die. And Saberlight, he is patient. He's very patient. He tried to go for the Spear Arena multiple times. It is much easier to execute nowadays, but you could also spear the illusions as well. But then managing to find Satanic here, sure, you're going to lose Insania, but he already did the job even without dropping the rock. And after that, BM, they have pretty good chase potential on their side as well, with Mars, with Temporary Assassin, having the traps as well. So these are type of the fights are, if they recognize what the problem is in the middle of a fight, if they manage to find Satanic, and if they manage to kill him, rest of the P-Vision is not going to be able to punch back because they don't have enough damage.
Yeah, he was the big one, the key target in that game. And we also saw just the initial silence into the Arena Spear, into the taunt by Void Spirit, into a refresh into another silence. There was just so much disable that making a mistake at that point of the game is so punishable.
Well, it was nice to see a little bit of inverse from yesterday. Yesterday in the, well, pretty much all over the day, right? It was these 1-1s, all of our groups were really split. We didn't know what it was going to be like. Today, a lot clearer of a picture has been painted. There's a lot more 2-0s going around. It feels like there is at least someone sitting above the rest, but things are still to be decided. Our group stage phase 1 is not over at all by any means. It is the end of day number 2. We'll see you guys same time tomorrow for our day number 3.